Today's story is about Ed Roth Taylor, who started out as nothing more than a third-rate villain and was even destined to face the protagonist of this world. To survive, Ed Roth Taylor had no choice but to defy the world's setup, turning his villainy into a sharp weapon for survival, and completely appending the original plot so he could become the leading man. Ed Roth Taylor is the rogue son of a high-ranking noble family. He sat dazed on the bed, replaying the story in his head, ruling the academy like a king. He looked at the information. Basically, they erased him from the family tree, right? He was expelled for the crime of uttering sacrilegious words in front of Princess Phenia, the crime of illegally interfering with the entrance exam of the Holy Sylvania Academy, the crime of disrespecting decorum, and the crime of tarnishing the family name out of jealous spite. These are not small offenses. He gave a self-mocking smile, feeling as if fate itself were sneering at him. Ed Roth Taylor, this is your life. Ed Roth Taylor was kicked out of the house with a pile of luggage. This is everything he has. Thanks for your efforts all this time. It's over. At Sylvania Academy, the students' gossip pointed at Ed Roth Taylor. Look, isn't that Ed Roth Taylor? Shoo, don't stare, he'll notice us. Now there's no need to hold back around him. Seems his family has disowned him, so he'll have to clear out his dorm room. We won't see him next term, right? He shouldn't have cheated on the entrance exam from the start. Dirty noble. Told you it'd end like this. Hearing that, Ed Roth Taylor covered his face and silently protested to himself. Honestly, it's unfair, because proud, the ones talking aren't me. It turned out he transmigrated into a game set at Sylvania Magic Academy, the one he loved most, the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Usually in comics, when you transmigrate into a game, you either become the eldest son of a tycoon family, the genius heir who causes trouble, or an SSS rank hunter who breaks all the rules. However, of all possibilities, he ended up as a third-rate villain kicked out of the dorm at the very start of the game, transmigrated into the worst character at the worst time. Ed Roth Taylor stood, tilted his face to the sky, and shouted, "This is unfair. Don't tell me this is real. I've always lived frugally and simply. I'm not greedy." The students retorted, "Look at him. After doing all that, he says it's unfair. He claims to be frugal and simple. That bastard has no shame." Hearing that, Ed Roth Taylor could only bow his head in silence. But his bad luck didn't stop there when he checked the status window. Now came the reason why Ed Roth Taylor was the worst. Stamina 3, gender male, intelligence 4, age 17, talent 7, year 2, will 7, race human, luck 6, achievements none. He was stunned. Are these stats for real? Even an NPC farmer has stamina 5. He's studying magic, yet has pitifully low intellect and tiny stamina, even for a noble. No wonder he was only a third-rate villain in early scenes. Even in his memories, he was barely noticeable. I don't even have any recollection of what happens to him later. Suddenly, an image flashed in Ed Roth Taylor's mind. I remember now, at the corner of the game's final credit scene, he was begging, looking like a layabout. Not surprising. The rogue knew nothing of the world and was suddenly thrown onto the street. He sighed in frustration. A beggar's ending? So he's lucky to be alive. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, why me? Why did I transmigrate into this body? He didn't know the reason and had no way to find out. But he wouldn't let his ending be that. Whatever it takes, he'll survive. With that resolve, Ed Roth Taylor packed his luggage and began to move. Rather than a school, the academy resembled a city. Its territory encompassed the entire Arkan mountain range. This place was in the northwest of the academy, a forest still wild and untamed. Ed Roth Taylor had walked for a long time, a long stretch. He tried to escape the prying eyes of the students, so he ended up walking half the day. That was enough time to get a clear sense of his situation. When Ed Roth Taylor was just disowned by his family, that was the extreme opening of the situation. Ed Roth Taylor still felt a sliver of hope for his life. Luckily, even though his family disowned him, he hadn't been expelled from the academy. This is crucial because, by the setting, Sylvania Academy is a top-tier institution. As long as you graduate from there, your future is guaranteed. And as long as the game still takes place at the academy, as a devoted player who's played it 5 times over, I can make the best use of the information I have. Finally, Ed Roth Taylor concluded. So I just need to graduate quietly, and I can live a much more comfortable, wonderful life than the one I left behind in the old world. So of course my goal is to graduate. But the important problem here is the sky-high tuition. Probably this term's tuition has been paid, so I only need to get a scholarship for the next term. Looking back at his stats, Ed Roth-Taylor felt despondent. With his numbers, can I get a scholarship? I think not. Getting to avoid failing would already be lucky. I can worry about tuition later, but first I must think about urgent problems, the things I need to survive. In other words, food, clothes, and shelter. He's thinking over the next week how to avoid becoming a drifter. Ed Roth-Taylor opened his luggage. Inside were flashy clothes with no stats, a ceremonial dagger with no stats, a decorative cup with no stats. I have enough clothes, but food and shelter. Ed Roth-Taylor sat with his chin in his hand, pondering. The trouble is I have nowhere to stay and nothing to eat tonight. With this guy's reputation, it'll be hard to find work. I also can't go back to the dorm I was kicked out of. So I guess I'm stuck in this forest for the time being. Looking at the cool stream, he felt relieved there's at least water nearby. 10 days remained until school started. Until then, he'll turn himself into a qualified student of some sort. Ed Roth-Taylor stood up, filled with determination. Windblade, Windblade. Ed Roth-Taylor repeatedly used a spell to gather wood. Luckily, he could cast spells. Ed Roth-Taylor was exhausted, drenched in sweat, but it was kind of fun. Only 15 trees, and I'm out of breath already. Damn it, this just makes me hungrier. Not very efficient, Ed Roth-Taylor grumbled. Before kicking me out, you could have at least fed me. Using magic makes you hungry? I am starving, ridiculously hungry. Looking at the firewood, he suddenly remembered his grandfather's words. He even asked him about this when he was a child. When his grandfather was young, there was a drought. He said he ate tree bark behind the mountain. Thinking of that, he used a fire spell. Anything edible would do for him. After cooking, he looked at the piece of wood. Oh, if you don't look closely, it even looks like chicken breast. Ed Roth-Taylor opened his mouth and ate heartily. 3 days later, after bouts of vomiting, his face was gaunt and looked lifeless. Ed Roth-Taylor cursed. Grandpa, I hate you so much. And after starving 1 day and vomiting violently for 2 days, Ed Roth-Taylor concluded that wood should be used for building houses. He began driving stakes. First, he had to erect a frame to support the wood. He hauled a lot of wood and then got crushed by it. I only have 2 hands, but 4 posts. This isn't simple at all. Then he used all his strength to drive the stakes, lashed the wood together, and finally completed the frame. Ed Roth-Taylor was exhausted. There was still a long way to go. Ed Roth-Taylor thought that anyway he couldn't sleep on the bare ground. He laid his clothes out to sleep on. It's a bit wasteful, but he had no other choice. After several days, Ed Roth-Taylor's hut was finished. He sat down to admire the result of his hard work. It actually looks pretty impressive. It took a lot of effort to finish it. A notification suddenly appeared. You have completed a work. Your crafting skill has increased. The newly completed work, basic wooden tent. You can rest inside it for a while. It's still crude and worn. If not maintained regularly, it won't remain useful for long. Difficulty, 0.5 stars. Life skill details. Apprentice-level craftsman, no specialization. Dexterity LV4, design LV1, forging LV1. Ed Roth-Taylor looked up with deep dark circles under his eyes, feeling a bit comforted. The crafting system appeared to. Having lived as a noble, he probably never knew about this. But looking at the info panel, his dexterity is only 4. Ed Roth-Taylor realized his talent lay in his hands, even more than in magic. And right now he needed that dexterity. Using that skillfulness, Ed Roth-Taylor produced a new completed item, a basic spear. The ceremonial dagger attached to a branch was sharpened with iron. It could be used for thrusting or fishing, but lacked sharpness. With the spear in hand, Ed Roth-Taylor burned with energy to find real food. 2 days with an empty stomach and too much labor meant he should hardly be able to move now. But perhaps desperation kept him going. Forgetting his fatigue, Ed Roth-Taylor plunged into the stream to catch fish. I want meat. Not wasting his effort, he caught some fish. Excited, Ed Roth-Taylor quickly used a spell. Ignite, ignite. Watching the fish sizzle, fragrant and hot, Ed Roth Taylor hastily ate it with relish. 1 week remained until school began. I just need to hold on like this. If I can endure until then, I'll get through classes without trouble. Just as Ed Roth Taylor was about to eat, a voice reached him. You, Ed Roth Taylor, you haven't left this place yet? Ed Roth Taylor had been so busy surviving, he forgot something important. The main characters. Of all people, he didn't expect to run into her here. Same tone, posture, and gaze. You show no remorse at all. Please leave this academy. It was the beautiful girl with long blonde hair, Princess Phinia, the one he had been kicked out of the dormitory by. Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who appears right from the start of the game. Abusing his family status, he bullied the protagonist's childhood friends, was beaten black and blue by others, and ultimately received punishment. And it didn't stop there. Filled with hatred and with a treacherous face like a venomous snake, Ed Roth Taylor maliciously altered the protagonist's entrance exam results at Sylvania Academy, and was then caught red-handed. As he was secretly changing the results, the door suddenly opened. Ed Roth Taylor's cheating was discovered by an unnamed girl who had come to take the entrance exam. Phinia Elias Kloll, third princess of the Kloll Empire. Princess Phinia, eyes full of fury. She activated clairvoyance, exposing the target's deception and plot. Ed Roth Taylor, caught in an unfortunate situation, gritted his teeth and defended himself. His face showed panic. Sweat beads streamed down in fear, all revealed by Phinia's clairvoyance. When the matter was exposed, Ed Roth Taylor was shoved out with his luggage and expelled from the dormitory. Everyone at the academy likely hated Ed Roth Taylor. While sitting and recalling the body's past misdeeds, a voice filled with hatred. She wore a white dress, long hair, and flushed cheeks, folded her arms and demanded, "What are you doing here? You've run into the one person you shouldn't have met." Phinia continued, "You say the academy hasn't expelled you?" She crossed her arms and leaned forward, glaring at him. Startled and afraid, he stumbled back and stammered, "I'm still a student here. I was only kicked out of the dormitory, not expelled from the academy." Phinia's expression darkened. "I'll be brief," she said, then shouted with an angry face, "Get lost. I can't stand seeing a shameless brat like you around this school. I'll speak with the headmaster to demand your expulsion." She continued shouting about his disgraceful actions toward an academy student, about how he deliberately sabotaged a student's future. While she spoke, all he could think about was the fish roasting down there. It's burnt to a crisp. After 3 days of hunger, my precious meal burning is what I'm supposed to worry about now. His face slowly fell into dismay as the fish he was roasting was about to burn, but she kept prattling on. "I thought you'd only say a few words, but whatever. I'm done for now." This person was Princess Phinia. Her furious expression kept shouting hateful, resentful words. She truly had the power to get me expelled. If that's the case, Ed Roth Taylor lost his temper. His gloomy face stepped toward her as he spoke. "The sun will set early. Doesn't royalty always have guard with them?" He flashed a mysterious smile, his eyes simmering with anger, his face betraying uncontrolled emotion as he said, "I didn't expect a princess to appear alone in the forest like this." Phinia showed no fear and unleashed her power, taking a battle-ready stance. "If you think you can threaten me when I have no guards, you're mistaken." After Phinia finished speaking, Ed Roth Taylor asked back, "What do you mean by threaten?" "I'm just being simple." He dropped to one knee, placing his right hand on his chest and his left hand to the ground, then offering a confident smile, merely trying to thank the princess. Clairvoyance activated. Surprised and suspicious of his words, she turned on clairvoyance to observe. "Thank you." There was no deceit in Ed Roth Taylor's words. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "What?" She looked utterly astonished. He raised his eyes to her, thinking inwardly. The Roth Taylor family Ed belonged to was famous and powerful, but that family had long exploited the people and conducted human experiments. It reminded him of a powerful figure standing before a blood-red castle in a gloomy space wherein human experiments below stacked corpses on top of each other. To the protagonist, it was a despicable family destined for destruction. A grim, horrific scene rose. The guillotine stood tall, a symbol of merciless punishment. Its blade gleamed, reflecting the blood-red sky like the flames of hell. Below, heads lay silent in puddles of blood, faces hollow with the traces of final terror, while above the sky burned red. Black birds flocked and darkened the scene, as if signaling a great crime carried out and punished. The space was filled with deadly silence. Only the flutter of wings and the oppressive sense of uncompromising retribution remained. This was where justice and crime met, leaving chills in its wake. Everyone in the family would be imprisoned or executed. However, I was already cast out. The new creation, the burnt fish, was inedible. His only meal was ruined. Maybe I'll have to endure hunger and cold, but that's better than death. In the long run, it's far better. He looked ahead with resolute eyes and a sly smile. So I must convince Phinia without lying. Otherwise, I'll be expelled. If I go wrong, it could be game over. Everything would end immediately. No, I'd be done for. At this point, it was about a week before classes began for Ed Rothtailor. Phinia remained on guard in a combat stance as Ed Rothtailor knelt before her. Ed Rothtailor continued to sink into his thoughts. So why was the princess here? Suddenly he stood and gently probed her. Coming here without guards and dressed plainly means you are taking the placement exam. The placement exam assignment of Professor Glass. A mysterious man cast magic orbs as a test to search for mana seeds in the forest. Ed Rothtailor closed his eyes and said, Professor Glass test is known to be extremely harsh. Naturally, if that's Princess Phinia aiming for the top class, she'll be aiming for Class A. She remained in a battle-ready stance, glaring at him in surprise and asking, Are you flattering me? You haven't changed at all. As I predicted, I should ask the Academy to expel you immediately. Before she could finish, Ed Rothtailor interrupted, but not without my help. Phonia's face instantly shifted from calm to wide-eyed astonishment. He leaned close to her with a calm, confident look and said, You will never get into Class A if I lie even a little. Her surprise hadn't faded. Well, you can expel me if you like. She stepped through the puddle and walked forward. According to Ed Rothtailor, if you go to the southeastern lake of the forest, there's a small island with a giant tree growing in the center. Phinia approached the tree. The surroundings were brilliantly bright. That tree was called Marilda's guardian tree. There, beneath the trunk, something glinted. You will find the gift I left. She picked up the mana seed and inspected it with a sour expression, recalling the directions Ed Rothtailor had given her. That Ed Rothtailor from 3 days ago was surely a fraud and incompetent. His terrified face when Princess Phinia caught him was unforgettable. I still remember that scene clearly. Yet the image of Ed Rothtailor kneeling to thank her reappeared. Ed Rothtailor as he was now. Beneath the canopy, she held the mana seed and pondered the earlier events. It left her baffled about what was happening. The placement exam had ended. The academy looked like a vast, splendid castle, an extravagant campus fit for nobility. In one classroom, Professor Glass stood below and called out, collecting the mana seeds the students had obtained. His stern, somewhat intimidating face watching the students. Glass, the magic professor. The students raised the seeds they had gathered, eyes shining as they looked at the teacher. He fell silent, staring at the pupils with nothing more to say, then angrily turned and sent them all to Class F. The students were left dejected and helpless. The important thing was to understand the examiner's intent. This test wasn't just about finding mana seeds. Professor Glass held up 3 gems that should have been found and said, Only those who can find seeds filled with such mana get into Class A. Only 3 people found those seeds. First was Zix, with a dark, sharp face, red accents at the eye's corner, and emerald-like eyes. Second was Lortel, with striking orange-red hair and a proud smile. And finally, the one who found the seed at Marilda's guardian tree possessed unusually high mana. He declared plainly, pointing over there, the person who found that seed was the one I had hidden it from. Phinia rose at the teacher's words, her face serious. You will be the class leader. On the other side, he was still despondent because his only meal, the fish, had burned. His voice was mournful. It's all burnt. I don't even have the strength to use the spear to catch anything. The new craft was a crude fishing rod made by chopping a branch with a knife, using only cloth and replacing the hook with a small nail. Its durability was low, and it was hard to tell if a fish had bitten. 1 star out of 5. With a dejected face, he hooked the trembling fish onto the nail. He kept thinking about her, the third princess of the Phenia Elias Kloll Empire. Since childhood, Princess Phenia had seen through deceit and sophistry. She sat beneath and looked up at those people with sharp, resolute eyes that pierced through trickery. That keen gaze was the result of an innate skill. When activating clairvoyance, her golden pupils could clearly see every lie. No one could escape her sight. Thus there was no choice but to give her accurate information. As he thought this, he cast his line into the water. But this raised a bigger issue. Why Princess Phenia would be called the Princess of Love, with golden hair and a pure white dress like an angel. After failing the placement exam, she would be placed in Class F. That's when everything would begin. However, if Phenia, an influential figure at this early stage, listened to Ed Rothtailor's guidance about the mana seed, found the hidden seed, and got into Class A, the original storyline would start to collapse. The image of the pure, loved princess would shatter. Even if I avoided expulsion, all my information would be useless, and I'd be finished. Ed Rothtailor sighed, holding his fishing rod and pondering. Of course, at that moment Professor Glass's voice rang out. The top student is Lucy Merrill. Phenia's face suddenly darkened in disbelief, and the top student turned out to be the one snoring away and not caring about the world ahead of her. The future probably wouldn't change. She stormed off in anger. Phenia kept thinking, clairvoyance always reveals the truth. This really is a mana seed. Ed Rothtailor did not lie. However, the seed in her hand began to tremble. This isn't a gift. Why did Princess Phenia hide her identity from the start? She stood before the giant tree with the seed, thinking it over. She was embarrassed by the advantages she'd gain if she revealed herself. She wanted to prove herself. She knew this mana seed would yield the best result for the test. The image of the mana seed flashing under the tree. Yet Phenia did not take it, because she hadn't discovered it herself. She left the mana seed where it was and departed with little joy. The title Princess of Love she would receive in the future wasn't a skill or a stat. While everyone praised Lucy, Phenia left the classroom with a dark expression. The title she would receive by following the original plot. She had tossed out a bait for the princess. She recalled his words to her. "You will never get into Class A. If I lie even a little, you can expel me." Whether it was a lie or the truth didn't matter. Halfway along, she stopped to ponder something. The princess would always dwell on it. If Ed Rothtailor had truly lied that the princess would fail the test, she might suddenly punch the wall hard, confidently succeed, and punch him in the face. However, Ed Rothtailor had not lied. While lost in thought, the fish began to tug at the line, causing ripples in the water. That she couldn't get into Class A, now the princess. Phenia's face twisted with fury as she grit her teeth. "Ed Rothtailor, I'll be watching you. There's nothing more I can do." The fish bit. He pulled up the rod with a delighted look when he caught a big one. One down. Dawn was breaking. I had to live somewhere. He ran quickly toward the academy, sprinting from early morning to arrive on time. He panted as he ran, exhausted. After a while he arrived, drenched in sweat. His mouth still gasped for breath from the exertion. But I'm back now. He stood before the academy. The splendid campus scenery one could only envy. Sylvania Academy. A voice announced loudly for everyone to hear. The academy's opening ceremony will begin. Glad to see students who worked hard before the new term. Help yourselves to food while you listen. Also, the atmosphere of Sylvania Academy. I could hear the murmured greetings. Oh, look at him. How dare he show up at the opening? Does he intend to continue studying here? The other students whispered among themselves. He calmly sliced a piece of meat to eat. This is the victor's reward. Just enjoy it. He put the meat in his mouth. Around him were plates piled high with meat he'd already eaten. This isn't Ed Rothtailor. The goal is graduation. The whispers continued about him. A sophomore senior said the entrance test is tough. Up close he looks a bit different, doesn't he? He eats very politely. I have no other aim. I only wish to graduate. The girls who had been gossiping about him moved on. I hear the palate cleanser made by Chef Ophilis is at that table. Let's go eat. We can chat during the break. What do you think? Ennis, sounds good, Clara. A soft voice from a stranger rang out. How strange. Somehow, I wish. The pink-haired girl would turn and look at him. He looked like a different person. Nothing happened. The sky was clear and the air cool. A large, beautiful school, yet not lacking in modern touches. Today is Sylvania's opening day. In the grand auditorium, the students were gathered and loud voices echoed. I'm eager to meet new talented faces this term and see what contributions you'll bring to Sylvania. Already, in a room labeled Head of Department. On the first day, Ed Roth-Taylor stepped out of that room, his whole body frozen as if turned to stone, a black aura surrounding him. I was certain I'd been expelled. A middle-aged man with slick-back hair wore a radiant, friendly smile. Who would have thought Fenia would speak to the department head about me? Ed Roth-Taylor was helpless, suspicious, but seeing that elderly man smile warmly, he assumed she must have said something favorable. Ed Roth-Taylor mouthed and sighed. Anyway, I'm lucky to have avoided expulsion. His gaze hardened with resolve. Better be careful not to stray too far from the original plot. A system panel appeared above with an archer icon detailing combat ability. Novice fighter, specialized weapon bout proficiency level 1. I also gained a survival skill to stay alive. A snowy white rabbit stared around in bewilderment, just beginning to practice magic suitable for a magic track student. It couldn't stay still for 3 seconds when an arrow came out of nowhere and struck the rabbit's neck, sending it crashing to the ground. There's no better weapon than a bow to combine and make use of both. Once I master survival skills better and can craft higher quality bows then. He stepped up to the rabbit, plucked the arrow still lodged in it, holding it in his hand while clutching a sharp knife. I could enchant the arrow with a spirit and a spell, though of course spirits and spells aren't trivial. Something suddenly startled him. Astonishment tightened in his eyes. Not far off, across a river, a young woman with pink hair sat beneath an ancient tree, absorbed in reading her gifted grimoire. It was Janica Faylover. She read so intently she couldn't take her eyes off the book. Her hair fluttered in the cool breeze. Janica Faylover, 52, ranked first in the Spirit Mage Prodigy class. Suddenly her gaze flicked elsewhere. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she looked toward Ed Roth-Taylor and asked, "You're the funny fellow Marita mentioned, aren't you?" To Ed Roth-Taylor's surprise, Janica Faylover instantly leaped from the great tree, crossed the river, and stood before Ed Roth-Taylor with a radiant, joyful face. "You're Ed Roth-Taylor, right? I'm Janica Faylover. I'm also in second year like you. You can call me Janica." Janica's sudden appearance left Ed Roth-Taylor startled and embarrassed. "Huh? When did she get here?" Janica, with clear eyes, asked him. Startled? "Wondering how I knew about you, right?" She cheerfully waved her hands and said, "You see, this forest is Marilda's territory, a high-level spirit. I often come here to listen. She tells many stories in her head." He asked in wonder, "The lord of this forest told you about me?" Janica answered happily, "Marilda can be a bit nosy sometimes, but everything in this forest is within her sight. So how could she not notice an uninvited guest?" Ed Roth-Taylor stared at the rabbit in his hands, thinking, an uninvited guest. His face darkened with a hint of worry. "It's true I've killed a few too many squirrels and chopped down too many trees." Janica moved closer when she saw his concern and, comforting him, made him awkwardly embarrassed. "Don't worry about those little things. Creatures in this forest follow nature's rule. Eat or be eaten. Marilda doesn't take issue with those actions of yours." Ed Roth-Taylor's cheeks reddened slightly as he glanced away, avoiding direct eye contact with her. "I suppose even a gigantic, terrifying wolf has a kind heart." "Huh?" Janica Faylover stared at him and, startled, discovered something. She smiled brightly. "Surprise, right?" Oh, I have something I want to show you." Her eyes widened as she reached her hand toward him. A pale, aqua blue light emanated from her palm. "So cute, right? I just met it yesterday and immediately made a contract with it." Ed Roth-Taylor stared at the thing in her hand, thinking to himself, a contract with a spirit? Seeing his reaction, she offered, "Do you want to try touching it?" Ed Roth-Taylor hesitated for a moment, his lips barely moving. Being friends with Janica is always fine, but he clutched his hands, looking a bit worried, and said, I can't perceive spirits at all, so I don't know how cute or charming it is. Rather, I don't have the ability to see it. Janica was taken aback and asked in surprise, You can't see spirits? Ed Rothtailor calmly turned and replied, Yeah. Anyway, I'm just here to look for food. I'll be going ahead. His face darkened in displeasure. Only by following the original plot could he obtain useful, advantageous information. Janica Failover is an extremely important figure in the original plot. With her dazzling red eyes and hollow face, a cold, dark aura surrounds her, someone I must never approach. She continued to watch his departing figure attentively. Her gaze gradually darkened. It was no longer the sparkling look she had when talking to Ed Rothtailor. Recalling Ed Rothtailor's embarrassed, awkward remark, I suppose even a gigantic, terrifying wolf has a kind heart, huh? Janica Failover was stroking something beside her. Why the blue light? You're right, Marilda. He's quite an interesting one. It turned out to be a stunning, glowing wolf. Janica stroked the wolf and said, Thinking back, maybe he really can't see her. Who is he anyway? Also, she leapt onto the wolf, lay on its soft fur, and complained, I've tried so hard to get close to him, but why does he only ever say to me? What does that even mean? Oh my, you're so gloomy. Well, we'll meet again later anyway. From above, the area was covered in green trees surrounding a central lake. There was a small patch of land where a tree shone brilliant. Shall we start exploring now? A map appeared showing hills and woods around the path. My lodging is really far from school. Ed Rothtailor was sweating and panting. I had to sprint from early morning just to arrive at class on time. Just moving from home to school increases stats. Ridiculous. He studied seriously and diligently. If I want that scholarship, I must work even harder. I use a burning stick and flint to take notes and borrow books from the library to read more. His face grew anxious as he sat by the river washing clothes. Will they dry by tomorrow? On the way home, I washed the sweat-soaked clothes to wear again the next day. You might think washing takes up my whole day, but no. He counted everything very carefully. Why does this jerky smell a bit fishy? I still need to check I have enough dry wood, drinking water, and jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Doing all that means I only sleep 4 hours a day. Ed Rothtailor began to frown in irritation. But that wasn't the thing that bothered me most. Hey, he called out toward where Janica Failover was hiding. How long do you plan to keep following? She was startled and panicked. You knew. Hearing that made him even angrier, and he shouted. Hiding in plain sight like that is a novel approach. Ed Rothtailor frowned in anger, his eyes flashing purple as he growled. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor, the most wicked person in the world. Why do you keep sneaking around me like that? Janica Failover said gently, Those are just other people's opinions about you, right? Which made him startle and surprise. She smiled radiantly, her eyes full of light. I don't even know what kind of person you are yet. He frowned, his eyes confused. Well, of course, Janica Failover is that kind of character. Janica appeared with a gentle, friendly, sunny face. At first glance, she seemed innocent and naive, but in fact, she is an independent-minded girl. However, in another version, she had eyes burning red like ominous flames, and a chill so cold it raised goosebumps. Because I already know what awaits in the future, I can't just respond to her with a delighted smile. Because Janica Failover radiates a powerful, massive force capable of destroying the world. She's the final boss of Chapter 1. He squeezed his eyes shut, teeth grinding, silently cursing. I'm the villain. I'm the villain. I'm a jerk, but she's also the only character who smiles at Ed Rothtailor. I don't want things to go this far, but since fate has brought us together like this, could you do me a favor? She asked cheerfully, her eyes sparkling. What is it? Ed Rothtailor's face darkened. He replied calmly, You can see it. I'm in a mess. My family abandoned me, and I don't have a single coin on me. He uttered a line that froze her on the spot, leaving her speechless. So could you lend me some money? Her eyes went vacant, as if she couldn't see the future anymore. I mean, I'll pay you back, not keep it forever. Friends help each other in times like these, right? I'll only borrow for a short while. How much do you have? Janica Failover received the top scholarship every year, but talent alone wasn't enough for others to notice her excellence. Janica diligently read each book to absorb new knowledge. Her family was so poor that without scholarships, she couldn't have enrolled or continued school. Janica came from a farming family, so her weakness was money. The two fell into a quiet silence. She seemed like she wanted to vanish from the world after saying, sorry. He grew a bit anxious, sweating profusely. Janica, fail of her type. The weather was clear, blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun. 3 days later, Ed Roththaler was still hard at work hunting rabbits. I think it's not a great idea, but I don't want to get entangled with major plot characters any more than necessary. His gaze turned sharp and determined. It's best to be careful not to stray too far from the plot. Then he approached a hut made of branches. He peeked in and was so startled he dropped the pack from his back. He panicked, startled, sweating profusely. What on earth? In terms of importance, this character is even more significant than Janica. Not only classmates, but even professors gawk when talking about them. He is a rare genius and the most powerful figure among Sylvania's failed swords. It was Lucy Merrill. She lay there sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world. Lucy Merrill. Then she woke and stretched widely. How on earth did she end up sleeping here? He backed away in alarm. What is she doing in this valley? The original plot must be handled carefully. She sat up, weary and listless. Too noisy, I couldn't sleep. He was utterly bewildered. I didn't do anything. Not you. She, half asleep, pointed to something behind him. A wolf as big as a house over there. He jumped, terrified, his heart racing, pupils contracting. It's been talking to you this whole time. A wolf's head emerged around it, emitting a blue glow. He turned back in astonishment. It asked you to help when the day came. A giant wolf stood right in front of him. Save Janica at all costs. Ed Roththaler had a staff in one hand and a rope in the other. Let's get to work. Lucy Merrill has only been in the district for 2 days. Nothing should have changed, right? It wasn't long before I realized that thought was wildly conceited. Suddenly the quest board popped up, joint combat practice. Where the light shone was a combat arena stand, surrounded by the students' cheers. This was a literal simulated duel. A tall, burly man was using his strength to attack his opponent. To minimize casualties, Combat Academy students mostly use fake weapons. A parade of characters appeared. The kind-hearted Princess Phenia with flowing golden hair, Princess Lortel, arms crossed confident and looking ahead. Zix with sharp eyes, the elementalist Janica with a sunny smile. Lazy Lucy in a weary cloak sprawled on the white floor. Kebius, sword rested on his shoulder, eyes hollow. These characters would take forever to list, but the most important, after all, is the protagonist. Ed Roththaler's gaze was resolute, sword pointed straight ahead. Taylor the Failed Blade. Next is Ed Roththaler's match. Ed Roththaler's eyes gleamed as he watched the stands intently. Someone was using their power to create a huge vortex not far away. Thick smoke swirled, and a crater dented the arena floor. It was Zix, radiating a green aura that enhanced his presence. The winners of the joint combat practice were first-year students, except for one twist affecting the protagonist, Ed Roththaler. Suddenly, Janica Failover appeared from nowhere, cheerfully calling out. Despite his helplessness, he could hardly believe he'd just begged her for money. She still ran over happily to greet him. His expression darkened as he judged her, who said cheerfully, "The match list is out. If Lucy is like a feral cat, Janica is like an adorable puppy." He turned his face away without looking. "No need. I'm not very interested." She laughed and asked why. "Aren't you curious who you'll face?" Ed Roththaler froze, eyes narrowing in stunned surprise. "Wait, I'm scheduled to fight too." He hurriedly looked at the paper with a stunned, bewildered face. In the original plot, Ed Roththaler should have been expelled by now. So who could he possibly be matched against? Ed Roththaler clenched one fist and placed the other over his chest, declaring clearly, "I will show them." His eyes filled with determined resolve, giving his all. He smiled and watched carefully. "Yes, who I fight now isn't important. I must focus on Taylor." Even through the screen, I've lived with Taylor's character for a long time. The image of Taylor kneeling on one knee, gripping his sword tightly. Game over. Play again? Yes, no. Yet the tragic, extreme ending and the true finales are unforgettable. Do you want to return? Yes, no. I've gone through that journey countless times, and among the many paths he could choose. You bow your head, eyes dazed. There's no easy path. I knew I'd live this life, but he clenched his hands, eyes glistening with admiration. I'm still cheering for you. Taylor, you know. Suddenly, a loudspeaker announcement left him disoriented. Repeating, first-year student Lucy Merrill. Any Lucy Merrill present? Ed Roth Taylor was so astonished he broke into a sweat. Please complete preparations and head to the arena. What did Lucy disappear to? He helplessly looked toward a black crate where someone was sound asleep. Lucy covered her mouth and yawned reluctantly on the arena floor. Finish your match first. The top first-year Lucy Merrill will fight. Taylor McClure. Taylor had been waiting for a long time, ready in a fighting stance, gripping his sword with fierce intent. The protagonist of this world was born destined to be a swordsman. Though he'd never held a sword, with a single swing in his life, he poured all his strength into swinging the sword forward. Light flared around him. He could cleave through Lucy's lightning magic. Lucy stood dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes at the spell. She thought she would surely wound her opponent to no effect. Taylor would exploit her opening. Taylor lunged like a gale, racing toward where Lucy stood. To close the distance, Lucy unexpectedly unleashed a common flash lightning spell at Taylor. Giant, powerful greenish-blue bolts struck the arena, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Taylor was completely overwhelmed by Lucy's instinctive magic, but because she used a mid-level spell, Lucy was eliminated. Taylor, covered in wounds but still gripping his sword, was declared the victor. Ed Roth Taylor in the present thought of that and closed his eyes, sobbing. This is the legendary scene. With Taylor and Lucy both present on the main stage, they stepped forward and shouted, "All right." The match, with the referee's call, began. The arena was the focus of everyone's attention. Taylor's eyes were resolute as he raised his fist. "I'm coming." Lucy calmly formed a matrix and unleashed a great surge of power. Before 3 seconds had passed, Taylor was blasted into the wall amid billowing dust and smoke. Everyone in the stands was utterly shocked, especially Ed Roth Taylor. She yawned tiredly and scratched the back of her neck. Seeing the scene, people in the stands started whispering. "That's it. He can't beat the top student, huh?" Understandable. Charging a mage like it's barehanded combat. What can you do? Taylor McClure's life has always been full of trials. Taylor McClure's hand twitched slightly, born a perpetual underdog. He was a failing student who'd never achieved good results since entering the academy. His hand trembled, a loser who's never been acknowledged by anyone. He reached for the sunlit sword and gripped it tightly, while everyone thought he had lost. Despite all the jeers, he rose up with a body full of painful wounds, even in that moment of despair. From the stands, he looked down and smiled with hope. Taylor never had. Taylor slowly stood, red auras emanating around him, extinguishing hope. His smile turned triumphant and satisfied. "That's right. Your friend can do it. Come on." He shot like an arrow toward where Lucy stood. Taylor McClure's eyes flashed in alarm, startled. Taylor McClure. He in the stands laughed louder and louder. At this moment, Lucy would use lightning magic. But unexpectedly, his face registered astonishment and his eyes narrowed in panic. When the sword neared Lucy's face, suddenly a green power was unleashed, suppressing Taylor's blade. A tremendous source of power radiated out, causing Lucy to flinch back a little. Taylor stared, astonished and terrified. The magic roared like a majestic, fierce beast. It formed a massive vortex that hurled Taylor high into the air. Taylor was blasted and slammed into the surrounding walls amid choking smoke. His body stuck to the wall, then slowly fell crashing to the ground. And the most surprised person was still him, not the lightning magic. Lucy, with a bright purple glow like a fresh dish, swallowed everything whole like the wind. The referee's voice rang out. Lucy Merrill wins, and cheers erupted. Taylor was knocked out, dazed to one side, eyes vacant with no hope. Ed Roth Taylor was so astonished he was speechless. Isla Triss said with tear-filled eyes, "Without you, Taylor would have had to endure a rough time anyway." She rushed out, spreading her arms to block Taylor and keep Ed Roth Taylor away. "Don't bother him anymore," Isla Triss shouted at Taylor. Taylor then stood up as well, his hand clenched, hesitating as he asked, "You're still in school?" At the sight of Taylor, Ed Roth-Taylor seemed to realize something. His eyes widened as he thought silently, "He's recovered." A fighting spirit never collapses, no matter how strong the opponent. Ed Roth-Taylor. He called the name Ed Roth-Taylor with caution and stepped forward. Isla Triss stood as if shielding him, her gaze fixed on him. Ed Roth-Taylor looked into Taylor McClure's eyes and saw resolve flare up. Understood. He remembered Isla Triss running off, realizing that while he faced the princess, she was the one who quietly gave Taylor his greatest encouragement. Isla Triss had sprinted to the door without looking back. He could picture Isla Triss throwing her arm around Taylor's shoulder, his whole body smeared with the signs of battle as she comforted him. "You'll get through this too. It's what you do best. Don't be discouraged because of this, Taylor." He snapped back from his thoughts as Taylor spoke. "Why are you here? Got a problem with me?" Both Taylor and the girl behind him eyed Ed Roth-Taylor suspiciously, wary of someone who once harmed them. He thought that with Isla Triss beside Taylor, he'd rise again and again. After a brief pause, Ed Roth-Taylor found a suitable explanation and replied, "Your sword technique is incredible. I'm glad to see it again." Taylor, puzzled and highly guarded, asked back, "What are you plotting?" "Indeed, I have been through a lot with Taylor and stood by him until the very end." "Be honest about, huh?" Turning, Ed Roth-Taylor answered nonchalantly, "Nothing like that." In his head, Ed Roth-Taylor recalled thinking Taylor would save the world, so he only planned how to survive. He had treated him differently because he was the protagonist and would do the hard things for him. But now he felt relieved. The corner of Ed Roth-Taylor's mouth twitched into a grin and his face relaxed. It wasn't because the plot veered back to the original, but because Taylor, the one he'd stood shoulder to shoulder with, was okay. That was enough. Ed Roth-Taylor walked off with his hands in his pockets, satisfied. Both Taylor and Isla Triss were baffled, momentarily speechless. But then they quickly reacted, frozen in place as their color drained, and they sneered in unison. "What the? Why is he acting so cool?" Of course this had to happen. Ed Roth-Taylor knew how they would react. He walked on without looking back, though he probably still needed a few pairs of pants for that smugness of his. With a sudden bang, Ed Roth-Taylor spun around as a fierce red light blazed behind him. A battle was raging in the building next to where he stood. Ed Roth-Taylor watched calmly, not a hair out of place. Is it time? According to the storyline, everyone would witness this while sitting in the nail building. He thought the light must be from a majestic red dragon breathing fire and attack. Then a girl began to draw a magic circle. She launched an attack and immediately froze it solid. The ice covering the dragon quickly turned into a solid block, yet didn't hold for long. When the ice cracked, another girl leapt straight onto the fierce dragon. She was a pink-haired girl with red eyes, smiling faintly. Princess Lortel and the spirit mage Janica were sparring. He thought that even if it differed from the original version, Taylor and Isla Triss would surely be watching. As he expected, Taylor and Isla Triss sat wide-eyed, mouths agape, following the fiery battle. Taylor's eyes were full of admiration and awe. Wide-eyed, Taylor, because yet another of the countless challenges was bearing down on him, silently sent a message to himself. At this moment, the situation seemed unfavorable for the red-haired girl. Her expression clearly showed struggle and difficulty. The fire dragon, enraged, swooped down and unleashed a powerful blast of flame from its mouth toward her. But he knew the final boss of Act 1 was Janica Failover. Janica smiled as she acted, her beauty glowing in the red blaze. After the brutal fight with the dragon, the crowd around the pretty pink-haired girl erupted in cheers. "Woo, congrats, Janica!" Janica was the only student in the year who beat the new students, with a good personality and excellent spirit summoning skills. "How are you so perfect?" The girl beamed radiantly. Thanks." Suddenly, two men's urgent voices cut through, catching her attention as she widened her eyes. "Patient coming through. Please make way." Janica stared blankly as the red-haired girl she'd just fought, wounds all over, was carried away on a stretcher by two rushing men. Meanwhile, the students around her kept fawning. "How could your spirit actually celebrate you like that, Janica?" Janica really was the pride of the second year. They continued without noticing Janica Failover's vacant gaze and frozen stance. Returning to Ed Roth Taylor's thoughts. Unlike the original, Lucy had defeated Taylor. It ended with the protagonist joining the joint real combat. This time, Janica Failover had become the honor defender for the second year. Outside, even more people swarmed around Janica. He kept thinking as he brushed dust off his coat. Janica already had many friends, but this incident would make things crazier for her. Then he left, only seeing Ed Roth Taylor's back and footsteps heading toward the door. Well, fine. I'll see less of her in the tent anyway. One evening at Ed Roth Taylor's lodging, he was thinking about recent events involving the protagonist. His head began to spin. 2 weeks had passed since the joint royale combat. Without the protagonist around, I can focus on studying and surviving without worrying. Ed Roth Taylor looked at the cage under the stream. He had a fishing net, so food was temporarily sorted. He brushed wet hair aside, and his blue eyes stared at the stats board. Ed Roth Taylor's body had become noticeably more muscular than before. Defined muscles traced his form. He wondered inwardly if his stamina stat was rising. He felt stronger each day. It was still too early to slack off. Ed Roth Taylor reminded himself as he walked on. By chance, Janica Failover was in a nearby bush, using both hands to half cover her flushed cheeks as she saw his muscled, soaking wet body wearing only a single pair of pants, and she let out a soft She embarrassedly said, "Ed Roth Taylor, do you like being naked?" Ed Roth Taylor was startled by Janica's appearance, embarrassed, and pointed at her while snapping. "Why are you suddenly here, spouting nonsense?" "I just got back from fishing," both of them blushing. Calming down, Janica approached the fire while Ed Roth Taylor spoke. "What's so special about this place that you keep coming back?" Sitting on a log nearby, she replied, "This is my secret spot. It makes me feel like an adventurer, and that's fun." She added softly, glancing shyly at the fire, "I wanted to talk to you a bit, and I also need some advice." "Really?" As he asked about advice, he slipped on his shirt, thinking to himself, "Why me?" She continued, "You left early, so you probably didn't notice, but during last month's joint battle, I caused someone to be injured." The image of Lortel, writhing on a stretcher, came back to mind. Ed Roth Taylor remembered with some judgment. Didn't her opponent use mid-level magic? Mid-level magic is banned. Well, it doesn't matter to someone as kind-hearted as Janica. Janica continued, her voice sounding sadder. "I've tried to forget, but maybe I've tried too hard. I can't escape those thoughts." "Understood," Ed Roth Taylor replied. She looked over and asked, "Should I go apologize to her? Even though my friend will stop me and say it was her fault first." Without hesitation, he answered her question naturally. "Then do it, if you think it's the right thing." She was momentarily surprised as she looked at him. Looking at Janica, Ed Roth Taylor assessed. The second-year student was lovely and lively. Janica was a precious treasure to many in different ways, accompanied by her radiant smile. While she hugged her knees tighter, he kept thinking, if she feels guilty or blames herself, people will come comfort her and take her side. Ed Roth Taylor glanced at Janica. "It's good to have someone by your side, no matter what happens, but that still can't erase what already occurred. That must be why she came to me." Janica stretched, smiled contentedly, and said, "You never side with me unconditionally." Ed Roth Taylor, hands busy with his net, looked at her and said, "Sorry if I accidentally offended you." Janica hurriedly waved her hand. No, you misunderstood. I don't feel offended at all." She also thought to herself that he was different from last year. Ed Roth Taylor could partly understand people. Janica might be cheerful and lively, but she was also very perceptive. Janica began to think about Ed Roth Taylor too. Even when borrowing money in hard times, he never showed the usual desperation others did. This young man was indirectly telling her not to get too close. But those aspects of Ed Roth Taylor made Janica oddly comfortable. Smiling, she said, "Actually, I feel reassured now. I wish everyone in the world were like you." Ed Roth Taylor. That night was strangely peaceful. The tiny glow of fireflies and the rustle of the trees made the scene even more beautiful. Who knew what might happen next? The next morning at Sylvania Academy, Ed Roth Taylor strode quickly down the corridor. His face dark, his mood far from calm. He thought seriously now. The failed swordsman of Sylvania was called a masterpiece, but few saw its endings. New players encounter many bad endings early on. For example, if you rescue a girl in the bushes from kobolds during the placement test, you'll witness the princess's secret. She'll send people to kidnap Taylor. And so bad ending 3. Taylor was assassinated. In the monster-slaying training, if you ignore your childhood friend Isla and form a relationship with the princess. Bad ending 7. Isla dies from falling off a cliff because Taylor should have saved Isla as she was about to fall. If you protect the princess from the fire spirit summoned by Janica. Bad ending 3. Taylor gets burned alive. I have to run to her immediately. Suddenly a female voice cut through his thoughts. Senior, didn't you hear me? Taylor jumped. Why are you trailing me? The girl replied. I didn't expect you'd grit your teeth and ignore me for so long. Roth Taylor showed his annoyance. Of course I grit my teeth and ignore you. Wasn't that obvious? Roth Taylor looked at her and thought to himself. The fourth female lead of the failed swordsmen of Sylvania. The only daughter of the business magnate Elt Ketchum. Princess Lortel Ketchum, also known as the newbie crusher. She, with bandages on her body, looked at Roth Taylor confidently. This red-haired girl with blue eyes smiled and requested, I want to buy 2 hours of your time. Senior, Roth Taylor, answered Lortel while dropping coins into Roth Taylor's inner pocket. Keep them. He knew. She just thought the more people on her side, the better. 3 copper coins now lay in Roth Taylor's pocket. His calculating gaze seemed to grasp it. She sensed intuitively that she would have to fight Princess Phenia politically to dominate the academy. And she had to start looking for allies now. Along with that came a worried look and a gleam of scheming in her eyes as she stood behind Phenia's shadow. A corner of his mouth curled up as if he'd grasped the situation. He reached out to Lortel and said, All right, then at least let's shake hands. Thinking he'd achieved his goal, her eyes revealed scheming intent as she reached out. Those born into wealth can have their hearts crushed by even a touch of poverty. They shook hands, but surprisingly, for people in such a state, even a small sum of money is enough to make them collapse. They would sell even their estate, their pride, and even themselves to chase after coin. The metaphorical image was brutal. A gaunt, impoverished man snatching the few coins disdainfully given by others. Sadly, baiting such people is painfully simple. It was supposed to be that way. She stood frozen after he left. The 3 gold coins had somehow returned to Lortel's hand. Certain he'd used the handshake as an excuse, he returned them to her. She wasn't angry, only watched Roth Taylor's retreating back. How interesting, she thought. As Roth Taylor walked away, tension mounted. He grit his teeth. Had he accepted it, he might have lived better. If so, shame on him. Roth Taylor feared he couldn't imagine the hauntings he'd endure if trapped between the newbie crusher and Janica. So he resolved at all costs to avoid anything that would derail the original plot. That night, in the Sylvania Academy dormitory, Lortel felt no insult from the blunt rejection. Knowing strengths and weaknesses, benefits and self-interest, the perfect businesswoman never lets an opportunity within reach slip away. There, Lortel stepped out in her sleepwear and met Janica. Oh, didn't expect to see you here, Janica replied. Ah, it's you, Lortel. Your hair down makes you look different. The opportunity before her stirred Lortel's indomitable spirit to make Janica appear to become an ally. Her green eyes gleamed like a crafty serpent's. Recalling the previous spar, she elaborated, You know, people have been talking about you a lot for using banned mid-level magic during the joint battle. It's been a while, but I still wanted to apologize if I had the chance. While listening, Janica nodded sympathetically. Meanwhile, Lortel thought to herself that she only wanted to see what the top second-year student was like, though she would have to pay a rather high price. Looking at Lortel's bandaged arm, Janica asked with concern, Is your wound not healed yet? Oh, Lortel offered a polite smile. It'll heal soon. You don't need to worry too much, Senior Janica. The princess began calculating inwardly. Janica resembled fairy tale protagonists. Would exploiting her guilt make her easier to control? But Lortel was immediately surprised by Janica's question. Was your conversation with Roth Taylor going smoothly? She asked nervously. Why would you ask that? Janica tilted her head, smiling innocently as always. I told him to hold back if it's personal, but spirits love to gossip. As she spoke, 5 spirits appeared around her, bearing the colors of fire, earth, water, metal, and wood. The power radiating from her made Lortel wary. You know, I can hear most conversations happening north of the forest, Janica said hesitantly. So even so, I'm touched you voluntarily invested money because of me. Janica spoke, thinking of the deal Lortel had set up with Ed Rothtailor. Her face darkened as she closed in on Lortel. You know, money can't buy sincerity, right? She thought again of Ed Rothtailor returning the 3 coins to Lortel, then added a choice that might move her further. After that display of overwhelming presence, Janica returned to being the innocent, harmless girl. She scratched her head sheepishly and said, "Aren't you a bit full of yourself? It's your first time being a senior, so you're bragging a little, huh? How embarrassing." But caution still mingled with her scheming. I need to reassess her. She must prepare a lot to contract with a high-ranking spirit. Recently she's received much support, so she must work even harder. Janica said this, then turned and walked away under the moonlight streaming through the academy window. Lortel realized Janica resembled a fairy tale heroine. Huh, was I mistaken? A paragon of virtue? Absolutely not. Janica pretended to pause at the door and, before leaving, said, "Oh right, Lortel, I'm sorry about the other day. Because of you I got pretty badly hurt, didn't I? I hope you recover soon." She said it with a meaningful look and smile. Lortel thought again. Even fully aware of the world's darker side, she could still keep up that cheerful persona. Creak. The door shut as Janica failover departed, leaving Lortel Ketchum standing with her arms folded in the same spot. She tilted slightly and whispered, "The drama's about to start." Her brow knitted slightly. Earlier, Janica had looked strangely tense. Behind Janica Failover's door now, she no longer hid the anxiety in her heart. She sat with her back against the door, arms wrapped around her knees, looking up and telling herself to try harder, because it's good when people place their hopes in you. One morning the weather was clear and the sun high. Its rays shone down on Ed Rothtailor's clotheslines. Lucy, nearby, showed obvious displeasure at the sight of the clothes. They smelled awful. Crash! His pile of clothes took a hit, dust and garments scattering everywhere. He shouted, "Hey, I just hung these up." Suddenly noticing a stranger's presence, he looked in that direction with his shirt still over his head. Who is it?" It turned out to be Belle Maya, the senior maid of the awfulest dormitory hall. The short-haired girl looked at Ed Rothtailor with golden yellow eyes. Her outfit clearly marked her rank as a maid. She carried a basket in her hand. Ed Rothtailor remembered she was the one who had kicked him out before. Ed Rothtailor smiled awkwardly and spoke to the maid. "Oh, you mean this?" Belle Maya glanced around Ed Rothtailor's living area. Her voice was a bit cold, the sternness of someone strict. "I knew you were here. Janica has told me a lot about you. Still, I didn't expect you were living like this." She looked toward him as she said it. "Glad to see you've changed for the better," she offered a compliment. Ed Rothtailor wondered changed how, but could only murmur. Belle Maya's words passed one ear to the other, and his gaze remained fixed downward. Ed Rothtailor's mind was a whirl of thoughts. The Awfulest Hall maids were an elite group of women responsible for flawless upkeep of the residences, including cooking for the students. His eyes were glued to the basket in Belle Maya's hand, as if it were a treasure. Ed Rothtailor continued to imagine that the basket contained the finest ingredients the maid had gathered from the forest. These were high-level tidbits he couldn't get from books alone. He considered whether any events tied to Belle Maya might affect the main plot. Meanwhile, Belle Maya continued, "You don't need to be so formal." Her expression remained cool. "Just talk to me like you did back in Awfulest." Ed Rothtailor suddenly replied, "Nope." Belle Maya widened her eyes in surprise. After thinking it over, Ed Rothtailor concluded there were no events where Belle Maya directly influenced the main storyline. His attitude flipped into instant flattery, eager to win her favor. "How could I possibly speak casually with such a hard-working maid like you? As for that basket," he said pleadingly, silently thinking being friends with her couldn't hurt. The system screen popped up with the message that you have been told about edible fungi and herbs by Belle Maya. The basket, full of edible ingredients found in that forest, was like treasure to Ed Rothtailor. Creation complete. Crafting skill increased. System notification. New product. Net trap system. You have woven the net correctly. Tie it to branches and prop it up to prevent collapse when exposed to groundwater. Fish caught in the net will survive for several days. Difficulty, 2 stars. Besides the fish trap, your place already has reserved meat drying racks. I've gathered plenty of meat and fish. My food needs are nearly sorted. He set the golden cup, now filled with water and a few ingredients, among the kindling and stones. He shouted the ignition command, and beneath the cup, a blazing red flame erupted immediately. Ed Rothtailor glanced at the screen displaying fire magic. Ignite rank 10, wind magic, wind blade rank 10. I still only possess 2 basic spells, but I've used them so much I've unknowingly reached a user-level proficiency. The tea was finished. Its aroma spread through the air. The screen popped up again. New product, herbal tea. Tea made from the fragrant herbs Belle Maya showed you. Difficulty, 1.5 stars. He continued thinking that using them for chopping wood or cooking would significantly boost his survival chances. Proof came as he lifted the steaming cup between his hands, the rim pinched with a few leaves to avoid burning his fingers. The sunset scene. The sun was descending below the horizon. Ed Rothtailor sat there, satisfied that he'd finished his tasks before the sun set. Honestly, it was kind of fun. The more he thought about it, the more he smiled, content as if he'd achieved what he wanted. Suddenly, looking up at the sky, Ed Rothtailor saw 1 star twinkling brighter than any other, apparently descending toward his spot. Up until then, he finished his line of thought. Boom! A tremendous explosion as the star hurtled down at lightning speed. Both Ed Rothtailor and his tent were launched into the air. Amid choking dust, Ed Rothtailor lay where the star had flattened everything and blurted in shock. What the? My tent. Ed Rothtailor painfully looked over at his ruined tent. From the spot where the star fell came the sound of someone coughing. It was lucky for Ed Rothtailor that the star wasn't Jack, but Lucy. The silver-haired, violet-eyed girl sat in the crater she'd made from her fall. Almost died. She was coughing from the dust as she spoke, still in her pajamas, a mysterious purple magic light radiating around her. Ed Rothtailor stared at the girl, sitting in the smoke, stunned. Lucy sat in the deep hole made by her impact, trying to steady herself. Still shaken by the incident, she muttered she almost died. Ed Rothtailor rose, brushed dust from his clothes, and looked toward Lucy. Huh, you almost died? He wondered inwardly whom the continent's most powerful mage was talking to. She remained seated, trembling, as she called out the maid's name. Belle Maya. Even though she knew who it was, she still asked who that person was. Was she a good person? Lucy recalled in horror the image of the maid, Belle Maya, with bloodshot eyes and murderous intent, fists clenched as she approached. I behaved normally, but for some reason she became so sensitive. She came toward me with her fists clenched. Lucy bowed her head slightly, embarrassed as she recounted that she'd fled in surprise. Ed Rothtailor moved closer to check. You must be in a lot of pain, right? He watched Lucy sigh as she climbed out of the large hole. She replied, Of course. Ed Rothtailor ground his teeth, his expression sour as he cursed inwardly. Ah, Belle Maya, what kind of life have you been living? After causing that commotion, Lucy casually asked, Do you have any food left? Whack! A small branch from Ed Rothtailor's hand snapped against her head. Ed Rothtailor snapped angrily. Still asking? You blew it all away, didn't you? Lucy let out a small yelp, rubbing the spot where the branch hit her head. Ed Rothtailor exclaimed in surprise, wondering, No magic protection? She probably noticed his question and quickly explained, My mana's depleted, rubbing her head as she spoke. Oh, really? Ed Rothtailor said gloomily. Her eyes were panicked, rimmed with tears. Ed Rothtailor had never been this angry before. He raised his hand toward her forehead, fingers poised to flick her. Firstly, as punishment for destroying my house. Lucy's scream echoed through the forest, evidence of his fury, and he continued. And is this the behavior of the kind Belle Maya? Cut to the school library. Ed Rothtailor determined he needed a sturdier home. Come on, let's build a proper wooden house. A busy person like me is lucky to get all the info I need at once by coming to the library. Ed Rothtailor closed the book he'd been reading. Design data require materials, then it's just trimming trees and finishing the roof? He mused to himself. A voice made him look up. It's closing time. A pink-haired girl approached the stacks where Ed Rothtailor sat and said, "Senpai, you're really diligent." Ed replied, "Oh, it's closing time already? Sorry about that." The girl with twin ponytails gave him a cute smile. She was Elka Island, a first-year mage student. Smiling warmly, she said, "When I see someone so focused on studies like you, I feel motivated." "My name is Elka Island." Her gray eyes sparkled as she stared in admiration. He wiped sweat and thought, "What's with that look? So insistent. She wants to know my name?" He turned his head slightly and answered, "I'm Ed Rothtailor." Upon hearing his name, Elka Island's face immediately showed a reaction all too familiar to Ed Rothtailor. The excitement vanished. As expected, his reputation couldn't be erased so quickly. Reputation is the hardest thing to scrub clean at this academy. Compared to the rumors, reality was different. Elka's words made Ed Rothtailor widen his eyes at her odd attitude. She continued, "In just a few days you finished books on elemental science that I found confusing. Even now you sit and diligently read, and you've gone through more than 6 specialized volumes at once." As she spoke, her eyes fixed on the stack of books beside him. She went on, "So where did the rumor come from that you're clueless and only pretending to be talented?" She laughed innocently and cheerfully. "Truly, you can't trust rumors." The image of Ed Rothtailor striding heroically in a red cloak appeared in her mind from behind. "I'm lucky to have the chance to know such a sincere, capable senpai, so I'll support you wholeheartedly." Elka Island clasped her hands, her voice more excited than before. Ed Rothtailor replied, "Thanks." Preparing to leave, Elka Island waved goodbye. "Take care getting home. I'll tidy this place up a bit, then head back to the dorm." Suddenly the ground began to tremble. "What now?" Ed Rothtailor's eyes widened. Both of them staggered, unable to stand steady against the sudden shake. Elka Island turned abruptly to the nearby bookshelf, as several books lost their balance and hurtled straight toward her. The screen shifted to a mystical purple of the system. Volume 1, Final Chapter. The Glaskin battle begins. A gigantic magic circle appeared in the Academy sky. From its center, a massive beam of light shot downward, creating a tremendous shockwave. 11:30, temporary stronghold in front of the Student Military Affairs Center. With the active involvement of the protagonist Taylor's group, it's likely many students have joined. A dark purple hue now covered the entire academy. 2 hours have passed since the sudden event. It's what I've read about in the Spirit Magic book. From within a building came the lively murmur of a crowd. It was the highest-level dark spirit, the Glaskin summoning circle. The heart of the gigantic circle exuded a purple aura filled with oppressive momentum. Phenia, who chaired the discussion, folded her arms and said gravely, "Bad news. Only someone with such a high soul-sensing ability could summon a high-level dark spirit like that. That person is very likely our enemy. The second-year top student, you've been possessed. Janica Failover." One could imagine Janica Failover exuding terrifying black energy, her will seemingly overtaken. Everyone fell silent, tense at the news. Phenia continued, "Unfortunately, now is not the time for that. But Perilatris, we should not delay." Taylor Marrowy suddenly spoke up, drawing Phenia's attention. "If Glaskin is summoned, casualties will be higher. We must enter the Student Guild Hall." He extended his hand decisively. Claire, captain of the Royal Guard, voiced his concern. "Those outside the barrier will realize what's happening soon. If the Royal Guard and the professors deal with it, they'll handle it quickly." Alvira Aniston, who often intervenes from Senior Class 51, put her hands on her hips and interjected, "If that's a barrier formed by a high-level dark spirit within the academy, it will be very strong. Outside intervention will be difficult. This must be handled internally." Headmaster Abel is also absent. She added to Phenia, Taylor, and those around them. "But if everyone here joins forces, even a high-level spirit could be defeated, right?" Taylor and Isla seemed to agree. Clebius Nortondale, from first-year combat class, curled up, his face showing fear. He spoke, "I object to charging through those mid-level spirits, subduing all the spirit beasts. then entering the building to defeat Janica Failover. The spirit beasts, normally docile, are now dyed with dark energy. He continued, but that's not all. A streak of purple power flashed by. There are also high-level spirits inside the tower, apparently 2 of them. His voice grew more fearful. The high fire spirit Tarkon and the high-level dark spirit Velocipher have been sealed there. The high-level dark spirit manifests as a creature part human, part goat, with wing-like falling appendages. The fire one is blazing red yet tinged with wickedness, their eyes burning with hostility. Clebius Nortondale clutched his head, screaming in terror and panic. Charging him would be suicide. I can't go. Lortel Ketcheln also spoke timidly. But is that person really doing this alone? Even as top student of the 52nd class, isn't that magical power too great? Summoning and sustaining such a dark spirit is no simple feat. Isla Triss put her hand to her chin and added, it may be primarily the power of the dark spirit Velocipher. Senior Janica may just be a vessel he controls. Dark spirits, natural enemies of spirit doctrine followers, possess uncontrollable power. Rather, they are demons trying to shake the continent's peace. The high-level dark spirit Velocipher appeared in their minds, a demon manipulating Janica as if she were a puppet. The cords binding her soul force her to act by his will. This is why all spiritualists keep their minds pure and avoid darkness, lest they be corrupted. Isla Triss continued. However, Senior Janica is more skilled than anyone in dark elemental science. With Isla Triss's words came the demon's blood-red eyes, truly menacing. She went on, no one knows how Velocipher managed to exploit and dominate Senior Janica's soul. A young man among those present suddenly interrupted. That's not important now. Zix continued. The important thing is to decide our course of action now. Only one person can make that decision. He looked sharply and suggested, Princess Phenia, please tell us. Phenia looked back, silent and hesitant. All eyes turned to her, the one most suited to lead. A situation in which everyone awaited her decision. Suddenly, the words of that indifferent guy flashed through her mind. Phenia pursed her lips, recalling Ed Rothtailor's remark. No matter what burdens I carry, they can't compare to the burden a princess must bear now, right? You'll have to make many difficult decisions. His words fit Phenia's current predicament all too well. She privately wished she could live as carefree as he did. Finally, like a true leader, Phenia spoke up to give orders. In 1 hour we will move in. However, this will include me and my escort Claire, the top students of each class, and Class A students. Only those whose skills have been proven will enter. So everyone, steel yourselves. Each person fell silent to listen to her, wearing different expressions. The royal guard was tense, Zix was calm, Alvira Aniston was excited enough to bare sharp teeth. Lortel Ketcheln simply listened without showing much personal emotion. Taylor and Isla Triss were the most determined and passionate, while Clebius Nortondale remained fearful. Phenia solemnly declared with certainty, I will take responsibility for leading this battle. Suddenly someone approached, knelt respectfully before the princess and said, Princess, what about the others? Audrey Hall and some mages. They're sitting out in protest and don't want to participate. It's hard to expect anything from them right now, he said urgently. The distressed princess replied, In fact, we are the only ones who can act in this battle. The young man added, Besides, not many students share their opposing view. Then, out of nowhere, a flustered girl ran up to Phenia and said, Yes, there are still people who can help us. When I was at the student library, there was an apprentice librarian and a second-year student left. Phenia asked suddenly, Really? What's her name? Elka Island, the girl answered. Zix seemed electrified by the news. Elka Island seemed very important to him. He immediately grabbed the messenger's shoulders and bombarded her with questions as if to verify the truth. Elka Island, the startled girl replied. Yes, we're studying magical library management together in the apprentice librarian class. His urgency and worry for Elka Island were obvious. After hearing her confirmation, he spun and was about to leave. Damn it, we must find her right now. Elka Island was completely defenseless. Even Princess Phinia was taken aback by Zix's reaction. Both Princess Phinia and Royal Princess Lortel Ketchuln hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. They each tried to dissuade him. Lortel Ketchuln said, "Calm down, Zix. The library is still quite far. There's no rush. Right now our first task is to subdue Senior Janica, who caused this problem." Then Phinia added, "Yes, Zix, there's also another second-year student in the student library. Why not trust that person for now?" He kept worrying nonstop. Who is it?" Phinia looked at the purple-haired girl and asked, "Hey, is there really another student in the library?" The girl immediately answered, "Yes, ma'am." Before the princess could stop him, he lunged forward, grabbed the girl's collar, shook her and barked, "Don't hide it, tell us." Though frightened by his hot temper, she still answered, "Ed Rothtailor." His hands still gripped her collar, but his eyes flashed with murderous intent the moment he heard the name. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she pleaded, "I'm sorry." He sat there until late. "I was annoyed, so I handed the task to Elka Island and left. You all know how he is." Elka Island isn't the type to care about rumors, she hesitated. The atmosphere around them shifted slightly. Everyone recalled the awful image of him that had spread to every corner of the academy. Two background students added fuel. Ed Rothtailor, the immoral man, and the lone librarian in the library. Damn, when they realized they just provoked the monster in front of them, it was already too late. "Wait!" Phinia cried out. Only Phinia and Lortel Ketchuln, the two present, noticed the positive change in Ed Rothtailor, but they couldn't restrain Zix's wrath. Phinia stepped forward, spreading her arms to block and calling, "Hold on, everyone." Realizing the situation was hard to explain, she hesitated. Still, should they trust him this once? A powerful beam of light from the center of the aerial magic formation continued to shine down. Claire and Isla Triss froze at her words, as if they couldn't believe their ears. She looked toward Lortel Ketchuln, but it seemed pointless. Lute Teo was equally awkward, and Zix's face went grim. Then he released the purple-haired girl and leapt into the air. No one could stop him now. The dark spirits roared ferociously when they saw him, but that did nothing to deter someone in the grip of such rage. If he even dared touch a single hair of Elka Island, "I'll tear him apart," he warned silently. He exploded in fury. A burst of his anger struck the monsters. One head was severed, another split in two. His anger flared alongside his worry for Elka Island. He snarled loudly, "Ed Rothtailor," just the phrase the dragon born from the spring inexplicably captured the miraculous existence of Zix. He used to hide in the grass waiting for people, assessing prey by its size. It was a mature male. Judging by the state of the surrounding plants, it had just passed by. His gaze shifted, focusing intently on the target ahead. Before the silhouette hiding behind that bush was a wild animal that had fallen into his sights. Quickly, Zix lunged out, dagger poised, sharp and ready to strike the creature. He thought to himself that on the northern imperial steppes, a savage land the royal power could hardly touch, days end in a different way. The beast seemed to sense danger and turned, but it was too late. He and his dagger were already above its head. In such a perilous land, you're lucky if your head hasn't been severed from your neck. Instantly, a gush of the creature's blood spouted out. Zix is descended from a nomadic people who lived there, but was separated while growing up. He doesn't know when or why he was displaced into the human world, nor whether he could ever return to his old life. He learned how to slit a deer's throat before he learned to read. Instead of buying things from shops, the first thing he was taught was how to loot goods from corpses by the roadside. Hard to believe, isn't it? As such thoughts crossed his mind, he brought his prize back, the head severed from the body. He dragged it through a fairly busy market. Passers-by recoiled in horror at the bloodied carcass he pulled. Whispers spread. This guy's from the northern steppes? Descendants of those savages. They even eat people, they say. The deer's corpse was dragged along amid the murmurs, leaving pools of still wet blood. That was the life of a wild beast. Suddenly a little girl stood before him and asked curiously, "What's your name?" The abruptness left him momentarily speechless. The girl stood there expectantly. He answered slowly, "Zix." The girl chimed, "Zix, you dress like a two-legged wolf." She smiled brightly, her tone and expression showing no fear, unlike everyone else. Zix felt something click. From that moment, he understood. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, fixed and unblinking. He stood there thinking about himself, a life wandering the vast northern steppes. The boy slept under the moon, ate carrion by the roadside, perhaps an abandoned wolf pup left by its pack. He dropped his stick. The girl asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Zix?" At her words, he broke into tears, thinking once more how truly lonely his life had been. On the first day I met my companion, I suddenly realized how lonely I'd been. Elka Island and her father welcomed me like family. As I adapted to the hustling pace of human civilization, my savage life became a distant past. A wolf pup had become a true human, but if it came to protecting her, I'd gladly be a monster again. Cut to the academy. He was desperately searching for Elka Island. He hurriedly went looking for someone, Ed Rothtailor. He was a man of filthy character, cheating on exams, insulting the princess, and making moves on underclassmen. He ran down the corridor like the wind. At last he found Ed Rothtailor. Ed looked up in surprise at the figure rushing toward him. "What is it?" "You." Before Ed could finish asking, the newcomer grabbed his collar in a panic and demanded, "Elka Island, Elka Island. Where is she? What did you do? Where is Elka? Tell me now." Ed Rothtailor replied, "She's in reading room 3. No sooner had he said it than Zix sprinted off to find Elka Island, calling her name as he ran. Arriving at reading room 3, Zix rushed to open the door. "Are you okay, Elka Island?" Strangely, Elka Island was unharmed and sleeping soundly on the bed. Zix stepped closer and said, "Thank goodness." He clutched his head and panted, truly a huge relief. Zix frowned and scanned the room, puzzling as he thought it through. Huge bookcases, so heavy that even a grown man could scarcely lift them, had been positioned around Elka, as if to protect her. A curtain had been arranged to obscure the sight lines from the stirring spirits. Zix placed his hand on the chalkboard letters and read the lines written there. "When you wake, don't panic and stay here. Everything will end before dawn. So be calm, barricade the door, and don't anger the spirits. Always put your safety first, and do not move rashly." Zix pondered after reading the board. Someone had tried to protect Elko Island. Zix suddenly found a red coat. It looked like the academy uniform, but splattered with blood. And that blood wasn't Elko Island's. It was... He looked toward the blood, still staining the floor. The blood trailed toward the main door he'd just come through. From the bloodstains, Zix could tell who had protected Elko Island. Though wounded, he hadn't tended to himself. It was the blood of her protector, Ed Rothtailor. But why? 3 hours earlier, while books kept falling and shelves toppled, even injured, Ed Rothtailor still tried to protect the unconscious Elka Island, carrying her on his shoulder. One hand bore Elka, the other supported the collapsing shelves. His head was wounded, yet he kept himself upright. As he steadied the books, he said, "I've trained my muscles a bit in daily life, so it's unfortunate that events are unfolding faster than expected. Look at the summoning circle. The conquest of Glasskin has begun. Someone will know how to deal with that. I don't need to pay too much attention to a place like that. It's full of big names. The future can't be changed, and time is money. I can't just sit idle." Ed Rothtailor moved through the reading room, took off the uniform jacket and left it on a table, and alone he carried the heavy shelves, thinking as he went. "Soon the low-level spirits will flee en masse, so I need to block the entrance so they can't get in. In the meantime, I'll use this chance to reorganize the place for safety. Now I'll eat a piece of jerky I brought and spend a night studying the texts." Ed Rothtailor suddenly remembered something and paused. Wait, the reason Janika's skill was special. It lay in her proficiency and talent for understanding and sensing spirits. Those two stats increase through contact with spirits, because meeting and communicating with spirits is already a rare talent. For someone like me, who can't even see spirits, raising stats like hers is nearly impossible. Ed Rothtailor opened the door and stepped outside. A swarm of monsters charged to attack. As he rushed, he kept thinking, were those spirits appearing because of Janika's summoning? I'll savor this sweet little moment. He hurled himself at the monsters using his magic. The speed was insane. In the end, he prevailed and defeated all the monsters. Sitting against the wall, he saw his system panel display his achievements. Fire Elemental Magic reached level 12, Spirit Sensing Magic level 7, and Spirit Understanding Magic level 7. He was surprised to hit levels 12 and 7, and he'd heard that combining them beyond level 15 could form a spirit contract. He leaned his head against the wall and sighed, thinking he was nearing his body's endurance limit. Pushing further would be dangerous. At that moment, Zix came up carrying Elka Island and asked, "What are you sitting there for?" Ed Rothtailor looked at Zix with curiosity, wondering, why ask that? After all, can't he see I'm resting with all these wounds? There's no need to beat around the bush. Idrotilo ranswerd glibli. I'm cultivating. Hearing that, Zix could only sigh. He muttered to himself, cultivating? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't buy that excuse. Zix replied, "Is that so? Now I feel I understand you a bit. You're that kind of person from the start." Ed Rothtailor widened his eyes at Zix's behavior. Zix bowed his head and said, "I really owe you a lot, Senior Ed Rothtailor." Zix continued, "When I get the chance, I'll definitely repay this debt." Watching the two, someone seemed to realize something. Elka Island must be Zix's lover. Elka was mentioned in the guidebook from the start. I completely forgot. It seems Elka Island is quite important to Zix. Hearing that, Zix looked up at Rothtailor with a not-so-friendly expression. Ed Rothtailor continued, "Looking at the situation, it seems you've left the student guild to come here." He turned to admonish Zix. "Make sure Elka Island is safe, then get back to your duties. Hurry back to the student guild. You have no business being here." Ed Rothtailor added, "Go help Taylor. If you follow his instructions, things will work out somehow." Zix asked, "You mean Taylor McClure?" Ed answered, "Yes, that guy always skirts disaster by an inch." Zix, puzzled, said, "I don't know why Taylor is rated so highly. I haven't even spoken to him before." Ed Rothtailor replied, "But the problem is the shell of the high-level demonic spirit Tarkon can only be damaged by his element Shatter strike. Taylor learned that skill in Act 1, Scene 9, Element Shatter. The strategy for this battle depends on that skill. If we can get Taylor to use it, our chances of victory are high." Zix responded, "Thanks for the guidance." Ed Rothtailor replied, "No time. Hurry up and go. I'll rest here a bit." Watching Zix and Elka Island leave, Ed sighed and thought, "I've given so much advice. I hope it helps. Let's see how it goes." Ed Rothtailor recalled Zix's earlier remark about not knowing Taylor and felt curious. Why hadn't Zix befriended Taylor? He remembered the scene from Act 1, Scene 9, the end-of-term assessment. In their clash, Taylor was defeated but learned to use Element Shatter to cut off Zix's magic. Seeing the other's determination, Zix recognized Taylor and they eventually became friends. However, the final chapter of Act 1 is 1 month earlier than the original work. Therefore, the two aren't friends yet. Taylor hasn't learned Element Sever. No one in the current fighting force can deal damage to Tarkon. I couldn't realize that. The whole storyline development has collapsed. At the student plaza where the attack force was stationed, Zix bowed his head and said, "Sorry I'm late. I'll surely pay for my sins." Phinia replied, "All right. Even if we chase them, they'll probably just get beaten." The assault team failed in the first round. Claire sat wearily in a chair, his body covered in wounds, forcing a reply. "If you all plan to attack again, you'd better gather more volunteers. I'll join once the pain in my leg subsides." Phinia answered, "Claire, all right, you rest for now. You can't move properly at the moment." Claire responded, "Princess Phinia, if you truly care for me, please revoke your order." Phinia gritted her teeth and said, "Claire, I have a heart too." Fortunately, the retreat succeeded, but Claire was completely exhausted. Clebius Nortondale, president of the first-year combat club, was also injured. What on earth happened? Phinia's face darkened as she said, "First, use whatever strength you have left to destroy Tarkon." Claire cut in, "I don't have spare time to take down Tarkon." But then everyone fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavier as he continued tensely. "Judging by the summoning ritual's status, it will be completed very soon." Those words made Phinia scowl with anger. That's the situation I'm most wanted to avoid, but I can't do otherwise." Suddenly Ed Rothtailor appeared, slowly stepping toward the group. He said, "Split the combat team into 2 groups." His cold gaze and resolve lent authority to his words. I'll lead one group and do things my way. From now on, I'll intervene in this battle. Ed Rothtailor calmly explained to everyone. We must get past Tarkan's fire spirit summoned by Janica and deal with Janica herself, who is being controlled by the dark spirit Velocipher. The monstrous image of that creature flashed briefly, though most have faced Tarkan before, so they know it. But because of that shell, we can't use our power to fight it head-on. So we don't need to confront Tarkan directly. He outlined the battle tactic. When one team draws Tarkan's attention, the other team will enter the combat training area to subdue Janica, who is being controlled. If Tarkan is ignored, we only need to deal with Janica. Lortel Ketchum objected. No way. This is completely different from what we know about Tarkan during training. We only managed to retreat before thanks to luck. She laid out her argument. If the bait team fails and Tarkan chases the suppression team, or if the bait team is wiped out, we'll have to deal with both problems at once. The risk is too great. Ed Rothtailor turned to answer Lortel Ketchum. Risk assessment can only be done when there are alternative options. Ultimately, the most important objective is to subdue Janica. Then Tarkan will be neutralized. Zix approached from behind and asked Ed Rothtailor in return, who will be on the bait team? Alvira Aniston added, joining that team is basically a suicide mission, isn't it? Suddenly, a hand volunteered, and a confident voice rang out among the crowd. It was Taylor McClure. He raised his hand. I volunteer for the bait team, but Ed Rothtailor refused. No, don't do that, get inside. Whatever happens, you're part of the combat team. Ed pushed Taylor away. As he walked off, Taylor turned back, trying to persuade them. My legs are nimble. I don't know how long I could run. If sacrifice is needed, it's the right thing to do. Ed Rothtailor replied, You're already thinking in the wrong direction. He added, We won't choose a sacrificial lamb. There's no need to split the team, necessarily. He said nonchalantly, Clebius Nortondale and Lortel Ketchum will do that. The three of us, including me, will bait Tarkan. Clebius Nortondale and Lortel Ketchum exclaimed in strong protest. Why me? I don't want to die. Ed Rothtailor refused at once. I'll also historically refuse this. Okay. Ed Rothtailor continued. Trust me, there's a way to dazzle Tarkan. The more he spoke, the more Clebius Nortondale and Lortel Ketchum dug in their heels. Clebius protested first, facing Ed Rothtailor and Tarkan. I'm about to die. Lortel Ketchum added, There's no way to do that. Ed Rothtailor, frette d'inguardali. We don't have much time. Phinia called back from afar that his words weren't wrong. She clutched her head and said, I still don't know the purpose. But, Phinia continued, I command you in the name of Phinia Elias Kloll, third princess of the Kloll Empire. Split the combat team into two groups with different missions. She stood up to give orders. I'll lead the suppression team with Taylor Meroe, Zix, Alvira Aniston, and Isla Triss, Clebius Nortondale, Lortel Ketchum, and Ed Rothtailor. Before she finished, the two men's faces had already hardened into helpless resignation at being the Tarkan bait. She quickly added, Lastly, and most importantly, I'll be brief because we're running out of time. Whatever you do, don't die. Her admonition left no room for failure. No sooner said than done. The two teams quickly split and set off to carry out the plan. Ed Rothtailor's team had by now moved into the corridor. Lortel Ketchum turned to ask Ed Rothtailor how to buy more time against that fire lizard. Follow my lead and stick to the plan. Then the three of them charged toward the dragon. We'll win no matter what. Ed Rothtailor turned to reassure Clebius Nortondale. Don't worry, Clebius Nortondale. Clebius was timid and lacked confidence in his abilities. First-year combat academy. Ed continued, We can do it. Clebius gave Ed a puzzled look. Why is he so confident? Inside Clebius, there was mixed feeling. Could there really be a method to win? The noise seemed to have woken the dragon, called Tarkan. It rose and fixed its gaze on them. Behind that door in the combat training room, Janica Failover. Our only job was to lure Tarkan. Clebius Nortondale glanced toward Princess Phinia. Her steadfast bearing earned his admiration and made him follow her here. Clebius Nortondale smiled inwardly, thinking that since he wasn't alone, feeling newly motivated, he accelerated toward Tarkan, hoping he could muster the courage. As he approached, Tarkan reacted, preparing to spew magic from its huge maw. Clebius Nortondale still stood there, directly in front of the dragon. He panicked and turned back to shout a warning. "Oh, it's coming. The fight's starting. How do we lure it now?" But when he looked back, Edroth Taylor and Lortel Ketchum had vanished without a trace. Clebius Nortondale froze in place, sweat pouring, not knowing what to do. Tarkon leaned close from behind and glared at him to see what he planned to do next. Immediately, Clebius Nortondale had to flee from the dragon. He screamed non-stop, though the distance between him and the beast wasn't great. "You lied. You betrayed me. Why treat me like this?" Clebius continued his accusing screams, which carried back toward Lortel Ketchum. "Hey, you lunatics! Where are you? Come out! Ugh! I hate this. I hate the whole world." Lortel Ketchum wasn't far away. She closed her eyes and recalled Ed Rothtailor's earlier instructions while Clebius was rushing toward Tarkon. "Let's move out after we've shoved Clebius Nortondale into the spiked hallway to bait that monster." Lortel Ketchum smiled, sighed, and replied to Ed Rothtailor, "You mean in the end you'll sacrifice Clebius Nortondale? It might not be a bad trade to save many, but it won't escape moral criticism." Ed Rothtailor answered, "No. Sacrifice what?" Looking at Clebius Nortondale, he marveled. Just by his appearance, you could tell he's got the makings of a leader. To avoid Tarkon's attack, Clebius dodged extremely quickly. His stamina and agility are terrifying. Her expression barely changed, as if she always kept that cool demeanor. "Besides, for this operation, the most important role will be yours, Lortel Ketchum." Ed Rothtailor led Lortel Ketchum to the wall outside the spiked corridor. Outside the combat training room, Lortel performed magic as Ed instructed. She cast a spell at the wall before them. Ed Rothtailor continued to explain, "You'll be responsible for securing a safe entrance for Fenia's suppression team. In practice, you'll play a key role in creating a safe corridor for the team attacking Tarkon." Lortel cast and smiled. "Well, you really can't judge someone based on rumors alone." Ed Rothtailor turned back and said with confidence to Lortel Ketchum, "Everyone hesitates about whether to act, but you're good at this sort of thing." Lortel blasted the wall away. Debris flew out, gently blasting it apart. The great explosion shook the whole building, sending wall fragments flying. The wall was split into many pieces. Large sections were ruined, and dust and smoke billowed out. Lortel Ketchum had successfully created a corridor for Fenia's assault team. Seeing this, Fenia's team stood dumbfounded at the sight, frozen like statues, unable to hide their surprise. "What is this?" Lortel Ketchum turned and smiled. "Into suppression, then." Lortel recalled the earlier huge blast, back during joint combat training. He'd seen me blow off the spiked corridor ceiling with a banned mid-level spell. She beamed excitedly. "So you gave me this role? An interesting fellow, isn't he?" Idrotilor. She watched Fenia's team depart, thinking privately that at least the path was secured. Lortel Ketchum glanced back at the rest. She looked toward Clebius Nortondale, who was now being chased by Tarkon. Despite being pursued, Clebius Nortondale still had breath to curse. "Lortel Ketchum, Ed Rothtailor, do you really think I'm dead? I won't let you off." Lortel hurriedly used magic to aid Clebius Nortondale, while Ed Rothtailor stood there frantically saying, "Even if the operation succeeds and the force enters safely without meeting Tarkon, Clebius and I will have to deal with Tarkon," at which point it had jumped out. Seeing Clebius Nortondale's miserable state as he fled to lure Tarkon, she thought to herself, "Fighting Tarkon in the student hall, where the corridor has no escape. Dead? You'll get away." Meanwhile, Clebius was screaming in panic, "No, I'm sorry. Save me. I'm sorry I said I'd kill you. Save me at least once." Recalling what Ed had said earlier, "Run. Now we have time to think of how to deal with it." Looking at its ferocious form, since the monster has a protective shell, no attack is effective. Didn't you see during training? I lost to it once, and no one on the combat team escaped uninjured when facing that beast directly. Ed Rothtailor picked up a small pouch and said, "This will do the trick. Gather your magical power and be ready." Lortel Ketchum, a bit puzzled, asked, "What's that?" Ed Rothtailor hurriedly ran up the stairs carrying the cloth bag. As he ran, he thought of what Lortel had said. Lortel was right. Without element cuts, No member of the combat team can break Tarkan's shell. On this side, Lortel Ketchuln also aided Phinea's team. She used her ice magic to provide support. The dragon had just smashed through the flying wall that Lortel Ketchuln created. Just then, Ed Rothtailor kicked the door open and stepped into the room. Arriving, he panted from exhaustion. What was needed was overwhelming firepower. In front of him was Lucy Merrill, asleep soundly. The supplemental completion condition. Almost no one managed it. I've tried countless times. Ed Rothtailor slung Lucy Merrill over his back. She muttered in her sleep. "Oh, what? Oh, I'm trembling. I'm asleep." Ed's face darkened with anger. He seethed inwardly. How could she be napping now? And it's night, not day. Lucy, having lost her shelter when it was destroyed, had come to the rooftop where she first blinked away. Janica was in a bad mood. Belmaya grew sensitive because of it. So Lucy ran, spent all her magic to escape, and fell asleep from exhaustion. It might have been a plot change to remove this unbalanced human from the immediate crisis who needed her help from the start. Lucy Merrill woke and noticed a fragrant smell from the pouch. Yeah, it smelled like jerky. Ed Rothtailor held out some delicious-smelling strips of jerky from the pouch. But suddenly, while Lucy wasn't paying attention, he shoved a pile of jerky into her mouth. Eat a lot, eat. This isn't the time to pick and choose. Ed Rothtailor carried her and ran toward the railing on the floor. He took a run, one arm out for momentum, the other gripping Lucy as her mouth was stuffed with jerky and she couldn't resist. The opponent was a fire lizard. There would be a distance needed to toss her toward the beast. He gritted his teeth and put all his strength into the gamble. But there was nothing to worry about. I've done this many times before. He hurled Lucy with great speed, making Lucy bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. At the same time, he shouted a warning. Everyone get down. Not now. Tarkan is about to spew fire toward Phinea's team. Lucy flew in, crying out, "Oh my God, that's terrifying, that's terrifying." Tarkan's jet of flame was about to strike everyone when Lucy arrived in time and shielded everyone. Advanced lightning magic of divine punishment. Sparks so dazzling they hurt the eyes. The sparks struck Lortel Ketchuln and Clebius Nortondale, but fortunately the protective magic sphere from Lortel Ketchuln shielded them both. Because of the large blast, Ed Rothtailor couldn't avoid being affected either. He clung to the railing, trying to hold onto the iron bar so he wouldn't be blown away. In a way, this was the most critical moment. Tarkan was a high-level fire spirit that couldn't be taken down even if everyone attacked it, because its protective shell was too sturdy. But now, after Lucy struck with high-level combined magic, even its hard shell had cracked. It would now take damage from our attacks. Ed Rothtailor dove down from the railing at breakneck speed. Of course, killing it would grant a huge amount of experience. At this point, I have to look out for what I need to. The final finishing blow, and that monster will be mine. He charged at Tarkan, fired up and intent on defeating it. Next was the scene of mother and child embracing tenderly. The gentle mother said, "I'm so proud of you, my dear daughter Janica." But then the affection turned cold. One by one, people expressed goodwill that felt insincere. "I'm very glad to be your friend. Janica, you're the pride of the second-year trainees. You're the only one to show supreme skills in this joint combat training. If it's trainee Janica, I can trust her. Without you, the second-year trainees would be the most clueless generation." Cut to an image of a lone girl exuding a grim aura, shredding the fabricated memories piece by piece. Her feet, stained with fresh blood, stepped on the shards. Then an unfamiliar voice rang out. "It's good to have you here, Janica." A sudden, huge explosion erupted. The trainees, seeing this, immediately went in a high alert. Janica saw them gather in one place and felt a secret joy. Everyone was here. Chains bound from necks to wrists, violet patterns appeared on their faces, and she forced a smile. "Right? I must greet them with a smile as usual." She said welcome. A layer of dark aura covered her whole body. Behind her stood a horned, wolf-faced monster with blazing red eyes. She hovered in the air with the monster in an extremely striking pose. The other trainees could only stare in astonishment. Then Ed Rothtailor, blonde and with clothes soaked in fresh blood, quickly streaked past. He thought to himself, has the Hall already started fighting with Janica? This fight will end by dawn. He paused and silently gave thanks. Luckily, I'm nearly done too. Unfortunately, one trainee was thrown face first by some monster, its mouth spewing a gout of flames that nearly reached the others, while that other trainee could only run desperately, screaming in terror. Ed Rothtailor appeared behind Lortel Ketchum before anyone noticed and asked, "How's Lucy?" Lortel Ketchum, not very friendly, said, "Roll over somewhere else." He paid little mind to her attitude and continued, "If she can handle it, then that's good." Lortel Ketchum replied, "I don't think she has enough energy left to cast spells." He seemed helpless and said, "Fine, we'll finish it ourselves then." She agreed, "I'm planning the same." Lortel Ketchum was right. Lucy lay calmly inside the bubble and fell asleep, indifferent to the tense battle outside and friends her age being chased by monsters. She said, "But it still resists. Even when I attacked it with 2 ice spears, how can it withstand so well?" Ed Rothtailor rolled up his sleeves, ready for battle, and said, "We have to cut off its head. Your ice magic isn't very sharp, so let me handle the finishing blow." Then he asked with a period of exaggerated formality, "He is of the same magic type as you, Senior. If so, shouldn't that task be left to a swordsman?" That's Clebius Nortondale. Speaking of Clebius Nortondale, being a swordsman yet trembling before his enemy, flustered hands and feet, looking at Ed Rothtailor, you can tell he won't do much right now. You think he'll pull it off? Well, I admit I'm worried. He's really hopeless. He's the coward sitting there. Ed Rothtailor said with determination, "I'll take on the responsibility of finishing this. So immobilize it for me for a bit. I'll risk my life for everyone. Make sure you do it well enough to leave Lortel Ketchum stunned." She replied solemnly, "Senior Ed Rothtailor talks about responsibility and risking his life. Sounds so simple, while a furious dragon is spewing people and everyone is fleeing in panic, you two are still chatting. Really, thinking about it, it sounds like betting with your life." She ignored the situation and kept teasing him, but he was very confident. It isn't just a gamble. One life isn't something to treat lightly. He turned his head, glanced back at Lortel Ketchum with a cocky look, and said seriously, "It's an investment, like finding a kindred teammate." Lortel Ketchum smiled. "Investment? That's your specialty." She spoke as she began to cast magic. "I may be a princess who holds everything. Just because of royal blood, I'm affected by the flow of life. But since Senior asked me to stake my life for you." Cold, sharp blocks of ice began to appear around her, ready to unleash. And with her firm words, she said she'd risk her life for him too. With preparations made, Ed Rothtailor charged forward. "I'm going in." As he lunged in at that moment, Clebius Nortondale was blasted out by the monster, screaming, "I'm not sure I'm going to survive this." The monster opened its mouth wide to strike. He monologued that he was at his limit, and so was this thing. Seeing the monster gather a terrifying surge of power, he understood. Even so, he could see why Clebius Nortondale was so frightened. Man and beast closed in on each other, and the monster let out a fearsome roar. At close range, its scream made his head spin, making it hard to maintain focus and gather power. "Not yet. Need to get closer." Suddenly, a shout rang out, distracting him a little. A gigantic arm shot out from the magic circle and flew in front of Clebius Nortondale, making the man sitting there tremble without stop. "What is that?" Ed Rothtailor glanced and immediately recognized it as Glaskin's right arm. So Taylor and his crew had already brought it to the final stage, right? The plan would proceed as expected, but at a rather inconvenient time. Anyone would be distracted at the sight of this. The monster opened its maw wide and fired a blast of energy toward him. However, he thought the ice blocks that Lortel Ketchum had formed earlier were effective. They helped him block that attack just now. Luckily, she cast the magic in time. She shouted, and he kept thinking that even in a catastrophe, she made no mistakes. Hit by a sudden blast of cold air, the beast struggled to endure. Then suddenly it was forced to open wide. He seized the moment while it was off guard to quickly close in and gather his power. He told himself, and me too. Then he strained to form a sphere of energy in his hands, a technique he'd probably used thousands of times. It was wind leaf. An astonishing surge of blue light was unleashed. It struck it with a critical blow, severing its head from its neck. It really couldn't keep its mouth shut. The huge head fell heavily to the ground with a thud, and a few moments later the system notification appeared. You have defeated the high-level fire spirit Tarkon. Then followed a series of rewards. Spirit magic increased affinity with spirits. Spirit magic increased understanding of spirits, unlocking one spirit contract turn. Spirit contract is now available. He didn't much care about what the system had just announced. What caught his interest was over there. That tailor guy. In the direction he looked, a figure shot straight down from beneath the tower toward the colossal metal contraption, like a hand blazing red against the sky. A moment later, that figure vanished in an instant, and a blinding light burst forth from the heap of metal. And somehow, that heavy iron mass was easily subdued, cracks appearing for no apparent reason. What had to happen happened. A massive explosion occurred. Heavy metal fragments fell. And Taylor was also severely affected by the blast, losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. Taylor landed in a coma. His hair turned white on impact. Ed Roth Taylor sighed. Indeed, a powerful protagonist. With the beast dead, the battle reached its end. Cracks like shattered glass began appearing above. After a while, it split into a sheet, revealing a dazzling light that drew the trainees below to look up. It's over. And after the battle, the sky brightened again. Everyone rested by the old tree. I've heard many people say they'd risk their lives for something, but many don't keep that promise. Bunch of cowardly jerks. Hearing that, he only hummed in response. Seeing his curt reply, Lortel Ketchum teasingly said a few words. What's up, senior? We just went through a terrible event, almost died, yet your expression is so calm. She reached out, as if to reacquaint herself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Lortel Ketchum. Ed Rothdailer politely shook her hand. But suddenly he noticed Lortel Ketchum offering him something. 3 gold coins lay in her palm, leaving him baffled. Huh, you win this time. She stuck out her tongue mischievously. He had let his guard down, right? Now you owe me a favor. So what will you do about it now? Lortel Ketchum smiled triumphantly. We'll see, senior. Hearing her, he caught the hint. She wanted to keep in touch, huh? He really didn't want to get involved with her. But as he shifted his attention, he saw Taylor awake. He stood up irritably. Damn it, you probably know why I'm so pissed. He quietly looked Taylor over and silently judged his appearance. The way he had mastered the elemental sword looked exactly like in the game. Impressive. He still came up to him and spoke, leaving him dumbfounded nonetheless. Then suddenly Taylor solemnly bowed to him. I owe you this time. Thanks. Clebius saw this and yelled, Taylor, you don't have to show respect to that kind. One day, it'll stab you in the back. Because of it, I nearly died. Before Taylor could reply, Zix, Phenia, and Lortel shot him a combined glare. Shut up, Clebius, enough already. Clebius, you're too noisy. He was gang-picked and curled up crying. No matter how he complained, Phenia ignored him. She said to Ed Roth Taylor, you contributed a lot in the fight. If I send a letter of recommendation to the student council, before she could finish, he cut in no. Ed Roth Taylor struggled to rise from beneath the tree and said, Anyway, Lucy contributed the most to defeating Tarkon, and Taylor was the one who killed Velosfer and Glaskin. So please focus on those two. Suddenly Alvira poked her head out with a wicked grin. Yeah, don't change the subject. Everyone knows Lucy and Taylor did a lot. But we're talking about something else. Are you ashamed or what? Zix, hearing this, had to step in and scold. He's a senior. Speak properly. Alvira pouted like an irritated cat. Why are you siding with him? Zix repeated, asking plainly. Looking at them like that, he didn't know why he felt happy inside, and couldn't help worrying about not disrupting the original storyline. I try to keep my distance from the main characters, yet seeing them with my own eyes warmed me. Seeing them fulfill their roles in this world and solve problems again and again. Taylor grew stronger throughout the tests. Isla also became stronger because of Taylor. Phenia gradually matured, accepting the fate of being a ruler over the kingdom. Zix found his own path through knowledge of civilizations. Clebius grew more confident in himself, and Alvira realized that fun and attention aren't everything in life. Lortel wondered whether life was being manipulated by gold coins, each protagonist with their different roles, and reading to the end is the trophy called victory. Knowing that truth, I returned. Finally, he appeared at the site of the earlier battle, holding a weight-testing stone. It looked ordinary, so he tossed it away. Ed Roth Taylor was among the rubble in places you couldn't find while the scene was playing out. After the story ended, on the spare platform, there was a wooden locker, the same one Lucy had used to sleep in during the joint combat training. He stepped closer and opened the locker. No matter how many times he thought about it, it still didn't seem promising. Yet that person had no other choice but this place. He understood that for the main characters to shine, someone had to stay behind the scenes. The door opened, and Janica, covered in wounds, appeared before him, but smiling. Ha ha ha. She seemed pleased because it was him. To explain this, allow me to rewind time 2 days. One clear morning, an incident broke out in the Ophilis Hall. The system screen appeared, detailing combat abilities. Trainee fighter type, specialized weapon bow proficiency level 6, heavy firepower level 3, fire rate level 2, retreat rocket level 1, aiming sight level 2, comprehensive observation level 1. Ed Roth Taylor examined the footprints imprinted on the ground. I sensed prey nearby from those tracks. He gripped his bow and hid behind a tree. Ed Roth Taylor truly had no combat talent at all, so I was forced to use a bow whenever I went hunting. Opportunity came. A large deer was grazing attentively before him. He raised his bow to aim. He felt helpless. An entire semester had passed, half the break remained, and his bow skill was still hopeless. More importantly, recently he seemed to have discovered something at the hunting grounds. Day by day, for example, the senior maid Belle Maya, more and more people came by. Hello, Zix. Running up while exercising, how should that be said? It felt like I lived in the northern forest. Each blonde head hid in the bushes watching him shoot. Word must have reached a great many people. Anyway, among the regular visitors, a powerful source of magical energy appeared in the sky. 3 people stood out. Guessed it was a rare genius mage, Lucy's great aunt, who often dropped by on a whim. Lucy popped in through the window. La la, there's a door here. Need a back door too. Will you build a chimney as well? Without bothering to answer her, he kicked Lucy out of the window. Lucy didn't mind and kept babbling suggestions, whether needed or not. Can't you make the glass door? It won't break, right? We can't cast spells here anyway. Or add a skylight too. He judged inwardly. Guessed A, oh dear. She always pestered and asked questions, always wanting you to follow her ideas. As for guest B, it's actually fun that she visits. Tada, delightful. She's Janica. Janica was cheerful visiting Ed Roth Taylor, excitedly carrying a basket of eggs. I brought eggs. Belle Maya said she wanted to give you these eggs. She's the top trainee in the past 200 years and across the history of the spirit mages. Janica eagerly offered to help with the laundry. If you wash them in hot water, add salt, and stomp on them like this, they'll get whitened perfectly, right? My parents used to do this with the filthy clothes on the farm. Although she came by quite often, I didn't find it annoying at all. Ed Roth Taylor felt she almost came every day to chat warmly and help with odd jobs. My gratitude for her is boundless. He looked at her and accidentally complimented her. Janica, you're amazing. How do you know everything? Hearing him, Janica blushed and turned away, leaving him staring in dumbfounded surprise. It was only a single compliment. Janica said, oh, by the way, she seems pretty predictable. Janica turned back with a scary smile. Lucy comes here a few times a week, though sometimes I don't get her at all. Anyway, she's guest B. The main reason I have to explain this to you. On a cool, moonlit night, the person hadn't appeared yet, but a voice spoke. Oh my, Ed Roth Taylor, you seem pretty busy, huh? 2 feet stepped over arrows planted in the ground. The guest C had arrived. The owner of the voice was Lortel waiting for him. Behind her walked a white-haired woman known to the world as the Golden Lady. Lortel smiled and said, I need your help. Lortel is the Dark Banner of Chapter 2. He turned to look at her with an unwelcoming expression. She was likely trying to gather useful people to seize the Ophilis Hall. But this time I didn't want to get involved. Simply put, I plan to refuse all her sweet temptations. Ed Roth Taylor was about to walk away, but was stopped by Lute's remark. Ha. You see, at first I didn't intend to ask you. I figured if I didn't intervene, everything would follow the original plot. But then she said if it went well and he didn't faint. He blinked in astonishment. How did this derail so quickly? Ed Roth Taylor turned back urgently and shouted at Lortel in shock, leaving her stunned. Why did he faint? Tell me quickly. Right, in the original story, Tote fought Taylor, but that day Tote stood in the great hall, mocking with many people around. Ah, how ridiculous. This useless guy beat Glaskin? All the trainees here witnessed you getting knocked out by Lucy with a single hit. Taylor was only supposed to hit him just enough, but then this guy spat out. He angrily cursed. You're dumber than a maggot, Ed Roth Taylor. So the blabbermouth immediately took a punch and fell flat to the ground, unconscious. Lortel said she didn't know whether it was because of Taylor or him, but Alvira said it was the first time she'd seen Zix so angry. She continued, That's why I can't trust soft-hearted people. What I ask of you isn't hard. Take Alice's key into the Ophilis Hall. When the weaker trainees arrive, just open the door. I assure you, besides me there are plenty of capable people. Lortel admitted it was true, but no matter how much they're paid, there's no guarantee they won't betray her to the Academy's insiders. Lortel explained, if they say Lortel is behind all this, what will happen to me? I can't trust anyone. That's why she came to me, because I'm not trusted at the Academy. She repeated with an evil grin, You were kicked out of the Ophilis Hall. Don't you want to make the Academy pay? He answered honestly, I truly don't want that, which surprised Lortel a little. That said, Ed Roth Taylor still agreed to do it. But would she accept my condition? I just want to do it lightly, barely anything. Hearing the request, Lortel laughed triumphantly. 20 gold coins. Before this story goes any further, Ed Roth Taylor barked an agreement, saying he'd put everything back where it belonged. Rain poured down as the incident broke out in the Ophilis Hall. The occupation of the Ophilis Hall began before the scramble for the sage's secret tome. Ed Roth Taylor sat under the eaves, flipping through pages. Lortel had hatched a plot to push the Academy's finances to the brink of disaster, so it read like a transition scene between two separate events. Under Lortel's conspiracy, the scheme succeeded and formed a constellation, a group of trainees operating for the Academy's profit, creating a new order, directly confronting Princess Phenia's student council, idealist student factions, and the Constellation Cell. The key was who Taylor would choose. That side would claim the final victory. I only needed to play the spectator well, and then side with whoever looked likely to win. He sat by the fire reading. After all, he had to survive. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Gah, I need to get back to the dorm, she said as she wrung water from her clothes, silently hoping the rain would stop today. Janica sat on the wooden bench beside him to warm up and confided softly, Ed Roth Taylor, you're so diligent. If I'm in the mood, I'll come and go like I've been camping, but you must stay here. Under the heavy rain, he replied blandly, Things will get better. The rain fell hard and the sky was gloomy. They continued talking when Janica suddenly remembered, Oh, it's time I move out of the Ophilis Hall. Ed Roth Taylor replied, Yeah, probably vacation's almost over. Janica sighed. I have to throw away so many things. The hall's more cramped than I thought. She folded her hands together and brightly said, If you need anything, just tell me. Ed Roth Taylor, you must be lacking a lot here, right? Ed Roth Taylor was a bit surprised. Huh? Oh, Janica wanted to help him a bit. I have extra pillows, blankets, a clock, and even a lantern. She prattled on. Also, I have lots of daily necessities. Then she smiled warmly at Janica's kindness. It'd be a shame to throw it all away, right? Although I can't take the furniture, since it's all property of the Ophilis Hall. Ed Roth Taylor listened with interest. Sounds good. Janica stretched with satisfaction. Great. I'll move out when a new term starts, so I'll bring those things later. Janica then shifted her attention to Lucy on the roof. What about Lucy? Does she do that often? He answered gently, Occasionally. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Lucy standing in the rain and understood her mood. Lucy's extraordinary powers came at a cost. She'd been avoiding life under the pretext of laziness. For years she'd been trying to run from the fate laid out for her. Lucy stood alone on the roof, tossing things and staring into the distance. Rain like this made her sad and reflective about the ups and downs of her life. Ed Rothtaylor said Lucy always gets like that when it rains and that he didn't pay much attention, warming his hands. Don't worry about it. I usually don't care much either. Hearing him made Janica cheerful. Got it. So you're on normal terms with Lucy, then? Ed Rothtaylor added. Oh, and Janica, I just realized you're still in the Awfulest Hall. When the hall is occupied, an ancient defensive spell will be triggered on a large scale, locking students in their own rooms. Janica should be able to get out easily. But Ed Rothtaylor was still uneasy. I want to ask you a favor. Janica asked. Yes? What is it? Ed Rothtaylor said seriously. Tomorrow around 9 p.m., his eyes turned to Janica beside him as he proposed. Could you go to the rose garden in front of the Awfulest Hall? Janica was stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands, her face flushing. Rose garden. Ed Rothtaylor paid no mind to the surprised, embarrassed look on Janica's face and continued casually. I'll tell you why tomorrow. Ed Rothtaylor knew this was hard to explain. Right now, he didn't know how to put it. You should get out of there, just in case something bad happens, to a place not far away and sheltered from the rain. Janica jumped to her feet, stammering, Oh, okay. Then she ran home in the rain with a rosy mood. I'm off. Goodbye. He watched Janica and let out a sigh. When a new term begins, the rain will stop. That day I'll enjoy a clear, sunny sky after such a long, dreary stretch. The rain still pours now, and soon even these woods will give off that distinctive autumn scent. Ed Rothtaylor sat alone by the fire, pensive. These long holidays were finally coming to an end. Incident erupts at the Awfulest Hall, D0, 9 p.m. At the Awfulest Hall, haste truly outran thought. A young man with rippling muscles was planting a banana tree. He was Zix of the magic system, reprimanding himself. It's best to curb acting on impulse. Who knew Elka Island would be so furious? Seeing he'd had enough training time, he stopped and set his feet on the ground. Zix approached the window to check outside and discovered something unexpected. A figure in a black cloak sneaking toward the Awfulest Hall. The person was Ed Rothtaylor, trudging in the rain to do mischief. Upon arrival, Ed Rothtaylor was assisted by a maid. He asked, What about the other maids? The maid replied coldly that, aside from key departments, most were in the meeting room. The head maid had asked them to assemble to discuss an important matter. Ed Rothtaylor guessed they planned to block entry to the hall after gathering the maids there. The leader had been bribed, so everything ran smoothly. The maid led him inside and said, I've also prepared the items they requested earlier. The received item is a bucket full of liquid. He didn't forget to say thanks. Ah, thank you. The maid said, I'll just stand in a corner and watch. So everything was in place. The preparations were complete. He stood alone with the bucket beside him in the darkness. Outside, the sky wasn't any better now. The occupation of the Awfulest Hall began, and beneath the building erupted a series of piercing shouts. It had started. A crowd holding flaming torches gathered before the hall. They shouted. We can't take this anymore. This is the land of knowledge. At least ensure fair competition. Will Lane, the representative of the weaker faction, spoke with great fervor in response to our cries. The weaker faction kept swelling outside, but there was no way to get in. When they didn't know what else to do, they figured, open sesame, and maybe the door would open. They outside saw the door open and could hardly believe their eyes. Whoa, what's this? But they didn't hesitate and rushed in. The Awfulest Hall door opened. Come on in. And Ed Rothtaylor also dashed out. He met the leader, Will Lane, who said, Thank you. So you're the one Lortel mentioned. His face was revealed under the rain. Will Lane asked Ed Rothtaylor. A few minutes earlier, Ed Rothtaylor had put the maid down and hesitated. Back in the present, he wore a look of deep contempt and said he agreed with all of Will Lane's opinions. Of course, I once lived in luxury in the Awfulest Hall, but only after being expelled did I truly realize the privileges I once had. Will Lane suddenly trembled. His eyes reddened, glistening with tears. I was foolish. I judged you by those silly rumors. No one knew how good you really are. You've simply suffered enough. Ed Rothtaylor stopped listening to his rambling and actively pushed him upstairs. You're the one who caused all of this. Hurry, go upstairs. He said that but felt otherwise. You're the one who made this mess. Shut up and get out of the way. Will Lane, not ungrateful for the gesture, agreed. Fine. I leave this place to you. Will Lane vowed to try his best. Otherwise, he hung his head in regret. Will Lane will take responsibility for this matter. I'm sorry, sir. Do your best, Will Lane. After a struggle, the maid escaped, which wasn't really necessary. After all, her superiors were all in the meeting room. The head maid, Alice, who was supposed to check the defensive wards, was on Lortel's side. The corridor was strewn with chaotic footprints. The system displayed defensive wards activated, and the wards that were supposed to protect the students. Those inside began to notice something strange happening. What the heck is going on out there? If we wait, everything will return to normal, right? Yet they were blocked at every turn. Everything was unfolding according to the script. Ed Roth-Taylor was frantically reinforcing the defensive wards on every room. In Black Cloak, you've prepared everything. Ed Roth-Taylor turned toward the sound. Oh my, your opening act is more impressive than I expected. Rain-soaked feet approached. It was indeed Ed Roth-Taylor. Lortel, hooded, stood proudly before her choice. Entrusting this to him was indeed a clever decision. She stepped onto the stage in soaked shoes, complaining, "My socks are soaked. This is why I hate rainy days." Ed Roth-Taylor paid no mind to that and said coldly, "So you've been watching me?" He looked her straight in the eye. Lortel, caught off guard, could only smile. As she passed, he said, "The Academy's people will subdue them as soon as they arrive here, so we need to finish before then." Ed Roth-Taylor replied indifferently, "Yeah, good luck." Suddenly, Lortel stopped. "Ed Roth-Taylor, I know this is abrupt, but..." Then she uttered a chilling line. "Have you ever killed anyone?" Ed Roth-Taylor fell silent. Then he finally answered, "No." Lortel smiled without smiling. "Me neither." She recounted, but he saw the scene of hunger forcing theft and being chased away. "I've done the same to survive." Lortel had destroyed everything. To survive, she'd ruined other people's lives, and to avoid betrayal, she'd stabbed others in the back first. She admitted she'd lived a life that excused her sins, believing she simply had no choice. Because life needs money, but honestly, she was just shirking responsibility for what she was doing. Standing on the road to wealth by trampling people's hearts. That's how she earned the name Golden Maiden. He knew her more clearly than anyone. She didn't deserve sympathy, so she sought it from others. After a pause, Lortel spoke. From a dissonant position, Lortel stood on the stair and asked, "Can you empathize with someone like me?" As if obsessed, whether good or evil, people are always visited by loneliness through the skylight while it keeps raining. And to escape it, people have no choice but to look for others like themselves, those who wallow in filth and refuse. He looked at Lortel with contempt. Only when they find someone willing to sink to the bottom with them will they find a bit of salvation. Then he answered decisively, without hesitation or expression. His eyes flashed. In a low voice he said, "You must take responsibility for your choices. But of course that person isn't me." Then the two stood in the dark, silent as stone. Lortel smiled, breaking the tension. "I said something pointless. Doesn't sound much like me." She gave him a knowing smile. "I need to go do what I must here. There's not much time left anyway." With that, Lortel left to carry out the mission she believed was right. Ed Roth-Taylor sat down and exhaled. Phew! His eyes were icy. Now, Lortel would inform Alice of their upcoming plan. Ed Roth-Taylor was certain that once they threw the Awfulest Hall's defensive wards into chaos and handed control of the wards to the weaker faction's representatives, the story would follow the escalating events already unfolding. After that, Will Lane, tightly protected by the Hall's warding enchantment, would rise into the air, absorbing the maximal power released from the wards. The gray, oppressive aura surrounding him would transform into the fourth stage boss. This segment's premise is that defeating Will Lane, now mentally unhinged amid the endlessly chaotic wards, is the goal. Ed Roth-Taylor tiredly stretched. Now he just needed to sit his butt down and wait for Taylor to wreak havoc out here. He lounged waiting in the silent space, bored, loosening his muscles. From this position, he guessed he might take a few hits during the fighting, but outside in the pitch-dark night, the raindrops kept falling. He found it oddly amusing. Well, this was a necessary sacrifice. Cut 2. It's still raining, but in another location. the rose garden. A carriage laboriously rolled along the empty road. Who sends a coach through the night like this, anyway? Janica sat under the pavilion, watching curiously. Probably some important person. Is it okay for me to be here now? She recalled the letter Ed Rothtaylor had left. I have something to handle and may be a bit late. I'll come as soon as I can. Please wait for me a while. I'm really sorry. Then she wondered, still unsure. Did he leave right after giving me this note? Janica blushed with anticipation. Was he preparing something special? The golden coach meant nothing to her. Janica sat there daydreaming in her own rosy bubble. Ed Rothtaylor guessed correctly. No matter what happened, she wouldn't leave the Rose Garden grounds. What she didn't know was that for the past 3 nights, she'd been overthinking what Ed Rothtaylor wanted to tell her and couldn't sleep. She communicated with the spirits about many things. Although she felt guilty, she learned of Ed Rothtaylor's actions through Marilda. She learned that not only Lucy had come to the camp, but many others as well. Princess Phenia, Belmaya, Zix, and even Lortel were present. The spirits shook their heads in dismay. Coincidentally, most were female, which made her feel even more sad. That's why Janica could patiently sit there alone. She would wait for him no matter how long it took. But loneliness always came in unpredictable circumstances. She touched the hairpin and began to feel it was off. This golden rose hairpin is a bit wrong. An imitation flower would probably look better. Janica fell silent, as if deciding something, and she chose to leave the rose garden. If I hurry, it should be fine. She'll still wait after I return with a new hairpin. Fine. The heavens have failed people. Janica had failed Ed Rothtaylor. She ran through the rain toward the Awfulest Hall. Before the Awfulest Hall, 3 familiar figures hesitated, wondering whether to go in. Taylor, not understanding how important Alvira's stash of herbs was, asked, "Are you sure entering is the right decision?" Alvira immediately snapped. "Do you know how much the herbs in my room are worth? It's better to wait for the Academy staff to handle this." Even after that explanation, Taylor still didn't get it and made Alvira furious, yelling, "Herbs lose potency if I don't use magic to preserve them in time. Do you know how such a small detail affects the final product? Do you understand how important this is?" Taylor scoffed. Suddenly berated, Taylor froze and looked pleadingly at the person beside him. "Isla, stop him. He's trying to rush in alone." But basically Isla was helpless. "Can you ignore him? Alvira is a top student in the metallurgy system. I'm sure she can protect herself." Isla knew Alvira's passion for metallurgical arts ran fierce. She was crazy about it. Is she really the one in danger? It's those other students who are pitiful. If she loses her mind, she'll attack them with every chemical she can get. Taylor jolted awake. "Alvira, stop. I said stop right now." But Alvira couldn't stay calm and snapped. "Enough nonsense. I need to get to my room on the 4th floor." Isla double-checked. "So you just need to go to your room, right? Once you're in, you won't do anything else, will you?" Alvira affirmed. "Of course, just make sure my herbs are safe." Then Alvira, furious, kicked the door open. "If anyone blocks me, I'll be forced to use violence, understood?" The moment the door opened, Alvira froze. The Great Hall was now little more than a ruin, and he sat posted in the center. The 3 stepped in, stunned by the scene. Alvira barked, "Ed Rothtaylor." He looked up. A faint, cold, murderous aura radiated off him. Sensing danger, Taylor spread his arms to shield Isla. "Why are you here?" Alvira fell silent, pondering. Her gaze was sharp. She looked at the floor. There were footprints of the students who'd gathered here. Then she scanned upward. The display cabinets were smashed to pieces. She then turned her attention to the figure in front of her. Ed Rothtaylor sat here with his back to the stairs. Alvira curled a smile that left the other 2 bewildered. "How interesting. I didn't expect this." "You," she taunted, standing opposite Ed Rothtaylor. "Are you going to stop us?" He rose and said coldly, "Sorry, but you can't go in there." Ed Rothtaylor's defiant words made Alvira smirk triumphantly. Amusing. And what if we try to go in? You really think you can stop me? I've heard your magical proficiency is high. So what of it?" Alvira looked down on him. "You're just a rookie who only knows basic spells." A small second-year student, while he still sat motionless. The 3 took fighting stances with Alvira leading. She was confident in their current strength. They had a swordsman who could fight alone, a first-year mage skilled in intermediate incantations, and me, a top alchemist among our peers. An overwhelming power gap, really. Taylor drew his sword and demanded, "Why are you doing this?" "Ed Roth Taylor, tell me what's going on up there." Ed replied to Taylor's angry tone with silence. Seeing Ed Roth Taylor silent, Taylor took a running start, I guess, then dashed at him to attack. "I have no choice but to force you to speak." Ed Roth Taylor reacted by throwing the chair beneath him toward the boy. Taylor swung and shattered the chair. Alvira stood silently observing. She watched him summon power and judged the spell looked like a basic incantation. He was a mage, so it was likely he'd target Taylor since Taylor was most skilled in close combat. Alvira widened her eyes in astonishment. He raised his hand high, gathering a large, dazzling green energy. Then he unleashed a technique called Windblade. The strike severed the chandelier's chain from the ceiling. The chandelier fell straight toward Taylor's head, making him stare wide-eyed. However, Taylor's reflexes were excellent, and he quickly dodged the impact. The fallen chandelier then exploded with a commotion. In the corridors, each room's defensive wards began to stir, and everyone buzzed with alarm. What was that noise? Clebius sat curled in a corner, scared out of his wits. "What's going on out there?" Amid the still rising dust. Ahem, Taylor checked on everyone. "Alla, are you okay?" Isla answered to reassure him. "I'm fine, Taylor. I just fell because of the impact." Taylor didn't forget to ask, "Alvira, are you all right?" She replied irritably, "Don't pay attention to me." A blue light flashed before Alvira's troubled face, and a slicing arc whistled through, severing the strap of her satchel along with a lock of her hair. Alvira was horrified and speechless. She spun to look straight at her satchel. The bag, full of chemicals, toppled and bottles began to roll out one by one. Alvira turned toward Ed Roth Taylor, furious. "So, you're seriously doing this? So something really is happening upstairs, isn't it?" He didn't answer. What lay before her was a scene of ruin. Alvira glanced at the vials scattered across the floor. She slumped and reached to grab one of the vials. When Ed Roth Taylor's cold voice uttered 2 words, "Ignite," immediately flames flared up, blocking Alvira from grabbing the nearby vial. He stood to the side, watching Alvira kneel on the floor. Everything happened remarkably fast. The battlefield was set, smooth as flowing water. Alvira sat amid the sea of fire, anxiously exclaiming, "This is bad." Ed Roth Taylor's judgment was swift and accurate. He strode proudly through the flames as he spoke. "Zix, don't leak information like that, okay?" Then he rubbed his veined arm and rolled up his sleeve. His expression carried a hint of menace and dominance over the flames. "This isn't just high magical proficiency, you know?" Ed Roth Taylor's silhouette blurred within the fire, while Alvira Aniston collapsed onto the floor. Alvira clutched her injured arm, inwardly cursing herself. The top student of the metallurgy line was the team's main source of power, but the line's biggest disadvantage was carrying fewer magical implements and potions. And with those magic stone potions appearing, she thought, our chances of fighting have only gotten smaller. She broke into a sweat looking at Ed Roth Taylor. Usually alchemists carry artifact pendants or necklaces as backups, but she couldn't believe a genius like herself would actually need them. How annoying. Ed Roth Taylor still stood there without moving, and Alvira suddenly concluded, "Don't tell me the guy had anticipated this move against me." Smashed the chandelier, and used the chance to create a wall of fire. Everything targeted my item pouch. She stared in shock at her hip where the items were kept. Alvira scowled in anger. Otherwise, he should have aimed at the pouch itself, not the strap. What a simple-minded move. She continued watching Ed Roth Taylor, who was condensing energy into a sphere on his palm. "Who would have thought Ed Roth Taylor is just a useless lump?" she muttered. Immediately after, she drew a small magic stone from her inner pocket. Annoyed, Alvira tossed the magic stone to the ground, and it instantly transformed into a little winged rabbit spirit. "I've still got a few things left," she said. Not wanting to lose, she infused the rabbit with additional power in the form of a formation. "I'll give it fire resistance and a berserker fighting spirit, then further amplify it." Immediately, the tiny rabbit spirit ballooned into a gigantic monster. Meanwhile, Alvira panicked, unsure which spell to choose. What could douse the flames? In her panic, she randomly fired her magic at the blaze. But instead of quelling it, she caused another explosion. Elvira screamed and was forced backward in fear. Suddenly, a golden sword beam streaked across. It was Taylor swiftly slashing down to stop the explosion, shouting, "Stay alert, Elvira!" Elvira luckily escaped, panting in terror. She's fairly confident in her magical knowledge, but her combat ability is only average compared to first-year students who have only learned basic spells. Right now, Taylor was still swinging his sword to protect her. That guy was blatantly targeting her. Elvira had to protect her and couldn't get close to him. No, just moving through these flames already felt extremely difficult. Elvira's voice rang out. "Taylor," he turned to look at her. "If you can corner him, will you be able to beat him?" Before Taylor could answer, she dropped into an attack stance. "If so, watch this," she shouted, urging the rabbit spirit to charge at Ed Roth Taylor. The rabbit spirit flew at Ed Roth Taylor and let out a roar that made the surrounding flames tremble. Seeing that, Taylor readied his sword and lunged forward without hesitation. "I got to rush in and get to him now." Elvira threw off her cloak in response. "Yes, good idea." Then she sprinted recklessly toward the flames. Seeing that, Isla called her name in surprise. "Elvira!" She found her things and immediately tossed off the cloak. It turned out to be the potion vials. Elvira fondled them. "My dears, did you miss Mother? Though we must part for a moment, I miss you so." Turning back to Ed Roth Taylor, his face cold, he still held the energy orb aimed at the rabbit spirit. But in a split second, Ed Roth Taylor changed direction and threw it toward Elvira. Elvira, still clutching a potion vial, thought to herself that he must be preparing something, but now she could cast potions herself. Immediately, she hurled the vial in her hand at Ed Roth Taylor and shouted, "You miscalculate." The instant the sword's arc was about to strike Elvira, the potion bottle successfully intercepted it. The vial shattered into pieces. It was a special potion made from walnut flowers and small brown sand mushrooms, combined with a release incantation. In a flash, the vial produced a large explosion. Its effect was, the blast restored Isla's lost magical control. A gust of icy wind swept through the flames, turning the fires into heaps of ash and temporarily disrupting the magical conduits created by the spells. Contrary to these positives, the rabbit spirit plunged a sword through Ed Roth Taylor's heart. Seizing the moment, he used the rabbit spirit's body to block the icy wind. Elvira's thoughts raced. "Do you know what that means?" Ed Roth Taylor flung the rabbit's corpse to the ground. Even without light, his aura was enough to reveal his murderous face and deep blue eyes staring at them. What happens to a lordly mage who suddenly can't cast spells? Elvira and Taylor shouted in unison. "What are you still standing there for? We have a fighter on our side, you know." Right now, Ed Roth Taylor. Seeing this, Ed Roth Taylor immediately fled, and they gave chase. He ran off elsewhere. Ed Roth Taylor clawed at the wall and conveniently brought part of it crashing down to block them. A barrel of oil above fell by momentum. Then the oil inside spilled down toward the fire. And finally the oil reached the flames. Of course, oil meeting fire was like fish meeting water. There was a huge explosion that sent everything flying, causing them a halt. Taylor's head dripped with sweat as he wondered if that smell was oil. With Taylor frozen, Elvira shouted, "Are you insane? This is the Ophilis Hall. If the fire spreads down the corridor, people will definitely get hurt." Taylor, sword in hand, prepared to draw and cut through the flames. "Magic made fire, oil made fire. I can slice through both with one elemental strike." The potion's magical effect is limited. The spell only lasts a few minutes. Saying that, he took a lunging sword stance and yelled, "Then before anyone gets hurt, I have to finish this." Suddenly, Elvira called out to stop him. "Wait, Taylor." She began to survey the surroundings with her reasoning. The window was cracked open wide enough for smoke to escape. Even the carpets and other flammable items were gone. Then she looked toward Taylor, who was swinging his sword hard to snuff out the blaze. Continuing her line of thought, she realized he had planned this far in advance. Elvira, terrified, tried to stop him. "No, Taylor," but it was too late. Ed Roth Taylor had already drawn his bow toward Taylor. He ran with his sword, charging at Ed Roth Taylor. He hadn't expected that Ed also knew how to use a bow. He wondered silently. Ed can use a bow, but can I block this arrow? Suddenly Taylor's eyes widened in a question. Now Ed Roth Taylor had loosed the arrow. The arrow didn't aim at Taylor, but whizzed past his shoulder toward the person behind him. Wasn't he targeting me? Unexpectedly, Ed Roth Taylor's target was Isla. She frantically reached out to block it, but was too late. Hands crackling with blue electricity appeared. Isla could no longer cast even basic defensive spells. Isla stared, terrified. They shouted her name as they saw her like that. But luckily someone cast a spell in time that intercepted and enveloped the arrow. Isla still had her hands raised to protect herself. The person who used the spell was still drawing power from that orb and breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. It was Alvira. She sank to the ground, exhaling in relief. That orb was a grasp of authority, a magical implement that generates a force to hold small objects at a distance, as long as it's under the caster's control. Thinking it over, she was surprised, but that arrow. Alvira, sweating and confused, looked at the arrowhead, which was wrapped in thick cloth to form a round shape. It's just a stick with a padded tip. What kind of trick is this? She turned to Taylor in panic. Wait, Taylor, be careful. He's definitely hiding something. Before she could finish, Ed Roth Taylor and Taylor leapt into combat. Ed Roth Taylor used his bow to parry Taylor's sword and glared at it. From somewhere came a loud noise. Ed Roth Taylor wondered. The sound came from a second floor. Alvira's voice still rang out, urging them to run, otherwise everyone would die. The second floor boss had taken the Theophilus Hall. At that time, Kebius was clutching his head in pain. The gloomy Kebius had escaped. Back with Ed Roth Taylor, he was now breathing a sigh of relief. Phew! Finally! While S was off guard, Taylor swung a strike that sent Ed Roth Taylor crashing into the wall. Dust and smoke billowed up. Alvira, seeing this, couldn't help exclaiming in shock. What? But how the heck? Right now, Ed Roth Taylor was collapsed, covered in wounds from the heavy impact that left a deep gash. In the chaotic, wrecked room, the flames still burned. Taylor spoke up. Are you insane? He grabbed Ed Roth Taylor by the collar in anger. There must be a reason you did this. Alvira gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling completely outplayed by him. If he truly wanted to defeat us, he wouldn't have shown himself and smashed the chandelier to cause a scene. But he appeared right in front of us to block our way. He was even unervingly calm during the subsequent fight. Sure enough, something was very strange. Even now, grabbed by the collar, Ed Roth Taylor remained unbothered. With an expressionless face, he asked, "Done?" No sooner had he finished than Taylor promptly threw him to the floor. Ed Roth Taylor said, "If you're done, go upstairs. Stop lollygagging." Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what he meant. You've been blocking our way this whole time. What nonsense are you spouting now? Outside, a heavy downpour was pelting the ground. Ed Roth Taylor looked at them through half-lidded eyes. Why are you holding back your power like that? At Alvira's question, everyone was surprised. Alvira, what are you saying? Holding him back? To fight us? Alvira stepped forward, eyes burning with intensity. Yes, I can't let this go. Answer me quickly. Why didn't you unleash your full strength? The four of them stared at each other with hatred, angry, when suddenly the door creaked open, allowing a weak shaft of light to pierce through. The girl had plucked a flower herself and pinned it into her hair, revealing a young woman removing her cloak. After a sleepless night of thought, who could blame that innocent girl? She walked away, leaving droplets on the floor. Even if it was just an illusion, anyone could imagine a perfectly fulfilling outcome for themselves. But fantasy and reality can be cruelly different. Alvira grabbed Ed Roth Taylor by the collar despite Isla's attempts to hold her back, while Taylor angrily slammed into the wall. The young man, who seemed poised to stroll into the rose garden with gentlemanly composure, had somehow been ambushed by a group, sitting helpless on the floor with his face stained in blood. At that moment, by some miracle, someone else's face was also stained with blood. A voice rang out. He turned to look, and the voice spoke again. You lot now? A girl glared at them with murderous intent. What you doing? Night had fallen, and a voice echoed from inside the Theophilus Hall. At this rate, we'll arrive soon enough. The group had reached the second floor. Kebius was grim. Taylor McClure held a rope and stomped hard on Clebius, who grimaced in pain. They had caught Clebius fleeing on the second floor, beaten him, and forced him to join them, then moved up to the third. Maid Kelly had tried to stop them, but they quickly overcame the third-floor boss machine and shook Kelly off. Facing their group, Kelly, covered in injuries, weakly apologized. "I'm so sorry, Miss Alice. I couldn't complete the task you assigned. Without my twin Shelley, she is no match for Taylor's group." Of course, Taylor and his crew didn't realize one of the twin maids was alone, and so they reached their target, the fourth floor of the Awfulest Hall. Taylor McClure led the group up to the next floor in succession, much easier than expected. First, flames roared around Taylor McClure. He clenched his wrist, his gaze cooling, and the difficulty on the first floor was oddly high. Lortel's eyes went blank with fear after hearing a loud scream. Then, a red flame suddenly burst forth. The voice rang out again, and people fled in panic. Amid the chaos, another scream rose. "Help me! I can't control it. Help me!" Will Lane was being blinded by the blazing formation and kept shouting. He was the boss of the fourth floor, manipulated by defensive magic. It was all Alice and Lortel's plan. They had left a crystal orb to activate the magic circle control system in the central control room. Protective spells were engraved throughout the Awfulest Hall. The crystal orb sent out golden sparks through small holes arranged across the surfaces. It was originally designed to protect students from outside forces, but the current scene, the sparks from the orb, was simply a child losing control under the Academy's magic he couldn't manage. Taylor McClure's group kept struggling against the increasingly fierce bursts of sparks. The building suddenly began to sink deeper. Ilatrice startled and shouted, "What's going on outside?" and perhaps asked for popcorn jokingly. Clebius spoke urgently. "At this rate, the building will collapse." "Ah, where are the maids and what on earth are they doing?" By now, the students of the Awfulest Hall, who had tried to stay calm, called to one another, "Let's get out of here." Then they began using their abilities to find a way to escape. As tension rose, some of the group didn't hesitate and jumped out of the windows. From the outside, the building kept sinking, accompanied by explosions shattering all the fourth-floor window frames. Things worsened out of control. The explosions grew stronger. Taylor McClure raised his sword and loudly asked his companion, "Alvira, do you have any of that night butterfly flower compound left?" Alvira nervously explained, "The night butterfly compound only distorts a user's magical power. It won't affect a magic circle like this." Saying that, she produced a vial of blue liquid, then continued, "In a closed space, this will definitely be useful. The demon fish compound mix includes demon fish eggs and emperor shell husks." Having said that, Alvira gripped one hand, while with the other, she poured out the demon fish compound under Taylor McClure's urgent prompting. After a flurry of movements, Alvira spoke, "This should be enough to block all basic magic in the corridor. All of those are support spells. Many though they are, I can still handle them." Clebius Nortondale froze as Alvira ground her teeth and added, "So you don't need to worry about this side. Both of you go defeat Will Lane quickly." With that, she kicked Clebius Nortondale out. Tearful, he quickly ran off, followed by Taylor McClure, who chased after him with his sword. Clebius Nortondale ran shouting, "Ah, why me?" At the same time, Will Lane, surrounded by formations, was shouting at the top of his lungs, struggling to exert all his strength. From a distance, Will Lane hovered at the center where the red light of the crystal orb converged, surrounded by black currents. When he sensed people approaching, red sparks shot out violently. Will Lane's tears suddenly poured out. One lens of his glasses was shattered, yet did nothing to lessen the joy on his face. His eyes widened, tears streaming down both cheeks. He cried out in delight, "Ah, finally!" At that moment, a violent explosion also occurred, and a great blaze swallowed the entire fourth floor. Outside, the building fire raged fiercely, and the rain continued to pour. Ed Roth Taylor and Fenia stood not far off. Fenia looked at Ed Roth Taylor worriedly and said, "Ed, what are you doing? If you don't stay still, the wound will tear open." The two stood behind Staff. Although Ed Roth Taylor was covered in injuries, he still watched the building intently before replying indifferently, Not that bad. Most of this blood isn't even mine. Phineas sighed helplessly. You really are. Ed Rothtailor sighed and cursed under his breath. Damn it. In the rain, a group in black cloaks stood respectfully beside a wooden carriage. It looked simple and ordinary, not a bit ostentatious. From the carriage's flashy exterior, one might assume the occupant was a grand figure. But considering who sat inside, even this carriage seemed common and cheap. When the man stepped out, Kim Vong-elt, he donned an expensive cloak, wore numerous costly jewels, and held a sheet of paper with a fierce expression. Normally, he'd arrive with more than a dozen carriages and a retinue. But today, he came alone, indicating he wished to act quickly and secretly. Elt is Lortel's adoptive father. After being betrayed by Lortel, he became a subordinate, an important figure who cannot appear at the academy right now. The paper in his hand was slowly being singed. No one could guess his intentions. At the same time, under the rain, a maid holding an umbrella glided past Ed Rothtailor and Phineas. It seemed the carriage had been stopped there for some time. Why is he only stepping out now? Is he waiting for the Awfulest Hall to be completely destroyed? When he saw the maid, Ed Rothtailor's eyes widened in surprise. Who could that be? The maid, escorted by the black cloak group and wearing a cold expression, was none other than Shelley, the twin mate of the third-floor boss, the dishwashing machine Shelley. Shelley was one of the orphans raised by head maid Alice. Alice had been completely won over by Lortel, and she was supposed to be the third-floor boss. Shelley held a sword, mysterious red lights radiating all over her body. However, the strange thing was that she was with Lortel's enemy. Shelley could not betray Alice. Alice had been bribed by Lortel. Yet at the thought of that, the image of Lortel being restrained by Alice's blade suddenly flashed in his mind. What if Alice sided with Elt? Ed Rothtailor continued to analyze. And if she betrayed Lortel? Then there would be only one possible future. The image of Lortel, lying motionless, appeared, tacitly declaring Lortel's defeat. You will have a political conflict with Phineas in Chapter 3 as Lortel. You will be the largest supporting force in the war against the Rothtailor clan in Chapter 4. As Lortel, it's now hard for her to properly fill the role of a mid-level boss. While he was still lost in thought, Kim Vong-elt steadily entered the Awfulest Hall. The situation was completely different now. But what about Lortel's role? I really can't predict it anymore. Thinking that, Ed Rothtailor suddenly spoke. Janica. She looked up at his call, dazed. Huh? Ed Rothtailor continued. I need to ask you a favor. It's urgent and I can't act alone. After saying that, he fell silent, pondering how to explain it to her. Janica quickly replied, Okay, sure. Her response surprised him. Then she clenched her hands and asked resolutely, What I need to do? In a pitch-black space, greetings. The image of the burned letter reappeared. The contents of the letter came up one line at a time. To Chairman of the Trade Guild Elt, Kim Vong-elt Ketchum, I write to inform you that contrary to her obedient appearance, your foster daughter Lortel Ketchum, although the letter was almost completely charred, each written stroke remained legible. It continued. She is actually conspiring to betray and seize control of the Elt Trade Guild. The young lady knows that you murdered her biological parents. An image of Lortel collaborating with others suddenly appeared. The writer then continued to expose Lortel's plot and was using this information to lure and overthrow you. Additionally, the negotiation to acquire the Sage's Tome is a trap to lure you to Sylvania Academy. Kim Vong-elt and several aides had entered the building. The letter's contents kept replaying in his head, preventing him from reacting promptly to the incident at the Elt Trade Guild headquarters. I disclose this information to you for certain reasons. Kim Vong-elt's expression grew progressively colder as the writer continued revealing details, and I possess a secret document that can prove Miss Lortel's conspiracy. But you know, nothing comes free. Miss Lortel promised me a large sum. At the same time, no one knows that Lortel is being threatened at sword point by Alice. The letter went on. So, unless I receive more money, I might switch to Miss Lortel's side. I'm going blind and have nearly lost my hearing after an accident. This may be my last year serving as a maid. At that, Alice's gaze grew colder. I'm the only one driven into a corner and the only one who knows the whole truth. The decision rests with me. The hatred inside Alice swelled, blue flames spreading constantly around her. The letter continued to reveal that things could become more complicated or simpler. The details were in the file attached to the letter. What was disclosed were the names of organizations I secretly manage: CERN Region, Crook's Orphanage, Cohelton Orphanage, Otto's Crossell Orphanage in the Odell Region, Alton Orphanage in the Tamil Region, Community Orphanage. The amount of gold sent to these places will determine my next action. I hope you will be merciful and wise in your decision. Outside, the rain grew heavier, and the letter reached its end. Sincerely, Alice, head maid of the Awfulest Hall. Suddenly a sharp sword was pressed to someone's throat, then a voice snapped. Do not move. It continued. Lord Elt will be arriving at the hall soon. The sword wielder was none other than Alice. Seeing the other party silent, she went on, I didn't expect you to be so cool-headed. The two stood in the wide aisle, the blade still at Lortel's throat. Alice continued. The young lady said she would take revenge on Lord Elt. Then, suddenly and solemnly, she added, However, forgive me. I think you two aren't much different from each other, and neither am I. As she spoke, a large explosion suddenly hurled the two aside, and a voice rang out. Someone like Will Lane could not possibly approach the defensive magic system. They saw Will Lane caught and tightly bound in a thick rope. The voice continued to echo. Indeed, the real culprit in this incident was. Taylor McClure's group had stood at the door. Alvira led the charge, shouting, Headmaid Alice, she's taking someone hostage. Everyone be careful. Taylor, seeing people arrive, Lortel quickly crouched down, leaving Alice standing stunned and motionless. Clebius Nortondale saw her crawling over and anxiously asked, Lortel, are you okay? Lortel replied, I'm fine. Look over there. That's the culprit who started this mess. Then she bit her lip and forced out, Should we quickly take her down? She thought to herself that she had to say that and immediately pinned the blame on Alice. Alvira was surprised, eyes wide as she called out loudly, Lortel. She then asked, What's with that expression? Hearing this, Lortel smiled slyly and in a low voice said, What expression of mine? Having said that, Lortel covered her face with her hand and quickly ran off, despite everyone shouting her name. Lortel, as she ran, Lortel thought Kim Vong was coming. Distrustful of his subordinates, he would come in person. She hurried down the stairs as thoughts raced through her mind. Her plan to depose him and seize control of the Elt Trade Guild was nearly complete. The blame for manipulating public opinion and the resulting damage would fall on him and force him to resign from a guild. Calculations kept echoing in Lortel's head. Fortunately, Elt Ketchuln hadn't arrived yet. I need to contact the operators at headquarters. I'll send them the secret letter hidden in the room. Then I just need to run away somewhere. Lortel tried to run as fast as she could out of the hall, quietly concluding that the key to the plan was simply not getting caught. Her steps slowed. She reassured herself inwardly that it was enough. She mustn't collapse and had to try harder. Memories flooded back into her mind, and the cold image of Rot Taylor surfaced, making Alice lament that no one understood her. Recalling the moment she pressed the sharp sword to Lortel's throat, she felt bitter. If it's betrayal, she had steeled herself for it long ago, and she'd been through this kind of thing too many times. Suddenly she stopped, hand on the wall, thoughts still echoing. So this is where the heart breaks right now. At that thought, Lortel covered her mouth, trembling as tears streamed down her face. She sadly told herself it wasn't weakness, that she had grown stronger. Lortel then slowly resumed walking. By now, Lortel seemed to have made a decision. She gradually sped up. She had to do everything possible and keep running. Tears kept falling. Lortel gritted her teeth and thought as she ran that she needed to reach that room before Elt Ketchuln arrived. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Lortel confidently believed the problems would be resolved as long as she could send the letter. Meanwhile, in the main hall on the first floor, furniture lay scattered and disordered. Kim Vong Elt and his cloak-clad servants entered one after another. He frowned and said, What did you just say? Students, evacuate immediately. Suddenly a pair of legs appeared and a voice said, Because the hall is at risk of collapsing. The newcomer was none other than Ed Roth Taylor. He continued, No one is allowed into this room for safety reasons until the professors arrive. Though alone facing a group, Ed Rothtailor remained resolute. I won't let anyone pass. Hearing this, Kim Vong-Elth asked, Did you receive orders from the Academy office? Ed Rothtailor refused to look at him and bluntly replied, No, we act on our own initiative. Sylvania has a reward system for situations like this. He opened his eyes and silently considered. 3 people controlled the course of events. Lortel, who intended to overthrow Elt Ketchel. Ed Rothtailor seemed to understand her motive well, to avenge her childhood and to seize the position of guild chairman. The second was Elt Ketchel, who wanted to stop Lortel's plan. Unexpectedly, the person had succeeded in buying back the sage's tome and that elusive, mysterious woman. Thinking of that, the image of Head Maid Alice placed between the powerful father and son foster pair left them evenly matched. I don't know why she betrayed them, but she's on the 5th floor with Lortel. The image of Alice threatening Lortel with a sword appeared again. Ed Rothtailor hesitated. Now what? Should I go to the 5th floor to stop her? But then he made a decision. No, the image of Taylor's group standing at the 5th floor door also came to mind. He thought further that even if he didn't intervene, she'd still clash with Taylor's group according to the scenario he trusted and leave that task to Taylor's team. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, the tense battle between Alice and Taylor's group was raging, with neither side yielding. Ed Rothtailor was utterly convinced. These people were reliable. Recalling fighting each member of the group, the clashes had been fierce, making Ed Rothtailor even more certain of his decision. He did not hesitate to state his reason. He had personally verified their abilities. Returning to Elt Ketchel, Ed Rothtailor decided that he would handle the matter and prevent Elt Ketchel from entering the Awfulest Hall. Thinking that, he gave a soft chuckle and continued to calculate. No matter what schemes the man had, the events in the Awfulest Hall would proceed as usual. Then Ed Rothtailor suddenly exclaimed, Impossible! Could you be Elt Ketchel, chairman of the Elt Trade Guild? He then put his hand to his chest in a salute and added, If a noble of your stature, Lord Elt, has come all the way here, it must be for a worthy reason. Elt Ketchel listened solemnly as Ed Rothtailor continued, But you should consult with the Academy first so you may be received according to your rank. Hearing this, Elt Ketchel said, Ah, I see, so it's you. Ed Rothtailor lowered his face, pressing his lips together. Then Elt Ketchel's expression grew ever colder, blue killing intent radiating from him as he spoke. On Lortel's side, 10 minutes before Ed Rothtailor was caught off guard, a large ship with red lights bobbed on the sea. Ed Rothtailor and Janica Failover stood before the huge hole in the wall caused by the explosion and peered inside. He looked at those in the room and said, That's the situation outside. He asked Zix, who was planting a banana tree with one hand, Then why haven't you left yet? Zix stubbornly replied, Well, I can't act rashly. Even if this whole building collapses, I won't die. He sneered inwardly. So the strong can do whatever they please, huh? By the way, the character Elsa, also known as the Snow Queen, is a fictional character from Disney's 53rd animated feature film. Zix rolled over to his feet, sweating all over, and complained, Why did you punch a huge hole in my room's wall? It's freezing. Are you trying to turn me into sleeping Elsa on the bed? Ed Rothtailor admired him silently. Who would think this guy is a mage? Zix scratched his head, bowed respectfully, and said, Senior Janica, I'm properly greeting you now. Although our relationship isn't great because of the Glaskin incident, Janica Failover replied politely, Yes, I'm very sorry about that. Ed Rothtailor comforted her. Don't be upset, Janica. You've already served your punishment. Janica gratefully said, Yes, that's right. Thank you. Ed Rothtailor. Zix looked up at the two and interjected casually. Are you two a couple? Janica flustered, waving her hand. No, not at all. She blushed, startled, and shot a quick glance at Ed Rothtailor before cautiously asking, Ed Rothtailor, did I make you uncomfortable? He lowered his eyes and answered, No, it's fine. It's just that he was rude first. Zix felt embarrassed at that. Oh, is that so? He bowed his head 90 degrees and said, I apologize. Zix raised his head to look at the two, then returned to the main point. So what's the reason you two had to smash through the wall and come in here? Ed Roth Taylor affirmed. Exactly. I need to ask you a favor, and I'll pay you later. Ed Roth Taylor bowed politely to Lord Elt. If a noble of your stature, Lord Elt, has come all the way here, it must be for a worthy reason. But you should speak with the Academy first, so you may be received in a manner befitting your rank. Elt said in a low voice. He looked at Ed Roth Taylor with cold eyes, his voice brimming with killing intent as he emphasized the word you. His presence overwhelmed Ed Roth Taylor on Lortel's side. He leaned in close to Ed Roth Taylor. Could her pretty face have fired you up? Rather than being loyal to coins you may never receive, you should seize the immediate benefits before you. His amber eyes showed no flicker when speaking of blood ties. That girl was born with fox blood. She's the sort who will stab you in the back at the first chance. I, the father who raised her from infancy, understand her better than anyone. He tried to persuade Ed Roth Taylor. I'll give you twice the money she promised. Clear the way for me now. He still kept his head bowed and murmured, I'm grateful, sir, but those deep sea blue eyes stared straight at him. I haven't received a single coin. So what good is double or triple? Elt scowled. Very well. Soldiers with swords obeying Elt's command surrounded the two of them. Clearly we don't see eye to eye. He glanced at the troops as Elt ordered, take care of them neatly for me. Ed Roth Taylor immediately fled from the sword-wielding soldiers. Two soldiers stepped forward at once to block his path. What do you think you're running off to? A wave of green magic sent the two soldiers flying in front of Ed Roth Taylor. Zix reached out to cast a spell, with Janica right behind him. Senior, are you all right? Ed Roth Taylor turned to the two of them and urgently promised, I'll check the situation and come back. Please buy me some time. I'll repay this debt later. Janica activated her magic. Got it. Zix agreed cheerfully. Didn't you still owe me earlier, after all? Elt frowned, showing impatience. Even as students, they are tough opponents. Charge all of them. Zix and Janica charged into battle at the same time as the cloak-wearing, sword-bearing soldiers. Ed Roth Taylor took advantage of the chaos to flee. He sketched out a plan for himself. Now he needed to find Lortel and tell her what was happening outside. He paused mid-run when he encountered Lortel. He asked her, can't get out? Lortel hesitated. Then I'll invite you. Let's go around through the side door and get out first. Do you have the strength to run? Follow me. Kindness and trust often come paired for a reason. The reason Shero, the Elf Guild receptionist, favored Lortel. The old attendant smiled politely and bowed because he hoped Lortel might accidentally reveal some secret information. The reason Cadden, another guild staffer, was especially cheerful with Lortel, the stout man with a bushy beard smiled because Lortel had given him advice. A little green bird perched on her forefinger. The reason Teeny, the pet bird, clung to Lortel all day was because she fed it premium food. The coin stamped with a sailing ship. Every kind act has its reason attached. Like the value of a coin, at least in Lortel's world, things are that way. Ed Roth Taylor seemed to have no time for me to explain everything in detail, but Alice did betray her, right? Lortel bit her lip in silence, blaming herself. A foolish mistake. She recalled growing up with love and care and treating the whole world with that same love and care. The image of Janica Failover smiling as she held a basket of eggs. Janica Failover was different from me, she thought to herself. The day I made that proposal to Ed Roth Taylor, I had already seen it. Lortel recalled Janica gazing at Ed Roth Taylor with an enamored look, as if she expected nothing in return when she looked at him like that. The white-haired girl lowered her eyes and stood at the back. I wondered whether I could ever have that kind of relationship. The white-haired girl pressed a sword to Lortel's throat, so I told Alice the whole plan. Lortel stepped forward. I'll never forget this filthy, dark ego. The cracked glass reflected her gloomy face. I won't delude myself into thinking I can be some romantic version. She thought about what she'd done, the 5 people she'd bribed to seize the hall, including head maid Alice and the twin maids Shelley and Kelly. The representative of the weaker faction, Will Lane, and Ed Roth Taylor. Then Lortel realized Alice, Shelley, and Kelly were already with Elt. Will Lane would likely side with him as well. Looking at the young man in front of her, she mocked herself, and him too. Finally Lortel spoke. I'm sorry, Senior Ed Roth Taylor. I don't even understand what I want. Why did I say that? Why did I? Her face seemed to have lost hope. I may not be able to give you the 20 gold coins I promised. As you can see, my situation is unstable right now. I think you shouldn't stay with me. But Ed Rothtailor's counter-question stunned her. Who asks how someone's situation is and then answers for them? He grabbed her hand. What are you stopping for in a hurry? If Elt catches you, your life will end right there. Light shone on the backs of the two of them. To carry out future plans, she had to escape first. Lortel stared, puzzled, kindness and trust. She looked toward him where a brilliant light radiated. Now explain everything to me. Why did you do that? She pressed her lips in silence. Such things usually come paired for a reason. If you can't see the reason, you shouldn't trust. Of course, that was her life's truth. Lortel finally laid everything out. The central office of the guild had planned to manipulate prices. It was likely her father was behind it. She described his weapons depot. You know, gear prices dropped after the monster attack in the Eastern Mountains. By buying up all the remaining equipment and holding a monopoly, he could trade internally and keep manipulating prices forever. Ed Rothtailor understood clearly. This was his illegal operation. She summarized the rest. She hurriedly explained what she discovered. What? Oh, yes, my father needs money to carry out the plan. He said he'd found a high bidder for the Sage's Tome. So he sent me to Sylvania to steal that book. At that point, Ed Rothtailor cut in. All right, no need for more details. By saying that, he already had enough information. Money laundering trades are a classic trick to inflate market prices through three merchants A, B, and C. Those folks monopolize the cheap goods and trade among themselves. He sketched a rise and fall diagram in his mind. However, money laundering trades rely on mutual trust. If B and C secretly dump goods on the market, prices will plunge immediately. So, ends up bearing the monopoly and borrowing to buy equipment. Ed Rothtailor seemed to picture that quick blooming, quick fading wealth. Elt would bear all the losses alone and be removed from his current post. Lortel had spent years buying up dozens of companies corresponding to B and C to prepare for this plan. But then he saw that Elt would have to step down from the central office so the 6 merchant shareholders of the company could gain selling rights. And among them would even be Lortel herself. As he ran, he said she had escalated the scale of the Awfulest Hall takeover to squeeze the financial office and to facilitate the negotiation to buy the Sage's Tome. Her plan was to use that to kick Elt, who badly needed money, out of the central office while also selling off the equipment there, right? His understanding stunned Lortel. She thought, how the hell did he? Ed Rothtailor glanced briefly and said, then you only need to do this one thing. She doubted it. Could he grasp the situation so easily? He suddenly asked if she was planning to send a secret letter to the guild's central office, ordering them to sell the equipment immediately. Lortel realized her room had a messenger pigeon. She remembered it. It was directly linked to our contacts at the guild's central office. If she sent the messenger pigeon and hid carefully until the equipment sale went through, she'd win. Then she hesitated. Her father had likely suspected something. He intended to force her to reveal the whole plan and her accomplices. Ed Rothtailor fell silent again. He turned and suddenly said, listen carefully, Lortel. Ed Rothtailor said seriously, from now on you must go into hiding and avoid being seen at all costs. If I were Elt, I'd send men to block both bridges to Arkanile. You'd almost certainly be caught there. The heavy rain outside cut visibility. Tell the coachman waiting out front to head to Arkanile with the carriage. No, tell him to abandon the carriage in a safe spot and run off elsewhere. That way they'll think you've left Arkanile. Lortel could hardly believe it. Then how could she possibly disappear? He said, I've built a hut in the northern woods. You only need to stay there for 3 days. He asked again, I'll come to your room and send a messenger pigeon. As long as you can write a message like sell immediately, everything will be settled, right? She hesitated. Yes, that's right. Suddenly his eyes widened. Ed Rothtailor abruptly tightened his grip on her shoulder. He whispered, someone's at the back door. I'll deal with them and then run to your room. In the meantime, watch everything carefully, and if you don't see anyone, hurry to the common trade district. Lortel froze for a moment, acting like a seasoned merchant. No extra movements, not a single wasted gesture. She even began to believe she could safely entrust everything to him. Ed Roth Taylor frowned and asked, "Are you really okay? Why are you looking so dazed? That's not like you at all." She startled. "Yes, I understand." She couldn't help but speak up. Senior Ed Roth Taylor silently told himself, "This time, it should work." Lortel asked, "Why are you helping me so much?" Ed Roth Taylor didn't know how to answer that question. "Why?" He turned and left first. "Because I want to help you, I suppose." The door closed in Lortel's face. Night was enveloped in silence. Lortel collapsed down, exhausted. Her face flushed, and her breathing was rapid, the sound pounding. She heard a roaring noise, the final battle between the Taylor group and Alice. Then she denied it. No. Could it be that the fight is closer on the first floor? She clenched her fists. If it wasn't any closer, she couldn't believe it. But her face was already soaked with tears. This was the rhythm of her heart. Outside, the rain fell cold and wet. A cold voice rang out. "I didn't think you'd be the one, Ed Roth Taylor, to come out of there." The one who arrived was the dishwashing automaton maid, Shelley. Ed Roth Taylor wiped the blood from his lip, a final effort. Honestly, a bit of one. His eyes were cold as he said, "Deserving." Now this tragic tale was finally nearing its end. She had linked into the Ophelis Hall's defensive magic system. The metal box was intricately engraved, a light emanating from its core, covered in sigils running around Alice's hand and circling the box. With swordsmanship on par with a melee student, Alice blocked Taylor's strikes with one hand while using magic with the other to unlock the box. Even so, she steadfastly parried each of Taylor's blows as arcs of light shot out when their magics collided. She even mastered intermediate magic. Alice's gaze was sharp. That was head-made Alice. However, Taylor suddenly leapt up, evading Alice's magic. He poured magical power into the blade and jumped down from above Alice. She stood no chance against Taylor, because Taylor was the protagonist of this story. Their swords clashed, blinding magical energy bursting in all directions. Taylor forced his blade down toward Alice, but her expression remained icy. She calmly endured that force. Flashback 2 episodes earlier. The final battle against head-made Alice. The magical lights of both brightened the whole room, bursting through the glass, accompanied by violent clashes. Outside the building, as raindrops fell on the blades, Shelley's eyes were cold as she pointed her sword with one hand toward Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor was gravely wounded, yet he still had to face Shelley. Under the heavy rain, the water washed the blood from the wound on his head. He focused, judging the increasingly desperate situation. His mana was nearly depleted. He only had enough left for 2 or 3 basic spells. Shelley lunged suddenly, swift as a cut. Along a crackling path she leapt, leaving trails of light. Purple mana, closing in, but her final step formed a spinning arc. She swung the sword close at Ed Roth Taylor, the icy blade thrusting straight at him, but he nimbly avoided Shelley's first strike. She was surprised he could dodge her blow. One the world would aim between the lower belly and the thigh. Ed Roth Taylor stamped his foot on her sword. "I knew this trick. It's not about how fast my reflexes are." Her face contorted. As she lifted her skirt, a ring of throwing daggers appeared coiled around her thigh. Ed Roth Taylor quickly grabbed Shelley's hand to stop her drawing the daggers, because he had anticipated it. He ripped the daggers away, which flew out and struck the ground far away. Shelley was restrained, her face displeased. Ugh! Suddenly her eyes widened, the pupils constricting to purple. It's the twins' privilege, those born blessed by the stars. The skill panel shared abilities. The twins can share a skill with the other once per day. Suddenly the daggers were enveloped in purple mana and shot upward, racing toward Ed Roth Taylor. Kelly's low-rank remote weapon control spell. The daggers closed in on Ed Roth Taylor, but he lightly twisted his body to evade the sharp blades. Shelley smiled confidently, but she began to sweat as if restraining something. Her purple gaze flickered. Suddenly her pupils returned to their golden hue. Her face showed disbelief, and she fell silent. Although he avoided most, 2 daggers still lodged in Ed Roth Taylor's right shoulder and flank. His gaze was cold as he looked at Shelley kneeling on the ground, her hand caught and bent backward by him. Shelley's magic wasn't as elaborate as Kelly's. He pulled out the dagger stuck in him, blood spattering from the open wound. The only damage to him was a bit of blood. He tossed the daggers away with a clang-clang sound. He pinned her to the ground, as if to kick Shelley, but he only used his foot to kick the sword away in front of her. He bent down and looked at Shelley, saying, "That's right." Pinned to the ground by Ed Roth Taylor, Shelley screamed in anger. Geez, it took less than a minute to subdue her. Even so, Shelley still struggled to break free of Ed Roth Taylor's grip. She was wounded, but her spirit blazed for Alice. At this point, I can't let Alice down. Move, move. Ed Roth Taylor calmly let raindrops roll down his face, washing the trails of blood away. He said, "Alice will lose." Shelley glared angrily at Ed Roth Taylor and shouted, "What do you know? What do you know about Alice?" Blood trickled from Alice's lip, but she stood firm. Her hands still wove magical energy around the metal box. "Do you know what Alice has been through?" Simultaneously, multiple magic circles formed in the air, each launching streams of mana directly at Taylor. All the spells converged in one direction, creating a blinding magical explosion, wind whipping up clouds of dust. "Do you know how many orphaned children she's cared for?" Honestly, Ed Roth Taylor fell silent. Shelley said, "I'm the first among them. I had no idea." The failed swordsman's tale in Sylvania didn't dig into Alice's personal story. Alice was startled, eyes wide as the blast light shone on her face. If not for Alice, Taylor suddenly leapt from the explosion, his body cloaked in golden magic light, darting so fast he left afterimages and streaks. Taylor lunged with his sword straight at Alice. If he hit, I wouldn't even have a job left. Alice now wasn't channeling extra mana. She stood ready to receive Taylor's incoming strike to make some money. Alice was stunned. Could she even continue to survive in this chaotic kingdom? Taken aback by the incoming force, her eyes widened as Taylor's magical light shone through her pupils. Behind Ed Roth Taylor, the room where Taylor and Alice fought suddenly exploded. Flames shot up beneath the torrential rain, creating a dazzling scene. "You didn't know?" "Although I had heard everything," Ed Roth Taylor said calmly, honestly. As he spoke, Ed Roth Taylor still squeezed Shelley's hand, pinning her to the ground, pressing until she was subdued. "That's not my business." Yet his emotions remained unchanged. Shelley gradually lost focus, tears streaming from her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "I will not forgive. I can't believe it." "You've joined Lortel's side." Shelley fainted, but the tears kept falling, her face pitiable. Smoke rose from the building's room. "It's a pity, but I know nothing about the subplot lines." Ed Roth Taylor left Shelley unconscious in the rain. What did she expect from me? Right from the start, stepping away from Shelley, the flashes from the blast lit one side of his face, his gaze growing colder. There are many stories in this world that aren't in the game. Once again, the room blew apart. Weigh the damage from this incident. It means nothing compared to Alice's efforts. Ed Roth Taylor dragged Shelley roughly through the rain. The trail they made long streaks of water. Was it only to judge right from wrong? Those who can formulate philosophies and decide their own lives. Lean her against the inner wall of the building while they enjoy a full, comfortable life. After all, the choices and final goals of my life since entering this body. Ed Roth Taylor ran into the rain. He had never once changed, not even once. Raindrops hit his hair and ran down to his chin, his face expressionless, simply surviving. A notification popped up. "You defeated Shelley the dishwasher machine. Unlocked a new skill. An info panel marked with a flaming skull. The Resilient Heart info lets you temporarily forget pain and stop losing vitality." Ed Roth Taylor rejoiced. He finally learned this skill. Someone threw a rock and shattered the glass window, shards flying everywhere. Ed Roth Taylor quickly leaped into the building through the broken window. He crouched down, gently, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. The wooden interior was lavish, filled with decorations. Before him stood an ornate, tidy bookshelf displaying clocks, mirrors, and candelabra, slightly excessive at a glance. Documents covered the desk. Pen holders, ink bottles. Her desk was piled with papers and books arranged perfectly. After observing, Ed Roth Taylor said, typical of her personality. Ed Roth Taylor took a pen and a scrap of paper from the desk to write a letter. Elt is in Sylvania. He needs at least 3 days to return to headquarters. Sell all the headquarters equipment immediately. A pigeon messenger flew through the rain into the night sky to return with Elt's head. Drops of blood fell onto the floor. Ed Roth-Taylor pressed on his wound, trudging forward with difficulty, gasping as he went. Blood from his wound stained his shirt red. From my experience, wounds like this will heal quickly, provided Zix and Janica help an event go my way. King Eld's magic was like devouring flames, his gaze cruel. Lortel had certainly rushed headlong into a disastrous defeat. But now the carriage, guided by Lortel's orders, sped through the rain, escaped the island, and Elt surely won't sit idle, even if he catches the driver in time and forces him to reveal everything. At that moment, a bird darted through the night, moonlight covering the sky. Feathers fell with each flap. The letter I sent will reach Elt's guild and trigger Elt's unseating event. If the plan goes smoothly, Lortel should be waiting at the hut. Seeing what was before him, Ed Roth-Taylor stopped in surprise. Wow. A cloaked girl in black slowly approached. You came all the way to pick me up. How kind. But did he notice something off about the girl? I must admit I was a bit too complacent. The girl's face gradually emerged from under the hood, red hair revealed. It was Lady Lortel herself. Ed Roth-Taylor recalled that only 5 people bribed by Lortel knew she was the mastermind. If Elt lost his position, Alice would have no choice but to fall into Lortel's hands. Shelley and Kelly were loyal maids to Alice. Like before, she could bribe Lane with money. But from Lortel's point of view, when Ed Roth-Taylor turned his back, she fell silent. Why is she an unbribable variable? In a remote place in the forest, unseen by anyone. Ed Roth-Taylor worried whether she would attack him and how. If Lortel eliminated him, her perfect crime would succeed brilliantly. Lortel's nature was darkness. Her eyes appeared under the hood, staring at him inscrutably. She held a dagger, its blade gleaming under the reflective light. She would use anyone and then immediately discard them. She was a cunning person. Ed Roth-Taylor thought that to live he must try his hardest. He gritted his teeth, struggling to calculate the situation. But this body, she had stepped close right in front of him. The dagger remained clutched tightly in her hand. Ed Roth-Taylor froze. She suddenly brandished the knife in Ed Roth-Taylor's hand. Lortel reached out, took the blade, and cut a piece of cloth from his shirt. She tied the cloth around the wound to stop the bleeding for Ed Roth-Taylor. Of all things, he ended up hurt. Ed Roth-Taylor could hardly believe his eyes at the girl standing before him. She was actually bandaging him like this. Honestly, who does that? Lortel supported Ed Roth-Taylor and helped him toward a wooden cabin deep in the forest. A fire burned in front of the house, casting light over the clearing. I put up a fire so you dry off, she said. Lortel blushed, tears welling, and told him, first, we should warm up. By the sputtering firelight, Ed Roth-Taylor and Lortel sat beside it chatting. So everything went according to her plan, right? Come on. He's talking to Lortel. She smiled faintly and said, I made that coachman promise me. He said he'd do his best to distract them, even if it cost him his life. Ed Roth-Taylor, hearing this, asked, that coachman, is that loyal? How did you get him to obey? He thought to himself, no way. She didn't take someone's family hostage, did she? Probably not. Huh. He looked at her suspiciously. Lortel, unaware, continued, you know what? If this plan succeeds, I'll officially take control of the Elt Merchants Guild. The important thing is you saved my life. So what do you think? Does that make you happy? Do you think I'm cool now? Ed Roth-Taylor silently dropped another log into the fire without a word. Seeing that, she complained that his reaction was so boring. But Lortel didn't seem annoyed. She even smiled. Thank for today. I will never forget it. After it's over, just remember to give me the 20 gold coins you promised. Of course. Also, there's something I'd like to ask you for. Anything else to take care of? Is it about Alice? Her face suddenly darkened noticeably. No, not that. I'll handle that myself. I want to ask you about Janica. You're close with her, right? Yeah, fairly close. She's very kind. She's a senior who's both friendly and talented, so I admire her. Always caring for everyone, open-hearted with all. He glanced at her. Lortel paused slightly, then smiled. You see, I'm not that virtuous. Scene change. At the same time, in the Neophilus Hall, as soon as he received the report from his subordinates, Elt left immediately. He seemed tired of playing around in the Neophilus Hall. On the battlefield against Zix and Elt's henchmen, it seemed he wasn't contributing much. Zix knitted his brows tight. I think you're overdoing it a bit. Just a bunch of people getting knocked away. Please stop. Instead of fighting them, what you need to do is stop your teammate. At first, a flash of worry crossed Janika's face, but moments later, all the spirits inside her were released. Zix himself was nearly blown away by her power. Janika, stop her before someone else gets hurt. What's wrong? Are you angry? Janika fell silent at the words, then smiled broadly and turned to look at him. No, I'm not angry at all. After that, the sky had already brightened. I struggled because my uniform was in tatters, so I couldn't attend class. Zix lent me his uniform and then reported the situation. The responsibility for destroying the Neophilus Hall fell on Will Lane. As for Chamberlain Alice, the last one captured, she still hasn't uttered a word about what happened. A key figure in the storyline prevented Lortel's inevitable death. But since there's been no response from Elt so far, it seems the plan worked. To let the story unfold as naturally as possible, there was nothing left to do but wait for the messenger bird to bring good news back. This whole thing wrecked my health. I sighed tiredly. My body wasn't in great shape. It's all over. Daily work, which had to be done, felt overwhelming. But no matter what, it had to be finished. As for Ed Rothtailor's life skill details, craftsperson rank intermediate, special skill unskilled level 13, design level 8, gathering ability level 11, high tier crafting skill unlocked. Because the high tier crafting skill was unlocked, I had to prioritize developing the skills I already had. I chose the skill I wanted to master, spirit harmonization, a type of magic best suited to spirit magic and techno magic. Extremely useful for building houses and crafting compact weaponry. To create at least one tool containing a spirit consciousness inside, this skill will automatically become a kind of instinct. As for techno magic, if even once you can disassemble and then fully reassemble an item at a certain techno magic tier, this skill will unlock. I don't want to waste spirit mana unnecessarily, but right now at worst I should catch a low-level spirit and sign a contract first. Just then, Janika's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Illo, idrotilor. The rain stopped, so it's nice and cool. Oh, Janika, you're not going to class today? She sat down on a small rock nearby. My whole head and body ached, so I decided to go into the woods to breathe some fresh air. Ed Rothtailor, hearing that, asked, Are you sure you weren't hurt when you helped hold them off? No, not at all. Janika laughed until her eyes narrowed, then said, By the way, is Lortel all right? She's resting at home. At the same time, Lortel sat sunning herself by the window, thinking that the occupation of the Neophilus Hall had been resolved satisfactorily, though there were still many tasks to do. Convince former Chamberlain Alice and gradually negotiate to repurchase the sage's sealed grimoire. But 3 days have passed, and I'm still waiting for a reply from the Elt Merchants Guild headquarters. Each day, I sit here anxious and on edge. Even though it's tedious, I don't want that feeling to end. She widened her eyes looking at the outside scene through the window, because whenever she's near Ed Rothtailor, her heart races, seeing him bent over chopping wood. Lortel couldn't help but smile. His sincerity, lack of calculation, and trust given without expecting anything back made her feel safe. That feeling was utterly simple with this person. For Lortel, a girl who had lived a life of wandering in cold alleys, it was a treasure more precious than gold. And at any cost, she would not accept sharing that affection with someone else, especially Janika Failover. Janika's life was already full of unconditional love from her family and friends. Seeing Janika happily laughing and chatting with Ed Rothtailor outside, Lortel scowled in jealousy. If she has a lot already, she should give me some too. If she doesn't give him up, then the two of us will have to fight for him. Coincidentally, that's my specialty. Lortel gave a crafty smile, the kind of smile only villains wear. 3 days together truly is a once-in-a-thousand-years golden opportunity. First, I use my method. If I pile this wooden house high with gold, just as that thought arose, she hurriedly discarded it. No, that might make him think I'm pitying him. And I'm out of money anyway. Maybe help with his tuition a bit instead. That shouldn't be too much. Try to act as natural as possible. Lortel imagined that scenario and awkwardly said, "It's not that I'm paying your tuition. Don't get any ideas." She couldn't help but repeatedly bang her head against the wall from embarrassment. Why does this feel so gross? Lortel has 0 boyfriends. Just then, another voice called out, "Could you go somewhere else?" "That corner's mine." At the sound, she looked bewildered. Hung Lucy, half asleep, slowly walked in. She stared at her casually, then stretched out and lay flat, stunned. "Lucy, what are you doing here? This spot gets the best sunlight. What are you thinking?" Unexpectedly, not 2 seconds after she lay down, Ed Roth-Taylor rushed over, scooped Lucy up, and then promptly tossed her into a small wooden hut outside in the yard. He turned to Lortel and said, "Sorry, did I wake you?" Lucy sneaked in. "Consider it handled. Kid, go back to sleep." Then he asked, "Does Lucy come here a lot?" "Just treat that brat as a prodigy." "Damn it," Lortel thought. "So another rival has shown up." She sighed tiredly, "But I still have plenty of time. In the next 3 days, I'll even the score." With Ed Roth-Taylor's logbook. On the second morning, she opened the window, stuck her head out, and smiled brightly. "Hello," completely against Lortel's expectations. But in front of her wasn't Janik. "Good morning." Lortel turned back into the room, dejected. Outside, in a soft voice, "Oh, Janica, you're here." Lortel squinted, looked at Lucy sprawled on the ground, and sighed again. It's really hard to get a private morning with Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor was extremely busy at the moment, but finally finished, completing a new handcrafted brick product, shaping bricks by packing mud into molds and drying them from the inside out. Before using a heating spell to finish drying, crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency increased. You learned building construction skills thanks to a high talent stat, and your proficiency rose more than average. New product completed, a clay brick heater. The heater is made by stacking the handcrafted bricks. Although the structure is somewhat unstable because the bricks are held together with mud, it heats well when built indoors, so a chimney is needed. Crafting difficulty, 2.5. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency increased. I just finished the stove that had been left unfinished due to the Awfulest Hall incident. Scene change. A table laid out with a spread of delicious, eye-catching foods. "Oh wow, it smells amazing. Did you put basil in?" "Belmaya gave me some the other day." "Can you tell just by smelling?" "I'm confident in my nose, you know." Lortel held a skewer and said, "Nothing special happened this morning, so I'll assume things are proceeding as planned for now." Ed Roth-Taylor gently reminded her, "Yeah, that's good news, but don't let your guard down." "Of course not," she said, "but there's still a bunch of unfinished business." She bit a small piece of meat, "like earning money to pay you back as promised. And since I'm a merchant, I must pay you the full 20 gold coins. Would you prefer goods instead of cash?" Ed Roth-Taylor raised an eyebrow. "The first things I thought of were building materials, or, right, lots of techno-magic tools. I didn't expect he'd want those." "Techno-magic tools, huh? I'll have someone check the storage. If there are any, I'll let you know." Actually, I'll test it right now. Anyway, I remember most of it." Janica, sitting beside them and watching their conversation, couldn't help but frown. At that moment, Ed Roth-Taylor turned to her and said, "Speaking of which, I have a favor to ask you. Janica, could you help me? I've been studying spirit magic lately and want to sign a contract with a low-level spirit. Could you guide me?" Janica was extremely pleased. "So I'll be your teacher then. Very soon you'll be able to contract with a mid-level spirit." He responded with an impressed, "Oh, practice spirit bonding first and focus on that." A tiny bird appeared on her hand. "Karis, try talking to Ed Roth-Taylor," she said. Karis replied, "Miss Janica, I've warned you. This guy's not cut out for it." Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't help but be astonished. Oh, he actually heard it say something. The bird continued to tell Janica that if he wants to learn, he first needs spirit bonding skill enough to hear spirits speak. "Is that so? But I'm sure Ed will learn faster than we think," Karis chattered on. Karis rattled off a recap of his daily routine. How much time he could spare from magic practice. You know that. According to the weekly report at the hall, his food stores are running low, and he's busy rebuilding his wooden house. Where's the time to practice anything else? Janica quickly put her hands together and shooed Karis away. "Enough," Don't let it speak anymore. She forced a smile and asked, "Did you hear anything?" It briefly said something about last week's meeting. Janica said nothing, her face darkening as she glanced away to avoid his gaze. And then Lortel smiled and leaned closer. "Are you done talking? All right, to wrap up the techno-magic tools matter from earlier. It seems our stock is more plentiful than I thought, so we should have enough to supply you." Hearing that, Ed Rothtaylor said, "Oh, then could you put aside the cheap ones for me? Somewhere around those 20 gold coins." Lortel grinned until her eyes narrowed. "Sell cheap? That's hurtful, you know." Ed Rothtaylor, since the quantity wasn't large and the items were essentially dead inventory, was fine with it. As she said that, she suddenly paused and looked at him. "It might be a bit difficult, but if you don't want to take it for free, could you come to the Merchants Guild about every 3 days? By then I think I can sell it to you for a very low price. When you come, we'll sip some tea and chat." Janica turned red with anger and pointed at her. "Kid, can't you at least not give him freebies? How much has Ed Rothtaylor helped you?" Lortel replied calmly, "I'm a merchant. I work very professionally, so are you making excuses? For what?" While the two girls argued, Ed Rothtaylor sat calmly between them, thinking that it seemed he could finally start learning techno-magic and spirit magic. Just then another voice rang out, cutting across their conversation. It turned out someone else was here, Miss Lortel. Little Belle Maya. The new chamberlain bowed slightly before her. "Pardon me, Duong Dat, for coming at a tense moment between you two. Pardon me again for being the bearer of bad news. But the former chamberlain has a message for you, miss." Under the clear sky and the bright sun beaming down, white cloths fluttered in the wind as Clara put on a serious expression and said, This is top secret. Do not be shocked. You must not tell anyone about this, and you mustn't show any surprise either." She moved closer and whispered into Belle Maya's ear. "I think Janica likes Ed Rothtaylor, that is." Belle Maya showed no surprise at all. She thought to herself that she ought to put on a proper surprise face, shouldn't she? As for Clara, she must be really worried about the miss because of this. Clara, of course, feels extremely concerned. I don't see what that rogue has to offer to catch her eye, but his temperament has improved compared to before. From a friend's standpoint, I'll still support her. But that's not all. Recently, Janica has been constantly murmuring a name, Lortel Ketchum. See? He even copied Taylor by skipping the opening ceremony. And just yesterday, he didn't bother to attend the first class of the new term. I mean, after all, emotions are a push and pull game, and Janica is completely clueless about this. I also don't understand that Ed Rothtaylor, whenever Janica looks at him, he pretends to dodge. Isn't that ridiculous? He's just careless. Or maybe he's a sly wolf, Belle Maya said calmly. Or maybe he's not careless or a wolf at all, but simply in a difficult situation and can't think about dating right now. Clara shivered at that, certain it wasn't the case. She was sure he's currently smug with his overflowing luck. Just the thought gave her goosebumps. Belle Maya said nothing but thought. You call that luck? A clumsy cat sneaking in like a bold thief stalking a fish stall. A naive kitten trembling when facing a fierce tiger. And Lucy is purely a cat. Back in reality, Belle Maya sighed tiredly. Ed Rothtaylor asked softly, "What's the matter? Is it nothing?" "Sorry, I was just reminiscing about them a bit and got a headache," Lortel replied. "So what exactly do you want to report?" "I have a message from Miss Lortel. A message from former Chamberlain Alice." Scene change. The campfire's flickering flames chased away the surrounding darkness. Janica had just left and took Lucy with her. Even though it annoys me, while Lortel is still in hiding, her location was revealed to someone connected with the Theophilus Hall. She said softly to Ed Rothtaylor, "The uniform's been fixed, and it's still the same? It'll do for now." The carrier pigeon finally brought back the victorious news. The proposal to remove the Merchants Guild leader had passed. All of Elt's authority has been revoked. The dismissal decision is official. All members are pleased at Elt's overthrow and have requested a report. It's time to prepare to return to school, as usual. Lortel held the letter closer to the fire. If things have come to this, my father will probably go to the Merchants Guild headquarters to set matters straight. Even if it's just him flailing about fruitlessly, at least he won't have the headspace to remember our affairs in Sylvania anymore. Ed Rothtaylor smoothed his clothes and asked, "Might Elt still have a trick up his sleeve? That man is no less cunning than I am." so you can't be sure. Luckily, the incoming guild master is on my side. So aside from trusting this person, I have no other choice. The biggest issue right now is Alice. But it seems that from here on out that matter has been resolved smoothly. You mean Alice won't reveal you as the mastermind behind all this? Lortel took out another letter and replied. Yeah, she had no real choice. You see, our arrangement was a two-way deal from the start. She had already decided to side with the victor, whether it was me or... The paper bell Maya brought listed in detail the orphanages she funded annually and the contact methods to support the tasks assigned to Alice. The list kept growing. Her health deteriorated severely, but the academy administration ignored her tired complaints. Gradually, she no longer had the strength to work, which meant she couldn't keep supporting the orphanages. So she wagered her own life on one final, enormous gamble. Thanks to her tough, resilient nature, no one noticed the hardships she was enduring. Of course, those close to her somewhat understood her thoughts and circumstances. She chose to side with me, simply because I seemed more likely to win. It's very hard to rebuild lost trust. But unexpectedly, she sent me this list instead of a threat. Ed Rothtailor fell silent and only glanced at Lortel upon hearing that. In the merchant's world, there is no room for sympathy. Make one small mistake, and you'll be treated harshly like a fool. She knew that better than anyone, but then she withdrew the letter and tucked it away, declaring me the mastermind would bring no good to her position. For now, I'll accept that. After all, nobody is forever an enemy or an ally, and she does seem somewhat comforted. Lortel slowly stood. I must be off. Next week you'll stop by the merchant's branch to sign the treaty, right? Yes. Ed Rothtailor grabbed a stick, lit it, and carried it away. It burned for quite a while. She didn't take it immediately, but stared dreamily at the burning ember. Seeing that, he raised an eyebrow. Just take the torch. Why are you hesitating so long? No, it's just that Ed Rothtailor, you're taller than I thought, she blurted oddly. Lortel suddenly blushed and said, Things have moved a bit quickly, but if I want to win sometimes I must accept reckless actions. Don't you think you know? The nature of human relationships is just a push and pull like this very tie. Look how it's twisted together, isn't it? Lortel gently adjusted his lapel and lowered his voice. No one has ever paid me any attention before. Could my uniform really be bothering you? She smiled faintly. Dressing a bit neater isn't wrong. After all, we're students of Sylvania Academy, aren't we? Then, suddenly, Lortel tugged his tie down, revealing a bit of skin. The atmosphere fell silent, under a tranquil sky studded with sparkling stars. Beside the crackling fire, Lortel stood on tiptoe and kissed Ed Rothtailor on the lips. A few seconds later, she stopped and touched her lips. Those raspberries we had earlier were so good, weren't they? Tasting that again makes me very happy. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. Everything has limits, you know. Look how flustered you are. As they say, no one likes being hurried or shoved into a relationship. Next time I promise to pull much more gently. After all, I need to build momentum to shove you out of my life. Then Lortel took the torch in hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, she bolted off running. But in her haste, she slipped and fell to the ground. Ed Rothtailor watched the scene helplessly. Although I'm trying not to get involved in the protagonist's storyline anymore. As expected, he sighed with a flush. Nothing ever goes perfectly. Plans, when put into practice. From here the stars still glittered. The moon remained clear, crickets chirped, and the wood snapped in the campfire as always. Yet I felt the story carrying me further and further away. No matter how hard I tried to escape, I still felt an indescribable discomfort, as if I were being drawn into the vortex at the center of this plot. My plan was to stand aside and watch the play unfold, only nudging things that wouldn't change the plot. I'm not greedy. I only wanted to graduate and then train diligently to improve my stats. But harsh reality says that what I thought was a simple plan actually requires huge effort to overcome countless trials and dangers ahead. And so the season ended. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. The autumn sky is always clearer than any other season. Golden leaves slowly drifted down to the ground. A big red tail thumped heavily onto the earth. The red-headed fox had kissed the young master. Janica sat beside a magnolia tree in deep water, with her own spirits by her side. Karis said in indignation, "We can't just look away. Miss Janica, if we don't intervene, she'll stare at it in confusion." "Wait, what are you talking about?" "What?" The fire dragon chimed in. "Yes, I saw myself. Very bold. Youth is truly wild. That red-headed vixen sure knows how to toy with hearts." Janica blushed angrily and cried out, "What do you mean? What do you mean, huh? You mean Ed Roth Taylor? How did Ed Roth Taylor react?" "Oh, your question is getting to the heart of it. From what I saw, that boy recoiled from a kiss. The girl risked kissing him, yet his expression remained unmoved. His cold reaction surprised me a bit. He was too cold toward that girl. Even watching gave me goosebumps. I mean, there are two possibilities. Either that fallen noble was impotent, or he simply didn't regard the girl as a girl." Janica felt a little relieved. "Oh well, lucky then." The fire dragon kept jabbering, but then men can be great at taking the initiative and terrible at defense. "From my experience, girls like that red-headed vixen only cling harder and burn more fiercely the more their target rejects them. Definitely not good for you, Janica." She replied, flustered. "But you said Ed Roth Taylor reacted very coldly." The fire dragon growled angrily. "Are you really going to let that red-headed vixen steal that boy? You said you'd teach him spirit magic. Wasting such an opportunity would be a crime. Just wait until it's just the two of them and give him a kiss." The blue leopard cut in softly. "Don't listen to him. Janica, you're the most beautiful, the most charming in the world. Just be yourself. All right, show off your innocent side and your lively charm. Janica, do you want an exciting, thrilling experience with the young master?" Janica suddenly blushed, embarrassed at the thought of being fed by someone. The fire dragon and the blue leopard erupted with flames of jealousy, gnashing their teeth in frustrated fury. Ugh! Scene changed then. At the wooden house, at that moment someone was feeding Lucy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and vomited violently. "Ugh, that's awful." Lucy angrily kept hitting him, but he paid no mind. "Right, huh? Without enough seasoning you can't taste anything." She scolded. "Don't use me as a food tester anymore." He thought to himself that he'd better improve his cooking skills while waiting for the ingredients to be gathered. Details of his survival skills now. Mid-level craftsman rank. Main skill: woodworking, dexterity 14, design 9, gathering 12, woodcraft 13, hunting 10, fishing 7, cooking level 6, repair 5. No advanced crafting skill. Key stats greatly affect the development of life skills. If you raise only one stat, efficiency drops, so you must balance increases across stats. The problem is I'm too busy. The new school year has begun. Except when I'm at school, even with less sleep, the time I have to develop survival skills is only about 5 to 6 hours. Maybe I'll get used to it, but what worries me about survival activity efficiency is I need more time to check which way the plot is headed. Every day at school, I closely watch key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines of the academy. Taylor is from the dueling department, so most of the time I can't meet him. But he seems to be progressing very fast. His teammate Isla is doing well in her support role. The benevolent princess, Princess Phenia, also seems fine. But the phase where she and Mortel will clash is approaching, so I need to observe her more closely. Clara enrolls next year, so I don't need to worry about her yet. I'm watching my precious Lortel as if she's walking on thin ice. I wonder how Eld's early dismissal will affect her future actions. But regardless of Eld, her plan to steal the demonic tome doesn't seem to have changed. The reason I needed more time recently is that it's almost time to start the academy building inspections, because the boss at the end of Act 2 is precisely. Meanwhile, in his room, Professor Glast now read the contents of the paper with a cold expression. "I understand. So there was a mastermind behind the occupation of the Awfulest Hall." Professor Glast frowned as he read the paper in his hand. Then he spoke to Assistant Professor Claire Elfin. "If you think so, then the likelihood is that it's true. Your instincts have been spot on after all." Glast slowly removed his glasses, but be careful not to forget other important tasks. For example, the speculative science thesis I asked you to research. He fixed Claire Elfin with a sharp look and a pressure of presence that made her jump. "It must be done by tomorrow morning, understood?" Scene cuts to the Awfulest Hall, the department building. In Assistant Professor Claire Elfin's office. I've gathered all the information related to the occupation of Awfulus Hall, Claire Elfin. She was so tired she felt them all over. Thanks, Anise. Claire Elfin picked up the stack of papers and began to read. They were all dossiers on people involved in the occupation of Awfulus Hall. She thought to herself, do I really need to dig into a case that's basically been resolved? I am exhausted. I'm dead tired. She squinted, but no matter how she looked at it, something still seemed suspicious. She turned to the information sheet about Ed Rothtailor. At the same time, at the Elt Merchant Guild Sylvania branch, Lo anxiously told Ed Rothtailor, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Master Ed Rothtailor. I've been swamped and forgot about the contract. We'll have to reschedule for next week. To make up for it, I brought some tea and snacks for you. The magical tech devices are all prepared. Please pick them up at the counter." Ed Rothtailor looked at her a bit bewildered. Oh, is her work uniform always like that? Lortel gave a charming smile. I have an important meeting today, so I dressed up a little. What do you think? An important meeting? She saw he still looked a bit dazed. He was a little embarrassed by his own lack of understanding, then gave an awkward smile. Right, it's a personal matter. You don't need to worry about it. Lortel quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Is your tent finished? Ed Rothtailor replied, it's in the final stage. So you'll need furniture, right? But your shop sells high-end pieces. I can't afford them. She stepped closer and said, of course I can't just give you these items. Selling goods and giving them away would violate the ethics of a merchant like me. Woodworking is your specialty, isn't it? Lortel used her power to snap one leg off a chair, then casually tossed it to the ground. Now, this isn't sellable. I'll throw it out tomorrow. Ed Rothtailor hadn't expected her to act that way. I told you this is expensive. Lortel said nothing, just smiled at him. How can anyone keep a face so completely unchanged? She propped her hand on the tabletop and sat on it, right next to him. I even took the initiative to come closer. Lortel lightly rested a finger against Ed Rothtailor's chest. Or do you not see me as a woman? Ed Rothtailor, I have always seen you as the man of my heart. Ed Rothtailor, exactly what you're thinking. My help comes from reasons hard to explain. Ed Rothtailor, hearing this, said, I know what answer you're expecting from me. But before he could finish, she bluntly cut him off. Oh, please, what reply are you expecting? You know I wouldn't enter a fight unless I was sure to win, yet you still keep that cold attitude. One day, you won't be the only one who can't control themselves. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself. That subtle smile, whether an advantage or danger, is the instinct of a merchant to never reveal their true emotions. Scene shifts to the academy grounds, where Janica, excited, raised her wand high. Let's start the new lesson right away. Ed Rothtailor stood opposite her and replied, All right. Janica flicked her wand, and a flame instantly appeared in her hand. She smiled and asked him, Do you want to practice focusing your mana and forming a bond first? Ed Rothtailor stared, eyes wide and unblinking. The flame curled into a spiral, burning ever stronger. Then a blinding golden light burst forth. Pleased to meet you, young master Ed Rothtailor. The earlier flame had formed a fire sprite. It was an honor to sign a pact with you. The low-tier fire sprite named Mug. According to last week's briefing results, based on the proposal to select a sprite to bond with you, I passed the first voluntary round, cleared the second interview round, excelled before the Sprite Council in round 3, and successfully passed the fourth competency evaluation round. I hold the record for the top freestyle magic performance in the Northern Forest. Another thing I'm proud of is my ability to connect with sprites of equal rank. Though I myself am literally ablaze, I will still keep the flame of zeal high in my heart to serve the young master devotedly. Ed Rothtailor stood there dazed, staring intently at Mug. He thought to himself that when he failed as a Sylvania swordsman, he once gained a sprite skill. He and his companion beast talked, joked, and cheered in battle, and over time a strong bond formed between them. I'm pretty sure this feeling now is completely different from that one. He slightly frowned. Why is this kid so serious? Janica smiled and replied, You told me to introduce you to a capable sprite, so I picked one with outstanding magical power among the sprites I've contracted. The selection process involved tiny little tests, extremely gentle, with minuscule complexity, Who came up with those trials anyway? Tarkan did. Tarkan's that loudmouth fire dragon. Get off your butt and run. You brats. Janica faltered a bit. Here, take it. Ed Rothtailor accepted mug from her hands. He opened his eyes wide. It's warm, Janica explained. Can you feel the heat radiating? Once you bond with a sprite through a pact, you'll sense their physical presence and magical power, even when they don't outwardly show it. Be careful. Only form the bond to a measured degree, or it'll get very hot. Remember to control the bond strength. So if you modulate the bond level, the firepower will change accordingly. Right? She forced a smile, saying firepower sounded odd, like a sprite was a cannon. Ed Rothtailor's eyes shone brightly as he looked at it. Here, Mug adopted a serious pose and shouted, Please command your young master. A pocket heater. Some basic info on a low-tier fire sprite. Mug Sprite Bond card rank 2, Good Spirit Influence, Blessing of Recovery Skill. Short-term fire resistance increase. Magical Burst, Primary Explosion. Ability to boost fire magic attack power. New Sprite Bond card has no such skill. Next are details on the student's magic capabilities. Decent skills, specialization. Allowed to learn mid-level spells from now. Sprite Bond level 12. Empathic Sprite level 12. Summon Sprite level 1. Share Perception 1. Truly an unexpectedly useful survival tool. No need for firewood anymore. Ed Rothtailor thought. Janica smiled brightly at his delighted expression. If you like it, that's great. You're always so glum and exhausted. Seeing you like this makes me very happy. If you need anything else, tell me. Before class, I'll teach you the bonding spell and how to sense sprites. Learn with me, and you'll improve rapidly. If you want to quickly reach the level to pact with mid-tier sprites, we'll alternate sprite duels. I'll try to sign up for the dueling training room, too. I have some tools that can stabilize a sprite bond, but they're in my room. Mid-sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth. I'll bring them next time. Sniffle ahem. Janica cleared her throat and blushed. Actually, I'm pretty busy. I'm someone with 1,000 things to do. And you know how many people line up begging me to teach this or that. So squeezing time out for you is really hard. Tarkan's and Karis's words echoed in her head. You can't be so easygoing forever. You have to act a little coy, play hard to get. Puff up a bit. Janica trembled inwardly. You're just asking me to teach sprite magic. Isn't that a bit much? Ed Rothtailor heard that and said casually, Yeah, you're right about that. Sorry, Janica. I just took your kindness as something I deserved. Normally I'd pay you for tutoring. He rummaged awkwardly through his pockets. I don't have much money, though. She gave a small start. What? Money? What money? Do you know what you're saying? You're still living rough in the woods. Ed Rothtailor, you must be kidding. I'd never take money from you. And you want to pay me for my lessons? How cold-hearted. Aren't we very close? Doing that makes me really sad, you know. Ed Rothtailor grew even more puzzled as she kept talking. But weren't you the one asking for compensation? Why did you suddenly change your mind so fast? Janica's face flushed crimson and she fumbled for words. Kara said I should play coy, or rather not. He told me I'm too generous, so I should practice saying no more. He nodded in agreement. He's not wrong. Your friend is a good friend. Really? But I'm not that way with everyone, okay? Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. See you at the dueling practice ground. I'll book a ring and let you know later. Janica beamed and waved goodbye. If you need morning guidance on bonding with sprites, just call me. Bye. Class is starting now. Goodbye. See you later. Bye. Afterwards, a system notification popped up for him. You have just learned a new crafting tech spell, consuming 1 high-level skill card. Ed Rothtailor was now at his wooden cabin, busy with the clutter on his table. The tech magic Lortel gave him was so simple he could almost decode it instantly. Finally, he truly learned a transcendent skill, and it ignited. If he ran out of oil, he could use mug as a substitute. And if he ran out of mana, he could use the heater. The air was already starting to warm up. His dwelling was basically stable now. That was enough, as if a huge weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. After half a day's work, Ed Rothtailor finally looked outside. Dusk had fallen, and the moon shone bright. Has it really gotten so late already? First I'll check the traps. In the quiet night, only the trees rustled. Phew, done. Now that I ran over here, it's pitch dark. Oh well, I'll do it tomorrow. Claire Elfin walked slowly along the dark path. But the more she thought, the more convinced she became that someone masterminded this. That Ed Roth-Taylor fellow, wasn't he disowned? Now he's just Ed, right? Everyone present at the scene was either a student or staff of Awfulus Hall. But Taylor and Ed Roth-Taylor hardly had any connection to Awfulus Hall. If you eliminate Taylor, the one who handled the incident, only Ed Roth-Taylor would remain. Claire Elfin exhaled softly. She'd heard Ed Roth-Taylor often appeared around the northern forest, which is why she came. But thinking it over, if he didn't live in the woods, he wouldn't be foolish enough to wander around. Right after that, her eyes suddenly widened at the sight of a dead deer being dragged away. Claire Elfin hurriedly hid behind a tree trunk, and nearby Ed Roth-Taylor carried Lucy on his shoulder while dragging the animal with his other hand. She was utterly panicked at the sight. What on earth? It looks like Headmaster Abel, who is hardly any less than Grand Mage Glocht or the great sage Ambassador Sylvania. Even if he had to use all his power to oppose Lucy Merrill, Claire Elfin thought, my hunch was completely right. The mastermind behind the occupation of Awfulus Hall is Ed Roth-Taylor. My instinct wasn't wrong. Maybe I have a detective's knack, who knew? What is going on here? What is this all about? So Claire Elfin stealthily followed Ed Roth-Taylor back to the wooden cabin. He quietly dragged the deer and carried Lucy all the way back, and dumped the deer onto the ground with a thud. Then he returned Lucy to her usual nest. He suddenly remembered, all right, I almost forgot. I have an appointment tomorrow morning and so much to handle. I should probably sleep early tonight. Claire Elfin stayed hidden behind the tree, watching his every move carefully. After Ed Roth-Taylor went inside the house, she crept into the yard. I got to save Lucy. Very quietly, very gently, just as she was about to touch Lucy's body, a sudden dazzling light flashed forth. Claire Elfin was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What is this, Student Lucy? She furrowed her brow warily and asked back, who are you? Claire Elfin forced a smile and answered, I'm the professor's assistant. She stared wide-eyed at Lucy. She's back in the tent already? Lucy turned her back, then fixed Claire Elfin with a cold, cutting stare. Her brows drew together, and without a word she shot straight up into the sky, leaving Claire Elfin dumbfounded. She murmured, just as I thought. Cut to Professor Glass's office, where Claire Elfin slammed a pile of things down on his desk. Professor, do you know a suspended student named Ed Roth-Taylor? He replied without expression that the names of those useless scum weren't worth remembering. The professor's words are always so harsh. So, Professor Glass, do you know Student Lucy? Are you aware that Lucy was knocked out by Ed Roth-Taylor and left unable to resist? I'm investigating irregularities in the Awfulus Hall incident, but before I could get to the bottom of it, I wandered into the northern forest. Glass slowly glanced at Claire Elfin. Can you get to the point? Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, she continued. In a sense, I succeeded in using a memory recording charm on the first floor of Awfulus Hall. He asked, a memory recording charm? Did you get permission? Of course not, but I just thought of this reason. It's best if you write a report about it. Claire Elfin frowned and produced a purple orb. I knew you'd say that, so I wrote it up beforehand, and this will definitely provide you with more information. Take a look. The orb suddenly lit up, showing an image of Ed Roth-Taylor. Doesn't he look like that other criminal? Do you see the outfit of his? He's definitely the mastermind. Glass fell silent and did not answer her, then asked casually, is that all? I already said earlier, Ed Roth-Taylor carrying Lucy while the girl was unconscious just means he was taking that sleepy child back to the tent, right? Claire Elfin was left speechless. Glass then said, write the report. Yes, sir. Claire Elfin ambled out. Inside his office, he suddenly noticed something. The orb showed Ed Roth-Taylor sitting amid a mess, with a few students standing nearby. Right? This whole scene was recorded by the charm. Ed Roth-Taylor intentionally tried to block Taylor and his group, but they quickly pierced through his defenses. Taylor was born along the pathways of the holy sword Alvira, gifted with a talent for alchemy. So an ordinary person like Ed Roth-Taylor had absolutely no chance. Glass thought so, but then he did something that made him gawk in surprise. Cut scene. In the dense northern forest, a great flame burst forth, and a small dagger was stuck into a tree trunk. Mission complete. Crafting skill increased by 1 rank. A new item was created. The destructive hand relic. The water hand form absorbed the spirit attune. Inscribed with an explosive rune, can be activated within a certain radius. These runes are deeply engraved, shortening attack time and boosting skill effectiveness. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. The spirit attune was transmitted, primal destructive magic. Inheriting copies from primal fire magic, moderate mana accumulation, small resonance area. Ed Roththaler slowly pulled the dagger out. This dagger had accompanied me for a long time, even from the early survival days. Luckily, I decided to engrave it with many runes. Mug raised an eyebrow and said the spirit attune had been successfully absorbed. Now, the more the dagger's owner uses it, the stronger the skill becomes. Young master, you've taken another step forward. This calls for celebration. That mischievous Mug, I'll sing you a song with all my joy. A shepherd's tune rewritten from the envoy's oral lore. Ed Roththaler frowned and pulled one of its wings. Oh, young master, Ed Roththaler, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my naughty deed. It's shameful, and the most shameful thing is that I don't even know where I went wrong. Young master, please tell me where I erred so I can reflect and fix it. Mug heard his voice and stopped whining. Yes, sir. Ed Roththaler knitted his brows and looked at it. Speak. Spirits that leave the immortal realm to walk the path of primary spirits choose to contract with spirit mages to ensure safety and inherit magical power. For spirit mages like Janica, primary spirits contracting to her is perfectly normal. However, something about this seems off from the start, right? What was your purpose in contracting with me until you could fight? Did you promise something to someone? Mug didn't expect him to be so perceptive because he kept questioning it. Then let me clarify this. The two of us already know each other, don't we? Mug suddenly trembled. Then it burst into tears. Oh, young master, how could I hide this from you? My respect and loyalty to you. None of it stems from admiration. It's because a small creature like me harbors great ambition. I am truly ashamed. If I contract with a young master, I would benefit from the pure magical power radiating from Miss Janica. That way I could develop twice as fast as other primary spirits. He sighed wearily. Anything else you want to confess? Also, because you've built a reputation at the academy, after improvement your arrogance has mellowed into gentleness. Before Mug could finish, he bluntly cut in, I get it now, so that's your situation. Life's hard for me too. It began its lament. Ever since spirits were ranked top tier in the spirit hierarchy, they enjoyed countless privileges, and their swagger and power trips. Being born earlier than us didn't help either. He comforted it in a low voice. Okay, hush. Anyway, we're in the same boat, wanting to get ahead. Young Master Ed Roththaler, but I can't let myself slack off too much. This is comfortable enough for me. If it stays comfortable, that's good. Ed Roththaler kept busy with his daily tasks to level up. Although his combat skills were still weak, his physical strength had increased to an astonishing degree. Now I can stand toe-to-toe with top bruisers, no joke. The storeroom is now packed with meat, vegetables, and seasonings. I've officially escaped the no food, no shelter life. After so much time and effort, I can finally memorize theory and basic lessons, sacrificing some sleep to study nonstop. It's forced my brain to retain knowledge without any innate talent. If I had to describe it, I wouldn't know how. But compared to the beginning, it's clearly much better. While he was deep in thought, a series of calls rang out. Ed Rotthilur. Ed Rotthilur. Called for the third time, he was jolted out of his thoughts. Janica stood before him, worry in her voice. Get up. What's wrong with you? He squinted slightly. Sorry, Janica. I was daydreaming and lost focus. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Striving is good, but health matters too. He didn't answer aloud, but thought he should focus on the 3 letters he received today. The first letter came from the academy, the second from the Elk Merchants Guild. The contents of both letters were nothing remarkable. They contained evidence that the underground narrative had been seriously altered. The current focus is only on the events of Chapter 2 and the negotiation to obtain the Sage's Grimoire, which originally, this negotiation was meant to be a direct confrontation between the Academy and the Merchants Guild, but it ultimately turned into a 3-way struggle between the Academy, the Merchants Guild, and the Roththaler family. Crapin Rothtaler intended to use the Grimorium for his studies on immortality, but when things got chaotic, he immediately switched to negotiation. Crapin Rothtaler is a boss who only appears in Chapter 4 of the fallen holy swordsman Sylvania. And at this point, even if he were so strong no one could defeat him, he'd surely be removed from this chapter. Ed Rothtaler frowned. If he planned to seize the Grimorium, it would be as easy as turning his hand. But fundamentally, even without the Grimorium, he was already strong enough to be a Chapter 4 boss in the original game. And whether the Grimorium gave him extra advantageous information or anything else, this chapter would still be hard to clear. The letter not only outlined Crapin Rothtaler's actions and expressed suspicion, it also included an invitation for me. At the same time, I went to the Academy Garden, entered the Northern Woods, and delivered the letter as requested. Well done. Phinia was calmly seated on a chair, an attendant shading her with a parasol. Phinia thought to herself. The Obel administration reported that Sylvania's finances are in a worrying state. I cannot arbitrarily and directly support private institutions like Sylvania Academy. If this continues, the Elk Merchants Guild will acquire the Sage's Grimorium. The Grimorium of the Sage, a historic treasure of the Academy, being sold for cash would be a disgrace. So he quietly asked me to help, but something is suspicious. How did Crapin Rothtaler learn how to join this sale negotiation? Claire replied, It must be Ed Rothtaler. That kid reported it. He lives inside the academy, so he likely heard the rumors. If I were that child, I'd try every way to restore my status and return to my family. But then another voice spoke up. I don't think so. Lortel stepped lightly toward them. A lowly being like me may still join in tea and chat with the princess, may I? Phinia frowned and looked at her with suspicion. I didn't expect that. I thought you hated me. Lortel said, Oh heavens, how could that be? Princess Phinia, if that's the case, why would I come to you to discuss this purchase offer? Crapin Rothtaler's involvement in this negotiation wasn't caused by Senior Ed Rothtaler, but rather due to my father's influence. Phinia looked a little bewildered. She asked, What did you say? Calmly she said, as if it has nothing to do with me. It seems he had already asked my father to fund the contract from the start. Well, I don't personally know the details. Even though my father lost the chairmanship, the plan to seize the Sage's Grimorium will continue. The time and effort the Elk Merchants Guild has invested in this are very significant. Phinia continued, Then that's strange. After obtaining the Grimorium, didn't the Elk Merchants Guild intend to sell it to the Rothtaler family? Both sides are interested in the item. So why are the Merchants Guild and the Rothtaler family fighting? Reaching this agreement is because I have no intention of selling the contract to the Rothtaler family. My current situation is quite special, and it's best this matter not be tied to my father's business dealings at all. Phinia frowned, eyeing Lortel suspiciously. This is an internal matter. Why are you telling me about it? Lortel smiled and replied, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Princess Phinia would also benefit if she invested in the Rothtaler family, and I would get the sales contract. That way both sides win. Of course, I'm worried Senior Ed Rothtaler might be harmed by this, but perhaps it's just a younger person's distant worry. Are you concerned for him? He was expelled from the family and lives independently. So if someone mistakenly thinks he still has ties to the Rothtaler family, that's truly unfair. Phinia couldn't help but think. Is Lortel worried about someone else? What's actually going on? Oh great, he has his own agenda again. Going from person to person trying to seek help and petition the authorities to issue orders. But if he still refuses to speak, Lortel quietly asked again, then I have no choice but to take advantage of him. Her teacup suddenly trembled, and she shivered with worry. Take advantage of him? Really? Phinia had no idea what was come over her. Who would dare trick him? Take advantage of him? Really? Phinia stared at Lortel in astonishment. Excuse me? Who would dare? Claire, standing beside the princess, shouted, How dare you speak so insolently in front of Princess Phinia? Lortel, unfazed, said, Princess Phinia, this time perhaps we are no longer on the same side. Yes? So I'll give you a sincere piece of advice. Don't try to exploit someone who's not sincere, or in the end you'll be the one who gets exploited. Claire, unable to contain her anger for her highness, declared, Allow me to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Very well, Phinia frowned, thinking how strange it was. From Ed Roth-Taylor, who liked to live in hiding, to now Crapin Roth-Taylor being linked to the auction of the Sage's Grimorium. But perhaps the most worrying person is still that proud, stubborn girl, someone who has never bowed before a princess like me. Lortel Ketchum wondered whether her face ever showed confusion or fear. But immediately after, Lortel, with a panicked, confused expression, asked what the heck was going on. Standing before her was Janica, extremely cheerful, while Lortel's face had gone ashen. "Hello, Lortel. How have you been?" That's how it was. This branch of the Elk Merchants Guild in Sylvania was very angry, but Lortel still had to force a perfectly industrial smile. "Sorry, I didn't know Senior Janica would drop by, so I only prepared 2 cups of rosemary Snow Mountain Orchid tea. Would you like some cold water instead?" Janica was not to be outdone. "Yes, I'll take it, though I see the rosemary tea stacked in the guild storage. It's probably your stock, so you didn't bring it out to entertain guests." "Ah, yes, that's right." Ed Roth-Taylor, looking exhausted, told Janica to hand him a bottle of mineral water. "You can drink this tea," Lortel said, so furious she was shaking. But she still had to force a smile. "Oh, right, you're here to pick up the technical magical tool." "Ah, yes." They walked together to a large wooden shelf filled with various magical implements. "This is..." Janica picked up each item to inspect it and exclaimed there wasn't a speck of dust, just like brand new stock. "Giving items like these away violates merchant rules." Lortel smirked. "Oh my, dear senior, you really can't tell the quality of goods, can you? If you look more closely, you'd see these items have plenty of flaws." "Really? Here? Did you deliberately damage them?" "Well, more or less. But whether the goods sell isn't the point. The point is whether they're useful to Senior Ed Roth-Taylor." Ed Roth-Taylor said without expression, Thank you. But taking so many things for free feels odd. I haven't even paid for the previous purchase yet. This is already the 4th time. It's fine. Just extend the deadline on our contract. After all, this amount isn't excessive." Janica frowned and interjected. "We must settle payment and end this contract as soon as possible. Leave that to him and me to negotiate, okay?" "Ah, that's true." While the 2 women bickered, Ed Roth-Taylor sat in one place, his whole body sinking into such fatigue that he could barely make out their words. Once again, that familiar sensation crept through his body, as if floating gently in water. "I have many things to handle, but lately I've been experiencing this feeling. This could be a warning about Crapin Roth-Taylor, who will intervene in the negotiation to auction the Sage's Grimorium in 2 weeks' time. So the urgent matter now is that I need to make a mattress for my bed. Maybe I should layer many fabrics together and stuff them with lots of cotton or sheep's wool or other soft, spongy materials to make it comfortable. By the day after tomorrow, I must catch a young deer. It's also time to tidy up the inside of the wooden cabin. Next is jerky for Lucy." His body felt increasingly heavy, and his eyes slowly closed. Ed Roth-Taylor, Senior. Ed Roth-Taylor saw Janica and Lortel looking at him with worried eyes. Scene shifts to the grand, stately palace. Princess Phinia sat in a room sipping tea and pondering whether it was time to acknowledge the way he diligently fished at the camp and how calmly he explained each question during the battle with Glaskin in such detail. Although other students said he only buried himself in study, Lortel warned her not to underestimate this person. Perhaps the warning to me was still incomplete. I must verify it once more. To achieve this goal, I summoned him to the royal palace for a meeting. Then she quietly asked Claire if tomorrow's meeting had been scheduled and at what time. Before she finished speaking, he frowned. "Report, Princess Phinia. It seems he cannot attend as scheduled." "Why? Does he dare defy a royal order?" "Actually, Ed Roth-Taylor has fainted from exhaustion, ma'am." Phinia couldn't help but be astonished. The system repeatedly issued warnings: pathological condition, exhaustion, typical symptoms, high fever from overwork, abdominal pain, indigestion, frequent exhaustion, dizziness, blurred vision, difficulty breathing, reduced eyesight, magical side effects, and muscular tension. Rest is advised to recover the body from this abnormal state. Ed Roth-Taylor had meanwhile awakened from his deep faint. He looked around unfocused, breathing heavily, his whole body feeling weighted. His lower abdomen felt hot, and uncomfortable. Then he saw Lucy sleeping soundly on his stomach. She murmured under her breath, "Too salty, just a little." Ed Roth-Taylor frowned slightly. The girl's even talking in her sleep. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself that Lucy didn't weigh as much as he'd imagined, maybe much lighter, and he couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder if this girl is even human, but I can't move. Lucy looks perfectly normal, so perhaps the problem is with my body? I'm completely exhausted. This seems to be my tent, and this blanket looks like it belongs to the Elk Merchants Guild. Just then Lucy woke up drowsily. "I am hungry." Hearing that, he scolded the kid. "Have you ever done anything useful besides eating and napping? Glad you're back. You're finally awake." She then used her own magic and channeled it into Ed Roth-Taylor's body. His magic was completely scrambled. He had been forcing himself to study and practice magic without rest for months. No wonder this happened now. "So while I was unconscious, you handled all this?" Lucy said softly, "These things are easy to fix. I just got bored doing it alone and dozed off a couple of times. It seems they might discover what I'm doing. They are Janica and Lortel. They're just going to be a nuisance. This is something I had to do, so they don't need to nag too much. And remember, don't fall ill again, okay?" Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking surprised. She said quietly, "Illness is troublesome. Many have even died because of this nuisance. You see, Lucy dares not look at me anymore because it reminds her of her grandfather Glocked. You passed away in your sleep. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much." Just then another voice rang out. "Oh, Senior, you're awake?" Zix, a student of the Magic Academy. His hair had noticeably grown. "I wasn't sure if the oven in the tent could be used, so I lit a small fire outside." He spoke as he stepped into the room. Witnessing the scene, the atmosphere fell silent. Big eyes meeting small eyes, no one said a word. Lucy shyly slid off Ed Roth-Taylor's body, then flew straight outside without a word, out through the chimney on the roof. Zix frowned, looking judgmental. "Senior, so how many girls have there been so far?" A proper man's allowed a bit of roving. Not unheard of. Maybe it's society's liberal mindset these days, or perhaps I'm just too narrow-minded, dear." He stood there making a fuss alone. Ed Roth-Taylor slowly sat up and asked, "Why are you here?" "Because Senior Janica is busy studying, and Lortel had to leave. She can't be away from the guild too long. It's autumn, so your hair." Zix boiled a huge pot of congee, then gently fed it to him. Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't help but gag. "I can eat almost anything, but I can't swallow this. It's about your limits. If Elka or Clara had cooked for me, it would have been much better. But Lortel instructed that no girl should be allowed to cook for him. Just check the current situation as usual." Ed Roth-Taylor ate and asked, "By the way, did the alchemy students secretly plant ginseng and cause trouble again?" Zix replied that Alvira was the troublemaker. But in the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly dealt with it. Good, seems stage 2 passed easily, scattered chaos across the academy. I also heard Taylor's group defeated a monster hiding in the academy's underground pipes. Oh, Taylor handled that too. There really are such rumors. He didn't answer but thought that stage 2's 7 sewer monsters seemed to have been completed without issue, with the only major event left being the negotiation for the Sage's Grimorium auction. He wondered, how long was I unconscious? It's been 10 days now. Everyone will be surprised to see you awake. Senior Ed Roth-Taylor never expected he'd be unconscious for so long. What? Zix said, "But I can't stay with you today. Senior Janica is still at the academy right now, and Lortel left. She's busy preparing for tomorrow's auction." Without a word, he snatched the bowl from his hand and put it to his mouth. Gulp. "I thought it was only a day or two. I can't believe I slept straight through." Zix didn't understand why he did that. "Senior, it's Zix." "Yes, I'll send a message to Lortel right away. There's no time to waste. Do it as soon as you wake up." Chapter 10 of Episode 2. The series of events surrounding the auction of the Sage's Grimorium has begun. Participants include Her Highness Princess Phenia, Lortel, Vice President of the Elk Merchants Guild, and if things follow the original storyline, the head of the Roth-Taylor family, Duke Crapin Roth-Taylor, the big boss from Episode 4, will also appear at Sylvania Academy. How lucky! He still looks as youthful as ever, doesn't he? Princess Phenia frowned, slowly slicing each piece of steak on her plate. Although it's been a long time, I still haven't had the chance to properly apologize to you. I heard you've been through some trouble because of someone in our family. I hear you suffered greatly because of him. For Ed Rothtailor's scandalous conduct per royal decree, we expelled him. But again, I must apologize. Phineas said without expression, "It's all right. Don't blow small matters out of proportion." As expected, he is present and sitting opposite Princess Phineas. She thought to herself that Crapin Rothtailor, of the same blood as Ed Rothtailor, is a noble of high rank, dignified, solemn, and wise, ruling a duchy with absolute authority. Just look at his attendants' demeanor to see how much respect they show him. But those eyes told the truth. This man is truly despicable. Crapin smiled and said, "My lady, are you the representative of the Elk Merchants Guild?" Lortel, sitting quietly, heard this and smiled politely. She introduced herself. "I am Lortel Ketchum. I'm honored to be here, despite my shortcomings. You must be the only daughter of King Kim Elk Ketchum. I've heard much about your far-sighted vision and adventurous spirit." She beamed at him. "Wherever there's massive profit to be made, we'll go, no matter where. Money is our leader. Where there's the scent of coin, you'll find us." Crapin cast a assessing glance her way. The auction negotiation for the Sage's Grimorium. A merchant's negotiation is a method for businesses to agree on prices for goods and services, with the state acting as intermediary. Under this law's rules, form a negotiation team, have lunch, inspect the Grimorium's condition, and confirm settlement terms after organizing the auction across all market sessions. The highest bidder will own the book. The Sage's Grimorium is a treasure of Sylvania Academy. The department head didn't want to make it public, but due to financial difficulties, they were forced to sell the book. So Principal Abel devised a clever plan. As the official verifying the item's condition, the princess, I would continually raise the bids. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Rachel, acting on behalf of the principal, would secretly manipulate the auction. The plan is that simple. Right here and now, whoever bids higher will gain ownership of the Grimorium. After hearing this plan, I researched many precedents involving similar books. The Book of Arrangements, the volume containing thousands of alchemical formulas compiled by a legendary alchemist. 8,130 gold coins. The Book of Idleness, a series analyzing replication magic in real life, stored in the Royal Library. 6,730 gold coins. The Mage's Journal, written by the great wizard Glocht when he explored the primeval northern wastes. 7,020 gold coins. Lortel mentally tallied its inheritance value, academic research value, and material value as an expensive commodity. That girl must be recalling prices and recording transactions of other books. But the one who will obtain this book will be Crapin Rothtailor. After the price lists were presented, Vice Principal Rachel then said, "We accept the price you offered. Thank you for your contribution." Princess Phineas, standing beside her, thought to herself, a bidding session set unilaterally by a single bid with no price cap. The crux of this rule is to grasp the maximum amount an opponent can afford to pay. She recalled Lortel's dinner remark, "Huge profits. Wherever there's profit, we'll go." From the start, Lortel made it clear she came for the profit the book could bring. If Lortel is seeking profit, she wouldn't bid higher than the current priciest book at 8,100 gold coins. It's very hard to sell a book at such an exorbitant price. If it did sell, they'd likely take a loss. If Crapin Rothtailor only needs to write a price slightly above Lortel's 8,000 gold, the Grimorium would be his. Then Vice Principal Rachel held a sheet of paper. "Now I will announce the prices both sides have offered. Bidder Crapin Rothtailor, 8,500 gold coins." Phineas pondered quietly. "I suspect Crapin Rothtailor isn't the sort to come to the Academy simply to exchange for a book. The important question is why he'd want the book enough to pay such an outrageous price." The vice principal continued reading. Bidder Lortel Ketchum, 9,400 gold coins. The Elk Merchants Guild is permitted to continue the negotiation for the Sage's Grimorium. Phineas could not have predicted this move from Lortel. Isn't she supposed to be profit-driven? Crapin Rothtailor on the other side also frowned. "TCH, let's move to a private room to sign the sales papers." Very well. Phineas still couldn't understand why Lortel did this. What was Lortel's original purpose? Could it be that when they spoke on the campus, she used a threatening look and asked Princess Phinia, "We're allies, right?" From the start, Lortel's goal was simply to prevent that book from falling into the hands of someone like Crapin Rothtailor. There's no way she would risk doing this out of lofty ideals of justice. Even if so, I can only suspect Crapin Rothtailor as a cunning man, and even with the princess's authority, I can't find evidence. There must be someone who requested or ordered her, someone behind Lortel pulling strings, someone who knows Crapin Rothtailor's dark nature and wants to stop him. Earlier, Lortel said this. I want to emphasize once more that the rumors about Ed Rothtailor using charms are baseless speculation. He was expelled by his clan and lived in the woods. But even though he lived fully and did everything to survive to the point of fainting from exhaustion, he never stopped fighting against the Rothtailor family's dark side. Thinking this, Phineas suddenly trembled and collapsed. Claire hurried over to support the princess. What have I done? I've driven an innocent person to such desperation. The princess is tormented by guilt. However, her misunderstanding may in fact be contrived. Sales contract. Buyer, Lortel Ketchum, Elt Merchants Guild. Seller, Abel Forcius. Transaction amount, 9,400 gold coins. The transfer process will take place 7 days after the contract is signed. Contract details. Lortel smiled at her reflection in the mirror. If I resell the Grimorium to Duke Crapin Rothtailor, I'll at least get 8,500 gold. I spent 9,400 to buy it, so that's roughly a 900 gold profit. But whether I can actually sell it is another matter. She cast a sharp gaze down at the letter in her hand, which stated that as long as she obtained the book, I can fulfill any of your demands. No matter what it is, accepting to trade anything for a merchant. You're making a mistake very unlike you, Ed Rothtailor. You are permitted to appropriate the surplus for 900 gold. What a bargain. Lortel flopped onto the bed, clutching the letter tightly. Anything, anything. She couldn't contain her excitement. If the princess saw this expression, she'd probably cough up blood. Scene change. In the end, Lortel won the auction. Zix was updating the news at his wooden cottage. You should have seen Lortel's face when I handed her that letter. Luckily, Elka was blissfully clueless. Ed Rothtailor replied, without expression. He thought to himself, Lortel has every reason to be interested in me. That kid even dared to gamble on information provided by a Rothtailor family member like me. Thinking about what's about to happen, I suddenly feel regretful. At that moment, another voice rang out. Ed Rothtailor, you're awake? Even before he saw her, Janika's footsteps rushed like a temple bell, kicking up dust as if walking into a fairyland. When Zix saw her, he asked, Senior Janika, it's not even lunchtime. Did you run straight here from the professor's building? She, panting, replied, My classes ended this morning, and I have no more lessons now. I'll do the homework tonight. Ed Rothtailor said softly. Janika, sorry for making you worry. I've heard the whole story. I heard I caused a lot of trouble. Hey, not at all. Easily, she began to spill the story. Senior Janika, you ran around the school crying, and there are rumors you were so heartbroken you nearly died and came back. Also, you snuck into the academy's classroom then. Janika, embarrassed into anger, bawled out. Then she summoned a spirit to pull him away. It's quite the tale, but it's cold today. Be careful not to catch a chill. Ed Rothtailor, watching from the side, remained silent. Next, Mug suddenly popped out from Janika. It hurried over to him. Please kill me, young master, please kill me. Mug, shameful as I am, failed to notice how overworked my young master Ed Rothtailor had become. What are you doing? Mug, weren't you by his side then? I wanted to apologize right then, but Miss Janika warned me not to appear and bother the young master. Why are you making such a fuss? Zix said casually. He was unconscious for 10 days, so his reaction isn't surprising. Yeah, if I were unconscious for 10 days, that would make sense. Wait, 10 days. Ed Rothtailor suddenly panicked, eyes wide. During those 10 days, the stored meat spoiled completely. The fishing nets were all torn to shreds. He felt exhausted. The provisions had vanished, so he'd have to start stockpiling from scratch. Janika, hearing this, said sternly, Are you going to throw yourself back into work again? Don't worry, Ed Rothtailor. I'll help you. Zix also smiled and added, I'm free before the next exam. I can help you hunt or craft woodwork. Take things slowly and handle them one by one. Everything will fall into place. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, remembering, not long ago, after hastily pitching a shelter from whatever materials I could find in the forest, I slept alone in the dark, bitten by insects until I could barely move. It was truly full of challenges back then, but in the end, I endured and overcame all of it to survive until now. He smiled faintly. After all, this method always works. Even so, Janica remained extremely worried for him. He looked utterly exhausted. Right now, she was leaning against Marilda. Does she really think so, Marilda? But this is an opportunity, Janica. The perfect time, because that sly red fox is busy with the auction and other matters, so she hasn't been able to visit the tent often lately. Yes, Marilda continued to Janica. That fox is pretty clever. There's a lot you could learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to pursue a man, you must first become a fox. It's about the clothes. You look no different from a real country girl. Janica blushed a little. Yes, my clothes are indeed shabby. Perfect. The fiery, lively personality of yours is growing day by day, but the innocence still remains. Those are the elements that make men fall in love while pretending not to notice. A cool face, but subtle actions to seduce. That's enough, really. Also roll up your sleeves. Yes, that's it. Tie your hair back, too. Create the impression of a hard-working wife always by his side, even in the hardest times. You're going to see him today, right? Go. And remember, things will surely go smoothly. Understood? Marilda is the senior spirit whisperer and professional love strategist. After hearing her, Janica thought to herself that she had no experience at all. She looked at her with sparkling eyes. The plot, huh? Never mind. Tell me, Janica, what's your plan when you go to the camp to help him this afternoon? How will you approach him? I don't have any plan. Marilda fell silent, fixing her with sharp eyes, as if she wished to temper iron into steel. Then a howl echoed everywhere, startling the other animals. What's happening? Lord Marilda is wailing. She's utterly enraged. How long do you think it will be before that cold little fellow falls into trouble like this again? Look how quickly he's handling things now. Surely it won't happen again, right? Do you think a second chance like this will come easily? There's no surer way to succeed than to become someone's companion during their darkest hour. Use this moment to be his most devoted supporter and help him overcome hardship. Even if it seems selfish, even if it looks cunning. Janica hurried to reassure Marilda. But I did think of one approach. Listen to me and see what you think. Oh, that's quite interesting. It's late. The soup Janica made is worlds apart from Zix's pot. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself that he should probably learn to cook. But first I must focus on regaining my strength. She has helped me so much. I can't keep showing up to her with a gloomy face. But if I'm not yet well, so be it. That cool, dizzy feeling washed over him again. He lay back on the bed, his eyes slowly closing. Just then, Janica's voice rang out. You look exhausted, he asked when he saw her. You haven't gone home yet? What does she want? She only smiled and then stepped inside. I wasn't planning to do anything. He didn't understand why. It's late, and she hasn't gone home, but is sitting here, doing nothing. You don't have to pretend you're not tired. Once the body is worn out, the spirit will decline too. Everyone is like that. I know you work harder than anyone. When I'm tired or facing difficulties, I receive care and help from many people. But what ultimately makes me stronger is not someone rushing into comfort and shield me, but a single person who quietly comes to my side without saying a word. You've been working very hard, haven't you? You've done really well. Ed Rothtailor heard that and said, You don't have to push yourself this hard. Janica frowned slightly. You just need to admit the hardship you're bearing. Then you can rest easy. Admit it. Ed Rothtailor is exhausted. He wearily dropped his head onto the pillow. Yes, everything is so difficult. He fell silent for a moment, then gradually drifted into sleep. Always struggling, enduring great hardship. It was now morning. Gentle sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Ed Rothtailor slowly sat up, looking around in a daze, and saw Janica still there, sleeping soundly beside the bed. He couldn't help but smile. His body fully recovered now. Life skill details: mid-level craftsman rank, primary skills, woodcraft finesse level 10, design set level 9, gathering level 12, woodworking level 13, hunting level 10, fishing level 7, cooking level 6, repair level 5. Advanced crafting skill card, spirit fusion. Advanced crafting skill card, magic engineering. Magic engineering is the fusion of magic with modern technology. Advanced crafting skill card, magic engineering. Skill proficiency 2, magic engineering understanding 3. Crafting speed 3. Light wind generator set level 1. Mountain echo sound projection set level 1. Autonomous martial sound technique level 1. Remaining items are under analysis. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself that he had hardly completed anything important from his 10-day plan, especially research on magic engineering. High-level crafting skills deeply affect core stats, and the flexibility of these skills far surpasses that of ordinary skills. The problem now is that self-study of magic engineering has its limits. Most magic engineering blueprints are rewards from main quests. So for someone like me who always avoids getting involved in the main plot, getting those rewards is a bit of a stretch. But if you pay attention, Taylor doesn't seem very interested in magic engineering. That's likely true, because even if he has the blueprints, he hasn't crafted any useful magic engineering items. The crafting materials don't match. To make them, you need to gather very rare materials that only appear in the latter half of the story. But my situation is completely different. Right after that, a voice spoke up. What are you brooding about? Because there's someone here, albeit on the other side, who can find any material, and that someone is none other than Lortel, sitting in front of him and seeing him looking healthy again. Ed Rothtailor was truly pleased. He had been very worried. Ed Rothtailor replied at once. Me too. I'm glad to see the kid healthy. Do I look very healthy? Believe it or not, I'm actually utterly exhausted right now. She sighed and stepped closer to him. Do you know how hard it is to restore your sun-darkened skin and damaged hair? Lortel sat down beside him, saying he must have been very busy going all the way to that forest over there. One thing's for sure, you need rest, and there are a few matters we must rearrange. After Elt was deposed, keeping the merchant guild name Elt would be odd, so I plan to rebuild the guild into a corporation and restructure the business system. We need someone responsible for managing personnel, assets, operations, and foreign trade. I'm looking for someone suitable for that position. Ed Rothtailor said nothing, only silently watching her. Lortel suddenly smiled and asked, Are you amenable? Waking up each morning to stroll on your way to the corporation's headquarters. The two of us would be beside each other with only a partition between us. Your benefits would be very generous. You'd have free reign to run the Elt Merchant Guild, and I would even share my personal assets with you. It would be as if the two of us were. Oh my, why did I suddenly add those unnecessary comments? Lortel blushed and chuckled a few times. At that moment, Ed Rothtailor spoke up and called her Lortel. That action of yours is really strange. She instantly went slack when she met his skeptical gaze. You don't know anything. What? Lortel suddenly pulled a hat over her head and said, I know exactly how I feel. Surely you're thinking, why is this girl doing this? She can't make such a weighty decision. It's like taking advantage of a young woman's emotions. That's what you're thinking, right? He means he wants to keep our relationship safely within work boundaries. Ed Rothtailor raised an eyebrow at that. Not exactly, but you don't understand. In a world where hundreds of gold coins can easily pass through someone's hands in a bargain, if we don't betray first, we'll be the ones betrayed. After you've lived your whole life in a society like that, what do you think you need most at the end? It's someone who will never betray you, someone who is always by your side. Saying that, Lortel smiled broadly at him. She gently placed her hand on Ed Rothtailor's. Someone who would never betray me. Even if one morning I wake up and all the wealth and fame I've had collapse. Even if the whole world abandons me. Some people call that family. Some call that a lover. Others call that a life partner. But for Lortel, a merchant who rose and fell with fortune, she feared that one day she too would fall into the same plight. He looked down at her small hand that had always hovered in that fearful young heart. Lortel continued, I don't ask for more or less than this feeling. I just need you to be by my side. Is that okay? Ed Rothtailor stared at her in bewilderment. Lortel wiped that smile away and said, Come on, Lortel. Hearing that, she laughed loudly, to no effect. What a pity, it was almost there. He slightly frowned. Her pitch just now had been noticeably higher, clearly trying to coax. This naughty girl. I'm human too. I could be sad and angry. So what was that earlier? Did that make you feel a little flutter? I even put on this seductive look. Your heart should have skipped a beat, honestly. Edro Taylor replied bluntly. Unfortunate. However, her face immediately darkened visibly. He knew that. It's not entirely fabrication. The atmosphere fell silent. Ed Roth Taylor then spoke. My plan is to graduate from Sylvania Academy. From now until then, I have no intention of leaving this school. I haven't even decided what I'll do after graduation. Lortel suddenly stood up and said, I can wait until you graduate, but don't you know you don't really have a choice? Senior, she took out the letter he had sent before. You should have grabbed this golden opportunity the moment it appeared. I'm so glad it's been a long time since I last spoke with you. Ed Roth Taylor sighed tiredly. He thought to himself. Picturing the future made him feel as if he'd just made a wrong decision, like something heavy was pressing on his chest. Lortel quickly left, telling herself she was almost there. Now you're mine. I was going to pour out all my feelings and then end the conversation. But in his expression, all my plans turned chaotic. If I don't leave now, I'll surely put on an extremely sorrowful face again. I'll even return the money I took for the premium crafting materials. Coming back now would be a bit awkward. Maybe I should just leave it in the bushes. Just then, the wooden tent door suddenly opened. Janica stepped out, still half asleep. Idrotilur. All right, he's gone to the river. I should grab something to eat before he comes back. When the two girls saw each other, one coming from the river, the other from the room, they both jumped in surprise. Why are you coming out from there? Senior. Then why did I come in from the river direction? For Ed Roth Taylor, this was the beginning of a great disaster. Then, under the vast, clear sky, Mug's voice echoed through the forest. Your meat and vegetable consumption today was far too low. Young master, you must make sure to eat a full dinner tonight. And the amount of liquid taken in wasn't enough either. Ed Roth Taylor was busy roughly splitting the pile of firewood and replied, all right. Mug is extremely worried about you. If you faint again, I'd probably die. Please, for my sake, stay healthy. I want her contract with me, Ed Roth Taylor, to last a very long time. Are you blaming me or something? But no matter where we go, the rot of this society exists. I am sorry, Mug. He pulled 3 letters from his pocket. Thanks to Zix and Janica, I've stockpiled enough food and firewood. Thanks to Lortel, I've finished furnishing the house. The only thing left in my head were the 3 letters I received before I passed out from exhaustion. One of them was from Lortel warning me to be cautious because no one knows what else next move will be. Another letter was a personal one sent by Princess Phenia regarding Crapin Roth Taylor's actions. The last letter was from the Academy, but to my surprise the sender was Professor Glast. He left a message saying he wanted to meet me in person after class, but unfortunately I had fainted and couldn't meet him. Now I can't know why he called me yesterday. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of Act 2 has begun. I still remember the details of that final chapter quite clearly. Professor Glast always believed that only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could change the world's fate to resurrect the greatest sage in history. In Sylvania, he studied a unique supreme magic that could alter and reset the world's order. To complete this magic, he needed the sage's grimoire. But Sylvania Academy fell into Lortel's trap and sold that book away. He became desperate and decided to steal the book with the intent of transferring Sylvania Sage's soul into Isla's body to become the pioneer who would usher in a new era of progress. This is precisely the story of a madman. But Taylor appeared to rescue Isla, overcoming all the traps in the aqueduct tunnels, as well as in the secret laboratory in the Soul Library, when his entire plan was unexpectedly ruined by his final words of denial before he fell from the magic tower. Even though he truly believed he was advancing the Academy, and even sacrificed his life searching for exceptional talents. What exactly were those final words of denial again? I forgot. In any case, the final battle of the act, Glass Invasion, centers on exchanging the sage's grimoire via a resonance ritual. It all started when Professor Glast kidnapped Taylor's companion, Isla. It seems she has woken up. Isla, stay away from me. She and another person were locked inside a cage. Outside, a monster was staring at them. Right? The monster in this underground canal is pretty terrifying, isn't it? Isla cried out in panic. It's all because of you. Why did you do this? I hate you, Ed Taylor. He looked at her nonchalantly. Isn't this a bit much? We were both kidnapped. I was kidnapped too. Act 2, Final Chapters. Glass Invasion begins. 3 days earlier at his wooden hut, Ed Taylor was busy assembling the stuff Lortel had given him. Although I finished all the lingering tasks from those 10 days, unfortunately, I didn't train at all during those 10 days. Glass Assault has surely begun. It's a pity I haven't upgraded my magic engineering stats yet. To continue researching magic engineering, I need more materials. Wait, I remember there's a very effective method to boost magic engineering stats. The final stage of the war with Glass takes place at 4 locations. Among them, the most difficult location is Stage 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage is the spirit with the terrifying power of the female librarian Reina. She is so strong that without the ritual of the Holy Sword, she would be very difficult to defeat. But that's the kind of thing the protagonist Taylor handles. I'm only interested in the records kept in the Soul Library. That place contains all kinds of valuable magic engineering formulas. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least more than 20 types, and there are even 2 formulas to craft legendary magic engineering items. Too risky. But if I had an extra companion, looking at Janica standing behind me, it should be fine, right? Scene shifts to Sylvania Academy. Adele in Class B and Isla in Class C both have a good chance of being selected for class in next semester. This year's cohort at our academy has many outstanding talents. Glass stood on the lectern and said clearly, even if you're promoted midterm, your studies will not be interrupted, so you don't need to worry about that. There are many excellent students. Class A used to have only 3 people. Next semester will probably become 5. During Professor Glass' tenure, there wasn't even a Class A. Isla's combat ability may not be high, but it's rumored that she's very attuned to celestial magic. At that moment, Zix suddenly stood up, drawing Lortel's attention. What's going on? He bluntly said, I have a question. I'm not sure if I should ask it. Can we really divide classes solely based on talent? There are still many students with great potential, like flowers yet to bloom, only revealing themselves under certain conditions through their own efforts. Hearing this, Glass' face darkened, and he asked, So you mean I'm belittling and misjudging their efforts by ignoring them and stalling their studies? Is that it? Zix looked at him in confusion, then said nothing more. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Actually, the best way to ruin someone's life is to deliberately find their latent talent and then bury it. Lortel sighed wearily. She thought to herself that before entering Sylvania Academy, the professor had carried out a background investigation on everyone's family and history. His prejudice about talent. What made him somewhat conservative was perhaps because of his daughter. Muri, Professor Glass's only daughter, is a pure mage. However, he placed too many expectations on her. From a parent's standpoint, that is quite normal. But Muri believed those expectations didn't come from him as a father, but from Professor Glass as the head of the magic department. And because of that belief, she joined the nobles' invasion from a very young age. Later, because of that, it said Professor Glass began to become obsessed with certain kinds of talent. Most of his lecturing time at Sylvania focused on researching mystic magic, also known as the supreme magic. But looking back at his past, it's clear that what he pursued wasn't that supreme magic itself, but the person who invented that ultimate magic, the genius of geniuses across the long history of the great Sylvania sages. Perhaps the reason he wanted Isla in Class A was to serve his research into the supreme magic. At that moment, he suddenly mentioned her name and Lortel Ketchels. Never mind. This matter isn't related to studies. I'll contact you tomorrow. Of course, you already guessed his intention. It's about the Sage's Grimoire, right? Unfortunately, that book is crucial material for researching the supreme magic. But whatever he says now is useless. Sooner or later, the secret formula in the grimoire will be mine anyway. In Sylvania's classroom, your instructor this time is Assistant Professor Claire. That's it for today's lesson. The stage where the grimoire's secret formula is revealed is drawing near. Ed Taylor quietly calculated that although it's risky, he still had enough time to complete the plan. The crux of the plan was to closely follow Taylor's route from stage 1 to stage 5 to rescue Isla and collect all the items he left behind. I even compiled a list of necessities to bring, especially for stage 3, which includes all the magic engineering items from the Soul Library. The magic engineering item, Glock's Eye, temporarily increases magical power and proficiency in all related techniques. The magic engineering item, the Black Hourglass, restores all physical states from a few seconds earlier. These items all harbor terrifying power. However, these things are very hard to obtain. Most can only be created in later parts of the storyline, so they won't help Taylor for now. I'll keep them. Also, I'll observe Taylor's development during stage 5 and then return to the hut. After that, his plan will be complete. The day the secret formula in the Sage's Grimoire is used will be the day Glass Assault takes place. I told Janica that something was lost beneath the waterway, so the two of us have to go down there together to search. I thought she hated dark, cramped places, but no. For some reason, she seemed more eager than before. Maybe she's worried about me, but either way it embarrasses me to death. But with this companion by my side, my plan became perfect. Just then, his train of thought was cut off by a call. Hey, student Ed Rothtailor. Claire looked a bit puzzled as Professor Glass summoned him. Assistant Professor Claire, did I hear correctly that she recently visited the hut because of this? Tomorrow is the day the secret formula of the grimoire is revealed. Why does it have to be right when I'm so busy? He replied with a slight frown. Great timing. I fainted a few days ago, so I couldn't reply to his letter, but unexpectedly he sought me out again. It must be something important, right? Then in Professor Glass' office. Why are you here? Ed Rothtailor was completely surprised that Isla was also present. I haven't even done anything yet. Isn't her reaction a bit much? Although my relationship with Ed Rothtailor over the past 10 months hasn't had a single pleasant moment, and afterwards he even shot at me with a bow. Each person has their own thoughts, but the important thing is that little Isla, who is supposed to be the one kidnapped before Glass attack tomorrow, is standing here. And why I was summoned as well. Could it be that he suddenly realized something? Then he hurled the pile of papers on the desk into the air. No notes, research records, or magic books. There was nothing here that could change the future. Ed Rothtailor stared at the stack of papers in panic. He finally found a paper with his own information. If it concerned Ed Rothtailor, then here's something. Could this be the report from Assistant Professor Claire after she followed me? If so, it's possible Professor Glass learned about what I plan to do in the Awfulest Hall. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Ed Rothtailor's eyes widened. He frowned and drew his dagger. Isla, witnessing this scene and not understanding what he was doing, screamed loudly. Right after that, the door to the room opened. Glass slowly stepped inside. Professor Glass, please save me. He has a knife. But unexpectedly, he not only didn't help, but activated an assault spell. Isla is celestial magic. During her imprisonment, her body was controlled by that power. At that moment, Ed Rothtailor's dagger flew toward him. When Glass saw the symbol engraved on it, he was anything but surprised. A huge explosion happened right there. You picked up the situation very quickly, responding with remarkable smoothness. You skimmed through all my research documents in that short span of time, but strange, how could you possibly know my intentions from just a few documents? He slowly stepped forward while you quickly hid behind the lectern. Is it necessary to pressure me? Isn't it enough that you only need Isla's sensitivity to celestial magic? Professor, you already have what you wanted. There's no need to involve me, and I'll keep this matter secret. Professor Glass, upon hearing this, said, I have my purposes, and everything is for that. So do not underestimate. You frowned slightly, thinking at least he could explain, right? This has gone too far. Instead of evading with vague words and telling me not to underestimate it. Not to underestimate it? In truth, even if I manage to escape from here successfully, Professor Glass won't leave it alone. He could very well make the plot even more tangled. Also, if I'm kidnapped here, I might be locked in a secret laboratory along with Isla. Like that. He's basically putting the plot on a bus straight to the stage where, should I just let myself be kidnapped like this? Seeing you stop dodging and stand up, he asked, Oh, do you want to force my hand? Or have you already come up with some plan? Actually, it's not that bad. Glass continued using the time prison to restrain Ed Roth Taylor. The papers that had been on the desk were now scattered wildly around the room. He slowly approached where Ed Roth Taylor stood. Earlier, Assistant Professor Claire had told him, "At first I doubted it, but I couldn't believe he could achieve such results, even living in the wild, as if his days were 48 hours long. It's unimaginable how much sweat he must have shed. The effort to achieve these things, glassed, without emotion, said your current words differ greatly from the judgments you made not long ago." Assistant Professor Claire, because I didn't think his academic performance could be this excellent. Judging his fighting style through the crystal orb, one could say Ed Roth Taylor's fighting spirit is extraordinary. However, it is clearly the way a weak person fights, analyzing opponents carefully and using every trick possible. That can only be called effort, not talent. His face showed not a trace of worry. It reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who vowed to make her father's name famous in her own way. That memory surfaced once again. While he wasn't paying attention, Mugg stealthily slipped out of Ed Roth Taylor's body. It quickly left the academy, flying off elsewhere. Mugg flew straight north toward the forest, to his wooden hut. In that small hut, Janica was at that moment cooking a big pot of soup. She had no idea what was happening with him. "Ed Roth Taylor, you're back a bit late." And to conclude my magical exploration on the southern continent, after uncovering every corner of the world myself, I suddenly realized there remain countless truths about magic I have yet to fathom. The title of Great Mage is just an illusion to me. My Sylvania master, who left at a very young age and left me the image of a youthful maiden. Looking back now on those dark days, I realize how many ups and downs I have endured. The sorrow that once gnawed at my heart. Then, over time, the day when the one who left me also settled into silence. That memory is now just a picture tinted with recollection. Yet for someone who's lived so many years, sometimes the emotions of those days still well up uncontrollably. It is precisely the regret over what is gone that can sometimes drive us mad, scrambling our natural perceptions and even overturning truth. I cannot deny that at times I feel the urge to see Master Sylvania's face again. But once something is lost, nothing can hold it back no matter what you do. Pitiful are those left behind who must walk on alone. So be strong, my child. This is for you, the most important girl in my life. These final words of this book I devote to you. Lucy, the magical exploration journey on the southern continent. Excerpted from Glock's words. I miss him so much. Glock faced death near at hand, and more than anyone, he accepted it calmly and departed. So his niece could do nothing but see him off one last time. Will there come a day when all past wounds are healed, and even the deeper scars vanish? The thing that could make her forget the persistent longing would be the simple joy of holding a huge bag of dried beef in her hands. Lucy cheerfully took out her little bag, but when she opened it, there was nothing left inside. Oh dear, it's completely empty. She glanced toward Janica, who was standing over a huge pot of soup. Beside her was Mugg, flapping its wings and making some noise. Immediately after, a powerful surge of energy emanated from Janica's body. Seeing that, Lucy frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. Cut to Trix Hall, the main classroom. The ritual to reacquire the secret seal is underway. The scholars will sell the sage's grimoire to merchants, with only representatives from both sides present to sign. Among them, only the heads of delegations drew the most attention. Lord Tel Ketchuln, interim head of the Elt Merchants Guild, and Abel, the headmaster of Sylvania Academy. She squinted, silently assessing him by age and bearing. But compared to that fellow, he still fell far short of Crapin Roth Taylor. After the auction of the grimoire that day, that man came to see me and demanded I hand the book over to give the grimoire to Crapin Roth Taylor from the start. I had intended to do so that was settled. However, the sum required if he wanted me to betray Princess Phenia was 12,000 gold coins. Even though I set an absurdly high price, he agreed we'd bring the money immediately. He was still willing to accept. And moreover, did you know El has dispatched a unit of mercenaries straight to Sylvania? I'm telling you this for your own good. Be careful. Don't let any mistakes happen this time. Though he's a sly and unpleasant man, it's fine. The intelligence he provided about Elt is very useful, and I've sold the book. Preparations are more or less complete. Professor Glass served as today's witness and has removed the book's official ownership, handing it to Abel as representative of the Elt Merchants Guild. Guildmaster Lortel, please step forward to confirm the book's new owner. Lortel thought to herself that now she stood to make a large profit from this book. Isn't it supposed to be Ed Rothtailor who has full authority over it? She couldn't help but smile. But right after, a stream of purple energy mixed with black suddenly appeared. A matrix, unknown when it had been activated, started at their feet. It was so fierce that Headmaster Abel and Lortel had to step back. And that was not all. A swarm of monsters crawled out of the matrix. Headmaster Abel quickly formed a shield to block them. Lortel stared blankly at Professor Glass. The book he held in his hands, the grimoire. A blinding light enveloped his body. A few seconds later, Glass and the book both vanished. Witnessing that scene, she couldn't believe it. He was gone, and with him her chance to claim Ed Rothtailor. Even though Ed Rothtailor had no part in it, obstacles kept popping up in the story. In the last 2 chapters, the grand campaign against Glass began. In Professor Glass's secret laboratory, Ed Rothtailor, Aila screamed in terror. Why are you here? Get out. You're disgusting. Oh my. Ed Rothtailor paid no heed to her reaction. He thought to himself that by now Glass had probably taken a book. But a strange voice rang out. Shut up. If you keep screaming like that, the sewer monsters standing before you will wake up. A corpulent man stood outside watching them, and behind him loomed a large monster. He was Kum, a researcher of divination. You should consider yourselves lucky. Professor Glass ordered us to use you two as test subjects, since you're still of some use. Ed Rothtailor showed no emotion and asked him, Is that so? Kum replied, Not bad, keep calm. But while I examine the experimental results, I'll still keep an eye on you. So don't you dare try anything. He sat down in a corner and wondered what he could do in this situation. Just wait here. Taylor will lead a team to attack this place. The library Taylor passed through has surely been destroyed. There, I could have collected all the magic engineering formula copies from countless spellbooks to complete the mission, but now I can do nothing, absolutely nothing. The only thing that bothered me was how smoothly everything kept going. Ed Rothtailor glanced at Isla. Locked up here with that brat. She was so scared she turned pale and screamed nonstop. If you take one step closer, I'll scream. Don't you dare come over, or I'll bite my tongue. I'm serious. Do I look like I'm lying? Who would want to harm a kid? If I wanted to hurt the kid, why haven't I done it already? If you view it from Taylor's perspective, you might somewhat understand how Isla feels now. She remained very wary of him. Liar. His words couldn't be trusted. Ed Rothtailor said wearily, Stop spouting platitudes. Sit down. We just need to wait patiently. Taylor will come. Isla suddenly welled up with tears and looked at him with hatred. Taylor, do you think you have a right to call him by his name like that? Why not? I apologize for what I did during the entrance exam, but I had my reasons. And the truth is I contributed in the battle with Glaskin. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Taylor. He will definitely come to save you. Isla couldn't believe the words she had just heard. Apologize? Ed Rothtailor apologizing. Was that even possible? He sighed wearily. Just then, Mug hurriedly flew in, blubbering and frantic. Young master, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Is your arm scratched? Were you weakened by anti-magic? Is your eyesight still good? Has your smell or hearing been affected? Do your fingertips and toes still feel? Are you exhausted or in pain? Could you be dizzy? Is your heartbeat abnormal? I tracked your mana trail all the way here, but because your empathic spirit power is only average, it took me a long time to find you. Forgive me, Mug. I sincerely apologize for not arriving sooner. Ed Rothtailor not only didn't scold it, but gently ruffled Mug's head. You silly sulker, where have you been? You're late, but good job finding us. Isla suddenly asked him, Is that a spirit? You know how to control spirits? As of the start of this turn, your basic magic skills are still poor. This isn't your business. He thought to himself, finally someone to have a proper conversation with. She frowned and continued. If it's a spirit, it can send out a distress signal. We could ask a student or a professor who can sense spirits to come and help. Ed Rothtailor glanced at her and said, I don't need any more variables like that. Mug promptly replied, Do not worry, my lord. Although Mug cannot guarantee your safety, I am well trained to report in situations like this. He looked at it somewhat surprised. It took me about half a day to get here, evading the monsters and the golems. Returning from here also takes about half a day, so that's 2 days in total since then. But I still remember that face vividly. Miss Janica was beautiful even in fury. Turns out there really is such a thing as cold anger. Not only that, that fox-faced merchant and the little witch who always wears a wizard's hat often come to the tent to discuss cooperation. With forces like that, we practically have an army of hundreds of thousands. Rest assured, the rescue team will arrive here soon. Just sit calmly and wait. Mug beamed with great pride. But contrary to its expectations, Ed Roth Taylor was not pleased. He was so angry he ground his teeth. The damn scoundrel. Isla couldn't help but butt in. Ed Roth Taylor, why did your face suddenly change? What's going on? He didn't answer them. He simply stood up, then used force to fling Mug out. Hey, you over there. Hey, what kind of researcher are you? I've changed my mind. I can't stay here any longer. I have to get out. Ed Roth Taylor shook the cage repeatedly. No, I must get out right now. I'm not kidding. Cum shouted in panic to Ed Roth Taylor. If you keep yelling like that, the demons on the other side will wake up. Mark my words, if you don't release me, you'll be the ones in the biggest trouble, not me. Hearing his threat, the man smiled. Look, we've finally uncovered a truth. You're just an ordinary student. Watch your words. Isla didn't understand why he suddenly acted like that. Why are you suddenly panicking? You told us Taylor would come if we waited calmly here. Immediately after, Mug produced a key bundle and handed it to him. As you said, my lord, your assessment of the situation was truly sharp. I don't know how you knew the exact hiding place of the keys, but with your detailed guidance and decisive actions. Before it could finish, Ed Roth Taylor bluntly cut in. Get out of here. He thought to himself these people were all doing unnecessary things. He then opened the cage door. Just as Isla was about to step out with him, he suddenly shut the door again. He glared at her in silence. From now on, you only answer yes or no. What, really? Outside, there are many different kinds of monsters kept for research purposes and cursed artifacts. Basically, this is very dangerous. From now on, you must obey me. If they discover I'm not here, say I escaped. That way they won't hurt you. And carrying that injured leg with you, you won't be able to run far anyway, right? But Ed Roth Taylor can handle it, so don't argue. Do you agree to follow my orders? Isla, though with many things to say, could only obediently stay there. Yes, good. Stay calm and don't move. Saying that, Ed Roth Taylor immediately ran off. I'll handle this. Unpredictable events cannot be prevented. These are all minor variables. I can confidently find a way to resolve this. My stats have increased significantly, so the information I have now can handle most obstacles. However, there are still variables I can't control alone. Will Janica or Lord Tell join the battle? I think I have a solution, but there's also the little witch to consider. She often comes to the tent wanting to cooperate. No matter how many hours players put into this game, even the most skilled gamers can't find a way to beat that superhuman enemy. The tragic ending number 27, Lucy is lazy. But if it weren't for the player's intent, that event wouldn't occur, so I don't really worry about it. Once the necessary conditions are met, it will surely lead to the tragic ending. Initial condition. After the event, Professor Glast and Lucy Merrill meet. I must find a way to prevent Lucy from coming here. At Sylvania Academy, Zix is currently busy training his muscles. He heard the voice and replied, "What's going on?" Taylor was out of breath, but still forced himself to say, "Please help me. We have to hurry and rescue Isla." Act 2. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The final chapter of Stage 1, The Chase After Glast. Taylor, who let Glast escape from Trix Hall, is asking for help from Duh. He will soon lead his teammates to pursue Professor Glast through the sewers. The route of the final chapter is very familiar, but currently Lord Tell is in Trix Hall and Janica is in the sewers. Next is the Spirit Library. Below, that is the monster research area where Ed Roth Taylor is located. At the very end is the Central Laboratory. Going against these routes is quite an experience. The monster research area is usually very troublesome because Cum released all the monsters, but since we're going the other way, the monsters remain locked up and we can pass through easily. Luckily, the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast is certainly a bad ending. so we must hurry. The problem is Ed Roth Taylor is hiding behind a door right now. In front of him is the spirit library, where a girl is surrounded by an orb. The one in charge of this place, Reina, the librarian who oversees the spirit library. He skillfully slipped inside. I've forgotten Reina's patrol pattern, but even if I have to fight, I know some strategies to deal with her. But that librarian Reina is Taylor's experience point node. As it goes on, there will be enemies that can only be defeated by Taylor's swordsmanship. If the main character Taylor hasn't trained enough, completing the dungeon will be difficult. Act 2 is the phase where Taylor must mature more, especially learning the necessary skills. The resurrected demon of the sewers, the biggest XP provider, must be defeated by Taylor's own hands. Therefore, on this journey, just take some necessary magical tools and sneak out. Act C. The Thunder device while Reina hovers around the room. Take the chance to grab a few good items. Next is the one-way light dimming device. After finishing, return them to this place. What a pity. Afterwards, Mug whispered to him, "If we slip out now, she won't notice us." "Very well, my lord. Let's go outside." But before we could move, the library began to shake violently. Ed Rothtaylor frowned and wondered. An earthquake? I don't recall any event like that. Not stopping there, a sudden strike lunged toward him. Ed Rothtaylor was completely taken aback. It turned out Reina had detected their presence. A roar thundered out. Damn it, 30 minutes before the quake, a man, after seeing the monster summoned by Professor Glass, was so terrified he couldn't move. Just as things hung by a thread, the monster suddenly froze. Lortel stepped up to the spot. If this deal doesn't go smoothly this time, the reputation of Sylvania Academy will be ruined. In a meeting that gathered all the Academy's key personnel, yet the grimoire was allowed to be stolen. Over there, Headmaster Abel quickly finished off the remaining ones. This takes some time, but I'll take responsibility to retrieve the grimoire. Could you wait a moment? No matter what plans Professor Glass has, the outcome won't be pleasant. What do you mean by that? Given the situation, at minimum the Guildmaster must be told the truth. Inform him of the 3 taboos. Do not bend the laws of the world. Do not erase the flow of time. Refusing the bounds of human fate. Those are the 3 taboos. Pursuing immortality, resurrecting the dead, reversing time. Lortel frowned slightly. Could Professor Glass really be trying to resurrect the dead with a sacred ritual? If so, Headmaster Abel didn't need her to finish. He quickly understood. You want to ask if I'm crazy, right? Lortel, but I'm genuinely curious. People always say he's brilliant, that he'll propel the world's progress. Yet he's a fanatic who worshipped the great sage who died at Sylvania. His daughter Muri, whom he trusted, died tragically due to her lackluster talent. Headmaster Abel said in a low voice, if he truly could complete a sacred ritual to resurrect the dead for show, who would Professor Glass bring back? She didn't understand his meaning at that point. Just then, the door opened. Something big has happened, Headmaster Abel. A few minutes ago, Taylor chased after Professor Glass. He's fleeing toward the sewers. According to witnesses, not only was the grimoire taken, but a student was kidnapped as well. Isla, a first-year magic student, and Ed Rothtaylor. Lortel, a second-year magic student, was stunned when she heard this. A sudden roar rang out. Senior Ed Rothtaylor was kidnapped? And what's with this noise and shaking? Headmaster Abel is the greatest mage of this era. He had promised to bring the sage's grimoire back. If he intervenes, Ed Rothtaylor will surely be rescued. So waiting here is the most reasonable action. But she snatched the spyglass from someone else in her haste. Then Lortel ran toward the door. To observe better, the sound and tremors are coming from the sewer entrance in the middle of the woods. A huge dragon kept roaring, spewing a barrage of blazing sparks. If you look closely, you'll see Janica standing atop it, crying nonstop. Lortel murmured, I'll go too. The headmaster really is. The headmaster acts so coldly like this. I must go retrieve the grimoire myself. Leave some personnel needed for negotiations. The rest, follow me. Lortel, entering the battle, is an alchemist whose combat strength is recognized by the Alchemist's Guild. Dorothy, third-year metallurgical team captain. Dorothy's combat prowess even makes the combat students sweat a bit. Even heads of the alchemy department like Alvira in first year or Norden in second year often come to learn. But Dorothy wasn't particularly outstanding in her first year. So Professor Glass, who recognized her true talent, became a benefactor. Dorothy believes Professor Glass must have some reason for acting so extreme, even if she doesn't know his exact intentions. But she's determined to carry out the request of the sewer entrance guard. However, Dorothy couldn't stop trembling. I really can't do this, Professor. The huge dragon opened its tooth-filled mouth and roared at Dorothy, who sat hunched with a large bag. On its head was the silhouette of a girl, and behind them the sky was ablaze. Half of Janika's face was swallowed by shadow as she sat atop the dragon and spoke slowly. Answer me. Janika's eyes flashed red, her face taking on a terrifying, murderous look against the roaring flames behind her. She continued, Where is Ed Roth Taylor? Dorothy screamed, her eyes rolling white with tears, foam at her mouth from sheer terror. Janica jumped down from the dragon's head and stood firmly on the ground. Beside her were a blue leopard and a green bird. She calmly tried to recall. Tarkon said this way, right? Or was that the signpost? Did I get it wrong again? Well then, Dorothy lay flat, unconscious with rolled-back eyes and foam at her mouth, while Janica stood there perplexed, one hand on her hip, the other on her head. She closed her eyes, trying to remember. Second turn, right, then left, right, right. My head hurts. Janica jolted, staring at Dorothy lying there. Is this Dorothy, the top third-year alchemy student? Did I cause this? Janica grabbed a cloth, at least to cover her. A voice shouted, Oh my God! Oh my, Janica! It was Lortel and her subordinates. They hurried over to Janica, who had just draped the small cloth over Dorothy's face in the dim flickering light. Sweating, lips trembling with worry, Janica thought that aside from Lucy, among the top students of each year, she was the brightest prospect when it came to strength at Sylvania. Around Janica was a cloth-covered Dorothy. The orange-yellow fire dragon glared at Lortel, a green bird shimmered, and a blue leopard bared its teeth at her. Lortel thought that even if she had to destroy the entire sewer, she would try to ensure Ed Roth Taylor's safety if she could succeed. In Lortel's imagination, Janica cradled Ed in a pink, petal-filled atmosphere. Janica squinted happily and said, Ed Roth Taylor, I'm here to rescue you. Are you hurt? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I've already packed food at the camp. Ed Roth Taylor blushed in Janica's arms, eyes sparkling as he shyly replied, You're wonderful. Janica, after being kidnapped, I was so scared. Lortel even imagined Janica and Ed Roth Taylor in wedding attire, arm in arm amid a shower of petals. Ed Roth Taylor said, Truly, only you are right for me. Let's get married. Janica, do you want a son or a daughter? Lortel was irritated by her own fantasy. She wiped away tears, waving it off and shouting, No. Meanwhile, Janica watched the fire dragon gnaw the cloth. Lortel could stay rational in life decisions, but mention Ed Roth Taylor and her analytical ability dropped. Lortel smiled with narrowed eyes, hands clasped as she told Janica, Janica, Ed Roth Taylor has been rescued. Unfortunately, he was badly injured during the kidnapping. He's in bed asking when you'll arrive. Hurry to the camp and surprise Janica. What? Lortel's eyes narrowed craftily. She thought she would be the one to rescue Ed Roth Taylor, so first she had to get rid of Janica. But a purple flame flared behind Janica. Her gaze, full of killing intent, glanced over at Lortel and made her start. Janica asked, Why would you say that to me? Janica's pupils flared crimson, whirlpools spinning within them that made her expression terrifying. She spoke calmly. You rushed here after pinpointing their location, yet you clearly just reached the gate. So how are they already rescued? You arrived before everyone else. Who was it? How did that person get Ed Roth Taylor out without you noticing? Janica, you seem absent-minded, but you get sharp when it comes to Ed Roth Taylor. Lortel crossed her arms and stepped back as Janica, eyes keen and glowing blue, walked toward her hands on her hips. Lortel feigned calm. That doesn't matter. Janica snapped. Now's not the time. Lortel, don't tell me you used those untrained people to rescue Ed Roth Taylor. Janica pointed out sharply. They're not battle-trained. Are you stupid? No. I mean, it's far too dangerous. Lortel was angry, thinking how did she suddenly get so smart? But indeed, Ed Rothtailor was in danger. Lortel recounted that at first she had asked Lucy for help, but Lucy just yawned and walked away. She never obeys others and always does things her own way. Back then, Lucy only closed her eyes and yawned in the sunlight. Lortel and Janica faced off. The air around them flared. Janica, eyes confident, said, "Then I'll go alone too." Lortel sighed. "You're right. This isn't the time for us to block each other's way. But do you really think there are no other rivals?" Then to the others, "Everyone stay here and wait." No more words were needed. Lortel's followers stayed put. Janica turned and headed one way. "I'll check the east gate," she said. Lortel went the opposite way. "Okay, I'll search this side." The priority now was to rescue Ed Rothtailor, the one in danger. Lortel thought anxiously. Janica and Lortel parted ways, heading in opposite directions. So Lortel picked up speed. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and ran forward, determined. Meanwhile, Janica also sprinted toward the route she chose, teeth clenched and fists tight, fully resolved to be the one who rescued Ed Rothtailor first. Over there, Ed Rothtailor and Mug were sweating profusely when Raina discovered them. Raina herself flared with fierce blue fire, her face full of murderous intent. He felt the tremor and sweated nervously. An earthquake? Mug trembled too. Who would be first to rescue Ed Rothtailor from his peril? Suddenly, the ceiling began to crack open wide enough for light to pour through. Something heavy fell from above and shot straight into Raina, knocking her down, her arm flung out, hair blown upward. Debris flew everywhere, some sent flying by the impact, and Ed Rothtailor had to shield himself with both hands. Mug panicked and was flung away mouth agape. Ed Rothtailor, terrified, held his arms up to protect himself, speechless. He wished this were just an ordinary earthquake. Raina was pinned under a boulder and knocked unconscious, her mouth slightly open. A pair of hands reached down and pulled someone up as a thunderous sound rang out from the huge hole in the ceiling. Light shone down directly onto Lucy, who was rubbing her eyes. She was sitting atop a pile of rubble and bookshelves that had fallen on Raina. Lucy wiped her sleepy tears, yawning. "I was bored, so I came to help you." The game was over. The Merchant Guild's report, like a ticking bomb, had finally exploded. The late afternoon rays of sunset gradually spread, casting glittering light across the sky. Headmaster Abel and his favored pupil stood on the battlements looking down. To break the silence, the pupil asked, "Are you sure it's okay for us to just watch and not intervene?" Stroking a fallen golden leaf, Headmaster Abel said, "Though it's dangerous, this is an opportunity for them to grow. Only when leaves fall do flowers bloom." With some disagreement mixed with worry, the white-bearded pupil continued, "But do the kids have to be pushed this far? After all, this is the golden generation of Sylvania Academy." Following the white-bearded student's words came images of Clebius Nortondale and Taylor wrestling. Even if we scan all of Sylvania's history, this cohort of students is exceptionally rare. One image after another showed Alvira Aniston bravely fighting Clebius as the pupil continued to murmur. Each year, many promising students appear, and we pin our hopes on them, as if they were stars in the sky. Hearing this, Headmaster Abel clenched the golden leaf in his hand, crushing it to fragments, and slowly said, "Is that so? But someone warned me." The headmaster's gaze drifted into the distance, as he calmly and resolutely replied, "The next trials must make them believe they have to be talented to such an extent to overcome them. They must develop that mindset." Dawn began to break, and the sky gradually turned a gentle red. In a nearby forest stood a cozy wooden house, a thin veil of smoke rising from its roof. Looking out from a bush, one could see a huge black hole on the mountainside, emitting a faint grayish smoke. As you approached, the hole became clearer. Its interior showed no bottom, only deep blackness, and the smoke grew thicker. Getting even closer, the pit was far larger than imagined, yet still nothing could be seen inside. Suddenly a rough, long object appeared, tapering to a white tip that starkly contrasted with the prior darkness. Approaching nearer revealed that the white was smoke rising from a ceiling adorned with intricate patterns. The image of a person radiating cyan light lay face down on the ground, accompanied by a faint call, "Hey." It turned out the person on the ground was Ed Rothtailor. He woke and rubbed his dreamy face. The call persisted, urging, "Hey, hey, wake up, wake up." Lucy looked at Ed Rothtailor with sparkling eyes and asked, "Do you have any jerky left?" Her gaze was full of hopeful expectation. Rubbing his head, he answered Lucy lazily, "Do you think I do?" Lucy, disappointed, drifted elsewhere. I'll go then. I need to find a place to take a nap." Suddenly, he ran over, grabbed Lucy's shoulder, and blurted out, "No." Lucy said nothing, only glanced back, puzzled. Quickly, a flood of thoughts about the team's current situation filled his head. Things had become a mess. By now, Janica and Lortel had likely entered the sewers. Images of Janica and Lortel, brave, battle-hardened, pushing forward without hesitation, flashed through his mind, and a sudden thought struck. I must go there and stop them. Then memories of the others surfaced, and his thoughts wandered. Given Taylor's strength, if he defeats all the later bosses, he might skip only one boss, which wouldn't significantly affect the plot. Although still holding Lucy's shoulder, he couldn't escape his brooding. Everything seemed okay now, but the problem was him. If Lucy meets Glast, the bad ending will trigger. To prevent that, I must. Lucy looked at Ed Rothtailor in confusion. He finally spoke. "Seems you'll have to stick with me for a while." Lucy, still puzzled, turned and asked what. Ed Rothtailor could only look at Lucy with an apologetic, speechless expression, unsure what to say. Remembering Janica's sunny smile and her words, he circled those thoughts and told Lucy, "Someone once told me that when things get tough, the best way to help someone is to silently be by their side." He said this while patting Lucy's head. "Lucy, you're very strong. Being with you makes me feel safe. Even if we don't do much or talk, just having you around changes everything." Before Ed Rothtailor finished, little Lucy impatiently cut in and asked, "You really don't have any jerky left?" Unable to bear his heartfelt words being dismissed, he snapped angrily, "There is enough jerky. Please stay by my side until we get out of the sewers." Maybe Ed Rothtailor has blown things way out of proportion. Lucy replied very gently and calmly, "If you want to get out, let me give you a hand." Ed Rothtailor was embarrassed, grumbling his reply, no longer as friendly as before. "Before we go, I need to take care of a few things." Seeing Ed Rothtailor's sulky look, Lucy could only say, all right." It seemed like that would be the end, but Lucy added, "But I also want to ask you a favor." She clasped her hands and turned as if gathering momentum to do something. Suddenly, Lucy climbed onto his back to be carried, and before he knew it, she was making a soft NG sound. But Ed Rothtailor no longer paid attention. He focused on thinking which direction to go to get out. His eyes shone with hopeful goals he set for himself. Grab everything I need from the library, then find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of here. Lucy, still fixated on jerky, asked again, "Hey, you really have no jerky left?" Ed Rothtailor gave a perfunctory answer, just going through the motions. Suddenly, in the darkness, dozens of red, bullet-shaped eyes flew out en masse toward them. Their silhouettes became clearer. They were big, vicious, roary creatures charging at Ed Rothtailor and Lucy. Ed Rothtailor swiftly waved his hand, creating an orange circle to block them. At the same time, he shouted and cast fire. The flames spun like whirlwinds, engulfing the roary. The red blaze seemed intent on incinerating everything, yet Ed Rothtailor stood firm, carrying Lucy without flinching. At that moment, a system notification popped up on the screen showing a flame icon with the text, "Elemental Magic Proficiency Increased," and an eye icon with the text, "Mana Sensing Proficiency Increased." Lucy froze, terrified, looking at Ed Rothtailor, but he looked upward and pondered. Is this the joy of hunting monsters? Lost in thought and half-finished musings, I am being buried in a pile of experience points from these monsters. Thinking that as he ran away, he shouted, "Sorry, Taylor, I'm only taking a little bit." Veils of purple light warped the space, and amid the fiery thoughts around, Some kind of magic seemed concealed here. Lortel crossed her arms and closed her eyes as if sensing everything around her. Her mana sensing and observational abilities had been recognized by Professor Glast. Unlike Janica, who, talented at connecting with souls, had quickly found a path. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked around with resolve. All right, now is not the time for self-comfort. Her almond-shaped eyes scanned around, and she suddenly remembered something. Lortel abruptly realized. Slinging her pack over her shoulder, she thought that right now, she simply wanted to help someone. In a moment, she recognized a new kind of bond. Walking and probing, she ran her hand along the drywall. She continued to drift through her own illusions. Things money can't buy made her heart stir once more. Lortel suddenly froze, blushing as a thought occurred to her. The sound now came from somewhere very close, just like before. Her eyes widened and her heartbeat quickened. Suddenly a beam of light shot out and the wall before her shattered. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands. A familiar voice rang out. "Oh, Lortel, there you are." She was dazed and unsure what was happening, stammering her reply, "Ed Roth-Taylor." A relieved sigh escaped, as if a weight had been lifted. Ed Roth-Taylor, carrying a heap of valuable goods in a riot of bright colors, told her, "I was kidnapped away." Then he handed the pile to her to hold while carrying Lucy on his back, saying, "Perfect timing. There's no way I could carry all this alone." Holding them, her mind raced with fleeting thoughts. What are these things? Each one is worth a fortune. Refusing to be manipulated any longer, she shook her head repeatedly and said to him, "Wait, Ed Roth-Taylor, aren't you in danger?" His eyes darted nervously, unable to look at her straight on. He stammered, "That's right." But the hesitation continued. He turned to look at Lucy sleeping on his back and added, "Somehow I escaped." When she saw Lucy blissfully asleep on Ed Roth-Taylor's back, she exclaimed loudly, "Lucy!" Not knowing whether from embarrassment or shock, Lortel was speechless and only thought to herself, "It's bad, it's really bad, and it's truly cruel." Lortel remembered an image of a young couple kissing on a magical, romantic night and thought to herself, "Janica acts without seizing chances, so I'm the one who's gotten the farthest with Ed Roth-Taylor so far." Recalling memories from that enchanted night, she drifted into her own reverie. That night on the way back, she panicked so much she nearly set the forest on fire. A flash of angry thought swept through her. How can he act so comfortable with another girl right in front of me? Ed Roth-Taylor, seemingly oblivious, kept talking without noticing her changing expression. "Hold on to those crafting rolls for me. If we find the materials, we'll need them." A surge of anger filled her, yet he didn't seem to notice and continued, "Oh, and if you want to buy anything, contact me. I owe you, so I'll give you a discount." Her anger reached a peak, and she called his name loudly, "Ed Roth-Taylor." A thought crept in. I have to act now to regain the initiative. Before she could say anything, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Please, Lortel, who else can I trust but you?" The two of them drew very near. Lortel gritted her teeth, thinking, "He's crossed the line. Now he even dares to give me orders?" While she was lost in her thoughts, Ed Roth-Taylor, like honey in her ear, said, "Who else can I trust but you? I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me all this time." Hearing that, her anger vanished and was replaced by delight. She said, "Do you need a receipt?" Then she immediately regretted how easily she'd been swayed, thinking, "Why am I so gullible?" Suddenly a shout, that Ton, rushed over, drawing both their attentions. They both turned toward the source of the sound. Guild leader Lortel. A man came running, out of breath, hands on his knees, looking very urgent. "Here I am. We're in big trouble." Elsewhere, in utter darkness, hurried footsteps pounded as people ran in a frantic rush. Taylor and Clebius, one wielding a sword, the other on guard, told everyone not to let their guard down. Clebius, once a top combat student and now looking sullen, spoke fearfully and timidly. "Do we need to go that far, or should we turn back?" The red-haired girl Alvira, a top metallurgy student and a meddlesome type, spun around, blazing with anger, and scolded the other, "You're babbling again. Do you want to save Isla or not?" Clebius shot back, "Ah, I don't even like Isla that much, so why are we rescuing Ed Rothtailor too? Taylor turned to Clebius and said plainly, I'm really sorry, but I have to save Isla. Please help me with this. At that, Clebius got a scolding from Alvira and fell silent. Forget it. Suddenly a freshman from the Verdant Order of Magic spoke up. You know Isla is a good person, right? Don't play dumb, Clebius. He then raised a finger, pointed in a direction, and added, Look over there. Suddenly a girl with golden hair, braided neatly, appeared. Adele, the romantic seer, pointing and saying, I sense something ahead. As a seer, her premonitions often hit true, as if she'd glimpsed that scene in the future. She smiled tenderly and said naturally, I have a feeling our upcoming opponent won't be easy to handle. Her arm pointed toward a dark direction. There were 2 doors there, 2 paths to choose, but neither path had any light. Suddenly the path on the left where Adele pointed exploded, spraying sparks wildly and violently as if trying to devour everything. A blazing red dragon suddenly appeared, and the silhouette of a girl flew out with it. She cried in fury, No, I don't know, I really don't know. We never planned this from the start. We suddenly changed plans. Please spare me this time. Adele looked calmly at the girl who had been lying on the ground, then turned to everyone and said, Wasn't it left? Right, left, right? Or have I been turning right too much? As if realizing something, Adele suddenly exclaimed, Oh! The image of the little fire dragon spoke. Hello, you lot, with a blue leopard-like creature standing beside it. At that moment, Janica was also waving to the people here. Taylor hurried forward with a bright, greedy smile and spoke up. Senior Janica and Alvira and Clebius were still standing guard strictly. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Nothing clear remained, only vague, endless thoughts. I can't forget this feeling. The fear is etched into my body. Senior Janica, all in blazing red and filled with intense resentment, had those waves of thought appearing one after another, freezing reason with terror. Although he greeted them with a friendly demeanor, inside Taylor was still calculating many things. There was no guarantee they'd win, but they'd certainly try their best. Seeing the children's strange looks, Janica wondered inwardly, why do those kids have such odd expressions? Did I do something wrong? Or was I a bit rough with the assistant professor? But she fainted. Clebius saw Taylor getting a bit agitated and pulled him back, saying, Hey, what's wrong? Taylor, calm down. Despite Clebius's pleas, Taylor stubbornly rushed forward and said, Let go. Though the chance of winning is very low, I absolutely must rescue Isla. From somewhere a voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. That's enough. Ed Rothtailor strode out proudly from the right-hand gate, carrying Lucy on his back, with Lortel beside him. And immediately many calls surged from around. Ed Rothtailor. The first to step forward to ask was Janica. She kept reaching up worriedly to touch Ed Rothtailor's face. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Alvira looked toward Taylor with concern and spoke. Taylor and Clebius then called out to Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor looked at everyone around, except Janica, who remained on alert and couldn't help thinking. Alvira, and I know Ed Rothtailor's fighting style too well. Recalling the image of Ed Rothtailor surrounded by flames, a thought surfaced. I need to use some basic spells and a bit of archery. He can handle 3 opponents far stronger than him with one hand. Those thoughts now shifted to Janica, Lucy, and Lortel, and to his teammate's strength. Taylor pondered deeply. His face grew serious, no longer foolish as before. After what happened in the Ophilis Hall, he had improved greatly, but if it were only Janica, I could still manage. But if Ed Rothtailor joins in? As he thought that, Ed Rothtailor's figure drew nearer. The chances of victory were. When Ed Rothtailor's face appeared clearly, those thoughts became even clearer. The number was 0. Taylor was lost in his own thoughts when a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice. Go on, Taylor. Ed Rothtailor brushed past him without much expression and only said, Isla is waiting for you. Go catch Glass. Standing among the group, Ed Rothtailor spoke up. Now it's time for each of us to play our part. With a sharp gaze, Ed Rothtailor looked around and said, You'll handle the scenario. The image of a man wreathed in deep blue lights echoed Ed Rothtailor's voice, and I'll deal with the variables. The image of Kim King Elt appeared fierce and full of murderous hatred. Ed Taylor suddenly declared, "I'll go capture Elt." A bearded man wearing a white headscarf, eyes squeezed shut and panting, sweat pouring down his face, spoke urgently. The mercenaries hired by Golden King Elt had infiltrated the academy and struck. The one who was supposed to have been crushed with no chance to rise was down. Someone who seemed to be a messenger was kneeling on one knee right before another standing man. The man stood there solemnly in a neat suit, a hooded cloak draped over him, and behind him were several others wearing similar cloaks. Strange white smoke wreathed around him. He was the intermediate chief of Chapter 2, Golden King Elt's man. He pulled his hood down, revealing his face. His beard was neatly trimmed. His angular features exuded elegance, and his golden eyes flashed, clearly a noble of royal blood. He had failed earlier than expected and in an unforeseen way. Yet, unlike the original script, he managed to escape successfully. Crapin Rothtailor's calm smile appeared. Lortel knew Elt was plotting revenge, and yet the old fox had found her weakness. Lortel put on a burgundy hood, her green eyes flashing with resolve, and told those behind her, "Follow me to the sewers. Leave only a few people here. Most of the trade guild forces have been mobilized here. I've secured quite a few Matek and magic device blueprints. They could prove more useful than I thought." The man with the headscarf was stowing the glowing scrolls away and said bluntly, "The headquarters is currently completely exposed. We must return at once." Ed Taylor's thoughts seemed drawn to the scrolls being packed into the bag. But if he had to pick one supreme thing to help him survive in this world, the best would surely be information about the future. The plotline flow of the Sylvania Swordsman game appeared on the screen. The script was unfolding before his eyes. There were 5 chapters in total, and they were currently in Chapter 2. The final chapter is the Glassed War. Chapter 1 is Janica Failover. Chapter 2 is Glassed. Chapter 3 is Lucy Merrill. Chapter 4 is Crapin Taylor. And Chapter 5 is Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock. Chapter 2 was nearly over. The plan to make events follow the original script remained the top priority. If Elt is the intermediary antagonist of Chapter 2, he must disappear in this chapter, just like in the original. Elt held a paper in his hand. His attire and brave gaze were noble, showing he was not someone easy to deal with. Ed Taylor resolved to steer everything to match the game's original plot. He must vanish in this chapter. As per the script, "I'll go fight Golden King Elt." He called out for Zix. Zix, standing behind, immediately replied, "Yes, Senior Ed Taylor. Just go straight inside and you'll reach the place. Details can wait until after we rescue Isla. Ask her then." "And Taylor?" Ed Taylor called. The boy broke into a light sweat, awaiting his next words. Ed Taylor thought that, ultimately, it was that kid protagonist who had to end this damned storyline. Only Taylor, after learning all the unique skills and developing fully, could face that foe in the finale. Taylor's interface flashed a blazing red, his hair turning platinum. His combat state was ready. There was still much to do inside the sewers. Later, when a magic tower summoned by Professor Glass cast their shadows over the sky and unleashed dreadful magical rains, there would certainly be many casualties. The Academy's towers rose hundreds of meters, topped with many magic circles entwined. Magic beams surrounded them, all covered in a single hue. Their power was unpredictable. Countless harsh trials awaited, challenges beyond mere human endurance. Taylor kept waiting for a word, then was surprised when Ed Taylor spoke up encouragingly. "I don't need a long pep talk, right, Taylor?" Then Ed Taylor, carrying Lucy on his back with the white scarf man, Janica, and Lortel, ran toward the sewer gate. Taylor and the others watched their retreating backs. He's clearly targeting the trade guild to silence the trail, selling that magic device cheaply, and the incident in Trix Hall made him suspect us of scheming. Lortel said as the 4 of them ran fast through the tunnel, their footsteps splashing water that echoed through the space. Ed Taylor replied, "All right, then let's head to the academy and report the mercenary infiltration." Sweat beading on her cheekbones, Janica looked toward Ed Roththaler and cried, Wait, Ed Roththaler. Ed Roththaler kept his gaze fixed ahead. Sorry, Janica, but we don't have time. She gritted her teeth at his indifference. Again, her worry forced her to stop. Her shout made everyone halt as well. Going there would be very dangerous. Ed Roththaler and Lortel were taken aback by Janica's action and turned to look at her. She continued, Are you planning to deal with Golden King Elt? I don't know exactly what happened, but Ed Roththaler was just kidnapped and only just escaped. Janica could no longer hold back her tears. She looked down and sobbed. Just the other day, he collapsed from exhaustion, and besides, this is Elt's affair. Frankly, it has nothing to do with Ed Roththaler. I don't want to see Ed Roththaler hurt again. Ed Roththaler, sweating and tense, thought, She's right. It's actually unrelated, but I can't say I need to personally handle a huge variable like Elt to feel reassured. In front of Janica, he looked over at Lortel. Well, to catch Golden King Elt, we need Lortel. Either I or Janica must go along. He planned to use that excuse to rope the two of them in. But Ed Roththaler was surprised when Lortel agreed. Senior Janica is right. She came over and gently took Janica's hand, to Janica's surprise. We shouldn't let Senior risk himself for our selfishness. It's best he stays put to recover. Then the two of them, as if of one mind, smiled at each other, their eyes aligning on the same goal. Fantastic! Those two who are like cats and dogs are suddenly getting along. He thought, Thanks everyone, but I can't just sit still. Ed Roththaler thought to himself. His expression looked awkward. He averted his eyes and replied, Unfortunately, this isn't an outsider's matter. Huh? Lortel asked. Lortel's and Janica's reactions were now completely opposite. While Lortel's eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed with shyness, Janica's face darkened, radiating a deadly aura. Lortel felt her mood blossom inwardly, but Janica stepped close to Ed Roththaler with that murderous air and asked, What do you mean? Ed Rotthilo. Let's go. There's no time. Perhaps trying to escape her suffocating, killing intent, Ed Roththaler hurriedly urged everyone onward. The merchant replied, Yes, probably judging the affair between these three inward. Why it's not an outsider's matter. Ed Roththaler hesitated. He always felt awkward at times like this, fumbling for an explanation. I'm not an outsider either. Janica ran with the group and said, Her mind is in a tangle. She's twirling her braids as if calming herself because she has a deal with Lortel. If Lortel loses control of the trade guild, distributing magic devices will be problematic, right? Exactly. Then surely you too aren't outsiders. Ed Roththaler glanced to the side, pondering for a moment. Yes, right? You two are not outsiders, he replied. Behind him, Lortel still hid her face in embarrassment. Janica, still twirling her hair, but looking cute, nodded. Indeed. Ed Roththaler thought, Janica is sharp. She can steer my words quickly, worthy of being top of the class. That can wait. Ed Roththaler looked down at the ground. What a mess. Bodies lay scattered, and the four of them stood dumbfounded for a moment. He suddenly looked at the body of a woman neatly lying on the ground, a cloth covering her face. The name Taylor had been ruthless to everyone, leaving no one spared. At that time, he really looked terrifying. Janica went up to the corpse, and, as she lifted the cloth, Ed Roththaler's face darkened. Lortel stared in daze. The two silently wondered, Is that you? As if sensing their thoughts, Janica flinched and felt guilty. The group moved on, Janica running after them, clearly still full of guilt for what she'd done. Her face sullen, she tried to explain, I didn't mean to. Things just happened and turned out like this. Lortel teased, You're too cold. Janica shouted back, Hey, I'm not some heartless person. Don't misunderstand. Ed Roththaler walked ahead, sweating helplessly between the two. At last they saw a blinding light from the exit. Ed Roththaler said, We're near the exit. Let's talk outside. We have to report the mercenary incursion to the academy now. Lortel replied, My carriage and the staff are waiting at the entrance. Ironically, as soon as they stepped out of the sewer, before them lay the carriage flipped over in the shallow water. And beside it were the bodies of the mercenaries. Ed Roththaler glared while everyone stood stunned. Lortel looked ahead and said, He arrived sooner than expected. Father. Golden King Elt stood across from them, arms crossed over his chest. His golden eyes gleamed under the moon. He began, I taught you how to manage the records, tear the trade guild apart, and you still won't find evidence to accuse me. Elt continued, but the personnel department has a hole, just a little intimidation, and they'll blurt out that you came here. Suddenly, the merchant who had been with Ed Rothtailor's group, when did he, had moved under Elt's banner and dared not look at Ed Rothtailor. I am sorry, sir. He went on. Yes, in times like these you should smile. It took me ages to coach you that fake smile. Lortel forced a confident smile while appraising her father, her current formidable foe. What a pity. The only evidence is your confession. Such a lovely girl. It's a shame I'd have to ruin you with torture for more testimony. Lortel. He snapped his fingers. The bodies in the water rose like undead. Their eyes turned red. Whoosh. They all lunged at Ed Rothtailor like mindless puppets. Swoosh. Their blades were stopped. Lortel leapt forward to intercept the swords aimed at Ed Rothtailor just in time. Their blades sparked as they struck her magic. What do you think you're fighting? She shouted. While parrying the attacks, she said, I expected you wouldn't come alone, but I didn't think you'd dare bring mercenaries into the academy. The undead kept rising, instinctively swarming at them with hostility. He said, do you want to compare my forces to that time in Trix Hall? I feared quite different. This time it's not simple. From the woods, many underlings have drawn their bows, ready to aim at Ed Rothtailor's group. Behind him emerged an army swarming like ants. These were top mercenaries of the continent. He raised a hand to give the order, his face unchanged. Except for Lortel, the lives of the others didn't matter. Finish them quickly. With that, the mercenaries began to release their arrows. A rain of arrows shot down from above, pelting Ed Rothtailor, who carried Lucy and Janica. Janica quickly used spirit magic to knock aside the incoming arrows. Ed Rothtailor grimaced at the scene before him. An arrow flew straight at his face, but it shattered upon hitting the magical barrier before him. Lucy remained soundly asleep on Ed Rothtailor's back, as if nothing were happening. Spirit mage Janica summoned the power of a bird-shaped spirit. With a single wave of her staff, all the arrows were hurled away by that green force. While protecting Ed Rothtailor and Lucy, she warned, Careful, Ed Rothtailor. Their movements and attacks are very professional. Thanks. As Janica voiced her thanks, she noticed that Golden King had noticed something. Spirit mages are a nuisance, indeed. But as she said that, he slipped his hand into his vest. I told you this time is different. His face turned more dangerous. He pulled out a sheet of paper that looked like a talisman covered with intricate designs. It was a legendary grade magic artifact, the Belarus Prejudice. The designs on the paper glowed with a purple light, sealing all magic within range for 10 minutes. Ed Rothtailor stared in astonishment at the single-use artifact worth hundreds of gold coins, the Belarus Prejudice. Ed Rothtailor recalled the battle that felt like Alvira's alchemy test for the Azure Flower, but the magic locking effect here was far stronger. Although it had drawbacks, long activation time, and easy to detect, its power was undeniable. The artifact's power shone above Golden King Elt. Countless soldiers surrounded him, an overwhelming force. The seasoned mercenary formation meant we couldn't break through to stop him using the device in short order. And most importantly, he stood between Lortel and Janica, who were still using magic to fight, thinking, we're all mages, so we're all going to be silenced. Lortel was horrified. He clearly knew the extent of our power. We're doomed, Ed Rothtailor shouted. Elt, the Academy won't let you get away with this. How do you plan to deal with the consequences? He looked at Ed Rothtailor's helpless group and mocked them. He sneered, boo-hoo, laughing scornfully. It's better than dying, right? I should have foreseen this from the start. Even a tiny butterfly like him flapping its wings can make the whole world go mad. He lowered his head. No one understood that more than him, especially since the man was a repeat middle-tier antagonist from the second arc. If he were allowed to live, how chaotic would this world become? Golden King Elt, the repeat middleman of Arc 2, the villain who should have been overthrown and thrown off stage by his own daughter, the one who killed Lortel's parents. The image of him stepping over piles of gold made that future clear. Many are buried beneath money and fame. Thinking back to Elt grasping that 1,000 gold artifact, a man willing to use anything for glory and power, he was clearly cruel. Yet I didn't hate him. The reason Elt so spitefully blocked us was simply survival, like me. Still, I would not yield. Back in the reality of the battle, I won't lie. I had steeled myself to deal with all the variables I caused. Call me selfish if you want. Ed Rothtailor lowered his body, one knee kneeling on the water. This is my matter, Ed Rothtailor said. Stop. Lucy's feet finally touched the ground. She had woken from her sleep on his back. Lucy, he called. Lucy calmly yawned and wiped a sleepy tear from the corner of her eye. So noisy. As she spoke, her expression shifted. A powerful wave of magic burst from Lucy. Her gaze turned deadly toward the enemies. The light and force emanating from her made them recoil. A terrifying stream of magic poured from her, ignoring the power of that supreme artifact. A pinkish-purple magic surrounded her small body. Lucy's demeanor had altered dramatically. Lazy Lucy had awaked. Few knew that the final book of the great mage Glocked, the treatise on knowledge, had been written in a simple thatched hut. It was a small hut amid green meadows, far from the grand image usually imagined. Little Lucy floated in the air inside the magical space she created, hands clasped behind her head, eyes lazily closed. The white-bearded mage held a pen and said, "You possess innate talent and the blessing of the stars, but that doesn't mean you can stop learning. Always be humble in learning and use your power for others." He spoke in a gentle, counsel-laden voice. And be wary of loneliness creeping into your heart. Overwhelming power often brings piercing solitude. He continued. Lucy hung upside down now, listening to her teacher with indifference. All right, that's enough for now, he said again. But promise me 3 things. Lucy looked at him curiously. The master smiled kindly and said to her, Do not kill anyone, not even accidentally. Do not let those small hands be stained with blood. And at least during your time in Sylvania, live truly as an apprentice. Ending the recollection, back in the present, a terrifying surge of magical power radiated from Lucy, her eyes filled with killing intent. The mercenaries had to be wary when they saw it. The mercenaries Elt hired were seasoned veterans. You could tell by the way they moved. They had survived countless battles, making it this far prove their capability. One man's eyes showed clear fear, his hand trembling so badly he could hardly hold his sword. The survival instinct is ingrained in the blood, and right now that instinct was screaming. Lucy's small feet slowly advanced. Stop right there, Ed Rothtailor told Lucy. He had sensed something. Lucy approached with commanding presence, clearly displaying the bearing of someone who possessed supreme power. Eld himself panicked and shouted to his men. Have they all gone mad? Run. A nearby soldier was overwhelmed. Ma, what kind of magic is this? Yet young soldiers often lack experience and situational judgment. One foolish soldier, like a moth to a flame, charged at Lucy with his sword. Unlike the appearance of a typical mage, Lucy rarely used magic. She simply glanced at the idiot rushing toward her. She raised 2 fingers, and power quickly gathered. Then bam! Before that man could touch a hair on her head, the power shot straight into him. His body was pierced with a huge hole. There was nothing he could do but accept death. She only used magic formed by compressing mana to its limit, simply pure, unstoppable force. The soldier's body flew far, and the terrible magic wave swept past the others. They could only stare in horror. Not enough time yet. Just a little more. Elt was still waiting for the magical device to activate. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as slits. Lucy was approaching. Are you the leader? She put her hand right in front of him. If she snapped her fingers once more, his fate would be the same as that guy's. Her eyes were pale and inhuman. Just submit, and it's over. From behind, Ed Rothtailor's gentle hand rested on Lucy's shoulder. When Ed Elt collapsed to the ground, Lucy shifted her attention to him. With a look full of reassurance, he said, all right, that's enough. Cutting off the conversation, a tremor from the ground drew everyone's eyes toward the academy. Not an earthquake. Numerous streaks of lightning began tearing the sky above the academy. 7 stars aligned in a straight line, shining brilliantly in the night sky. Professor Glass's forbidden magic, a spell that could warp fate itself. Towering spires rose from the academy, the tremor flinging rocks and soil everywhere. That was the demon realm. The spires rose hundreds of meters, encircling Sylvania Academy. Those magic towers that covered the sky were the stage for the last two chapters' climax, the final battle. Ed Roth-Taylor admired the spectacular sight before him. The timing was perfect. His mind drifted to Taylor and the others near him. Taylor has probably finished clearing the monsters in the sewers by now and learned the necessary skills. The teammates were assembled. They just needed a little more time. Taylor could definitely stop Glass. The demon realm activated exactly at the same moment as in the original story, which meant the scenario was still unfolding according to plan. Of course, with such an unusual, anomalous magic, everyone else would be bewildered except me. Right now, Janica and Lortel were watching intently. Even top students like Janica and Lortel couldn't understand what was happening. So surely no one cut off Ed Roth-Taylor's half-finished train of thought. He suddenly watched Lucy rise into the air. 10 magic towers, each tasked with absorbing and processing mana from the holy zone. Her whole being exuding an unfathomable gloom. So, someone can do it after all. Lucy's eyes brightened as she stared at the demon realm before her. The forbidden resurrection magic. The ending of Act 2 can be viewed after completing the stage. Once everything is over, Lucy wakes from a long sleep and casually says, "So that's how it is." She rubbed her sleepy eyes as she looked at Zix and Taylor. In the original, Lucy should have been napping on the rooftop of the Trix building at this time. But to use her as a strategic card, I woke her earlier than planned and put her in the main line. As a result, after being cornered, Glass offered Lucy a deal. The one resurrected by the forbidden magic was not the legendary Sylvania, the great woman, but her master, the Archmage Glocked, and thus Lucy became their enemy. Ed Roth-Taylor pictured the scene. By then, everyone's formation would be completely destroyed. Bad ending 27, Lazy Lucy. The last image would be Lucy's cold back, leaving the sewers. Lucy in Act 3 is an overwhelmingly invincible boss. Even veteran gamers who spend hundreds of hours studying her can't find a way to beat Lucy at this point. Just picturing the game's protagonist Taylor lying in his own blood left him helpless. Ed Roth-Taylor continued looking at Lucy. "You're still admiring those magic towers. Behind them, the Golden King Elt is reaching to pull the magical parchment out of the ring. Variables outside the main script, unexpected situations, they all rely on me to fix. And sometimes I wonder whether some people think those variables can change the ending." The demonic artifact in Elt's hand began to shift. Finally, it activated. The legendary tier Belarusian artifact sealed mana within a 10-minute radius. Immediately, the mana in the area was sucked into the jar created by that artifact. Lucy's mana was being continuously drained. He shouted, "Now is the time. They can't use magic anymore." Following orders, a soldier suddenly leapt out from somewhere, brandishing a sharp sword as he charged at Ed Roth-Taylor. At the same time, he swung his sword. Ed Roth-Taylor also reached out his hand and blocked. Green light from the spell flashed into his eyes and immediately sent the attacker flying with a painful blow. Ed Roth-Taylor stood there, cloak and hair fluttering in the wind. Could he break that ominous ending that seemed predestined? Even knowing much in advance, some things remained beyond his control. Horrified by what he had just witnessed, Elt couldn't hold back. What the hell is this? Then he looked upward. The sealing power of the legendary artifact had its limits. Before him was Lucy's mana gushing like a flood, continuously filling the sealing jar. Stopping the flood would be easier than extinguishing the fire in her heart. When the jar reached its mana capacity, Lucy's magic gradually began to break. "Let me clear the way." Lucy, burning with rage, spoke. "I have to go where I need to go." Her eyes blazed. Elt lay defeated, kneeling on the ground. Elt's seasoned experience was no less than that of the hardened mercenaries. His survival instinct whispered that before the Golden King, he was now the Grim Reaper incarnate. He was like an ant beneath the Reaper's feet, easily crushed at any moment. Lucy's hand was ready to deliver the finishing blow to Elt. Suddenly, Ed Roth-Taylor's voice rang out. Do you know you could die if you do that? Lucy knew it well, but Elt was afraid to see death approaching. If you don't want to kill him, then stop. Ed Rothtailor stepped between Lucy and the Golden King. It was strange to see this man worried about Elt's life. Lucy went blank as her master's instructions rang in her head. Do not kill, not even accidentally. Do not let those small hands be stained with blood. Memories of her master's warmth and loving touch, the most important person in her life, returned to her mind. The one she worried about was not the dying Golden King, but me. His gaze was resolute. Lucy's attack was canceled. She turned and said, I understand. Watching her leave, Ed Rothtailor asked, Where are you going? She replied, Everything's done. I have to go. Conversations with Ed Rothtailor always end like that, so aren't you regretful? He asked. Lucy widened her eyes for a moment, but didn't bother to answer. She remained hovering in the air. Ed Rothtailor stared expectantly for a response. Lucy's face tilted down slightly, her mood complex, and painful memories surfaced again. Little Lucy held the book her master had written. Her master lay in bed as life slowly slipped away. Glock's Anatomy of Scripture, final chapter. What's lost will never return. Those left behind must only grow stronger, sadly. The image of Lucy clutching the book her master left behind. So be strong. I dedicate the final lines of this book to you. You have put the full stop on my life. The image of the archmage glocked in Lucy's eyes was heart-wrenching yet beautiful. He left in golden sunlight, a radiant smile on his face. No, she replied coldly. And then Lucy vanished right before Ed Rothtailor's eyes. Janica stood by the riverbank, watching the people on the small boats depart. The announcement confirmed 57 people on board. It seemed everyone had retreated safely. Miss Janica would be returning soon as well. On Ed Rothtailor's side, he was sprinting up the hill. Elt's fate would be decided later. For now, hand him over to Elt's trade guild. Lortel will handle things properly. Pathetic Elt was blinded by the daughter he claimed. Lortel glared, seemingly thinking of how to deal with him. Ending the karmic mess with Elt was her responsibility. Ed Rothtailor leaned on the stair railing. Sweat soaked through him, gasping for breath. He must be exhausted. Running all the way from there to the highest point of Sylvania left his body ache. At the Trix building, many events surfaced in memory. The place where it all began, where Glass struck to snatch the mystic Heavenly Chronicle, and also where Taylor began his journey. Cut to the wounded after the battle. The academy tended to the injured, and I had never thought I'd return here. Yet in the end, I still had to come back to settle things. My journey against the script, which began in the secret research room, came to an unexpected end right here. The door ajar, where Taylor began. Ed Rothtailor's hand grabbed the doorknob and opened it, which is also where Ed Rothtailor's journey ends. The full moon hung in the sky, casting its light over the academy. Lucy sat there, taking the whole view. One of the buildings Janica had destroyed was the Glock building. The scholarship fund I received this term is also the Glock Scholarship. He pondered as he took steps toward Lucy. Though he lived a modest life, he had devoted his entire fortune to Sylvania Academy. His mark was everywhere in this academy. Standing in the wind, looking toward the academy with Lucy, finding her was not difficult. I guessed Lucy would be here, at a spot with a panoramic view of the academy. Those eyes never left the academy for even a second. The two of them simply watched the panorama of Sylvania Academy, now shrouded in the smoke of forbidden magic. A place with a full view of the academy, because to Lucy, the academy was Glock's legacy. Those purple eyes held sorrow, always fixed on the precious treasure of the person she loved most. The entire Sylvania Academy was wrapped in smoke from forbidden magic. Beams of light shot up from the towers like spotlights into the sky. Ed Rothtailor and Lucy observed from above. Suddenly Lucy spoke. Hey, Ed Rothtailor, what's up? She asked innocently. Are you still dry as a bone? I told you it was over earlier. He huffed. Typical Lucy, same old lines. What are you doing? Ed Rothtailor asked Lucy. She patted the spot beside her, motioning him over to reminisce about old times with her master. He came closer to Lucy, leaned an elbow on the balcony, and looked down, thinking he couldn't survive a fall from this height. Lucy said, Back when I lived with my master, there were so many sorrows and joys, but since he's gone, I no longer feel those things. Why is that? Ed Rothtailor asked. His expression unchanged. Lucy replied, "It's nothing really. It's just been so long. Things aren't like they used to be." At this point, Lucy's face grew sad. She thought of her master's last moments, the foolish antics and the joy of praise that were gone now. Even if I tried to resurrect him now, I don't know if the closeness would return. My master already said and taught me everything. Death comes to everyone. That's inevitable. I wonder if my master would be angry if I brought him back. Resurrecting an archmage who devoted himself to the continent's peace with forbidden magic. I think that would only bring him shame. The two sat on the high roof as he listened intently. Actually, from the moment I arrived, I suspected it. Wanting to resurrect my master is what I truly want, but it's selfishness. She looked up at the streaks of light glittering above the magic towers. Lucy heard Ed Rothtailor call and turned her head to look at him. "So, are you really okay?" he said, eyes still on the towers. Whether I like it or not, I have no right to stop her, but for the sake of the script going the right way, I have to ask. Ed Rothtailor recalled their earlier conversation. Lucy wanting to change her mind about resurrecting her master here could alter things. Whatever she decides later may simply be nostalgia for her teacher. I can't allow Professor Glass to exploit her, so I must stay close to be ready to react. "Hey," Lucy suddenly called. He glanced at her. "Huh, another dry question," he thought, closing his eyes. But contrary to his thought, Lucy asked, "Can I borrow your shoulder?" She scooted close, took off her hat, and rested her head on his shoulder. The two of them, bathed in light from the towers ahead, made a picturesque scene. It turned out she was a bit tired and wanted to sleep. Ed Rothtailor calmly let her lean on him. His gaze was fixed on the tower where arcs of magical electricity flared above the peak. Many strange circles had appeared. That's why she sat next to me. When it comes to forbidden resurrection magic like this, no one has the passion and determination of Professor Glass. Resurrection magic has its limits. Glass was beginning to concentrate his power into the formation. No matter how you put it, the dead are still dead. You can't change that. People will eventually leave this world, and their passing brings suffering to those left behind. Still, it's unavoidable, so we must accept that pain. Those losses are irreplaceable, but time will soothe us. A few drops fell on Lucy's hat, her tears streaming down her small face. Grief and longing finally overwhelmed her. "Lucy, I understand your loss." Ed Rothtailor bent slightly, not knowing what else to do, and let her lean on his shoulder and cry. At last we had arrived here. Ed Rothtailor looked back at the academy. Two bands of light slithered across the night sky. As a robo stepped out of a magic circle, its body gleaming bright gold. Its eyes lit up. The giant machine had been activated to guard the sacrifice. The tailors, him, Elvira, Zix, and Clebius, gaped at what had just been summoned. It was the warrior Professor Glass had awakened with his magic. "Isla, Taylor," shouted her name. Isla lay unconscious, her body suspended inside a sphere within the robot. During the two clashes with the mechanical giant, the giant raised its huge hand to strike at Taylor under Glass control, dark magical power enveloping. After the two failed swordsmen of Sylvania, Glass subdued, and the fight entered its final stage. His eyes shone a fierce purple. His hand descended, channeling power to prepare an attack. The giant quickly brought down its full force in a single blow. Everyone now needed to focus on rescuing Isla, trapped in the giant's central core. Earth and rock flew in all directions. Dust rose in a choking cloud. Through the smoke, Zix summoned two hands of magic to stop the giant's hand. The blue of his power mixed with the purple of forbidden magic. He strained to hold that stance and turned to shout, "Hurry, Taylor!" With Zix's help, Taylor grabbed his sword and charged at the robot. He kept a determined gaze, leapt onto the giant's arm, and ran upward along it. Isla, the professor, looked toward the light. Though his vision was dimmed by the glare here, he could still sense it. "Let him go," Taylor snarled, swinging his sword at him in rage. His eyes reddened, both blade and body radiating blinding power. Slash! His strike actually grazed the man. Blood sprayed everywhere. Danger was imminent. The man's pupils contracted. His eyes went hollow. In this final battle, the situation finally stilled. He reflected on himself. Back at the school, I could study so many things by reading the wisdom of arcane tomes. From them, I learned about many spells. Those things gradually awakened my mind. The documents he'd read were piled high on both sides of him. Then he looked out the rear window. Beyond the ornate frame, snowflakes fell. Slowly, each scene outside the window changed over time. Snow fell. Many students came to seek my instruction. Before him appeared a girl carrying a load of gear. One student in particular caught my attention. The girl had purple eyes and puzzling purple hair, with a dusting of snow on her shoulders and the top of her head. Outside the window, the scene shifted to rain, the sound of a downpour, and then the rain fell. He looked with hollowed eyes and a gaunt face. "Me," a woman's voice rang out, a young female teacher with blonde hair and glasses. She clasped her hands before glassed, exhausted and tearful, voice full of remorse. "Professor, young teachers often make mistakes. At that time, they are scared and want to correct their errors. Then, through that same window, sunlight poured in, and the breeze stirred the pale, pink petals, which looked lovely." Glassed. He still sat at his desk reading. The wind blew. A petal fell into someone's orange-red teacup. The headmaster's habits never changed. Glassed watched the person lift the cup and sip. He always came to my room and drank tea there. Even after I became headmaster, I still sat in that same spot. Years passed, and he remained at that desk, toiling over his work. The silhouettes of students he'd taught appeared around him, while he remained absorbed in his duties. Back in the present, he held a forbidden tome in his hands, but at times many painful memories, things long forgotten, suddenly returned. Closing it, the forbidden book began to emit an eerie pink glow. Time, magic, inverted life, and death. Things thought gone came back to me. Though he spat a mouthful of blood from Taylor's blow, he still forced the spell, channeling power into the book. A violent wave burst from the book, flinging Taylor backward. Even his sword was snapped in two by that energy. Sacred magic, time travel magic. The mage stared at the orb formed by concentric magic circles in his hand. The thin cut on his body glowed. The painful memories would not fade. In his eyes now there seemed to be only sorrow and death. As he raised his hand, a large magic circle formed behind him, empowering the giant robot. That power pressed down on Zix, who was straining to hold back its massive hand. Alvira, Adele, and Clebius all sensed the danger. Clebius turned and shouted, "What the girl? What is that?" "Multi-layered sanctum, prison magic. It seems to be power from the book. It's emitting a red light now, and that power is spreading." Alvira and Clebius were immobilized first. Their bodies turned a ghostly gray. As soon as he realized it, quick-thinking Zix looked at Taylor with sharp eyes. "Get out of the way, Taylor!" he shouted, using a magic hand to shove Taylor quickly out of the spell's radius. Then he too was immobilized, turning the same ghostly gray. A time-stopping smoke rolled above. Taylor, luckily, jammed the broken sword into the tower wall in time, preventing himself from falling. Professor Glass stood observing how the power he had summoned affected his opponents. He seemed to be admiring it. Silently, sometimes everything blurred in his eyes. He closed his eyes. Darkness is the depth of the soul. In his mind appeared the image of a brown-haired girl with a bright smile. The things lost caused me endless pain. He opened his eyes once more. Yes, it's nearly done. Taylor's hand appeared, gripping the tower's ledge. Therefore, Taylor climbed up, breath ragged, still clutching his sword firmly. Glass spread his arms again to command the machine behind him to unleash its next attack from its maw. "All who stand against me must die. I will invert time and reverse life and death." His resolve was fiercer than ever. The machine's power gathered and swelled, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Slash, slash, slash. The robot took blow after decisive blow. The entire massive machine was shattered into countless fragments. He staggered in disbelief, looking at the machine as golden light shone upon him. He was utterly astonished. Taylor, his hair now platinum and his bearing godlike as he held the sword. He had to blurt out, "A holy sword?" Time reversed, space twisted. The robot seemed to be rewound, and the shattered pieces, as if glued, began to knit back together. Time froze. The clock stood still. The three, Clebius, Adele, and Alvira, remained motionless, though now with more color. "No one can stop me." He remained smug, declaring loudly that even if he died, he'd complete this. Vain and foolish. Ha! He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. An ice spell. Ice wound. This attack hit him, leaving him no time to react. Now's the time, Zix yelled to his comrades. The time-stopping effect had ended. He was the first to cast a spell against Glass. Then, after all five broke free of the seal, they launched a combined assault on him. Even Clebius, still afraid and sobbing, lent a hand. "Is that all you have to bring me down?" Glass sneered at the students he once taught, but his expression quickly changed. The giant robot exploded. Its parts flew everywhere. Isla escaped the machine and fell down, in a cool, dramatic fashion. Taylor, now with platinum hair, caught her safely in his arms. Above them, the robot had been blown to smithereens, its components raining down. Through the billowing smoke, Glass landed on the tower. "Hack, defeated, is it?" His mouth full of blood, he muttered. His foot stepped toward the edge of the tower. His body gave way, plummeting down the 100-meter tower. His body could scarcely look more battered. His glasses were shattered. He was covered in wounds, and his eyes were hollow. Facing death, he still whispered, "I miss you so much, Muri." As his body fell, just before it would hit the ground, suddenly stacked magic circles appeared and caught his body. They closed, and he vanished. Somewhere, beneath the trunk of a tree, that magic sigil reappeared. A temporal leap. The image of him leaning against the tree appeared. It was the teleportation magic circle. Ha! He propped one hand on the tree, the other clutching his wounds as blood poured. "Though I was near death, I can still escape," he thought. His body had no strength left. He collapsed pathetically while clinging to the tree. Although he failed to achieve what he wanted, everything had played out as I predicted when I foresaw this scenario. "Hack!" He looked over in surprise, his gaze dim from exhaustion. He asked, "Why are you here, student?" Through the cracked lenses, he saw Ed Rothtailor, a student of Sylvania, standing right before him. No one should be outside now. In truth, harsh as it is, Professor Glass was to be defeated here. Still, I wanted to confirm I was back with the main character, Ed Rothtailor. 1 hour before the incident struck, a towering fortress had appeared beneath a magic circle. Lortel ran while thinking. The mercenaries had already been driven out of the trade guild by Senior Janica, and his stepfather was being held under house arrest at the guild, so all immediate dangers had been dealt with. Worried about him, Lortel hurried to the Trix Hall. After instructing me to finish the sewer task, we'd meet again. Just need to confirm he's safe. Ed Rothtailor raised a hand and said, "Oh, Lortel, there's also Lucy behind you." Lucy grabbed his sleeve, giving off a dangerous air. That was pulled back by Lucy. He turned back with some puzzlement, while Lortel stood farther off like a warning bell ringing. Two people helped each other out of the building, Dorothy and her assistant Claire, looking up with wordless relief. It seemed things in the sewers had ended. He looked at one of them, eyes rimmed with tears, and wondered, did she just cry? Why would that be? Both Dorothy and Claire were visibly terrified when they saw him, which left him baffled by their reaction. At that moment, Janica appeared with the high-spirit Tarkon. Janica said sternly, "That magic tower was what was used to cast the Sacred Realm spell, right? There's one thing I want to confirm." Although Janica's recent meetings with the spirits often revolved around Ed Rothtailor, a certain tree Janica and two high spirits were chatting about something. Their original purpose was for Janica and the spirits to join in protecting the northern forest. But a few days ago, Tarkon sensed magic similar to that emitted by the tower in the northern woods. One night, a strange source of energy descended into the forest. Needless to say, the Sacred Realm magic must have been cast by someone, yet no magic tower appeared in the northern forest. The manor was surrounded by mysterious power. Most curious of all, what exactly was Professor Glass doing there? Ed Rothtailor pondered, ignoring the person foaming at the mouth nearby. Based on the main storyline, nothing else happens in the northern forest afterwards, so maybe I don't need to get involved. Ed Rothtailor recalled the confrontation with Elt. Even a petty boss like Elt caused such a shock. Ed raised numerous questions. If a middling figure like Professor Glass hadn't vanished, one can't imagine how much he'd influence the story arc later on. Therefore, as the site of the magic tower was gradually vanishing, I want to go there to verify. After a cracked lens, the figure of Ed Rothtailor appeared. Under a tree, Professor Glass sat drenched in blood. "Oh, this is curfew time at the dorms, isn't it?" Janica, a little shocked, clapped both hands over her mouth. "What are you doing here?" Glass seemed gravely wounded and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Stargazing? Strange, is it?" Edward Taylor replied. "No, not strange." He fell silent, mocking himself. "How odd. I find myself ridiculous." Ed Taylor stood and asked Glass, "Did you foresee your own defeat?" He admitted it. "Hop, hop." "Yes, Ed Taylor, whatever I did, I would fail. I underestimated them and was defeated by the students." Glass remembered the headmaster and continued. "But even if I'd won, Headmaster Abel would have stopped me." Did he refrain from acting at first out of old sentiment? Glass went on. He's really unsuited to be headmaster. You are a more outstanding student than I thought. Unlike my usual style, I was too slow to recognize your talent." Ed Taylor asked him, "Then why did you kidnap me back then?" Glass smiled and replied, "You seemed very capable. At first I intended to recruit and use you, but alas my plan failed beyond my expectations." Glass recalled him breaking down the door with ease. "And when I hurried to capture you again, you escaped." Glass let his hands, stained with red fluid, drop limply. "If this lonely death is to be a punishment, it's not too bad compared to the crimes I committed." But Glass paused for a moment. 17 years living with his daughter, and he had never felt lonely. Hearing him say that surprised him. 17 years? Glass replied, "Yes, 17 years, both long and short." Ed Taylor dropped to one knee. "You've known Professor Claire for a long time, haven't you?" They faced each other. He explained Claire's history. For years as a senior student, 5 years as a teaching assistant. If she stayed until the professor retired, it would be nearly 17 years of acquaintance. Glass looked at him and said, "On my way here, I met Claire." At that, she was crying, and a flash of astonishment crossed Glass' eyes. She smiled, yet her eyes were wet. "Ha ha ha." Glass is the sort of person everyone finds annoying. Claire stood up front. He covered his face with his arm. "He's an old-fashioned, stubborn, cantankerous man. The most inflexible I've met. Shirks work, arrogant, domineering, loves to lecture. If anyone errs, he scolds them harshly. In short, nobody likes him." Claire suddenly hesitated, but then she burst into tears and acknowledged Glass. "He's a true scholar." Turning to Dorothy, "She has sharp instincts." Perhaps Dorothy foresaw Glass' fate. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Though unaware of Glass' schemes, he was a respected teacher who discovered my talent. It cannot be denied he erred by using students' lives as hostages." The headmaster in the room buried his face at the irreversible situation. In the end, he reached this tragic outcome. No one is beside him now. He mocked himself for dying alone. But that was just self-deception on his part. Come to think of it, Claire, the young woman, had become Professor Dorothy's assistant and a top graduate in metallurgy. They were all people once underestimated and constantly criticized as weak. Yet he continually sought out and nurtured hidden talent, as if he was trying to prove that his daughter was also someone of worth. A long life that ended in loneliness. A teacher, a colleague, imprinted deeply in everyone's hearts. He held his spectacles. Glass was severely nearsighted. In a lens, shard reflected his image. It had been a long time since he could see clearly. Without his glasses, he himself admitted as much. Listening to his account, Glass fell into pensive thought. He spoke up. "Before casting the nether spell, I went to the soul library." Facing Ed Taylor, Glass began to tell how he had swept everything, cleaned out all the advanced crafting formulas. "Such a pointless feat," Ed Taylor asked suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Glass produced a key from his person. "Look at this." Then he handed it to Ed Taylor. Clearing up the battlefield, he caused himself. Talk about inviting trouble by making wind. His words left him stunned. "From now on, the soul library is yours, Ed Taylor." He didn't understand why Glass gave it to him. Glass withdrew his hand. "Don't you want to accept it?" Glass said wearily. The desk where Raina often sat has a hidden safe underneath. When the Academy investigates, hand it over to them. With a blank stare and labored breath, finally Lucy. The four understood what was about to happen and listened silently as he finished speaking. Occasionally, but Glass suddenly realized. He closed his eyes. "You're a clever girl, You'll understand. Ed Rothtaler wondered what expression Lucy had at that moment. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. Lucy gripped his coat. Light shone as if carrying his soul away. Glassed, eyes closed and hands lifeless, could only guess at it. His body lay peacefully beneath the ginkgo tree, bathed in moonlight. He looked as serene as if sinking into a deep sleep. We stood there quietly, watching him for a long time. In the academy building, the trial for Glass Case was underway, the Awfulest Tower occupation, then the Sage's Celestial Tome theft, and you were present at the scene for all of them. You really are unlucky. He stood and listened as the headmaster listed all the events. Ed Rothtaler, you were interrogated all night. The headmaster, furious, recounted what you had confessed. I don't know why, but Professor Glass kidnapped me. I escaped, sought help, and by chance met the Taylor group. That's all. Wait, Abel is headmaster now, standing before him unflinching, exactly as I wrote in my report. Janica and Lortel only came to help me. The headmaster looked at the paper Ed Rothtaler had written and asked, You left Isla locked up and ran off alone? Ed Rothtaler recalled the situation and explained that Isla couldn't move and, being injured, didn't trust him. He said, So I had to go by myself. Before he could finish, Abel cut him off. Enough. The headmaster loomed close to him in a hard voice. Frankly, I still suspect you. Although your testimony is coherent, given these consecutive coincidences, headmaster or not, I have the right to doubt. Abel spoke like a threat. You always act innocent, but I can feel you know much more than you let on. Ed Rothtaler replied calmly. You flatter me too much, sir. Abel indeed didn't believe him. The pretended naivety on his face fooled no one. The headmaster slammed his hand on the table. However, both the Awfulest Tower incident and this matter. He froze for a moment at the paper in Abel's hand. You were both students harmed by the Academy's negligence. Ed Rothtaler was astonished. Isn't that the report I wrote? But the headmaster was holding a commendation. Abel praising you for your efforts to survive. Ed Rothtaler, that is undeniable. He reeled for a few seconds at Abel's words. The Academy wanted to compensate you for the hardships you suffered. Ed Rothtaler stepped out of the room, snorting, when a voice called, You're out. Janica spoke up. I'm sorry for always making you worry. Janica, are you all right? You look like you've just been through a battle. I'm worried. Janica waved it off, indicating she was fine. Worried? About what? It's nothing, don't worry. The little spirit on your shoulder is advising you. Huh? It turned out the spirit was scheming to nudge Janica's romance line forward. Janica suddenly changed her answer. Well, actually it's not exactly fine, I'm just a bit tired. I think I got hurt while rescuing Ed Rothtaler. He asked, Are you injured? Ed Rothtaler was very concerned about Janica's condition. Where was she hurt? Exactly. While Janica feigned discomfort. My back feels kind of stiff like a cramped joint. Ed Rothtaler confessed to Janica that after all this he'd realized something that made her a little hopeful. He recalled how Janica had always helped him in trouble and reproach himself. You're always the one working hardest, worrying about me, and I took it for granted, even caused you to get hurt. His head swirled. Didn't you feel anything after witnessing Glass' death? Don't wait until it's gone to regret it. Seeing Ed Rothtaler suddenly so serious made Janica uneasy. The spirit flew off beside her. I really just feel guilty. I only cause you trouble. You treat me so well, yet you're always the one who suffers. Janica? As he finished speaking, he noticed her odd expression. Ed Rothtaler bowed his head sincerely. I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me, it's really best if you don't get tangled up with a useless guy like me. Realizing things had spun out of control, Janica admitted frankly, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Actually, I'm not injured. Sorry, I was wrong. As Janica fretted, Ed Rothtaler changed the subject. Oh, right? Your dorm is Dex Hall, isn't it? Janica. She perked up again to hear him continue. Actually, I'll be moving there next semester. Before he could finish, Janica got so excited she snatched the conversation. Dex Hall, you're moving there? I didn't expect you to be so happy about it. Everything happened in a flash, the sky clear and the leaves a bitter yellow. Back then, Ed Rothtaler strolled along the road as if everything had ended peacefully. Headmaster Abel had assured him that from now on he could abandon that miserable wandering life and return to being an ordinary student. He deserved it. He stood before the house he had worked so hard to build and remembered the headmaster's words. "I'll permit you to move into the academy dormitory." He had planned ahead. Actually, he also wanted to put up a fence and grow some vegetables, reinforce the shack. What a pity. He went inside and gave the roof a farewell sigh. Ed Rothtaylor shut the door. So this camping life was coming to an end. Suddenly something fell from the sky. It turned out to be Lucy, tumbling down in her own bewilderment. Her face went pale. She couldn't answer when called. Lucy had 2 words buzzing in her head. The end. And the sky grew overcast. Lucy said, "Looks like it's going to rain." Tiny Lucy was darting through the woods. This wasn't Arkanile, but the Ramelin Mountains to the north. She pouted. Why am I dreaming of a childhood memory now? The long-past dream led Lucy to a house not far away. An old man sat opposite a window, warm sunlight filling the room so she could see his face. She opened the door and stepped in. But it wasn't what Lucy expected. The room was filled with a gloomy, black atmosphere. This was the moment when the master saw that face, and a skull with blood-red eyes turned to accuse her. "Why didn't you save me? There was clearly a chance to revive me, yet you abandoned me." Nightmare. Lucy closed her eyes and calmed herself. When she opened them, the dream had ended. She struggled to sit up. A maid attendant, seeing she was awake, said, "Miss Lucy, you're up? Then let's get ready for lessons." Still with her face bowed, Lucy didn't answer a word. Suddenly a flash of light dazzled the maid. A high-grade spatial ceiling magic. Circular magic sigils appeared in the sky. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to go to the house in the northern woods at once. Lucy landed safely on the roof. From the rooftop, she saw Ed Rothtaylor walking this way. Lucy leaned against the chimney and smiled happily. Her mood eased. An indescribable sense of relief rose in her at being here. She glanced at the sky. Seemed like rain was coming, but her smile faded and her eyes darkened when she heard Ed Rothtaylor mutter that this camping life was about to end too. And with that, Lucy felt like a meteor. She lay on the ground dazed, and Ed Rothtaylor said coldly, "Typical cat. Never listens. Getting them to do what you want isn't easy. They act like we're just here to pet them." Then Lucy's face darkened as he said, "When you try to be affectionate, they act proud. When you pretend to be busy, they cling to you. Cats never leave anyone alone." He looked at Lucy impassively. "If you want to deal with them, the best way is to stop caring about them." Ed Rothtaylor left the remark. "Those are the basics I've learned." Then, leaving Lucy lying there, went into the house. In class, Professor Flurbin stood at the lectern confidently and said anyone who wants to own a spectral cat beast should try acting indifferent. Ignore them. Strangely, they'll be the ones to sidle up first. The students in the lecture hall laughed and agreed that cats are more annoying than lovers. Flurbin had successfully piqued their interest. Today, we'll study felid species in the spectral beast ecology lesson. Silence didn't match Professor Flurbin's suave, expert demeanor. He realized this lecture was popular. Everyone's grades were high. At first, I was at the bottom of the class, but somehow my learning speed has improved significantly. In almost every subject, few can take notes as completely as I can. Ed Rothtaylor was packing up his books. The professor said, "That's it for today." But suddenly Flurbin called Ed Rothtaylor back. "All right, Ed Rothtaylor, could you come to my research room for a moment?" In the faculty room of a large building, the professor asked Ed Rothtaylor, "Do you know about the Academy's scholarship program?" Ed Rothtaylor stood straight and answered, "It's a program that reduces part of the tuition in exchange for assisting with Academy duties, right?" Flurbin, idly flicking a black serpent, replied, "Yes, it's a good opportunity for you, Ed Rothtaylor." He was also interested in the scholarship. Specifically, what would I have to do? The professor bared the snake's fangs and spoke gravely. Academy tasks are varied. Perhaps, saying this, he imagined Claire frazzled with a pile of documents. You'd mainly assist Claire. Professor Glass left behind too much work. Recalling Anise alone, clutching a stack of papers made Proen feel sorry. Anise can't handle it all alone. There's grading at term's end, academic workshops during winter break, and the upcoming placement exams for freshmen. Flurbin rambled on and also warned, Don't bully the kids, okay? Taylor pondered. Freshman or not, that kid will enroll. Cut to a room where a book lay under a hand covered in rune marks. I could sense Senior Ed Roth-Taylor's magical power rising rapidly. Lortel sat at her desk in quiet contemplation. Everything. Lortel suddenly had an idea. Hey, would it be okay if I sell the grimoire to Crapin Roth-Taylor? An image appeared in Lortel's head. Senior Ed Roth-Taylor had tried so hard to retrieve it. He surely wouldn't want Crapin Roth-Taylor to have it. She rubbed her head in confusion. But anyway, I could buy it and resell it. Just think of the huge amount of money. Lortel looked at a paper in her hand and resolutely decided she needed to be more ruthless. Her motto was, "Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today." Lortel looked smug. With the grimoire's transfer documents, I could demand anything from him. Lortel pressed her lips together, plotting something. She wrote while smiling mysteriously. Once this is done, a notice about a special winter break class? Professor Glast is gone, so who will teach in his place? After writing a long letter, she signed her name, and I won't have to worry about the campsite anymore. He's about to move into the dorm. Lortel sighed. With finals coming up, it won't be just her who's busy. Senior Janica is probably very busy too. As for Lucy, I don't think anything will change for her. Lortel pressed the fountain pen so hard the nib snapped. What the? Lortel frowned in annoyance, staring at the broken pen in her hand, suddenly unsure what she was doing. In the silent room, gentle sunlight fell on Lortel. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? In the woods near Ed Roth-Taylor's little camp, Lucy complained, "No way. Firewood is nearly gone." Ed Roth-Taylor glanced over. Huh. Lucy sprawled on a rock, meat in her mouth, whining that without firewood it'll be freezing in winter. He nodded. Yeah, that's true. Lucy frowned and complained. Why haven't you been hunting lately? Ed Roth-Taylor wondered why Lucy suddenly spoke so practically. Oh well, his axe was stuck in a log. After all, he planned to move to the dorm, so he'd have less contact with Lucy. Maybe then the script would go smoother and fewer surprises would happen. While the two exchanged meaningful looks, a voice called out, "Hello." Ed Roth-Taylor. Janica waved excitedly as she ran over. Seeing Ed Roth-Taylor, she asked, "You finished classes early today?" Janica cheerfully replied, "Yeah, Professor Marie's afternoon session was canceled, so I popped by to visit." Janica sat beside Ed Roth-Taylor, drawing his attention. "Winter break's coming. You can't stay at the campsite then, so try to drop by often." At that, Lucy's presence was like a lizard blocking the way. Her face looked dejected. Janica said happily, "I really love my time here. It's a bit sad to say goodbye." Truly, this time here meant a lot. Janica's face bloomed like a flower, eyes fixed on Ed Roth-Taylor. She chattered on for a long time. Though sad to lose this place, your living situation matters. If you decide to move to the dorm, tell me. I'll help you move. You've got lots to take care of. Tasks, you ask? He held a key. Most of my friends are in the dorm. We'll definitely see each other more. Next time, let's meet in the dining hall. I usually eat early. If our times don't match Clara's, I'll diet. I'll show you around first thing tomorrow. See you in the morning. Oh, there's a study room too. Call me if you need it. I should also open that secret safe in the library Professor Glass mentioned. Janica placed an envelope in his hand. Azai, tada. Janica opened the envelope, piquing Ed Roth-Taylor's curiosity. It was a Dex Hall dorm application. Janica gently said, "Yeah, if you turn in late, it's easy to miss. Fill it out first and deal with it later." Ed Roth-Taylor reached to take it. "Thanks." Janica, ever thoughtful, wanted to help fill it out. "I've filled one before. Let me guide you." Before Janica could finish, Lucy burst out from where she'd been blocking Ed Roth-Taylor, startling Janica. "Just fill out first." She panicked and thrust her arms wide into the conversation, surprising Ed Roth-Taylor. "Lucy," she was barefoot on the earth. Then Lucy made a childish gesture. Stop, and turned to Ed Roth-Taylor with utter panic. "Ed Roth-Taylor, don't accept that registration form." Ed Roth-Taylor's face turned sour. 3 question marks from that day onwards. In an open clearing, a spirit voice praised, "Your skills have improved markedly." Master, Ed Roth-Taylor was practicing magic while Janica stood a little distance away, silent. Ed Roth Taylor, you've improved quickly. Janica, anxious about something, wore a slightly unsettled expression. Your spirit sensing ability has grown far beyond other novice spirit masters. Even your basic mana sensitivity has improved significantly. It turned out Janica's unease was because Lucy by the tree was shooting murderous looks at her. Janica forced a smile. Hey Lucy, did I do something wrong? Normally the maids at Ophelis Tower always try to keep Lucy looking neat. Seeing Janica now, Lucy scowled in displeasure. Yet today, she was dressed sloppily, as if she'd fled the dorm at dawn. Holding the book to read, a layer of magic surrounded him. His mana had already increased. He thought to himself it was time to test mid-level magic, but it seemed not so easy. Out of nowhere, Lucy flopped onto Ed Roth Taylor's lap, interrupting the spell test. In the dining hall, under countless eyes, Lucy casually clung to Ed Roth Taylor's neck. Why on earth was she like that? The silent war between Janica and Lucy was getting tenser. Janica said, if I did something wrong, I'll apologize, okay? Ed Roth Taylor let the two girls sort it out themselves. I have a feeling she's targeting Janica. Not hostility so much as fear. The fear of losing something important. Lucy was furious. Oh well, mid-level magic is harder than I thought. He stretched out on the bed and covered his face with the book. After a whole day, I still haven't grasped the basics. A voice woke him. He put the book down and replied, What's up? Lucy asked what he planned to do after she returned. Ed Roth Taylor held the key and answered, I've got things to take care of here. He looked at the fireplace pile and said he needed to check the firewood and stove. Nights drop below 0. If you're not careful, you could freeze to death. But if I move to Deck's dorm, I won't have to worry about this anymore. Ed Roth Taylor put the key in his coat. I'll be back as soon as I finish. Lucy called him back, wondering if something was wrong. She sat on a chair and watched him in silence. Then Lucy made a strange request. Come with me, okay? One end of a rope was tied to a tree and threaded through a hole in the ceiling. The other end was fastened around Ed Roth Taylor's waist. As he climbed down, he wondered, why bring me to places like this? Lucy floated down and replied, I can use my magic to get down. At the same time, there was a thud as Ed Roth Taylor's boots touched the floor. Phew. All right. They both glanced around seriously. Ed Roth Taylor said, Anyway, I need to check whether I can go up and down by myself. Inside the building was a scene of wreckage. He decided he couldn't carry everything at once and would have to make several trips. He opened one of the boxes and dust flew everywhere. Ed Roth Taylor remarked in amazement. Who would have expected a secret safe to be hidden in a place like this? He turned the key, wondering why the man had kept the key until the very end. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone directly on them. Ed Roth Taylor's eyes widened as if he'd realized something. He hid this here. After retrieving the item, they began to climb out. Lucy cheered. Almost there, nearly out. Ed Roth Taylor panted. Yeah, I know. He awkwardly stepped on a protruding part of the wall. Whoops, As he climbed, he mentally calculated it was time to deliver the magical materials Lortel had asked for, but he needed to ask her for a ladder first. Without conditioning his body, he might have given up. Thinking that, he stopped and told Lucy, Let's rest a bit. Lucy looked inquisitively, but what is that? In Ed Roth Taylor's hand was a golden ring engraved with a phoenix. It was Glass's legendary magic tool, the Golden Phoenix Ring. By reversing the flow of time, it brings the wielder's future magical power into the present. The manufacturing difficulty is... He clenched the ring in his hand and fell into thought, able to use magical power from himself across future and present. But he hesitated, so in theory he could cast high-level magic right now. However, if that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight for a long time proportional to the mana borrowed. If used clumsily, the price would be steep. He slipped the ring onto his ring finger, and it flared with fiery light. Ultimately, if he wanted to use it in combat, there was only one way. Golden phoenix wings erupted around his body, his whole being seeming to blaze. When driven to the brink, it served as a finishing strike to unleash, like making a pact with a spirit. Ed Roth Taylor suddenly remembered something. There was a spirit behind Janica. He guessed Janika's ability to command countless spirits wasn't just due to perception, but her enormous mana reserves. Then the image of Janika talking to the little bird reappeared. He evaluated himself. Novice spirit masters like me have only 1 or 2 slots. Even communicating with low-level spirits requires a lot of training, all because our maximum mana is too low. In the end, he concluded that if he could raise his maximum mana, even temporarily, in theory he could form a pact with a high-level spirit. Then he calmly told Lucy it was a bold calculation, though risky, if there were time to craft something like that. Lucy's worried expression echoed his words. Of course, a bold calculation, and yes, somewhat risky. He comforted her. No, it's all in the past now, Lucy. Besides, he put the ring away and continued. Even if you rummaged through that whole library, you probably wouldn't find anything more valuable than this. As he climbed, he pondered more. There's no way Professor Glass would waste his time. Clinging to the wall, he recalled the professor's words. Professor Glass said praising vague talents is a sin. Ed Rothtailor gripped the rope. A dazzling light streamed down from the hatch, but this was a talent barrier tied to maximum mana. This item could break that barrier. After piecing it together, Ed Rothtailor remembered the professor's image at his death and understood. That, finally, was why Professor Glass researched magical engineering devices. What he hid from everyone, what he kept until the end, all of it was a gift for his daughter. The thought stopped at the scene of a father placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder with a loving smile. Now, it was evening, the sky blackened with clouds. Lucy's voice cut through his thoughts. A long time ago, a button fell off me, the one at the sleeve cuff. When I had it, I didn't notice, but without it, the sleeve billowed and was very inconvenient. So I struggled for a while. At last, Ed Rothtailor climbed up above. He answered instinctively. Is that so? She said thoughtfully that you only know how important something is once it's gone. Things I took for granted turn out to be important. Ed Rothtailor sat down on the ground to listen. Lucy blurted something attention-grabbing. Actually, I followed you because I wanted to ask you a few things. His expression grew serious. She turned to face him and asked, Are you going to Dexhall? Without waiting for him to answer, she said sadly, Don't go, okay? Her words stunned Ed Rothtailor. That sentence was hard for Lucy to say. In his mind appeared images of a grand building, red flags flying high, and a small wooden house with a chimney at its side. He answered calmly, though his heart remained neutral. Go to Dex or continue living rough camping? He huffed and said, Life in Dex dorm is more comfortable anyway. Living wild through this cold winter isn't exactly normal. Lucy unconsciously pulled her hood down as if to hide her current mood, then said, That's true. She closed her eyes and slowly felt it. It's about to rain. Lucy sensed the humidity from the dark clouds and the tip of her nose, so she predicted the weather very accurately. Ed Rothtailor denied it. No, but not always right. He looked up at the sky and said, Not yet. Lucy stared up in puzzlement. The more she looked, the wider her eyes grew. Things were falling from the sky, not necessarily rain. Still, after a long rainy season, you can't help thinking it will rain, even though that season has passed. The two of them, one standing and one sitting, watched the snow fall together. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor spoke, making Lucy turn to look. Hey, he scratched his head as if it were obvious. I've been busy lately and haven't prepared enough firewood for winter. I don't think I can handle this alone. So if you have time, could you help me? He turned and smiled at her. Anyway, you said it yourself. We don't have enough wood. No sooner had he finished than Lucy leapt at Ed Rothtailor, leaving him stunned. She hugged him tightly and asked, Really? Leaves fell and snowflakes drifted slowly through the air. With a thump, he fell backward onto the ground. She still couldn't believe her ears. Really? Really? His face showed awkwardness. I've fully adapted to life at the camp. If we improve the environment a bit more, staying here would be more convenient. After saying that, he suddenly went wide-eyed and silent. And then, with a flop, he lay still on the ground. He privately assessed that if Chapter 2 ended like that, now Chapter 3 was where the real challenges would get tougher. Finally, he thought a lot about future events. When he closed his eyes, he thought of it. The struggle for the student council presidency between Princess Phenia and Lord Tell. Important figures and new enemies would enter the academy as new students and as those at the end of this phase. The final boss of Chapter 3, Lucy, opened her eyes, her expression calm. He looked her straight in the face. It won't be an easy task, but I'll set aside my worries for now. Even if the next volume ends, at least we'll both be healthy and well. The snow began to fall harder. Facing him was Lucy's face, filled with happiness. His confidence rose seeing her. Seeing an expression of hers never before shown in any scene or plotline made him trust that even more. Creak! A patch of snow was swept aside. Winter arrived. Ed Rothtailor held a shovel clearing snow in front of the wooden house. Though the falling snow was lively, the thicker it got, the more work there was. Clearing the pile coincided with the sun climbing high. Clack, clack. Pieces of firewood split, evenly fell to the ground. While working, Ed Rothtailor calculated. It had been a long time since I set the rule not to overwork because I have many tasks. But tomorrow I'm scheduled to be called for work in the scholarship program. So I decided to finish the remaining chores today. Prepare firewood and food. Thanks to the weather, food preservation lasted longer, so I was able to finish this work quickly. Instead of living in the dorm, I got a partial tuition reduction. The tuition issue was somewhat resolved. At least I no longer had to live each day in a frantic rush like at the beginning. He watched Lucy sleep so soundly she drooled, thinking that didn't mean he could sleep like that too. He helplessly opened the door and went out. He wouldn't throw Lucy out anymore. After all, the weather wouldn't chill her because she was wrapped in a protective magic barrier. Stepping outside, he sighed suddenly. But the thing is, mood, it's a kind of freedom you never quite understand. Ed Rothtailor took the ring from his pocket. Should I do it sooner? He immediately clenched the ring in his hand. A golden light appeared, enveloping his entire hand. He called to the ring in his hand. Do you hear me? Marilda, a magnificent building, with a pond stretching from the gate to the front yard blanketed in white snow. The pastries were made by a former royal pastry chef. The balcony before Laplace Bakery was overflowing with the scent of flowers. The afternoon tea set at Laplace Bakery required a reservation, but small pastries were neatly arranged on plates on the table. Janica beamed with joy as she looked at the teacup in her hand and spoke. If the bait weren't like this, how could I have lured you out? Janica smiled and replied. Bait? Sounds like I've been duped. Clara angrily slammed the table. I'll be blunt, Janica. I think you're heading into dangerous territory. You've fallen for Ed Rothtailor. Anise simply kept calmly sipping her tea. Janica looked angry and stood up. How do you know? Clara across from her shouted in anger. How could I not know? And I'm not trying to stop you. Anise sat between them, still calmly drinking her tea. Clara voiced her thoughts. At first it felt like the world was collapsing, but after I re-evaluated Ed Rothtailor, I decided to accept it. She recalled Ed Rothtailor sitting alone in class. Janica hesitated. But Clara cut her off. Clara stepped closer, looked Janica straight in the eye, and asked, Lately, when you're near him, does your heart race, your legs go weak, and you're a loss for words? Or are you so nervous you can't meet his eyes? Under Clara's stare, Janica blushed and said, Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Clara's face was serious. Answer me. Yes or no? Janica shyly averted her eyes before answering. Instead of feeling overwhelmed and tense, I feel comfortable and warm. Hearing that, Clara shouted, That's it. You're heading toward one of the worst endings in a romantic relationship. Suddenly, Janica felt scared and swallowed. The worst ending number 13, a casual female friend. Clara erupted at Janica. Oh my God, you idiot. What's the point of feelings if they're one-sided? Janica, blushing, pushed Clara away. Clara, you're too close. But Clara kept lecturing loudly. You have to make him remember you. If only you like him and follow him around. Is that a relationship? That's stalking. Janica looked hurt. She remembered the fire spirit, giving a thumbs up. Well done. Even the little blue bird seemed approving. Clara earnestly took her hand and said, So that's enough, Janica. It's winter break after all. That guy's face is awkward but handsome. His temperament is odd. So you need to find a solution quickly. I'm going home soon, and I worry about you to death. Clara continued her earnest coaching. For example, instead of flirting clumsily, try provoking his protective instincts. Anise watched them with her teacup and thought to herself, Clara really has learned a lot about romance from friend relationships. She's right. However, the shift in Ed Rothtailor's reputation was largely due to Clara herself, because he's the boy Jan Nick likes. Anise looked at Clara's serious face. She continued thinking. He praises him whether it's teachers, Belle, the academy staff, or friends. Somehow everyone seems to trust that boy. Clack. Anise set her teacup on the table. She rested her chin on her hand, eyes turned elsewhere. My opinion's a bit different. Looking at the librarian being scolded for forgetting her return date, her dignity is less than a peak. At that moment, Claire bowed her head to apologize to Elka, who was angrily clutching books. Seeing all that, one wonders how this person became a professor. Claire fell face first, scattering papers everywhere. But the senior professors unanimously recognized Professor Claire's abilities. She happily ate a custard tart. Fortunately, thanks to guidance from esteemed scholars like Professors Glast and Plurbing, she graduated. Visions of Glast, Plurbing, and two other scholars appearing before her. This time, she even had an excellent assistant. A shy male student spoke up to the girl holding a stack of papers with her back turned. "What's that? Must be heavy. Let me help you." Assistant to Professor Claire. Aside from outstanding academic skills, she had no practical work skills, yet she somehow completed every task perfectly. Anise turned and smiled at the student. It's okay, really, thank you." Anise was a second-year magic student, a sophomore whom even long-experienced but ungraduated staff respected. A talented advisor, Anise carried the stack of papers by herself. Assistant Professor Claire's private study, messy yet somehow always kept orderly. All of it showcased Anise's ability to handle work. She was carrying the stack over to the neat, spacious desk. Her personal information was kept so low profile it was almost tracked by in-and-out records of the student library, the Tricks building, the administrative office, and the dorm duty room. She set the papers on the desk. If discovered, it would be troublesome, but she cleverly hid it behind her smile. Except for Jenica and Clara, few people knew her true appearance. Anise bowed her head, biting a hair tie, and gathered her ponytail. To Anise, relationships between people ultimately felt like wearing masks. About 20 minutes remained before the professor returned from buying snacks at the bakery. Before that, I must analyze all information about Ed Rothtailor's background. Anise placed her hand on the sheets spread across the desk. Anise read aloud to herself while boiling the kettle. He belonged to the Rothtailor family, the supreme power of the Klol Empire, the second child in a family of one son and two daughters. That surface-level info was useless. Let's check the family history. She read intently. In the year he was born, Krapin Rothtailor seized the family. By age 2, he was officially the heir, so he must be arrogant. He was baptized by the order around age 5, began ritual training at 8, and by 12 had attended many classes. Judging by his freshman record, he's the type without natural talent. Anise's gaze sharpened. From the moment she entered school, Anise faced difficult family circumstances. She had to survive by working as a teaching assistant and receiving scholarships. She read documents while dusting the bookshelves. She even took Lordle, who was a year younger, as an ideal model for limitless survival skills. Though she lacked a knack for seeing the flow of money, she had her own methods. Anise's eyes shone with determination. Let's see. Ed Rothtailor. One long sheet on the Rothtailor family history. Second child in a direct line of one son and two daughters of the Rothtailor household, the most powerful family in the Klol Empire. All Anise could see was the image of Ed Rothtailor. She inferred he must have grown up in a stifling environment, stuffed with imposed ideas. One thing was certain. He grew up with no financial want. He showed no academic talent and displayed no notable abilities during the first year. Perhaps he lacked confidence and favored gentle, lively girls. Ed Rothtailor's silhouette emerged in her mind through the lines of text. Anise considered. He wants to lead others but shirks responsibility, prefers people who always agree with him rather than argue, and desires a partner who won't outshine him. If someone can make him shine as a backdrop, all the better. He doesn't want to be obstructed. Thus, a self-sacrificing partner fits his ideal. He feels comfortable in relationships that can be severed easily, like dealing with an enemy. Appearance-wise, he surely likes beautiful girls, Accustomed to gazing at lavish splendor, he'll favor expensive items. Yet he might also be attracted to simple girls with little success experience, easily swayed by compliments. Favored topics likely involve luxury goods, and he prefers giving gifts over receiving them, displaying wealth flamboyantly. Given the current situation, he can't afford valuable gifts, so if he appears pleased with small presents, he'll form a good impression. Dependence matters more than control. Modesty matters more than brilliance. The image of Ed Rothtailor wore a malicious expression. Half of him was shrouded in shadow. In reality, he was very sensitive about gains and losses. It's best to show the practical benefits he could receive. Analyze how his thinking changed after being discarded by his family, then adjust the strategy accordingly. Find out whether he has feelings for Janica and whether he could be swayed by other girls. If he wavers, see whether he feels guilt and regret, or whether he'll rationalize his own weakness and selfishness. To do that, I need to probe him as a teaching assistant. As a senior, I'll have an advantage. However, he seems not to like a girl who's too forward, so I must be tactful. His ideal type isn't complicated, more like a copy of the petty desires of the nobility. Recently, due to difficult circumstances, he's begun to change, but a person's true nature can't be completely altered in just a year. Though he's matured somewhat, he still keeps his arrogance. All in all, when you sum it up, it's not that hard, just that. Anise curled a lip, wondering if she should practice. Claire entered smiling, carrying 2 boxes of fresh pastries. She beamed and said, "I bought some meringue pastries from Laplace Bakery. Let's eat, let's eat." Anise stood with her back turned, loosening the hair tie. Claire continued, "Oh, you even brewed black tea already. Of course it's Anise, so you guessed I bring snacks." Suddenly Claire panicked and shouted, "Ah, too hot." She watched the steaming cup of tea fall to the floor. Claire glanced anxiously at Anise, thinking, "Oh no, Anise will scold me again for being clumsy." Anise gently asked, "Ah, are you hurt?" Her eyes widened in surprise. The afternoon light hit her hair, and, with the softness of her voice, she astonished Claire. "Thank goodness you're not hurt. Thank goodness." Claire gaped. Anise." Ed Rothtailor touched his uniform and said, "Huh, I'm dreading having to wash uniforms this winter." "Thanks, by the way," Belle replied respectfully. "It's just washing one extra uniform. Besides, the person I serve also often receives help from me. Recently, when I washed Miss Lucy's clothes, I found many golden hairs on them." Ed Rothtailor remembered time lying in bed with Lucy sprawled across his stomach. Belle propped her chin thoughtfully. "And when I wash the young master's clothes, I smell perfume and find white hairs like Miss Lucy's." Her words made Ed Rothtailor look up and suddenly recall how clingy Lucy had been lately. He couldn't believe she'd noticed from just one wash. Ed Rothtailor wondered what she would be if not a maid. Belle looked up at him. "Young Master Ed Rothtailor, why do you still use formal speech with me?" He replied calmly, "Because it's comfortable." She glanced at him. "I find calling more familiarly more comfortable." He retorted, "I find using honorifics more comfortable." Ed Rothtailor narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In truth, as head lady's maid, Belle was already one of the Academy's senior staff. "While I'm no longer nobility, nor a student of the Awfulest Tower, I feel awkward addressing her familiarly." Belle's gaze met his, and he thought that every time she was resolute. Finally, he closed his eyes in compromise. "Then I'll call you sister for comfort." Sister Belle is head lady's maid, so surely she has many people to manage and many concerns. Belle had one hand on her hip. "That's right. Speak freely. You're the one with many things to manage, young Master Ed Rothtailor, not me." Ed Rothtailor didn't understand. In Belle's eyes, above Ed Rothtailor stood Lortel, Lucy, and Janica. Belle looked out the window and said, "No, worrying too much can become a burden. Whatever the young ladies decide is their choice. Anyway, if you need any laundry, tell me. I've settled into my work now. The Awfulest Tower has been renovated." She looked at the Academy buildings from the window. Hearing that, he went, "Oh." The two looked out the window. Ed Rothtailor said, "The restoration was completed in just one semester. It seems the Academy really put in the effort to restore it." Belle replied, "Because new students are about to enroll, And she continued, of the 7 freshmen starting during this break, one has already applied and is moving in. Ed Roth-Taylor turned to look at her. That person is, I'm sure it's Tanya Roth-Taylor, right? She confirmed. Yes, you knew it. The silhouette of Tanya, bathed in purple light and indistinct, appeared. Ed Roth-Taylor closed his eyes and tilted his head back, thinking to himself that this holiday was going to be troublesome. His sister was coming. Voices rang out at the wooden cabin beneath the clear blue sky. I think I'll go home for the break. Another voice asked why. The librarian, Elka, is going home too. The first voice sounded surprised. How did you know? Zix, with his shirt off and doing banana push-ups, said, panting, that he wanted to spend time with Senior Elka. Was she staying at the camp during the break? Ed Roth-Taylor, reading by the fire, answered, maybe. It's almost 3 years. I plan to study because I need mid-level magic skills to save money. Zix spun to his feet. Wasn't your magic level basic a year ago? Don't overdo it. Your sensory ability didn't detect any mana from you, yet you practiced until your mana was drained, right? Zix moved closer to the fire. Ed Roth-Taylor clenched his hand and replied, His gaze drowsily fell on the hand pressed to his forehead. Zix glanced at him and said, You look feverish. Has your health really been damaged? His face flushed, and his eyes were cloudy. A bit of an issue. I probably won't use magic for a while. Hearing that, Zix shrugged on his coat and turned away. If he says so, fine. Zix's biggest virtue is being cool. If there's a reasonable excuse, he'll let it slide. He suddenly remembered, oh right, Isla asked after you. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. She wanted to ask you out to apologize, with Taylor there too. Ed Roth-Taylor recalled when he and she were kidnapped together in that cage cell. She wanted to know his tense location, but he didn't tell her. That's private information. Ed Roth-Taylor folded his bag and told her, I don't need an apology. He tucked the bag into his coat. I'm not bothered, so no apology is necessary. I bear no ill will toward her. Zix sat on a log and glanced at him, not out of generosity, but pure indifference. He hummed, right, maybe? So you really keep things to yourself. Ed Roth-Taylor tossed him a small pouch and said, Then before you go home, help me with one thing. This is the pay. I finally gained access to Professor Glass' underground library, but it's a mess, so I need someone to help tidy it. I remembered when Lucy fell through the ceiling and crushed Raina. When he and Lucy lowered themselves into that room by rope, he discovered a safe on the floor. Zix grabbed the pouch. Money? Whatever, consider it training. What do you plan to use the library for? Ed Roth-Taylor took out paper and pen to plan a workshop, and Zix's face showed puzzlement. A pouch for workshop funds. Are you studying magic work too? Survival life in the camp, magic practice, spirit arts, archery, magic engineering. Not to mention you have to work at the academy from tomorrow. Zix added, Someone like you, Ed Roth-Taylor, will surely succeed. Keep it up, but don't exhaust yourself. As Ed Roth-Taylor listed 9 tasks for his winter break to himself, he thought, all right, tomorrow I start working for the academy. In the building beneath the vast, cloudy sky, a voice suddenly rang out. Ahem, ahem, thank you to the scholarship students who have come. She said so. At the moment, Assistant Professor Claire couldn't speak coherently. Claire was slumped in the dark, exhausted, moaning weakly. Surrounded by stacks of documents, that voice continued. She had stayed up 44 hours straight to handle the seminar work and arrange next semester's teaching schedule. So the important thing is, as head assistant, I will introduce to those before Nice, Ed Roth-Taylor, Clebius, and another senior. The scholarship students' duties would be to prepare for the upcoming placement exam and proctor on exam day. As Ed Roth-Taylor listened and bowed his head, he thought of the freshman placement test that Professor Glass oversees every year. This year, Professor Claire will be in charge. As before, of course I know the outcome. The image of Glass standing in the shadows, his whole body glowing purple. Surprisingly, Clebius is participating too. Anise handed Clebius a paper and introduced the details. Last year, the exam was held in the forest north of Arkan Island. But this year, it will be at Mount Oron in the northwest, Clebius. Go to the Trix Hall to collect what you pre-registered. Senior Onyx, please assist Professor Claire with the work. Onyx took the paper, a little flushed. As for Ed Roth-Taylor, Anise paused. She thought to herself that both Claire and Janica had overlooked one thing. Ed Roth-Taylor stood there waiting. There were far too many girls around Ed Roth-Taylor. His face clearly suggested he was a bit of a charmer. Working with him is a good chance to test my empathy and reading skills. Ed Roth-Taylor remained calm, standing there, while I edged closer to him. I stayed up all night, poring over materials to craft a perfect ideal type, one that fits his tastes. If he can't resist my charm, Anise tucked her hair behind her ear. Ed Roth-Taylor, Anise thought, then looked at him. She tucked her bangs and smiled. Come survey the site with me, will you? She thought, I'll make sure to separate you from Janica. To the northwest of the academy at Mount Oron, where snow blankets everything. Booted feet in black socks trod the snowy ground as a voice said that although it's not a high mountain, a mountain is still a mountain. There are many dangerous spots, and with the current weather, if students slip on the snow, they could be seriously injured. Anise wearily stopped and bent, hands on her knees. Huff, I'm exhausted. How does Ed Roth-Taylor not look tired at all? Ed Roth-Taylor looked at her casually and, concerned, said, Walk and breathe. Take it slowly. Let's rest a bit. Anise tucked her hair and smiled at him. Thanks, your stamina is good. Ed Roth-Taylor, and you even care for others. I think I've been quite mistaken about you. He glanced at her, misunderstanding. Anise didn't hide it and said bluntly, You know something, don't you? I'm Janica's close friend. Anise continued. What if Janica befriends the wrong person? I was worried, so during that time I acted a bit cold toward her. Anise and Clara gritted their teeth in anger. Before Anise finished, Ed Roth-Taylor paid little attention and pulled a paper from his shirt. It's fine, I don't mind much. He thought to himself that the next thing to check off was to finish the tasks quickly. He looked at her sincerely and said, Maybe you're tired from bearing the head assistant's responsibilities alone. You've worked hard, haven't you? Anise replied softly, Yes, that's true. But it's okay. Ed Roth-Taylor is here now. She smiled, blushing, and shyly looped her arm through his. Of course, the other two also helped a lot, but you've become a great source of strength for me. I'm sorry if my words hurt you, but Ed Roth-Taylor was expelled from his family, right? Anise pulled his sleeve closer to her. Anise bowed her head sadly and said, I'm the same. Just after entering school, my family suffered a crisis. But I still wanted to study here, so I endured everything on my own. Ed Roth-Taylor let Anise cling to his arm. She closed her eyes and felt the cold wind pass by. I feel like I'm going through a long, bitter winter alone. When she finished speaking, Anise thought to herself that he must be impressed by her resilient vitality. Whether financially or otherwise, she had handled everything by herself. Seeing her sad expression, Ed Roth-Taylor comforted her. Don't be too upset. You've done very well. Still, Anise felt something was off about his type. She laughed and tugged his sleeve. Thank you. Anise stepped forward, turned her back to Ed Roth-Taylor, hands clasped behind her back, cheeks flushed as she shyly looked at him. She said, We actually have a lot in common. She thought inwardly that compared to an emotional person like that, wouldn't he prefer a cold, practical type? Suddenly she stepped and tilted slightly to the left on the snowy ground. She let out a surprised "oh," then fell into his arms. He gently caught her and cautioned, Careful. Anise, embarrassed, said, I am sorry. I tripped over a stone. That's why I fell. Hearing that, Ed Roth-Taylor looked puzzled at the flat path that had nothing on the ground. A stone. Under his stare, Anise blushed and waved her hand. She hurriedly said, Wait, what? Why am I so hot-headed? I'll calm down right away. She quickly told him, Sit here and wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Ed Roth-Taylor still didn't understand. The sky was clear, the bare branches dusted with snow. Anise told herself that from the outside, he really did seem steady and reliable. Pretending, huh? She crossed her legs and sat on a tree stump, propping her chin, her face lost in vague thought, as if sinking into shadow. She recalled what had just happened when she tucked her hair and pulled his hand, quietly judging someone who'd survived hardship at the academy and feeling sympathy for him. The impression, energetic on the outside, but inwardly fragile and in need of protection. At his age, unsure whether he preferred mature or cute types, she combined both. I had secretly tried a few physical contacts and finally disguised it as an accident. Everything went almost according to plan. She remembered faking the fall into Ed Rothtailor's arms. The scene of her closing her eyes as the breeze brushed by. Did I get too into character? Anissa's face flushed as she looked at her hands. Ah, his physique is nicer than I thought. He acts like a pampered noble, but is sturdier than expected. In her mind, she clearly saw her hands touching Ed Rothtailor when he caught her. I thought he was some noble who grew up clueless, but he's actually quite sharp. She remembered Ed Rothtailor holding the paper and reading. Anise pondered his appearance. Through Anise's eyes, Ed Rothtailor seemed to shine as if filtered, his face strikingly handsome. She thought, no wonder Janica fell for him. Anise blushed shyly, pink bubbles seemingly floating behind her. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I know now. She bowed her head, hands supporting her face, her long hair falling down. She confirmed her suspicion. This is how he flirts with girls. Anisa's gaze sharpened. But for me it's different. Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor exhaled a puff of steam. Bright sunlight lit the mountains and the forests blanketed in white snow. The view was beautiful. He thought inwardly that Mount Oron's scenery could make one forget worries, if only for a moment. Suddenly his expression grew serious. However, there were still some matters he hadn't figured out how to handle. For example, Ed Rothtailor sat there with his head down, continuing to think about Tanya Rothtailor, the female antagonist. Isn't that the most apt description of her? Tanya's silhouette loomed large in red light, her eyes hidden in shadow. Tanya is a political prodigy, a duchess's daughter. Her political skill and scheming are almost instinctive. Behind Tanya was a spiderweb. She stood there in a purple dress. Because of that, she aimed to become the first-year student council president, something unheard of in Sylvania's history. Before long, she'd recruit influential figures within the academy. An image of Tanya, with purple flames wedging between the forces of Fenia and Lortel. Recalling, Belmaya propped her chin with one hand, thinking and saying that Tanya had arrived at the dorm earlier than the others. Perhaps to build up strength before the term. Tanya Rothtailor is not a forgettable side character, but a significant antagonist. I still remember some details about her, so at first I thought I could handle her. Ed Rothtailor stood on the cliff anxiously. The problem was, how would Tanya Rothtailor treat me? Ed Rothtailor thought of the scene of him facing Tanya. He didn't know. Tanya knew, but he didn't. It's not that he didn't know anyone else, but he didn't know himself. He bowed his head, letting his long hair hide his eyes. Ed Rothtailor is a fleeting antagonist who appears briefly at the start, and then vanishes even from the main narrative. He's not mentioned much. Ed Rothtailor remembered his past self with a nosebleed, clamping his mouth shut while Taylor sheltered Isla. Aside from that, there's nothing special. Ed Rothtailor's eyes are pitch black. He thought the boy truly was a forgettable minor character, so I had no clues at all, not a single one. So the problem is I can't predict it. What does Tanya Rothtailor think of Ed Rothtailor? For Tanya Rothtailor? Ed Rothtailor. The girl's voice cut through like trash. Inside the carriage, a girl sat with her head bowed. Beside her was a window wide enough to see the whole academy. Sylvania gathers every star. The princess of the Klol Empire, the head of the Elt Merchant Guild, spirit mages who can command high-level spirits as teens. One by one, the figures of Fenia, Lortel, and Janica appeared, each glowing with a different magical light. Next came Alvira with her vial, and Clebius grasping a long red sword. Ed Rothtailor mused that a great alchemist had created a remarkable elixir while still a student. The beast that rules the northern flora, the sword demon of the Nortondale clan. Even a sacred blade with peerless swordsmanship. And most splendidly, a rare magic prodigy blessed by the star from Archmage Glocht. Lucy held a scepter in one hand while a small magic array formed in the other. Behind her, a large magic circle radiated brilliant blue light. A convergence of nobles whose very thought makes your heart race with admiration, hooves striking the ground. Sylvania Academy. I will live fully within the school by blending in with them. The carriage stopped at the academy gate. Belle Maya bowed respectfully. Her luggage had been arranged by maids. Her room was on the third floor, the second one in from the corridor. A girl in a poofy black and purple dress stepped down from the carriage and told her, Have your servants handle the enrollment formalities." The girl with curly hair falling around her shoulders bowed slightly and said, "I have a place to stop by first." Velmaya bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, I understand, Matt." The girl thought to herself, "The first thing I must do upon stepping into Sylvania, the scholarly land I've dreamed of, is to clean out that scoundrel." Idrotilur. Tanya folded her arms in a black-purple dress and walked forward, her doll-like face framed by golden hair. Behind her, Velmaya remained bowed, and the carriage still waited. Her expression was solemn. The villainous heiress, the name that sullied the Roth-Taylor family's honor. Tanya Roth-Taylor, the Duke's second daughter. In Tanya's hand was a long letter from her father. "I am truly happy to hear your wishes. I fully support that desire. Represent me in meeting them and expand your standing." Crapin Roth-Taylor smiled with both hands. After reading the letter, Tanya pressed it to her chest, closed her eyes, and said solemnly, "I will not disappoint father's expectations." She thought to herself that before departing for Sylvania, the academic land, she had told her father of her 2 resolutions. Tanya recalled her father's advice. With her status, she must try her best to be treated well in Sylvania. But no matter what, this is essentially a land of scholarship. The whole of Sylvania Academy lay beneath a blue, cloud-dotted sky. Before it stretched a long avenue lined with trees, and to one side a long lake crossed by a bridge. This is a place where even princesses showed deference to professors when it comes to scholarship. Inside are buildings with high domed roofs and 2 large chandeliers. Do not be rude because of your noble rank. Those who study above you are still your seniors. Tanya smiled candidly and said, "Thank you for your time, esteemed senior." On the table were 2 cups of tea, and beside her stood a male attendant. "Since you already know about that boy, there's no need for lengthy explanations. He's a stain on the family and a thorn in our side." The red tea in the cup sat on the table. Her eyes seemed to scrutinize. She said, "I lived with that person from childhood, so I know him very well." A voice rang out, "You've had a hard time." Tanya smiled and continued, "Although my childhood can't compare to the esteemed seniors." She thought confidently that it would not be difficult to steer the conversation naturally. Tanya sipped her tea and assessed him. He was a mediocre man, all flash and no dignity. A person like that occupies the heir's position only because he's older. She found it surprising that there was no better topic to quickly build connections than gossip. Tanya continued to prattle on without resolve, merely showing off a bit before giving up. Even so, his pride was so high he'd never admit his incompetence. He made a fuss at the slightest sensing of magic, as if he were about to become an archmage. At that moment, Ed Roth-Taylor, sitting and absorbed in his book, felt his ears prick. When he lucked into Sylvania, she had been shocked, but looking at him now, over a trivial mishap, she felt very satisfied. Finishing her thought, she set the nearly empty teacup on its saucer and thought to herself that she never imagined that man's ignoble reputation could be so useful. "Is that all the voice said?" Tanya quickly praised. Of course, someone as experienced as the senior probably noticed that immediately. Her eyes eagerly watched the person opposite. Sweating and anxious, she said, "So this opportunity?" She hesitated, thinking, why aren't you speaking?" She realized she might be monologuing. Her eyes widened as she suddenly remembered her father. "Remember this when you meet the person I'll introduce to you. You must respect the other party, especially in negotiations and dealings. You are a daughter who must never be taken lightly." The image of Crapin, standing there, smiling, appeared. "We met during the Sage's Sealing Project. It will surely be an interesting experience," but a figure stood with arms crossed, face half hidden. A teacup sat before her. "Be brave, Tanya." Remembering that admonition, Tanya suddenly went rigid, her whole body plunging into darkness as if startled. Lortel's blue eyes looked straight at Tanya and calmly asked, "Is something the matter? Go on and tell me." Her composure made Tanya sweat, as if a giant snake had coiled her immovably. That snake bared its fangs behind her head. She gasped, bracing her hands on her thighs and looking at her fearfully. Are you angry?" Lortel smiled and interrupted her. "Angry? What are you talking about?" Finally, she broke into a wicked, amused smile. A winter break to-do list of 9 items lay on the table. Ed Roth-Taylor took 2 books, one a collection on midpoint magic outbreak techniques, the other a compilation on midpoint magic, the originating wind. He thought to himself he'd picked them up from Professor Glass's library last night. How convenient to be able to read all the books without noting the return date. Ed Roth-Taylor took the book and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Outside, the world was white. The first day doing his academy scholarship duties was partly complete. He felt Anise had it harder than him. Then Ed Roth-Taylor held his hand out toward the firewood and said, "Ignite." "All right." Sitting there, Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly remembered something. A few sparks flickered from his hand. Entering the cabin, he thought that although he couldn't practice because he couldn't use magic, he wanted to master the theory. Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Let's see." Now then, he looked at the lump rising under the blanket and thought that in the past she had appeared in many different ways and places he couldn't have imagined. Now, he had memorized the full range of her behaviors. Ed Roth-Taylor pulled the blanket aside to reveal Lucy sleeping. "Hey, Lucy, help me start the fire." Ed Roth-Taylor seemed already accustomed to carrying the still sleeping Lucy out to blow bubbles. He thought lifting her wasn't too difficult. She was so light he wondered how a human could be that light. Ed Roth-Taylor spoke, and before he had finished, Lucy's flame flared up. He calmly looked at her and said, "All right, Lucy still looks sleepy, and I want to go out too." Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "Very well." No sooner had he finished speaking than she closed her eyes to sleep, her hand resting on his chest. Lucy sat beside him sniffing while he read. She said, "I smell perfume." He didn't even look up, replying indifferently. "Oh, really?" Ed Roth-Taylor recalled the other time, probably from spending the whole day with a niece working for the academy, so his clothes were likely scented with perfume. He remembered Anise falling into his arms and Lucy's voice ringing out. Lucy continued with a serious expression. "Are you feverish? Sick? How do you look?" Lucy looked up at him and said solemnly, "Don't get sick. If you get sick, you could die." Then Lucy's hand moved close to Ed Roth-Taylor's, a blue magical light wrapping her hand. "If your mana is out of whack, I'll help you." But then she stopped, and the blue light faded. Lucy's gaze turned grave as she looked at him, not disordered but depleted. It turned out he'd done something reckless. Though she'd noticed, he only bowed his head to her and said, "It's under my control." His expression grew pensive. "When winter passes, I might be much stronger." Lucy said, "Hey, can I ask you a weird favor?" Ed Roth-Taylor's eyes lifted slightly. "A weird favor?" Lucy asked him with earnest eyes. "Will you pet my head?" After that request, by the warm fire, Lucy contentedly lay with her head on Ed Roth-Taylor's lap while he read intently, one hand holding the book, the other rubbing her head. Lucy's face showed pleasure and satisfaction as she felt the hand on her brow. Not seen for a while, a senior who heard someone call turned his head to look. Lortel crossed her arms and stepped forward. Ed Roth-Taylor said calmly, "Oh, Lortel, did you come about that thing you asked me before? Just tell me to go to the guild, and I'll find you there." Lortel hesitated a little. "No, actually I came because I have something to tell you." Her face looked worried. Her eyes dropped to Lucy, who was using Ed Roth-Taylor's lap as a pillow while he read, mentally noting, using a lap as a pillow. Then she said, "I have a few things to ask you." Outside the antique building under the clear sky, a voice rang out. "It's a long story, but thank you for your patience. In short, if you side with me and help punish that man, I will reward you handsomely." Tanya folded her arms and smiled with full confidence. Tanya offered generous terms. For example, the island family has many famous archaeologists, right? I could share some artifact from the Roth-Taylor family's treasury with you. Elka's face flushed with excitement. Really? But Zix's attitude was different. He bowed his head slightly, his long hair hiding his eyes, and said coldly, "Oh." Elka turned and said, "Oh my." Tanya frowned and became wary. "Tanya Roth-Taylor, is it?" Zix asked. Her eyes silently evaluated the newcomer. He had a solid build, and magical power surged through him. Zix stood before Tanya exuding black aura, his cold gaze looking down at her. This person must be recruited. Zix stared at Tanya and asked, Are you Senior Ed Rothtailor's sister? She smiled and answered, yes. Heh, but he remained indifferent. Is that so? Faced with his imposing stature and presence, Tanya's face showed a flicker of panic and lost some confidence. Suddenly, Zix broke into a smile. He turned to Elka and said, Did you hear that, Elka? This is Senior Ed Rothtailor's sister. His expression became friendly and cheerful. Then he placed a small brown orb into Tanya's hand. He set the item in Tanya's palm and smiled as he explained, This is a magical prop used in a mandatory class for freshmen. Don't use the new one. Use this. It will help you practice sensing mana. Faced with his enthusiasm, Tanya didn't understand and simply looked down at the object in her hand and said, yes. She looked at Zix with a baffled expression, sweating as she stared at him, then turned to ask Elka, Oh right, Elka, do you still have Professor Delor's materials? Elka replied, Yes, here they are. I almost threw them away. Under the bright, cloud-strewn sky, Zix's voice kept popping up. Hey, grab this too. And you probably don't need this one, right? Hey, just take it. If you don't need it, toss it. Study materials make a big difference. Elka, do you still have a wreath used in Professor Holland's class? After the enthusiastic welcome, Zix and Elka were sweating bullets, but remained in high spirits. On Tanya's head was a wreath, and in her hand she held a stack of notebooks and a box of various tools. She didn't understand, sweating as she looked at Zix and said, Hey, did you even hear my proposal clearly? Zix, hearing that, asked back, like how to deal with Senior Ed Rothtailor? Then he closed his eyes and sighed. True enough, siblings in a family are usually like cats and dogs. They never really get along. Senior's personality is indeed easy to misunderstand. Elka hurriedly called out, Zix, the ship's about to leave. While Tanya struggled to lift the very heavy load in her arms, he still smiled and said, Anyway, you're Senior Ed Rothtailor's sister, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Zix, a second year and a junior of Ed Rothtailor. We owe each other a lot and have a special relationship. You're like his brother, strong and capable of anything. Zix beamed cheerfully at her. Zix patted her shoulder, making Tanya jump and look up at the hand on her shoulder. Born into a wealthy family, how lucky she thought. Tanya fell over and her things went flying everywhere. Zix and Elka turned and left, still enthusiastically cheering. Come on, you can do it. Ready, 1, 2, 3, go. Tanya lay on the ground with a bewildered look and her scattered belongings all around, unable to believe what had just happened. Girl, what was that? At the professor's building, Professor Claire's office, a large building with many windows. A voice rang out inside. You've worked hard. In a mirror on the desk, someone's reflection was seen. Professor Claire lay face down on the desk, her gaunt face drawn as she looked at herself in the mirror. The voice continued to soothe her. Just finish the new student's placement exam, next week, and you can rest for the rest of the break. Claire glanced at the dark circles under her eyes. Claire lay on the desk, watching Anise stand and sort through paperwork. Claire sighed. Is this what youth looks like? Anise is admirable. 2 days on and your stamina is like iron. Anise said nothing, thinking to herself that you really can't trust those outside scholarship students. Both Onyx, a third year, and Clebius, a first year, work lazily. In the end, I still have to redo it. Anise thought further that at least Ed Rothtailor was a little different. Her paperwork handling stopped. She recalled how perfectly he handled paperwork. Anise remembered him taking a sheet and telling her they should block off this entrance since students might go the wrong way. The snow is too slippery. If it's like this on exam day, it could be dangerous. She judged his practical problem-solving skills to be far beyond double-ranked nobles. To say she wasn't surprised would be a lie. It seemed he hadn't been spoiled as she'd assumed. Anise lowered her head pensively, her expression serious. Claire suddenly appeared behind Anise, holding a glass of water, and patted her shoulder. She asked, By the way, Anise, you went with him, right? How is he? Is he like you expected? Anise flinched. Claire's eyes darkened slightly as she said, Keep this from Ed Rothtailor. I have some things to investigate from the time of the awfulest occupation, so I followed him. It turned out he had set up a camp even bigger and more impressive than this research room. Tools, workbenches, stoves, racks, drying lines, a smoking oven, all seemingly made by his own hands. She recalled secretly hiding behind the cabin, watching Ed Rothtaler carry Lucy with one arm while pulling the deer with the other. Claire continued, saying she sensed how hard he'd had to fight for his life. She didn't even know his grades would improve so much. Professor Glass even nodded in praise. She also remembered when she'd brought the purple orb to speak with Glass. The more she heard, the more surprise showed in Anis's eyes. Claire continued, he even made a pact with his spirit. He couldn't have done it alone. She didn't know how he managed it, but he had clearly worked very hard. And moreover, the more Anis brooded, the more she quietly speculated and realized she'd found an explanation for his strangely developed work abilities. Clearly his life was far removed from the pampered existence of a noble. Claire smiled at her with a hollow look. You two have a lot in common, don't you? Anis, puzzled, asked. Me and him? How so? She propped her chin and said casually, thanks for rating him so highly. But then Anis fell silent, thinking that he did seem to be not so bad. I can't just rely on others' opinions and support Janica in loving him. After meeting him in person, there's nothing to fault. He's just a decent, upright young man. A silhouette of Ed Rothtaler, turned away, appeared in her mind. Ed Rothtaler slightly turned his head, but his expression wasn't clear. She thought, could he really be a good man? Handsome, not arrogant, praised by Claire, and seemingly quite gallant. It was accidental, but she noticed he had a very attractive figure and a pleasant scent, as if well cared for. At that moment, Ed Rothtaler's whole image formed vividly in her mind. Claire looked puzzled at Anis, who was staring down, trying not to smile. She asked, what are you dazed about? Anis, are you sweating? She suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Anis flung open both window sashes and said, it's hot. I'll open the window a bit. Claire agreed. Yes, to air it out a little. Be careful not to let the wind blow the papers away. Claire hurriedly chased after the papers the wind had blown. Claire worriedly asked, Anis, are you all right? Have you been overworking? Anis's hand was on the window frame. Anis thought to herself that this was bad. Although it didn't look like much, it really was bad. Her whole self reflected in the mirror as she bent to open the window. She blushed, breathing anxiously. What should she do? Then she suddenly remembered something. Anis widened her eyes and covered her mouth. Wait a minute. Recalling Claire's words, that he'd made a pact with his spirit and couldn't have done it alone. She didn't know how he'd done it, but he must have tried very hard. Anis quietly conjectured that Ed Rothtaler couldn't have forged a pact with his spirit in such a short time by himself. Surely Janica had helped him sense the spirit, and that spirit must be powerful and reliable. The image of Mug, now blindfolded, standing at attention like a soldier, came to mind. She thought further that she could report anything to Janica. She recalled tucking her hair back with a smile, pulling Ed Rothtaler's hand, and many other moments. Anis began to tremble all over. She was frightened. Claire smiled brightly and called, Anis, you must be done. Want a snack? I'll bring something. But the office was empty, papers fluttering. She asked Anis. The fail of her family's teachings pretend harmony and coexistence. A pretty heart that cares for others and loves everyone. Under a large tree by the big pond sat Janica and Mug, always making her shine. It was a life far removed from loneliness, and because of it she had many sincere friends. Janica sat beneath the tree, head bowed, with Mug buzzing near her ear and neck. But no life is without worries. Janica cried and said, Anis and Ed Rothtaler. Not knowing where Tanya had come from, she loudly greeted Janica, who had her back turned. Pleased to meet you, Senior Janica. She panted, sweating, and said, I want to introduce myself and talk with you. Tanya recalled that Janica was a third-year student, famous for her skill, renown, and outstanding ability. She's one of the department's trump cards. To achieve her goals, Tanya absolutely must recruit her to her side. She trembled in fear. Thank you, Senior Lortel. Suddenly a fire monster appeared before Janica, flames burning all around her. Tanya asked, Senior Janica, are you okay? Her face was dazed. Then Lortel's voice echoed in her head. Don't worry so much, Tanya. Senior Janica has a good and kind nature. Right now, Janika's gaze seemed to turn into a whirlpool. Her whole body sank into shadow as she raised her staff, and behind her a gigantic fire monster roared, blazing fiercely. Tanya remembered again that Janika always listened and trusted people. Janika appeared with eyes glowing red and tearful, her anger about to explode. In the quiet of the late night, the sky was full of stars with a crescent moon. A house in the woods still had its lights on and a fire burning outside. Voices could be heard. Most of the craft manuals he gave out had finished their hunts, while the legendary grade documents were unsuitable for hunting. The voice continued as he poured water into the glass in his hand, saying these things are very hard to find in winter like this. There was no other way about it. Edroth Taylor, holding the water jug and the tray of teacups, added, "Anyway, you're busy and you still helped me. Thanks." Hearing that, Lortel stretched both arms, looking very weary, and replied, "Since I'm handling it anyway, don't worry about it." Edroth Taylor handed her the steaming glass and asked curiously, "Did you come just to rest or to tell me something?" "It's not exactly nearby." Lortel took the hot milk, closed her eyes, and smiled. "Don't worry, I came to rest." Under the starry night, the moon shone brightly, smiling. A sliver of moon hung among the stars. The full moon, like a tray, had almost faded to a trace. When life is busy, time flies like an arrow. When one falls into the winter sleep, silence comes to everyone alike. Moonlight lit the river. Rocks and trees were covered in snow, yet each person received it differently. This winter, for me, is a trial to protect the body from the harsh cold. The list of tasks for the winter break lay on the table. Chores in order. Plan to tidy the workshop, build a material storage, expand the tent, check scripts, review scholarship bachelor duties, raise magical technique by 3 ranks, acquire bow-related skills, study intermediate magic theory, and sign a pact with high-level spirits. Although the busy period adjusted her mood, Lortel held the hot milk and reflected with a sad look. Winter, for those pushing forward like this, induces a hush as if walking alone on a quiet road. Winter has a power much like magic. Lortel wiped sweat. A few beads glistened on her face as she called out, "Hey, you." She hesitated, then asked why Lucy was sleeping there. Lucy lay with her head on Ed Rothtailor's lap while he held a book and stroked her head. He looked up at Lortel very calmly. He answered matter-of-factly, "It's winter, after all." She shot back. "Is that supposed to be an answer?" Lortel set the glass down beside her, sat, and considered. Is she being vague or overreacting? He closed his eyes and kept that placid expression. Suddenly he glanced at her and said, "Well, if you were only here to talk about operational gear, you probably wouldn't have come all the way here. Is there something else?" With a hint of mischief. Lortel smiled confidently at his question. "Oh." She activated magic from her hand, and a blue glowing book appeared. She asked, "Are you pretending not to know?" Edroth Taylor wasn't very surprised to see the object appear in her palm. "So she finally bid on it, after all." Lortel replied, "That's right." On her palm stood an image of a blue luminous book, occasionally flickering as if distorted. A moment later, she transformed it into a letter that floated down into her hand. Lortel turned and smiled warmly and happily, holding the letter as she asked him, "Is the conversation more interesting now?" adding a small, pleased grin. She recalled the past. Edroth Taylor had said, "I'll do whatever you ask," so bid on the sealed sage's letter. Edroth Taylor stood aside, bewildered and anxious, picturing Lortel facing Crepe-In Roth Taylor to bid on the book on the stand, and the image of her happily clutching the letter on the bed. Back in the present, Lortel rose, leaned in close, and said that getting back at least the money spent is a merchant's virtue, which made him a bit uncomfortable. He glanced aside, sweating. He asked, "So exactly how big a favor are you asking for?" His hand still resting on Lucy's head. She moved closer to his ear and whispered, "But I'm not asking such a huge favor that Senior Edroth Taylor would feel burdened or find it hard to do." Lortel then made a proposal, "Stand on my side." Edroth Taylor squinted one eye, opened the other, surprised as he looked at her. The firelight flared across Lortel and the sleeping face of Lucy. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "That's right, this is Act 3. Lortel and Fenia face off, and both have people behind them. The confrontation between Lortel and Princess Phinia will officially begin. Lortel sensed this and was already setting plans and politics in motion. Phinia Elias Clole, Princess of Clole. She stood with arms crossed, a serious expression playing on her face, her hair tail whipping behind her. She was the fated rival promised in Lortel's life. If the script held, she would rise to student council president, seize the bachelors, and expand her influence. Crapin Roth-Taylor, with a sly, giant-like face, reached his large hand toward Phinia, clenching it and standing upright. And on that foundation of power, she is the true protagonist who will unearth the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. Lortel whispered into Ed Roth-Taylor's ear, perhaps if not this direction for everyone living at the academy, then that one, meaning the moment of being forced to choose one of the two, could be drawing near. She straightened, turned her back to Ed Roth-Taylor, hands clasping the letter behind her. She continued, if that time comes, stand on my side, just that will do. Ed Roth-Taylor looked up at her back, his hands still resting on Lucy's head. Lortel and Phinia stood with arms crossed, staring at each other. Between them and before the main door stood Taylor. Choosing who would be the victor was the protagonist's decision. Ed Roth-Taylor thought inwardly, well, it won't be me anyway. He remained seated, still running his hand through the sleeping Lucy's hair. He said, I don't think it would mean anything if I took your side. She closed her eyes and smiled. Right, only a senior's backing would better judge my bachelor. But a look of indifference showed on Ed Roth-Taylor's face. Lortel went on, a senior's support won't bring meaningful results. It's probably just average students. Ed Roth-Taylor replied, when you speak so bluntly like that, it strikes me as odd. The firelight flickered across his face. Lortel smiled and added, so what do you think? It's not really about having political weight, is it? Lortel turned around. It's just that for me, it's about whether it matters or not. Ed Roth-Taylor kept stroking Lucy's head as he turned to look at Lortel. Behind them was his log house. He said, all right, it's not difficult. Lortel spun about. The hand holding the letter pointed toward the blazing fire, the other hand clenched tight. Then the letter was gradually swallowed by the flames. Ed Roth-Taylor gaped, his eyes wide. He imagined Lortel, the schemer, with her enchanting smile. His gaze reflected her shape. She could be called a girl of 1,000 faces. But Lortel turned back and smiled. Lortel spoke cheerfully. Under the moon's crescent in that mystical night, it cast a greenish-blue light. She beamed a bright, genuinely happy smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. He wondered, could she really show such an expression? Scene change. Since it was the holiday, of course there were no classes or scholarship duties. One morning, the sun's rays fell warmly. The light brightened the whole forest, trees covered in snow but leafless. The log roof was also thickly blanketed in snow. Ed Roth-Taylor murmured, it's been ages since I planned a leisurely nap, but I woke early out of habit. He closed his eyes, clenched his hands, raised them over his head, and stretched. He raised a hand and ordered Lucy, start the fire for me. She trailed after him, still half asleep with her eyes closed. The fire was lit brilliantly. Sunlight fell alongside the fierce flames. He kept musing over last night. Even though he'd talked at length with Lortel, one matter wouldn't leave his mind. Thinking back to last night, when he and Lortel were holding their cups and chatting. Senior, you do have a younger sibling, right? As a senior, you're like this and that, so you're rather annoyed. Is she truly considered an enemy of the family, or is it just a mild brother-sister grudge? She recalled leaning in and placing her hand on Tanya Roth-Taylor's shoulder from behind like a giant snake. Lortel said, to be honest, she's cute, so I introduced her to everyone. A sly smile from Zix appeared, followed by the scene of Tanya Roth-Taylor waving to Janica and Mug. She continued, she said she's been going around all day and maybe we'll be back by dawn tomorrow. Suddenly a pair of tall boots appeared. Lortel told him she would go to the senior and say a word. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, she's here already? Tanya approached with an air of poise and sharp eyes, servants following behind. Ed Roth-Taylor continued thinking, the true sister of the body I inhabit is a total mystery. I have no idea what relationship she maintains with me. Tanya had purple eyes and long curly hair, with a purple bow pinned at the back. She really looked adorable. He thought that however worried he might be, he still didn't truly know her. Ed Rothtailor sat with one hand on his thigh and the other on Lucy's head. He turned and saw Tanya standing near him holding some kind of box with servants behind her. He thought inwardly, there's nothing I can do. The fire crackled as Ed Rothtailor kept that posture and listened to Tanya say, "Oh, long time no see, brother. Since it's been a while, I conveniently brought something for you." He glanced at her with a speculative look. Feeling tense or embarrassed, Tanya turned her face slightly to the side, her gaze following that direction. A few beads of sweat dotted her face. She looked terrified. He thought, she seems scared of something, but at least she's not harboring hatred. So that's it. Ed Rothtailor widened his eyes. Still, during the time I lived in the manor, the family life has been reasonably wholesome. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor sprang up, raising a hand to cover his face, which made Tanya start. He muttered, "Sorry for judging too quickly." Tanya stared with worry and fear, biting her lip. She thought of Ed Rothtailor. Suddenly the plate of beefsteak fell, food in shards flying everywhere, and a loud voice cried, "How dare you bring this kind of food to the next head of the Rothtailor family?" The voice continued, "Tanya." Little Tanya calmly sat eating in silence. The voice went on, "No matter what, you endured the scorn. Your patience is truly remarkable." Ed Rothtailor originally sat in the chair with an unfriendly smile, black mist spilling from him. His face spread into a delighted grin as he continued speaking, quite talented in subtlety and manners. At his feet lay the head of a terrified maid with a plate of meat beside. Suddenly he stamped hard on the maid's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Ugh, ugh! Tanya's hand, which was holding her food, trembled. She suddenly shut her eyes and screamed, "Please stop." The room fell silent. Tanya stood up straight and placed both hands on the table. Ed Rothtailor, still stamping on the maid's head, turned to look at her. Ed Rothtailor asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Hearing that, her fears surged, her face full of terror. He asked again, "Could it be you feel attachment or pity for those who are nothing more than tools?" He said, "So you're still not fit to be nobility, then?" He revealed a grotesque smile, his pupils glowing, his body wreathed in dark smoke bristling with malice. Ed Rothtailor berente Tanya. Back in the present, after receiving the box Tanya brought, he smiled and said thank you. He opened the box. Inside was what looked like a pin set with a sparkling gem. Ed Rothtailor said, "I'll use it carefully. I'll wear it to school next term." To be serious, he's been expelled now, and not really her brother who cares so much for him. So he had to thank her. Tanya, sweating, stepped forward and raised her hand. About that, he turned away and instructed her, "Don't just stand there, sit by the fire and wait a bit. Not many herbs left, are there? Oh, don't be stingy." Ed Rothtailor slammed the door. Tanya turned toward the fire and saw Lucy in a nightgown, sitting listlessly. She said, "This girl, don't fuss over her, go back to your seat, don't just stand there." He carried 2 cups of hot milk over Tanya. She was sitting on a log by the fire, servants behind her. Ed Rothtailor said, "From what I've heard, you came to observe the bachelors. Have you met everyone?" She sat shyly, head bowed. "Ah, yes, I've heard a lot about you." "You're wondering about me?" Ed Rothtailor seriously pondered. He didn't have many acquaintances, so maybe Zix or Janica? At the mention of Janica's name, Tanya and the 2 servants behind her flinched in fear, faces paling, sweat beading, unable to move. Ed Rothtailor smiled. "Oh, you've met her? She's gentle, right? Of the people I know, she's the kindest and most good-hearted." Tanya clenched her teeth, displeased but still nodded. Yes, yes, very gentle, truly sincere. A genuinely kind person," she went on. "Moreover, very powerful, the high-grade fire spirit, a kind of salamander." She recalled the moment a giant, blazing salamander erupted into flames. Beneath the salamander stood Janica, holding a staff and looking majestic. Several servants were being swept up by a whirlwind of fire. She called out and tossed the servants like toys, saying she wouldn't be merciful if they didn't answer properly. Then Tanya hurried to clarify, "No, that's not it. She was also very kind and encouraging, telling me to persevere at school." Tanya spoke, trembling, while the two servants behind her were also frightened. Ed Roth-Taylor asked worriedly, "Did you summon a high-grade spirit?" Tanya panicked and explained, "No, I didn't summon anything. Really, I didn't. This is a story I made up in my imagination. The high-grade spirit appearing like that is just a rumor. I invented it to make it seem otherwise." Ed Roth-Taylor lowered his head, still holding the two steaming cups, lost in thought. Indeed, something was strange. Tanya, as I recall, wasn't the kind of girl to puff up like this. Sure enough, everyone who had met Ed Roth-Taylor seemed hostile toward me. Suddenly, he spoke to Tanya. She quickly replied, her face still flushed with fear. He continued, "Because now I'm trying to live as best I can. Don't judge me so harshly. Consider that karma and being expelled are just my lot." And Ed Roth-Taylor handed the cup to Tanya. She took it with both hands. He added, "My time living at the manor was rather miserable, right? There must be many things I can't mention now. But thank you." Ed Roth-Taylor smiled at her. As he gave her the drink, he said, "I heard you want to become student council president. I support your goal. I may not be able to help much, but I do know you always work hard. Keep it up." He glanced elsewhere, thinking to himself, "Even though I say that Tanya can't become president, because Tanya is the villain role who exists to flatter Fenia." Tanya held the hot cup, face still full of fear. He thought further. "Besides, she's the first blood relative I met, so however it goes, I feel a certain attachment." Tanya grew more and more anxious. Her pupils became like whirlpools. She broke out in cold sweat. Ed Roth-Taylor thought, after seeing this expression, "I really have no idea how our relationship will develop." But one fine morning, gentle sunlight, clear skies, at a luxurious building there was a flurry of coughing. Briefly, it seemed peace might return. Tanya closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, thinking, "I know the true nature of that trash, even if it's like that." But Tanya continued, "There are things I might learn in the moment I nearly burned to death while bad-mouthing that person." She remembered the scene of the blazing salamander, with Janica raging like a firestorm below. She thought the fury was sincere. Janica's red, blazing gaze seemed to whirl into a vortex and shed tears. Tanya thought Senior Janica truly trusted and followed that person, but it was a strange affair. At the top stood Fenia, Lortel in the middle, and Janica at the bottom. Each carried their own distinct powers. Sylvania is full of gifted people, and the image of Lucy holding a staff with magic forming in her hand. Behind her, a vast magical circle blazing blue suddenly appeared in Tanya's mind. Indeed, even the overall top graduate Lucy Merrill, a rare prodigy of a mage. Tanya thought on. In a place teeming with people like that, as she pushed the door, she mused that no matter how well Ed Roth-Taylor acted, his true nature would inevitably be exposed. At her side, the silhouette of a girl standing appeared. It was Lucy, bowing at the doorway. Tanya froze when she realized who stood next to her. Tanya glanced over, thinking to herself, "Is she in the next room?" The two locked eyes. She thought that even in Awfulest Hall, the best dorm, there would naturally be shabby, unrefined people, so nowhere could be perfectly flawless. Lucy asked aloud, "Is that you?" Tanya sighed softly and murmured that Ed Roth-Taylor was just lucky, nothing more. Then a pair of feet in shoes rose on a tiptoe. Lucy placed a hand on Tanya's bowed shoulder and said in a serious tone, "If anything's troubling you, tell me." After saying that, she left, leaving Tanya standing there bewildered and unsure what had happened. Tanya's gaze sharpened, sweat beading on her face. In Awfulest Hall, only top graduates used nameplates of golden yellow. Tanya turned to look at the neighboring room with that golden nameplate. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. Tanya panicked at the thought of that person. Tanya stood motionless, staring at the nameplate in fear, mouth agape. She asked herself, could it really be Lucy Merrill, the extraordinarily gifted mage? Tanya blurted out, "I don't know anything. The entire dorm roof is dusted with snow under the blue sky." She meant that Tanya would need some time to adapt to Sylvania. It wasn't her fault. "Please introduce me to a nice guy." A voice echoed in the rose garden. Anise slammed her hand on the table, urgently beseeching Belle Maya. If possible, someone handsome, tall, and talented. Belmaya had worked at the Awfulest Tower so long she surely knew many such men. Belmaya replied a little awkwardly that she wasn't the type to be lax about matchmaking. Then she asked Anise, "Have you had any experience with romance before?" The mood suddenly grew tense. Anise lowered her head without answering. Belmaya awkwardly continued, "Sorry for being blunt. I mean no offense. I always thought you were too busy and capable to be interested in romance." Belmaya added, "Like that Ed Roththaler, the third-year reserve student, he and you have a lot in common, now that I think about it." At the mention of Ed Roththaler's name, Anise, who had been silent, suddenly showed a reaction, as if she'd realized something. Belmaya asked, "Really?" Before she finished, Anise interrupted, "Belmaya, you're perceptive." "Indeed, just as you thought." Anise's cheeks had inexplicably flushed. She added, "Because of many ugly rumors I met him to confirm things. Actually, we have a lot in common and talk well together. He's a bit heavy in demeanor, but rather interesting." Belmaya, surprised, sought confirmation. "So you've chosen Ed Roththaler after all?" Anise candidly admitted it. "I find him somewhat attractive." "That's also a rare good news." Anise pushed a stack of dossiers of many men across to Belmaya and said, "If one man can make me feel attracted, then Janica has truly found a suitable partner. In the end, as long as I sort out my feelings quickly, there'll be no problem." Sensing Anise's unease, Belmaya called her name soothingly. Meanwhile, Anise kept talking to comfort herself. If it were a malignant tumor, it was fortunate it had been found early. Looking over the many men's profiles on the table, Anise said, "It's not just a single man. We just need to find another and publicly let them know we're a couple." Cutting Anise off, Belmaya asked, "Has Janica realized Anise's feelings?" Anise's face drained of color. Before she could answer, Belmaya continued, "If you say you're looking for a replacement because of that, it's really unfair." Belmaya straightened the files on the table as she spoke. Even though it's Anise, she's never been so lacking in concern for others to this extent. "Anyway, your heart already belongs elsewhere. You plan to end things by finding a new lover." Anise recalled the old scene with some guilt as she told it. In fact, yesterday while passing by the professor's building, Anisha hat met Janica. She couldn't greet her. The atmosphere between them was awkward. Janica looked sad. Anise added, trembling, that next week, when the placement exams take place, she'll have to invigilate with Ed Roththaler. She doesn't know how to face Janica. She feels guilty toward her. Contrary to Anise's worries, Belmaya calmly suggested that things might not be as serious as she thinks. On the contrary, it might have a positive outcome. Anise's expression shifted to surprise. "What?" Belmaya explained that Janica is always kind and sincere to everyone, and her two friends always protect Janica, so she won't get hurt. Then Belmaya stood up quietly, moved closer to Anise and hinted, "But isn't Janica's problem that she's always perfect to everyone? Sometimes that kind treatment isn't always good." Putting a hand on Anise's shoulder and pressing her forehead playfully against hers, Belmaya admitted she'd been puzzled by Anise's attitude today. That she shared this with her shows she trusts her. "That makes me grateful," Belmaya continued, saying imperfect traits can create their own charm. Seeing Anise a little embarrassed, Belmaya suggested, "Could that be a protective instinct?" Anise imagined Janica's close friend Clara coaching her. "He seems to have a knack with girls, so we need a quick plan. For example, instead of a complicated romance game, stimulate his protective instinct." In that moment, Anise felt her mind clear. Thanks to Belmaya's encouragement, she needn't feel guilty. Things began to make sense. A knot in Anise's heart loosened, and she suddenly thought of Janica. Anise smiled through tears. Scene shift. Janica sits where she goes whenever her heart is troubled and tired. Under the quiet night sky, the flickering firelight glows. Ed Roththaler approached and asked Janica, "What's up? Since when did you come here?" Janica remained silent, unwilling to answer. Seeing Janica not reply, he continued, "We should gradually prepare materials to build a storehouse, expand the barn, and have more space for the parlor. Quickly, looking at the winter schedule, we must hurry up." Ed Roththaler babbled on regardless, while Janica kept her head bowed in silence. Ed Roththaler looked slightly puzzled, then poured a cup of water and handed it to her. Janica took the warm cup in one hand, but continued to keep her head lowered and said nothing. Standing there with the cloak in his hand, Ed Rothtailor looked up at the sky and said, "It's snowing again. The snow's piled up quite a bit. It seems you appear here every 2 days, don't you?" Ed Rothtailor sat down beside her and gently told Janica, "If anything's bothering you, just say it." After a few seconds of silence, Janica finally spoke. "Sorry, I can't say." Thinking she would be irritated by her own reticence, Janica was instead surprised by him. Ed Rothtailor gently draped his coat over her and tenderly adjusted the lapel. He thought quietly that although he sometimes forgets, Janica is also going through a very hard life at the academy, squeezed into a corner like a little leech, hard to ignore. He looked at her, not knowing when her face had become flushed. Ed Rothtailor gazed at Janica with affection, ignoring the cold that surrounded them both. Janica relaxed, resting her head against Ed Rothtailor's shoulder, and fell asleep. Winter continued on. With only a thin blanket and a small fire, it was hard to fend off the cold. Still, spring was slowly coming. Winter persisted, too cold to withstand with just a blanket and a tiny flame. But even so, spring was drawing nearer. The two of them thus spent the freezing winter night together. Amid the peaceful Rothtailor manor, Tanya stood thinking about her father. The master of the palace was often away on business, yet the Rothtailor villa remained calm. But after the death of the eldest daughter, Arwen Rothtailor, the heir of the Rothtailor family, a new heir rose to power and everything changed. What kind of person was Ed Rothtailor? They say to learn a person's nature, give them power. With just a taste of the heir's authority, he strutted around as if the whole world belonged to him. Tanya looked at him with contempt, a pathetic scoundrel. He sprang up like a madman, overturning tables and chairs, shouting, "If you look at things with those eyes, what do you think you can do? Will you kill me?" He went on, half joking, "Exactly, Arwen is dead. So isn't that a good thing? If I die too, you'll become the heir." As he spoke, he forced Tanya to take a knife and pointed it at himself. Tanya screamed in panic, "What are you doing?" But he didn't stop. Like a beast losing control, he shouted, drove forward, stabbed and stabbed. Harder, faster, deeper. His savage laughter followed. Tanya, powerless, struggled, dropped the knife, and sat on the ground, trembling with fear. She could only stare in terror as he rampaged. That was her daily life then. In a moment, his breath grew weak, and once again Tanya was pinned under that gaze. I have been weighed down by that look for half my life, even though he never struck me, related by blood, but in a situation where the family and household couldn't be saved, I lived helplessly alongside someone who was alive yet felt dead. The opportunity came. That person was expelled. All that remained was to prove herself. Tanya was excited. The only chance was the upcoming student council presidential election. The first step was the placement exam. The night before the election, she stayed up all night. On the placement exam day, for freshmen, Anise trudged forward with a heavy backpack and a bulging bag in hand. She glanced back at Ed Rothtailor behind her and shouted, "Don't come near me. Scent, gaze, bearing, whatever it is, I'm not compatible with you. Stay away." Ed Rothtailor wasn't offended. He only thought privately that Anise was decisive. There must be a reason. At that moment, Claire appeared and called out, "I think I've covered the important points. Now, let's go and prepare for the exam." Everyone moved forward through the biting snow. Claire led, saying, "Unlike the Northern Forest exam last time, this placement test will take place on Mount Oron. Because Professor Glass is absent, Professor Claire will oversee the test, and there will be quite a few changes compared to the previous exam. Students must search for a hidden magic gem on the mountain. It's not that the gem is hard to find, but that the magic stone is obvious. Moreover, this magic stone isn't well concealed, and there's no score differentiation. Whoever finds the magic stone and places it on the altar will have a chance to enter Class A." Claire announced this with a mysterious smile and a warning. "It sounds easy, but like teacher, like students. How well must you perform to get into Class A? Do you think Class A is a joke? You must defeat countless monsters and wild beasts. Only freshmen who survive can enter Class A. The difficulty is absurd. It's a survival on Mount Oron, nicknamed Hell. In the end, among this year's freshmen at Sylvania Academy, no one would make it into Class A. Thinking of that unfavorable scenario, Ed Rothtaylor sighed softly, understanding that, of course, all of this was already part of the script. No one getting into class, it would tie into later events, so it must remain unchanged. So Ed Rothtaylor offered no suggestions, especially regarding difficulty, to Assistant Professor Claire. They'll probably have to write a report later, but even if it's called a hellish survival, at least no freshman should be injured or killed. From now on, freshmen will have to fight the monsters and the illusions generated by the reflection discs. The freshman's job is simply to set them up and ensure safety. The dark yellow illusion discs are the most important. As far as Ed Rothtaylor knew, that's why no one made Class A. Anise was carrying the rare grade introductory yellow discs. They summon illusory monsters, high-level humanoids, and the discs are very heavy. Ed Rothtaylor watched Anise and silently admired that she carefully handled all the important things herself. Commendable, yet stubborn. Seeing Anise struggle with the disc, Onyx offered, "If you're tired, hand a few over. We're falling behind." Anise quickly replied, "Oh, thanks, Onyx. These discs are really too heavy anyway." Seeing Anise agree to let others help, Ed Rothtaylor reached out to lend a hand as well. She was so exhausted she didn't notice him approaching, but Anise screamed in alarm and spun away from Ed Rothtaylor as if warding off a ghost. Startled, Anise lost her balance. Her feet slipped and she fell backward. Ed Rothtaylor hurriedly spread his arms to catch her back, his other hand on her shoulder to keep her from falling, gently saying, "Careful." But Anise's bag slipped from her hand. Ed Rothtaylor flinched and cried out, "Danger!" The discs inside tumbled down the cliff. At that moment, a hand caught a disc, and the precious purple discs were retrieved one by that person. Holding the disc, Clebius worriedly exclaimed, "If it's damaged, what are we going to do?" This semester was almost ruined again. Everything up to now was scripted. Ed Rothtaylor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking things were fine. No wonder he's the top student. But the discs had already begun to crack. Joy seldom lasts. At that moment, the disc in Clebius's hand shattered into pieces and fell. The three of them stood motionless in shock, no one able to react. Clebius hesitantly asked, "What do we do now?" Ed Rothtaylor's face did not change. He released both hands that had been supporting Anise, letting her fall backward. He thought, there's no way this could be such a coincidence. Looking back, during last year's cooperative combat practice, Taylor McClure, the underrated hero, wielding a sword for the first time, had a fierce battle with the witch Lucy. The moment she lost concentration, Taylor McClure seized the chance to strike in the final round and ended up defeating Lucy. Although victorious, it horrified everyone because the script had been bent, and above all, that led to Janika's early outburst. Time passed, and this year the cooperative combat practice was again an important event, attracting many students to cheer. The difference from last year was that this year's students were talented challengers against the established protagonists who had already accumulated reputations. The two sides were roughly evenly matched. Once the match began, the freshmen erupted, unhesitant to use any trick to blur the concept of real combat. However, no matter how strong they were, Taylor McClure gripped his wooden sword with both hands, displaying formidable vigor, sending opponents step by step to the other world with just a few slashes. No one could escape. All were stopped by Taylor McClure alone. Even so, Taylor McClure showed no bragging. His expression was calm. Having grown stronger over the year, his improvement was plain to everyone. Of course, some looked at him oddly. The hidden Saintess Clarice in the crowd watched Taylor McClure, and those seeing his growth was moving. Speaking of this Saintess, the connection between the Saintess, one of the 4 female leads, and Taylor McClure was crucial in the battle to defeat Lucy in Act 3, and afterward her strength remained essential. In principle, a battle between angels and witches had taken place, and the Saintess is an extremely important figure, requiring this event to unfold exactly as scripted. But first, to make that happen, the elite freshmen must erupt as planned. The reason the freshmen exploded was actually because something had occurred. No one in the placement exam became a Class A student. The reason they couldn't get into Class A was Assistant Professor Claire's enthusiasm. Right now, The item shattered into pieces and placed on the wooden stand were those golden glowing discs used during the exam. The three of them stared at the object in horror. Onyx exclaimed, "What a headache!" Claire looked a bit sad. Her thought process seemed disordered. Perhaps she'd need someone to repair them. Clebius was stunned. "We really worked hard for this. And it's this?" Anise wore a sorrowful, dejected expression. She frowned and said, "Sorry, I should have been more alert." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Sitting here won't fix broken magical items on their own. If this continues, some students will get into class. There will be many, so this must be dealt with." Ed Rothtailor pondered. Thinking alone wouldn't necessarily solve. Everyone was quite surprised by his words. Clebius suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. But Ed Rothtailor stepped forward and said something that left Clebius frozen. "What did you say, Clebius?" Scene shifts to the starting point of the placement exam at the East Mountain Gate. Once everyone finished feeling their way, they had arrived in the learning land of Symbenia. At this moment, there stood a graceful young woman. If you asked Sylvania, she would say this was meeting classmates from noble families. A few students bowed around her. Whether princess or chancellor, all were Sylvania students and wore the same uniform without rank distinction. But if there was an exception to that unspoken rule, it was a young woman with white hair wearing a butterfly-shaped hairpin, symbol of the million-strong Telos believers. And that person was none other than the Saintess Clarice, who thanked them but didn't require all the formal rituals. Everyone heard but dared not raise their heads. If you insisted on following every ritual, school life would be difficult, so she asked to simplify the ceremonies a bit. Another voice called out, "It's an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice." A blonde girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I am the heir of the Rothtailor family, Tanya Rothtailor." Clarice seemed to recognize the name. "If it's the Rothtailor house," Clarice cheerfully said. "Housemaster Crapin Rothtailor received baptism from me. I was young then, so I don't remember much." Tanya calmly replied, "But I think that's an honor." She lifted her chin. "When I grow up, I will come to receive baptism again." Clarice nodded. "I will be waiting, Miss Tanya." Tanya stared intently at her. The main event today was surely. Suddenly a bright object rose from behind the mountain, then burst into brilliant, firework-like shapes. Quite the spectacle. Rapid footsteps raced to the combat department to gather the magic department students at the East Mountain Gate. The metallurgy department was in the Obel House basement. Each department had different gathering points and exam content, but the goal was the same, to get into Class A. Many students surged toward the gate. One notable perk was full tuition waivers for those eligible residents of House Ophilis, plus free use of student welfare facilities. That was the great honor of Class A. A red-haired student held a stone. "Okay, found the magic stone, what now? If I place it on the altar faster than others, I'll get into class, right?" But someone else lunged forward quickly. "If you tremble in all this noise." Of course this guy didn't want that. "Damn you, Yosef, stop right there. Everyone wants to glimpse that pinnacle." Tanya also had a red stone in her hand, too many of them. Right now she stood under a tree. Surely offering at the altar wasn't the only way to distinguish skill. If you exhaust your strength, be careful and proceed slowly and steadily. Suddenly a shout rang out, where she inexplicably tumbled forward from who knows where. Tanya realized, "You're laughing. Did you slip? Are you hurt in the leg? If so, I'll call staff to help." But the female student replied, "No, it's not that." Then she jumped up. "I just want to try walking barefoot on the snow." "It's so cold." Tanya was startled. "Just like that, here now." The short-haired girl continued, "What's wrong with that? Is it abnormal? It's one of the things I wanted to do. I just imagined it. It's softer than I thought." But Tanya had a feeling. Those red eyes and that attitude. Starting the exam and already banging your head. How pitiable. She turned away with a sigh. "I'm Tanya, the second daughter of the Rothtailor family. It seems we're classmates." The short-haired student was excited. "Rothtailor, I've heard your family are all splendid people, matching their noble status." Suddenly Tanya interjected. "Not all of them," she said coldly. "Even if a family maintains influence for generations, there will still be rotten or foolish members who show up." Saying that, she remembered Ed Rothtailor, His image from the camp seemed to suggest he had reformed his ways. To this day, she still couldn't be sure of Ed Rothtailor's true nature, but the fear impressed upon her back then hadn't faded. The short-haired girl disagreed. If you're from the Rothtailor family, and I'm from a border region, I should observe formalities. At least that's my point. But Tanya doesn't need that. Never mind. This is Sylvania, after all. The short-haired girl paused, then grinned slyly. Sylvania, right? She stepped closer as she spoke. I am Kaidi. I come from a small city in the eastern Terranay Duchy. I don't know much about this world. If I do anything odd, I apologize in advance. I'm not used to places like this. Tanya felt a bit shy. Since we're classmates, I'll speak freely, okay? Hurry up, this is an exam. Kylie's voice. All right, okay, we're being tested. Kylie laughed like a fool. I'm not obsessed with high scores. Even if we both get into class, it'll just attract attention. Tanya was annoyed, but said nothing. Any reply would. Suddenly she grabbed Tanya's hand, saying instead, I don't care much about this exam. Then she pulled Tanya along. I'll help you with the test, so our relationship will become special and close. Right? Kylie beamed. This is the first time I've had a friend my own age. Tanya panicked and shouted, Careful. Only with me can you be this relaxed. If you get too familiar with people like princesses or saintesses, you'll be in big trouble. Then the two walked into the forest. Really? Well, whatever. Hurry up, come on. Time had passed. 30 minutes since the exam started. The red-haired youth looked dazed. I'm in the lead. Just a bit more and I'll reach the summit. No matter how good Yosef is, my stamina is superior. As he said this, he panted heavily. Running flat out was clearly exhausting to the point of dying, and he didn't know someone was approaching. Clebius screamed like a fiend and charged. Seeing the youth passed out on the kumquat branch, Clebius complained. Damn, that's scary. Why jump out so suddenly like that? His grip trembled. It was a bit cowardly, unworthy of a senior's role, but Clebius's face flushed from the falling snow as he looked at his clenched hand. As he said it, he actually managed to do it. Remembering when Ed Rothtailor slung an arm over his shoulder made Clebius panic. Why only me? Ed Rothtailor looked at Clebius and reminded him it wasn't just him doing the work. A loud explosion occurred in the forest. Elsewhere, members following Ed Rothtailor's instructions, Clebius and Anise, would block freshmen from ascending to the altar from the mountainside. If a freshman could get past us, they'd qualify for Class A. Anise thought it over and decided it was all her fault up to this point, so she'd do her best. Other teammates, including Onyx, an expert in flying magic, would handle security. Even Claire had work to do. The report on changes to the exam content would be written as soon as he came down. If he didn't sleep, he could finish it before the exam ended, right? Claire, though reluctant, agreed for everyone's sake. If he doesn't sleep, Ed Rothtailor summarized tasks for all members. The professor will file the report. Onyx handles security. Clebius is at the south gate, Anise at the north gate. Anise then spoke up. What about Ed Rothtailor? Ed Rothtailor looked around and said, I'll stay here. He ultimately chose to remain because he needed to protect the altar. Claire was a bit worried. Ed Rothtailor, can't sense your mana now, are you okay? Ed Rothtailor replied calmly. I've had time to think about a few things. Around them, a series of explosions occurred in quick succession along with piercing screams. The system displayed a notification. Rare Phantasm Disc, a magical item capable of creating images of powerful enemies using the creator's mana. Crafting difficulty, 3.5 stars. This is a damaged magical tool that cannot perform fully. He held the Phantasm Disc in his hand. Rare Phantasm Discs are hard to fully repair. Ed Rothtailor knew, while he still hadn't recovered his mana. Mana Stone, this was an expensive item containing a lot of mana. But what was used in this exam was a costly magic stone. True to Sylvania's style, Ed Rothtailor threw the stone to the ground, creating a seal and an alternate altar. When you offer a mana-containing object, it draws out mana and uses it temporarily. Using this altar, though it takes a bit of time, I can continuously recharge mana. Immediately, a strange dragon appeared on Ed Rothtailor's shoulder, one he hadn't seen in a long time, though he still hadn't heard clearly what it said. Timing calibrated. Anise and Clebius will buy me time. A strong aura radiated outward. The goal was to let no one pass. He closed his eyes and savored the feeling. A hopeful anticipation for the future. Come on then. On the ground, a line of freshmen, many with wounds, were fleeing. Tanya and Kylie trembled and stood at the back. Yes, I'm a bit tired too. I really don't feel well. In front stood Clebius, radiating lethal intent. Finish this quickly. Before anyone could react, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Clebius turned to look. Wasn't that the North Gate, Anise Sr.'s magic? Tanya seized the chance to drag Kylie away to safety. Now's the time to run, over there. Elsewhere, a fierce battle was raging. Anise, the head teaching assistant, was a talent and an expert in practicals and academics. But in combat magic, she was only a bit above average for her year. Everyone assumed a first year couldn't possibly stand up to her. All right, move on through. But one day that assumption proved wrong. The freshman displayed a completely different caliber, Yosef Whitefeltz. Speaking of this new freshman, Yosef had secured a researcher post at the Mana Association at a very young age and could freely use mid-tier spells. In short, a genius. And Yosef was the top candidate for the teaching assistant role. Yosef reassured her, no need to be that angry. He surely had a special area of expertise. It just wasn't suited to combat. Anise clutched her wounded body. You're mistaken. Even if I'm upset, it's not the kind of anger you think. So, just hurry up and go up. Yosef immediately ran toward the woods. Yes, Anise, trembling and clutching her body, put on a flawless act with no openings. She replayed her actions and regretted damaging the magical device, which made things harder and accidentally let others steer the situation, never getting angry to steer the conversation positive. Anise was resentful, yet she had been bested by a freshman and couldn't stop the northern approach, the weight of failure and frustration pressing on her. Thinking of it brought tears. What made her angrier was herself, because the first face that came to mind was Ed Roth-Taylor, the reliable face who would fix this situation by any means necessary. On Ed Roth-Taylor's side, my first guest has arrived. Ed Roth-Taylor sat by the altar and said, You know the exam rules, right? You just need to offer the mana stone you brought to the altar, but of course I won't stand idly by. Yosef calmly circled behind. This testing method is truly odd. Then he asked, If I subdue you and successfully offer the mana stone, who will the students behind me fight? Ed Roth-Taylor answered calmly, That's not for you to worry about. Yosef formed a blue orb in his hand. He didn't seem very experienced in magic duels. When his mana ran out and he couldn't sustain the flame, he wouldn't be able to block my attack. Thinking to himself, wizard battles are truly complex, when suddenly someone called Yosef Whitefelt's name. Yosef paid it no mind. Indeed, a contingency plan must have been prepared. Frankly, I'm not that interested either. I'm just using the time to gauge the situation around me. He glanced at the shattered item in the distance. The phantasm disc with a different coloration, likely an improved model requiring caution. Then he looked back at Ed Roth-Taylor. This person is from the magic department, but doesn't radiate much mana. Moreover, there were traces of a mana stone having been used. After assessing, Yosef concluded that using a mana stone against a first opponent like me indicated his total mana was very low. Disappointing, Sylvania. I thought I'd learned something. As he thought this, he clenched his fist and a flame flared up. Maybe I should think about the sandwich I'll eat after this comes down. Immediately, a great flame burst from Yosef's hand. That last strike with a mid-tier spell, 1-point burst. No huge destructive power, but if you don't know it, you can easily be hit by this mid-tier magic. Yosef was very confident. If you can't dodge once you see the direction of his hand, there's no way to deal with it. He had underestimated his opponent. Could he really dodge it? It seemed the other had considerable combat experience. Ed Roth-Taylor gathered a fireball in his hand, judging by the mana flow. This is a fire flame spell. In terms of tier, it's either ignition or radiant heat. He then hurled the fireball. Radiant heat would spray flames in a circle, but judging by the mana depletion level, it was ignition. Instantly, the flame rebounded against Yosef. Yosef's eyes widened in terror. The scale of the fire was larger than I expected. He'd clearly trained his basic spells rigorously. He might even be able to cast mid-tier magic. The blaze was enormous, roaring like a fire dragon. A protective barrier formed, but what a waste. Yosef stood inside. Even if his fire reached high intensity, it couldn't penetrate my defense. Between the two of us, wizard duels are often decided by differences in total mana. If mana consumption is similar, the one with a larger total mana wins me. Edroth Taylor appeared like a fire demon from nowhere. Magical defenses can block mana, but they can't stop physical force. Before Yosef could even react, he took a hit. That strike hit him square in the face. Did he really think? Edroth Taylor stared at his opponent. Just because you're a wizard doesn't mean you only face wizards, right? Yosef clutched his swollen cheek. How could he escape the flames? How? Yosef immediately recovered his composure and formed another power orb. I won't be careless again. Senior, mid-tier spell, Frostbind. The method he used is basic ignition magic. And it's fire? You're countering my Frostbind with that? Planning to use steam to block vision and replay the old trick? Edroth Taylor calmly brought his hands together, trying to gather as much power as possible. But I can manipulate other elements too. What followed was a fierce skirmish, basic radiant heat magic. Edroth Taylor moved like a concealed magical shape. He used successive fire affinity elements, greatly boosting temporary immunity to flames. Thus he could walk through the flames easily and strike the opponent. Immune to fire, huh? Yosef quickly switched to physical defense to guard against physical attacks. He clenched his teeth and frowned. Damn, where did you pull that thing from? But in casting speed, I'm still faster. Yosef opened his eyes wide to look. Luckily, he had just managed to form a protective membrane. Otherwise, he'd have taken a sword stroke. A sword pierced the white membrane at the right moment, but not enough to get inside. The elemental spirit's magic was fierce. Not stopping there, consecutive large explosions sent Yosef's body flying high. Then he skidded along the ground. He only stopped when his body slammed into the stone wall. Yosef tried to sit up. Don't lose focus, think. You're not faster than me in basic spellcast. Only later did Yosef realize it was a real elemental spirit, not a ritual spell, an actual spirit. Recalling Edroth Taylor's recent actions, passing through my flames with his bare body. If that was a fire spirit's boon, it fully explained how he could conceal the spirit's form within the fire. Yosef sighed. Elemental spirit magic and unused arcane devices really had made Yosef question who he even was. Yosef let his hand drop and let the stone fall to the ground in surrender. I've lost. The stone rolled to Edroth Taylor's feet. Seizing the moment Edroth Taylor was distracted, Yosef planned a sneaky strike. Right now, a surge of energy activated. A mid-tier Iceland spell. It seemed Edroth Taylor would be hurt, but he effortlessly dodged. Seeing things going wrong, Yosef stepped forward and raised a fist. And so Edroth Taylor took a punch. Still, Edroth Taylor remained handsome. A lifetime of studying magic. Yet Yosef's punch barely fazed him. Then, where did that powerful gust of wind come from? It turned Yosef pale. How could this be? Could it be? Instantly, a silhouette of a giant wind beast appeared. When hit by a surprise attack, it would blow enemies away with gusts. As predicted, Yosef was swept up and flung away. The force was so strong it carved a long furrow in the ground. Yosef was left dazed, blackened like charcoal, but he retained a bit of consciousness. Really, with that he collapsed to the ground. I lost. Edroth Taylor tightened his sword. You did well. The final outcome was brilliant, an excellent decision. And you fooled me. Yosef's weak voice echoed. Senior, what is your name? Edroth Taylor calmly walked over and sat at the altar. Yosef tried to open his eyes to look, and he spoke like a god. Edroth Taylor. Another member came to carry Yosef away. Please guide him, Senior Onyx. Elsewhere, a carriage rolled down the road. Why on earth did Zix come to the magic department? Inside the carriage, a young man munched a pastry. Why the sudden move? The companion replied. If he'd gone to the combat or smithing departments, he'd already be a TA. I feel awkward you gave up so many perks for me. But he didn't care. I don't value the TA position that much. Then maybe he could go to smithing, but even in combat, he couldn't become a TA. Because he knew the current second-year head of the combat department was the very person who was getting knocked out in a cloud of smoke, Clebius Nortondale. It was him. Clebius tried to open his eyes. What has happened? Two figures hurried over. Are you okay? Was the holy magic too strong? Why aren't your bones broken? Let me handle it so you can continue the exam. A twist turned tide. Someone kept shaking Clebius. You okay? Wake up. How can one resist that? The sky had turned to afternoon. 20 minutes remained until the exam ended. Tanya stood before her, guarding her teammates. He is. She looked at the figure before her and said, my final opponent. I won't say much. Ed Roth-Taylor's anger gradually faded. He had once been the target of hatred. None other than that person was her final opponent. Ed Roth-Taylor declared, give up. A voice rang out. The Saintess Clarice, who often dreamt two dreams, slowly opened her eyes. A kindly-faced priest said, nobility comes from steadfast faith, unshakable through one's life. And then he continued, one must become as pure as a blank sheet. Clarice, upon hearing this, closed her eyes and folded her hands at her chest in a focused pose. Her daytime dream was the one given by Archbishop Verdio in another dream. Clarice, half asleep with her eyes closed, heard it. She'd rather die in a mud puddle than live like a pristine blank sheet of paper. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Clarice leaned against the wall, staring at the girl holding the lute, and said, the pure holiness people worship, towering spires you boast of are just sandcastles before the gray boulders of the Ramelin Range. As she spoke, a scene unfolded. Golden, heavy ripe rice fields so peaceful they felt uncanny. Black marshes shrouded in deep blue mist, the golden reed fields of the Clolan Order. The lush green pastures of the Pulin grazing lands. Opalescent smoke above the alchemist territories. The blazing red roofs of Oldex Merchant City. The verdant knowledge of Sylvania's arcane lands, stretching past the brown-gold sea of the Drestia Desert all the way to the purple-dark, lawless region of Kohel. The girl's fingers plucked the lute, producing a pure, white tone note. She was a girl with an off-center braid, smiling gently as she continued to play, a tiny piece in a colorful romantic tableau. She was Adele, the torchbearer of the church. After leaving the church, she called herself a romantic. Somehow she moved between buildings. A picture appeared of two young women chatting happily. By night, when the world slept, the girls sang by Clarice's window. The dreams she had at night were of the outside world whispered about by her only friend while gazing at the stars. Adele's gentle, beautiful face emerged. A pale crescent moon shone bright amid the starry night. Did she know the truth, that nobility could exist in ordinary life, in ordinary studies with ordinary friends, and that ordinary could indeed be enough? Moonlight slipped through the window. Adele said to Clarice, did you know that? She turned back with a gentle smile. A single person's embrace could be worth more than 1,000,000 devout prayers, right? After leaving the church, Adele enrolled in Sylvania, and during breaks, she traveled the world as she does now. After she left, Clarice closed her eyes and recalled those past memories. In each nightly dream, Clarice passed through the places her friend had mentioned. Finally, Clarice hugged someone tightly. The two of them moved forward together. A journey once taken alone, clearly contrasting a monochrome life. The colorful voyage was the boldest dream she could imagine. At that moment, an elegant old man with long hair placed a hand on a little girl, Kylie, and spoke. However, always watch your behavior so your true nature isn't revealed. You must carry that magical device with you at all times. The old man stepped closer and spoke gently and kindly. Though she's always sheltered by the holy green, caution is still wise. Kylie beamed as she held the golden trinket. Who would suspect someone like that? Verdio, the old man, replied, caution is never too much. The academy pilgrimage arranged by the church was a natural escape. Sitting on a stone bench under a roadside tree, no one paid attention to Kylie. She breathed the fresh air and the sunlight, and that alone made her sigh with happiness. No one bowed, and no one looked up. She thought of the emotions of playing with Tanya, at least here in Sylvania. Who would suspect Kylie is a saintess? Except for one person. Ed Roth-Taylor stared coldly and said, give it up. A saintess, huh? Tanya and Kylie were startled. The final exam opponent is Ed Roth-Taylor, Tanya's brother. So that person is Ed Roth-Taylor too. Ed Roth-Taylor said emotionlessly, sorry, but can you go back? However, if you insist. Before he finished, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power, challenging them to step forward, forcing both of them to raise their hands to shield themselves. They both tried to resist the whirlwind Ed Rothtailor produced, but the gusts were so strong they couldn't even keep their eyes open. Tanya frowned, thinking even those who trained their whole lives in spirit magic couldn't manage this. He surpassed the level of even advanced students. Marilda held a gathered chunk of energy preparing to attack. Even veteran spirit mages could only command 5 or 6 mid-tier spirits. Marilda, unwittingly controlled by Ed Rothtailor from behind, let out a cry. A high-tier spirit. Kylie wavered, terrified. Give up. You must think rationally. Tanya. After all, he might be right. The high-tier spirit. Those haunting memories returned. Tanya remembered herself radiating deadly intent, fighting alongside a terrifying spirit against multiple foes at once. But thinking of that made her clench her teeth in anger. If things went like that, it would be no different from then. The image of Ed Rothtailor going mad and pointing Tanya's dagger at his own chest resurfaced in her mind. Tanya decided to astonish Kylie. You don't understand? Kylie, I will not give up. She forced herself to speak up. There are responsibilities and burdens that come with high status and rank. I remember everything clearly from 2 years ago. Things must have logic. Her legs strained forward. How could someone poor at basic magic suddenly control a high-tier spirit? Tanya looked at Ed Rothtailor, whose power flared with the spirit. It was clearly a sham. Just defeat it and it's over. Marilda finished gathering energy and blew a gust of power outward, sending both Kylie and Tanya soaring into the air on the wind. Tanya braced herself, trying to resist the whirlwind before her, thinking this can't be happening. How on earth could it be? Suddenly her eyes widened as if she realized something. On that side, Ed Rothtailor was still raging at the two of them. She wondered to herself, is that really a high-tier spirit? Kylie couldn't bear the pressure and was blown backward. Her face smeared with dust. She looked at Ed Rothtailor in pain. Isn't that person Tanya's brother? Kylie always dreamed of a noble gentleman. Handsome features, a warm smile, graceful manners. Yet she'd heard the exact opposite of that ideal was the son of the Rothtailor house. This fellow was a rotten one. Ed Rothtailor stood there coldly, eyes icy, face emotionless, showing no mercy, looking at the two as if he'd eat them alive. She thought further. Though she knew little of the outside world, she could sense it. She recalled Tanya's earlier words. No matter how powerful a family, over time scum and bastards will appear. She then looked at Tanya's face, full of hatred and rage, certain that Tanya deeply despised that scoundrel. By now she couldn't sit idly waiting for help. She stood up and said, Tanya, aim at the core's plan. I'll be the bait. As I told you, I have a somewhat unusual constitution. Barring special circumstances, I won't die. Though she said that, Kylie's face showed regret, her eyes carrying an indescribable sadness. Tanya hesitated and looked at her, asking, even so, you'll be severely injured. You said you don't care about this exam. But Kylie had decided. She stepped forward heroically toward Ed Rothtailor and said, that person, you said he's a villain. And Tanya, she turned around and said with absolute confidence, you're the first friend I made at Sylvania. Tanya was stunned by Kylie's action. Normally, she would have dismissed it as nonsense. Images of the heroic senior fighting flooded her mind. I saw on the way to the altar that fierce senior warrior was defeated by a blinding beam of light. Does Kylie have some special power? Kylie's silhouette before her grew increasingly blurred. She thought to herself the more surprising thing was that Kylie, a shy girl, dared to stand up and defend her. Was he really that brave? No sooner had she thought that than reality threw a bucket of cold water in her face. Kylie, terrified, burst into tears and screamed as she charged forward. Tanya was stunned. She thought, how could this be? On this side, Kylie kept rushing at Ed Rothtailor, who stood there with a high-tier fiend behind him, constantly radiating a terrifying whirlwind. Seeing her approach, the wolf merely glared once and didn't react much. Then it rolled its eyes wide and a spray of bright red blood burst out, as it used its sharp claws to relentlessly attack Kylie, who was struggling below. The holy blessing magic activated, its sacred power helping her resist every foe. The wolf, affected by the holy spell, howled in pain, its eyes blood-red and terrifying. The more it hurt, the more frenzied it became, whipping up whirlwinds and striking at the little girl, while she could only fend it off with a bit of minor holy magic. In the end, she could no longer bear it and was flung backward, able only to let out a cry. Edroth Taylor on that side kept his usual cold expression, showing no mercy as he said, "End it." Suddenly a voice rang out. "You think I'll give up?" Tanya, unnoticed, had slipped into the thick dust and advanced close. Magic hovered in her hands, ready to be unleashed at any moment. She activated a basic spread holy spell, and blue light shot from her hands to strike Edroth Taylor with considerable force. He was hit unexpectedly and was sent flying, tumbling over rocks and dirt. Edroth Taylor, smeared with dust and bearing small wounds on his face, very quickly disappeared into thin air. Tanya stared at him in bewilderment, panting as she said, "Huh, he vanished. Could it be an illusion disc?" Just as she suspected, on the ground lay a purple illusion disc projecting Ed Roth Taylor's image amid the swirling dust. Tanya collapsed to the ground in fear, able only to watch as the magical attacks flew toward her. They were magical arrows. "Stay still," Ed Roth Taylor said in his cold, hard voice. Tanya was now pale with fear, desperately seeking an escape. "No, impossible. A person who can't even hold a sword properly knowing how to use a bow." She thought this as she looked toward her brother. Despite his wounds, Ed Roth Taylor still had fighting strength. He raised a tall bow and said, "That was just a warning earlier." She stood frozen, thinking of an arrow forged from Manhwa. This is really Ed Roth Taylor. She only saw Ed Roth Taylor drawing closer to her, his demeanor terrifying and truly alarming. Tanya sat there paralyzed with fear, unable to move, just like before, no matter how hard she tried. Thinking that, she squeezed her eyes shut and awaited his finishing blow. She recalled her childhood, how helpless she'd been then, and realized nothing had changed. She kept her eyes tightly closed, waiting for death. "You must have done your best." Ed Roth Taylor's voice rang out, suddenly warm and deep. Tanya, bewildered, slowly opened her eyes. Ed Roth Taylor picked up a gem from the ground and said, "I feel guilty. I have my reasons, but still I can't treat kin with leniency. If I did, you'd be angry with me, wouldn't you?" He crushed the gem in his hand as he spoke. "The wolf behind you is dissipating too. Truly, I'm very different now than I was a moment ago." Tanya stared blankly, only able to murmur, "Huh?" Ed Roth Taylor continued, "That's exhausting too. If it were me, I would have turned and run. Even if it's only an illusion, you still fought to the end." His words left her momentarily dazed. "I was wrong to think so." He rose and gently said, "See you later, Tanya." Then he smiled at her, a reassuring smile. "So you really showed up." Tanya was certain some change had occurred. Tanya cried with her face streaked in dirt. Ed Roth Taylor comforted her. "Even if it was just an illusion, you defeated me. You have every right to be proud of that." Hearing this, Tanya looked at him with tearful, unwilling eyes, clenching her teeth with muffled sobs. Ed Roth Taylor praised her. "You were great too." Tanya choked on her sobs. Seeing Tanya keep crying, Ed Roth Taylor appeared puzzled. He scratched his head and wondered inwardly, surely it's not worth such a tragic cry just for not getting into Class A? Just then, from nowhere, Kylie ran up and hugged Tanya, shouting in panic, Don't come near." Kylie stared straight at Ed Roth Taylor and shouted, "Let me tell you, if you dare to attack me, bad things will happen. See? Don't move." From afar into the sunset, someone from Ed Roth Taylor's group called to him, "The exam is over. Ed Roth Taylor, come over and help. Kebius has fainted." Ed Roth Taylor turned to look at the people. A voice rang out, "Assistant Professor Claire, please update the scoreboards. There's still a lot to do, and the student council president election will start at the beginning of the next term." Hearing this, Kylie slowly opened her eyes, tiredly saying, the exam's over." Suddenly, she noticed her own voice. Kylie recalled that the transformation spell was about to wear off. At the same time, her brown hair was gradually turning silvery white. She panicked. Kylie remembered. Could it be that moment? It was the instant she had created a shield to protect herself. Something had been flung out, a crescent-shaped badge. She remembered her grandfather's admonition, always carry this magical trinket with you. Her clear eyes fixed tightly on it. Kylie thought, no, if this keeps up. Then at that moment Claire approached, raised her hand, and said, "Well done." Ed Roth Taylor, and Claire noticed something. Huh. Kylie fell into a panic about her true identity and her life at the academy. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Mug appeared and quickly returned the magical trinket to Kylie's hand. Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor appeared, stepping in front of Kylie. He looked around and said, "Be careful not to lose your things." Kylie, astonished, received the ring back and said, "Huh." Ed Roth Taylor left Kylie there and walked forward. Claire, seeing Ed Roth Taylor's condition, spoke up, "Ed Roth Taylor, why are you so badly hurt?" He replied, "I'm fine." The placement exam for first-year students had ended. Ed Roth Taylor had returned everything to the original course of events, except for one thing, a small wound created by. At that moment, Ed Roth Taylor suddenly swayed, unable to stand steadily, causing Claire to panic and reach out to steady him. A thought flashed through, a very tiny, insignificant gap. A line of thought echoed through the gap in that crack. Behind him, Kylie's bright eyes were staring straight at him. Claire asked Ed Roth Taylor, "Are you really okay?" He replied politely, "Yes." The thought reappeared beneath a world tinged red, with ruby-pink eyes watching Ed Roth Taylor. Kylie looked awkwardly at Ed Roth Taylor. She clutched the magical tool in her hand and thought that he had clearly meant to use an honorific a moment ago, but then didn't. Ed Roth Taylor leaned back to rest for a moment. Claire spoke up. "Ed Roth Taylor looks tired, so you should rest a bit. Leave the rest to everyone else." Claire said to Onyx, "Senior Onyx, please help Clebius." Onyx looked up and said, I'm coming right away." Then Onyx glanced up at the tall wall and muttered to himself. It seemed like he'd just seen a shadow of a person, but then he told himself he must have been mistaken. Scene change. A gentle voice sounded. Do you know, that voice kept echoing. I believe there's a beauty that transcends time and all values. Beside there was the tired figure of Ed Roth Taylor lying down, eyes lifted to the sky. The voice spoke again. The clearest evidence is that sky. The sunset sky is very beautiful. The voice said that even artworks worth thousands can be interpreted differently and have varying tastes, but no one could deny the beauty of a sunset. Ed Roth Taylor was immediately doused with cold reality. He said, "That's confusing." At once, Marilda appeared above him and said, "After all, humans have short lives yet don't cherish each moment." This is Marilda, a high-level wind sprite. Little Marilda sat down and said, "A dry, flat life is the most terrible curse humans bear. You must be moved by small things, find meaning in everyday life, right? If a human's life is like 4 seasons, a sprite's life is certainly like one long winter, a dreary life without ups and downs." He recalled Janica often saying this was very wordy. Marilda didn't stop and went on. "People like you are always meticulous and careful in everything, yet often indifferent to yourselves. The proof is you frequently getting exhausted and injured." Hearing this, he sighed and said, "So what's your point?" Marilda continued, "Find someone to love. Aren't idiots always around you? Someone strong enough for you to lean on. Don't you know how much improving communication and building a relationship with someone like that helps mentally?" Marilda was referring to Janica's sweet demeanor. After saying that, Marilda turned to ask Mug, "Am I right?" Mug raised his hand in agreement. "Absolutely correct, Lady Marilda." Ed Roth Taylor glanced at him slightly. He thought Marilda hadn't actually formed a pact with Janica. They were just friends. Mug spoke up. "Young Master Ed Roth Taylor, Marilda's advice is like a holy war among sprites. Try being deceived and trusting once. See how it feels." Marilda shifted her tone, looking at Mug, and said, "Try being deceived and trusting once." Ed Roth Taylor continued analyzing inwardly. So Mug and Marilda don't have a direct master-servant bond like Tarkhan, but he still seems very afraid of high-level sprites. Mug panicked and hurried to excuse himself. "I misspoke again. What do you mean, try being deceived and trusting once? I'll die to atone. At the same time, he reminded himself that Janica had looked very sad. Do you know why? He said, remembering her pensive demeanor and eyes full of unspoken thoughts. Marilda was surprised. Oh my, worry? Ed Roth Taylor looked up. Isn't it obvious? Marilda laughed at that. However, I have no reason to say everything I don't want to say. Hearing that, he sighed. Marilda comforted him. Anyway, don't worry too much. Janica also needs to go through winter because everyone needs to experience and realize that at least once. She looked up at the sky and continued. The world isn't like a storybook, right? Just stay by her side until spring comes. Seeing him sit up, Marilda added, all right then, I don't want to drain any more of your mana. He bowed his head in response. Yeah, maintaining this form does take some effort. Marilda proudly said, I'm naturally a bit pricey, but at least this form is the most effective. Ed Roth Taylor glanced over and asked, do you have other forms? Marilda lazily stretched and casually asked back, do you want me to turn into a beautiful girl? It's pleasing to the eye, but can you afford it? Hearing Marilda ask that, Ed Roth Taylor silently remembered her gigantic form and flat out refused. No thanks. Your mana consumption in giant form, and in this form, isn't much different. Marilda pushed off the ground, leapt onto his shoulder, then onto Ed Roth Taylor's head, and finally dashed up the tall tower, grumbling as she ran. Oh my, impossible. Maybe you can't sense it because of the magic stone. You're still too weak. Leaving Ed Roth Taylor surprised and stepped on. Did that hurt? Marilda hovered using her magical power. She glanced down at Ed Roth Taylor and asked, do you really think you can shoulder all the mana? Think about it. If you were a sprite as strong as I am. Ed Roth Taylor stayed seated, leaning back to look up at where Marilda was speaking. You wouldn't form a pact with just one person. After hearing that, Ed Roth Taylor fell silent and continued staring up at the towering spire and Marilda hovering way up there. The sun was tipping west, casting light from beyond the tower. Having sat long enough, Ed Roth Taylor decided to climb the tower himself. He grabbed at every indented brick, hauled himself up with all his strength, wondering, clearly I still can't summon a high-level sprite with my mana for this long. If it's not my mana, then whose is it? Based on Marilda's earlier words, Ed Roth Taylor easily came to an answer. The answer was simple. Someone other than him had formed a pact with Marilda. With hands full of wounds, Ed Roth Taylor finally climbed up. He breathed a relieved sigh. When Ed Roth Taylor reached the top, a girl was already sitting there, her hair blowing in the wind. He said to her, this isn't a suitable place for a nap. It turned out to be Lucy. She sat nonchalantly on the tower's edge with no fear, even letting her legs dangle. Ed Roth Taylor stood and walked up behind her. Lucy explained, I didn't come here to nap. If I wanted to sleep, the tent would be more comfortable. Her words made him curious. Then why are you here? Lucy was silent for a moment, then said, I don't like empty tents. Ed Roth Taylor stood behind her, bowing his head as she continued. So I go for a walk. The sun cast the tower's peak into shadow, revealing two silhouettes at the summit. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, unfortunately, the end of this stroll is a changing altar. This is the final stage of Act 3. Images of armored knights wielding swords appeared. The Saintess Clarice, who had noticed the darkness within the clergy and begun to distrust the church. Telos's holy disciples came to Aeon Island to indict Clarice. A procession of trainees, knights, and mercenaries appeared, led by Princess Phenia, those at the academy following the Archbishop's orders without knowing the inner truth. The royal forces of Princess Phenia, Lortel's mercenaries, cathedral knights, and high-ranking academy officials. He also thought of the four powerful trainees, Taylor, Kebius, Isla, and Lortel, and then of the protagonist generation team with Principal Abel. In that tangled role, everyone's sword points were ultimately aimed at one place. The scene suddenly shifted. The tower reappeared, but unlike the earlier view. Now the sky was draped with forks of purple lightning. That energy emanated from the girl standing atop the tower, and below her gathered a vast crowd. Ed Rothtailor continued narrating that she was trying to protect Arkan Island per her teacher's dying wish. One side of her face was revealed, the rest hidden beneath her hood. Betrayer, heretic, no matter what they called her, she didn't complain and only scorned them all. Her face came fully into view. She was Lucy Merrill. Despite her injuries, Lucy hovered and fought in the air, holding two spheres of fierce lightning power, an awakener. Ed Rothtailor named her Lucy Merrill. Across the island, massive clashes of lightning power erupted everywhere, lighting up a section of sky from afar. The sea was affected too, waves surging and the water turning murky. Yet she was still alone. The image of wounded Lucy falling, submitting before all the major figures on Arkan Island, appeared. Even so, she had single-handedly defeated more than half of the Retribution forces. The original protagonist in the novel used absolute power. With a single strike, he defeated Lucy. Golden streams of mana burst forth, erasing the purple energy, but in the end, she was exhausted. The hat Lucy always wore was now tattered to shreds. It was soaked in blood and lay on the ground. Its fate truly mirrored its owner. You had lost the battle, lying in a pool of blood on the cold earth, and been struck down by Taylor. You learned the final sword technique. Defeated. Lucy, weakened, opened her eyes and lay on the ground. Only after the truth was revealed did everyone understand why Lucy had tried to kill the apostles of God. She wasn't exactly a villain. Unaware as she was, no one had ever imagined things would turn out like this. Looking at the now peaceful image of Lucy, Ed Rothtailor let his thoughts drift. Even so, belated understanding hurts more than misunderstanding the people involved. Whether that was her innate nature or she thought speaking of it pointless remained unclear. Ed Rothtailor straightened up, his torn cloak flapping in the wind, and glanced at Lucy. In the end, Lucy still bore everything on her own. The sun gradually setting into the sea, its greedy light still shining. The two of them, Ed Rothtailor and Lucy, sat side by side, taking in the beautiful scene, their shadows cast behind them. Ed Rothtailor's thoughts didn't stop. Of course, I don't intend to stop Lucy. Sacrifice Lucy to preserve the plot? No, I couldn't be that cold-blooded. Little Lucy held the spellbook of her frail teacher who lay on his bed. Old Glock said, because it's not entirely a bad ending. After the rain, the sky clears. Sylvania will overcome most challenges on her own. But there will be one trial only you can pass. When that time comes, even if you see this old man, will you still lend me your strength? Lucy, hearing her master's words, little Lucy couldn't hold back the tears. Only Lucy herself knew the weight of the story her teacher, the only family she had, and a great archmage about to die were leaving behind. Ed Rothtailor sat dejected, his expression vacant, while Lucy beside him was about to nod off. Lucy needed to release the emotions bottled inside her. Though it would be a long and dangerous struggle, it was something she had to go through in Act 3. That didn't mean I would do nothing. Suddenly, Lucy placed her hand on Ed Rothtailor's thigh, leaving him baffled, and said, I've discovered something recent. She casually lay down, rested her head on Ed Rothtailor's thigh, closed her eyes, and continued murmuring. It seems I feel a little lonely. Ed Rothtailor fell silent, speechless. He thought, if there's one thing I want to promise. He gently placed his hand on Lucy's shoulder. The next time I'm away from the tent for a long time, I will tell her beforehand. Another day, in a large, elegant hall, two voices rang out. Someone asked, You came early? And the other immediately replied, I want to leave that family as soon as possible. Haha. It turned out the cheerful laugh belonged to Clara. She was excitedly carrying a purple box and said, This is a gift from Belmaya. People often assume a niece comes from nobility, but actually Clara is the one of noble birth. She's the daughter of a renowned viscount. Belmaya accepted the gift and said, Thank you. Thank you. Clara didn't notice and, stretching happily, shouted, This really feels like home. So peaceful. She kept chattering. Anyway, I have to go meet friends at the academy. Haven't seen them in ages. I miss those faces. I bought lots of tasty snacks. I'm ready to invite Anise and Janica to a tea party. Belmaya hugged the box of fruit and stood still, head bowed the whole time, saying nothing. Clara ran off excitedly, waving back as she left. I'll go ahead then. Thinking about finally seeing her friends after so long made her thrilled. So many stories to share. The blueberry pastries I bought are super duper delicious. After Clara left, Belle Maya crushed the box of fruit in her hands. Belle Maya's face went pale with worry, sweat beading on her brow. She silently stared at the shriveled gift box in her hands, speechless. The sky was clear and blue. She silently lamented that the blueberry cake tasted like sand. Elsewhere, 3 young people sat together, but the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Clara sat in the middle, sweating and embarrassed, as she looked at the 2 girls facing each other. Both of them radiated an intense, blazing tension. Clara turned pale, wondering, are they arguing? Anise and Janica's quarrels are usually just jokes, but this is the first time I've seen such a tense atmosphere. Should I tease them a bit? What should I say? Clara hesitated to speak. The thing was, Janica's expression had darkened ominously. Suddenly Janica called out to Anise, making Clara blink in surprise. Anise, who was sitting opposite, flinched. Janica's eyes reddened as if about to cry. She asked, "You hugged Ed Roth Taylor, didn't you?" On the info board. Ed Roth Taylor, age 18, 3rd year, survival specialist, 1 year. High-level sprite mage, strength 13, stamina 13, skill 15, will 12, luck 11. Above the wooden board appeared lines. Combat, magic, survival, alchemy, newly crafted item, windbreak wall. The wall is made by lashing planks together with rope and daubing mud into the gaps. Crafting difficulty 1. 5 years ago, these things still boosted experience or stats, but now they hardly help at all. Ed Roth Taylor bent over, tightly binding each plank with rope into a large wooden board. He worked diligently, sweat running down to his chin. Should I look for other opportunities to improve myself? He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Suddenly a voice came from behind. That's definitely a good idea to prepare well for strong winds. Hearing that, Ed Roth Taylor turned around with a deep breath. The owner of the voice stepped closer. Lucky to see you're still well, Master Ed Roth Taylor. Is Belle Maya here to pick up Lucy? Belle Maya held Lucy in her arms. The girl's face was ashen and frightened. The academy had decided during the blizzard that leaving the dorms was strictly prohibited unless for a truly necessary reason. Belle Maya continued. Inwardly, Lucy reached toward Ed Roth Taylor. Save me. Belle Maya held the girl tightly without faltering. Because you have the highest chance of escaping, we'll keep closer watch. We've also scheduled round-the-clock shifts for a week to guard. Ed Roth Taylor's face replied calmly to Belle Maya, as if it were no big deal. Understood. Hearing that, Belle Maya just nodded as if she understood. But unlike the 2 of them, Lucy felt numb inside when no one paid attention to her or rescued her from Belle Maya's arms. Belle Maya was shocked when she was immediately told she would still be addressed formally. Belle Maya asked, "Master, can you endure the blizzard in these conditions? I might be presumptuous, but I don't think this windbreak is sturdy enough." Ed Roth Taylor replied nonchalantly, "Actually, I built it just to protect the belongings. Also, to avoid damaging the hut. I secured the ropes over the roof and tied them firmly to the ground. All the hunting traps and other tools have been stored inside the hut. During the week of blizzard, I'll focus on researching magical technology at the Spirit Library." Ed Roth Taylor repeated, "Actually, I built it just to protect the belongings, to reassure Belle Maya, so she wouldn't worry too much about him. I have a private hiding place, so don't worry about me. If you say that, I'll feel less anxious." Though she said she'd worry less, Belle Maya's face still showed she wasn't convinced about Ed Roth Taylor. Her hands held Lucy firmly as the girl struggled to break free. "But you look quite worried. Perhaps this is my first time managing a blizzard." Belle Maya admitted upon hearing that. "No, actually I worry about you, Master." Knowing she'd meddled too much, Belle Maya turned away to refuse. "Oh well, maybe I'm being overbearing. Still, I had to ask. Saying that just made me more curious." Tears had somehow flowed down Belle Maya's cheeks. She told Ed Roth Taylor, "Anyway, good luck, Master." In another development, trapped between 2 girls burning with anger, Clara was sweating bullets and didn't dare utter a word. Did you hear she hugged Ed Roth Taylor? As soon as Janica finished speaking, Clara, equally surprised, turned to ask Anise. Anise heard Janika's accusation, but couldn't refute a single word, not daring to look into Janika's eyes. She could only turn her face away, awkward and frightened. Not wanting the two friends to grow tense, Clara smiled and tried to smooth things over. Oh, it must be some misunderstanding. Maybe the sprites relayed something wrong midway. Cutting Clara off, Anise confessed, "Actually, I was the one who seduced Ed Roththaler first." Really seduced? Clara, unable to believe her ears, panicked. What? Anise's hand clenched, trembling. Janika, I'm sorry. Actually, I can't trust him anymore. Anise, as if steeling herself, straightened and looked Janika in the eye, speaking loudly. Even if he seems quick-tempered, I only tested the waters to see what he'd do. Janika asked her in confusion. What? That's not a lie, is it? Anise continued, trying to reassure Janika. From the start, he wasn't my type. Don't worry, Janika. Having said her piece, Anise immediately stood up. She raised her voice at Janika. Just look at him. He seems like a thug, always arrogantly vacant, living only for his own vanity. What worth is there in pursuing someone like that? Tears welled in Janika's eyes. She felt hurt hearing someone speak ill of the one she cared for. She retorted, Wait, Anise, you're exaggerating. You don't even really know Ed Roththaler. After Janika's words, Anise went silent, as if stunned. It seemed she had gone too far. Guilt slowly crept in. Anise bowed her head and accepted the blame. I'm sorry for approaching him without asking you first. I am sorry, Yanitsa. Janika's tears left streaks on the wooden table as she clenched her hands. She accused bitterly. Why did you do something no one asked you to, Anise? Do you know how much I've thought about this? Her tears fell like rain. Janika felt both heartbroken and humiliated. I've been tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Anise is such a precious friend. Should I feel so betrayed? In truth, I have no right to feel betrayed. I'm nothing to Ed Roththaler. Am I overthinking all this? Suddenly Anise placed a hand on Janika's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, Janika. At least to him, you are someone very special. Looking straight into Janika's eyes, Anise reassured her, asserting from her observations that Janika would be more than a friend to him, though not necessarily a lover. Really? Janika asked chokingly. Her eyes sparkled, joy filling them, and her face slowly flushed. Special. Janika had stopped crying. She sniffed and told Anise, Well, honestly, judging Ed Roththaler that way isn't fair. I can't be angry about that. Janika stepped forward and hugged Anise around the shoulders, cheerful now. So you don't like Ed Roththaler, right? Thanks for being honest with me. Clara exhaled in relief. Phew, I was worried Anise had truly fallen for him and been fooled. Anise's face also flushed. A glint of water gathered at the corner of her eye. Yes, of course, Janika. In Anise's heart, there was still an echo. Impossible, no way. Clara stepped closer and pulled Janika away from Anise. Janika, there's a misunderstanding. Don't tell me while I was gone you got so upset you wandered into the northern woods? Janika hesitated at that. Then she dashed off, smoke seeming to curl from her feet as she said, Sorry, I have to go now. Clara waved goodbye. Anise kept her head bowed. Okay, be careful. After bidding Janika farewell, Clara hesitated and turned back to ask Anise, but Anise cut her off. I have a plan. Clara looked suspicious. A plan? The air around Anise darkened and grew cold. Introduce him to me. No. Clara should think more positively. Suddenly Anise lunged and grabbed Clara's shoulder, voice rough but eyes pleading. Break the prejudice. Will you go on a date with him for me? Clara fell silent at that. She shook Clara by the neck, leaving a blur as her head moved. Anise begged, Don't look at me with that look. What look, Clara? I'm just looking. Anise began to feel guilty. Her face twisted, her mouth forced into a weak smile, and tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry for lying to Janika. Besides, they say distance dulls affection, and after this break my scholarship duties will end anyway. Scene change. Anise froze upon seeing Claire, Clebius, Onyx, and even Ed Roththaler. Claire happily announced that this time she'd stay on as a teaching assistant for the students. Both Clebius and Onyx work very hard. They're enthusiastic and capable at everything, so it's a pity to transfer them to another lab. Claire looked at Ed Roth-Taylor, finishing his egg tart behind her, and praised him. Especially Ed Roth-Taylor. He works very well. Anise's face fell, as if a ton of stone pressed on her fragile heart when Claire continued. Of course, as a TA you get extra scholarship support, and compared to other labs, this place has a much better working environment. We worked together all through the break, so the atmosphere was very relaxed, right? Let's keep going together. Scene change. On the transparent board appeared details of magical ability. Scholar rank, proficient in magic, elemental specialization, now able to learn mid-level magic. Soul attunement level 13. Soul understanding level 13. Soul manifestation level 4. Shared sensation level 3. Soul slot. Mug. Soul slot. High tier wind spirit Marilda. Attunement stage. Poor connection efficiency. Special skill. Storm safeguard negates periodic damage. Strengthens gust channel. Mid-level wine magic enhances wind magical capability. Soul slot empty. Soul slot empty. Janica stepped closer to the fire where he sat. The warm golden flames cast long shadows over them. It would look cozier if Ed Roth-Taylor weren't holding a cloth to wipe blood from the teeth of Springtrap. Janica approached and said, Ed Roth-Taylor should sign a contract with a mid-tier spirit soon. Ed Roth-Taylor heard her and looked up. You seem recovered, Janica. Suddenly Ed Roth-Taylor recalled the last time we came to the camp. Hearing that, Janica immediately remembered him wrapping a scarf around her to keep her warm, or the time they leaned against each other to warm up and dozed off. Imagining that made Janica stammer. Last time, her face grew hot and she fanned herself to cool down. When was the last time? If forgotten. Seeing Janica like that, Ed Roth-Taylor bowed his head and smiled lightly, thinking that around Janica he could finally relax a little, perhaps because Janica wasn't part of the main script. Among people his age, Janica is his only friend. Ed Roth-Taylor spoke to Janica while slipping his hand into his jacket pocket. After all, I know you signed a contract with Marilda. Still, that's odd. Ed Roth-Taylor isn't yet strong enough to command a high-tier spirit. I used a bit of trickery. As he spoke, he pulled out another embossed metal ring of bronzed gold. The item info panel appeared. Legendary magical item, glass golden phoenix ring. Ed Roth-Taylor held the golden ring out to Janica with complete trust in her. He told her his plans about Professor Glass and the golden phoenix ring and his future scheme. Janica probed, so right now Ed Roth-Taylor can't use magic. It will be hard to bond with a mid-tier spirit at the moment. Ed Roth-Taylor gripped the ring. By the time term break arrives, my mana will return. Hearing that, Janica rejoiced. The warm rays from behind wrapped her in a halo. Janica beamed from the bottom of her heart. Congrats. Among spirit mages, they call the day you bond with a high-tier spirit your second birthday. Outside the wooden house with ropes tied everywhere, the last light of day glinted on snow clinging to the branches. Only the two of them voices echoed together. But you really plan to stay in the spirit library through the whole blizzard? You're diligent, always top of the class. Thinking ahead to when the blizzard ends, Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly remembered and turned to ask Janica, but she awkwardly replied that there will be a student council election, right? You're class president, so all eyes will be on you. People have been asking me about it, but I'm unclear and intend to stay neutral. Ed Roth-Taylor continued pondering. In the script, Janica isn't the top student, so she wouldn't attract attention. Because of her personality, she respects all candidates. But suddenly remembering something, Janica froze and, embarrassed, withdrew inward. She awkwardly turned to the one still busy wiping blood from the spring trap and asked, Your sister is running for student council president too, isn't she? Ed Roth-Taylor replied, disinterestedly. Oh right, she's pretty ambitious. Janica asked anxiously, probing. Are you close with your sister? Can even be called close. Recalling the past situation with his biological sister, the reason for his expulsion was tied to her. Back then he was truly helpless and, having been expelled, couldn't really talk about it. After all, it's family. Whether he likes it or not, he'll probably have to live with it his whole life. By the crackling fire, Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Janica huddled up and said, So, I still want to be on good terms. Not with overwhelming affection, but I do care about her. Oh, care? Care a lot, huh? So it's just sibling squabbles. Janica reached out and lightly grasped the lapel of his coat. Id rotilor. Her face pinched and tears welled up as she pitifully asked, "What is Tanya like? Is there a gift she'd like? Or maybe a favorite food?" Though he had a rough idea of the address, he still glanced and asked her, "What did you do to Tanya?" Janica shouted, "No way, I didn't do anything at all," Ed Roth Taylor said with a face that showed he already knew. Janica sat up straight. Guilty. She inwardly judged herself. She's terrible at lying and took about 3 seconds before confessing because she couldn't bear the guilt. Ed Roth Taylor smiled lightly. Actually, it's not that serious. Snow piled thick over the opulent, old European-style castle. They said the blizzard would arrive early morning and, barring exceptional reasons, no one was allowed outside. If there's anything that needs doing, please ask the servants. Clutching the ornate, engraved talisman in his hand, the image from a few days ago wouldn't leave his mind. The image of Ed Roth Taylor, his power manifesting like a savage wolf, his gaze sharp like a predator. The scene of the third-year senior was almost terrifying. Recalling that feeling, when Ed Roth Taylor's energy brushed past her, leaving her terrified, that fear was bone deep. But more important was the inexplicable discord. Everything felt so natural that she thought perhaps she had simply misseen it. Back then, Ed Roth Taylor, bloodied, handed her the talisman and warned her to be careful not to lose her things. That last sentence was surely a reminder. She sat trembling, curled up at the corner of the bed, the talisman by her feet catching and reflecting the light from the window, so it sparkled even more. Did that person know her secret? How hard had she worked to live a normal academic life like this, under the conditions imposed by the clerics and everyone in the holy city? She remembered as a child being given the talisman by a cleric. If even one person knew her true identity, she'd have to give up this academy life. Once she overheard people talking about upperclassmen. Finding information about someone wasn't hard. The two argued. The purple-haired one, Maine, pushed back, sneered, acting like he's so great, but couldn't even get near the altar. The one with red spiky hair and sunglasses snapped back. "Shut up. I was ambushed. You still can't get into Class A." As they stepped past her, she heard them. That third-year senior really wasn't ordinary. Among the third years, he was notorious for being strange. Rumor had it he lived in a hut in the northern forest. A hut in the northern forest. The talisman she brushed against on the wooden table left a scratch. "When the blizzard started, I won't be able to leave the awfulest building for at least a week. When the storm ends, spring will come and a new term will begin. If I don't act before then, I might miss the chance to silence everything." She threw open the castle doors. Immediately, the snow-laden wind rushed in, blowing her cloak aside. The cold snow hit her, but she hardly minded. She exhaled frosty breaths into the cold. Now what worried her wasn't the cold. It was terrifying, too terrifying. Ed Roth Taylor, the darkness, and the bitter blizzard. The image of a girl braiding her hair with a flower pinned in it, merrily dancing with a lute in hand, flashed through her mind. She only stared at the whitewashed walls and ceiling as her vision dimmed. The vivid colors of the outside world leapt onto the window frame and plunged into the snowy night. Everything seemed to swallow her. Until you experience it yourself, you can't truly understand. Using mana, she flew above the castle, the golden street lamps flashing in the snow-lashed wind like beacons. She shot forward, fire and wind howling. Clutching the talisman in her hand, which began to emit blinding golden rays, a vast energy surged out and enveloped her. She landed, forming a pillar of light. As the powerful energy covered her, light radiated outward from her as the center. When the light faded, her long platinum hair was replaced by a chin-length warm brown bob, and her face changed into someone else's. "Kylie, there's no way I can let the hard-won freedom I have be taken away like this, that's for sure." She ran through the wind, sprinting toward the edge of the forest where she had to meet him. Gus split to either side and trailed behind her as she plunged onward. Young Kylie risked getting trapped. Her eyes had long since adapted to the dark. Images from the past flashed up. The little boy's face smeared with blood, pallid skin, eyes overlaid with black, a person stained red. A horrific sight. Those eyes stared wide and empty. From the start, my life had been only darkness. The clearest memory is when every member of the Terranay clan turned their backs on me. Only my brother stood by my side. But in that moment, blood streamed from his mouth, his face gone black, his eyes empty. Blood splattered his clothes and face, and even the wall behind was smeared. My brother. A ghastly scene of the boy driving a knife as long as his body deep into his brother's chest at the heart. Blood gushed, splattering both their faces. Warm blood ran along the blade, dripping to the floor into puddles. His eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast. No, the eyes of a bloodthirsty demon when I stabbed the knife into his heart. That brother, with his last strength, bent down and whispered into the boy's ear like uttering a nameless curse, perhaps a final, bitterly spoken curse. Claire, rearranging a stack of documents in her hands, heard this and turned to ask, "Huh? Why the sudden change? Are you still busy in another research lab?" Clebius scratched his head, flustered and stammering. "No, it's not like that. I remember being practically torn apart, zapped by electric magic, and punched into the wall. That assistant job at the academy, no matter how I think about it, doesn't seem to suit me. And I caused trouble this time, too." Clebius scratched his head and tried to explain. "The benefits were good from the start, and I quite liked it." Claire glanced back at him, teasingly probing. "Really? I thought the pay wasn't great. Or did you get another offer?" Clebius still looked embarrassed and avoided Claire's gaze as she spoke. "So if you can do it, why not just take it?" Clebius stammered, "Ah, yes, that's fine." Claire smiled brightly. "Then do it." Clebius bit his lip, answering with a worried expression, "Yes." Outside the window, the castle looked out toward mountains thickly blanketed in snow. The lone tree holding leaves in the forest had a rope cinched around its trunk. The snow wind blew fiercely, yet it still stood tall there, like Edroth Taylor, someone with no innate physical talent. I trained to the limits my body would allow. Now the holiday training period I could focus on is almost over. On the transparent board appeared the seals of the white fox and the sword. It listed advanced crafting techniques, infusion of spirit skills, and technique proficiency 23. Strength boost times 4, success rate when infusing 92%, spirit fire technique proficiency 6, spirit wind technique proficiency A. Another sheet bore the mage signature, advanced crafting technique. Magecraft technique proficiency 4, Magecraft understanding 5, rapid crafting 3, crafting formula grants the blessing by price of Telos LV1. The millennial wooden staff cannot be crafted. Glock's eye cannot be crafted. Delheim's hourglass cannot be crafted. Now magic and spirit arts have reached a level I can wield competently. With a bit more practice, I will be able to use them. When the two seals harmonize, power expands. I'll spend the last week investing in these two fields. Ed Rothtaylor slid down a rope from the library roof and sneaked inside. Moonlight on the roof lit the area where he stood as he looked around this spirit library. Ed Rothtaylor recalled that in his previous life, he once came to ask a friend to fix the library. I gave Zix some coins and asked him to use magic to clear the rubble. Unexpectedly, he even tidied up the messy books. She ran her hand along the shelves. Seeing the books neatly arranged by subject with clear titles felt like a secret. Ed Rothtaylor thought of the two friends cheerfully tidying the library. Zix had probably come with Elka. They likely saw it as an opportunity to train and gave it their all. I should thank them somehow, anyway. Ed Rothtaylor pulled a book out. Time to start. Reading through hundreds of crafting formulas is inefficient. The key is selection and focus. The goal is a legendary magic device. On Glock's info board, it shows a sudden spike in skills for all sensory systems for a short time. It reduces the effectiveness of cursed magic. Cannot use defensive magic immune to elemental magic. Legendary magic device. Delheim's hourglass restores the body to the state a few seconds prior, removing all damage and wounds. Single use only. The aim is to craft at least one legendary magic device, from a wind diffuser, a noise emitter, a spell orb that regulates temperature, to a green magic orb, Craigi's magic ink, and a light orb. I relentlessly sharpened my magical skills like a madman. Hauling box after box of magic books, Ed Rothtailor hummed a few tunes. Once familiar, I'll craft other rare items. He slid his hand into the backpack. Ed Rothtailor thought the materials had been prepared. Now all that was needed were the tools. He rummaged but couldn't pull anything out. Ed Rothtailor's hand froze. Huh? His face darkened, stunned before the backpack and inner scream. Wait, I forgot to bring the tools from the hut. Ed Rothtailor crawled out of the library dome. The roof was covered in snow. Climbing out was difficult, a fatal mistake. Back into the old forest, blending into the snow wind. His footsteps left prints in the snow. Back we go. Time for the body to suffer. Staring at white walls and ceilings too long had dimmed my eyesight. Each step through the snow was hard. Lifting and lowering the foot was a struggle when the snow reached the calves. The brilliant colors of the beautiful world. She shielded her face with a hand. The snow wind battered her. The short-haired girl struggled through the blizzard with no destination in sight, all white. Ahead of her was a frozen river. Oh, the river, they said, was in the northern woods. Beside the river, according to the map, this is the lower stream. Just follow the current upstream and you'll find it. Though the cold made her face numb and her nose run, she was delighted to know she was on the right track, feeling like a true adventurer. Kylie was not weak. Although the holy magic she later learned surpassed many mages, innate holy magic was truly special. The blessed skill interface automatically activates a mid-level or higher holy spell against any enemy seeking harm, reflecting back double the damage the enemy tries to inflict. Kylie arrived in front of Ed Rothtailor's house. So even if she encountered wild animals or thieves, Kylie would be unlikely to get hurt. However, she still felt fear toward Ed Rothtailor. The image of him holding a bow, wounded all over yet radiating terrifying magic, clawing at a bow wrapped in mana. His sharp gaze, heir of the Rothtailor house, perhaps baptized by the Telos order. The blessing of holy magic does not work on those who have received baptism from the order. Kylie peered at the house through the window. It has no effect on people taught the same doctrine. In fact, the devout who receive baptism would never bear hostility towards Saints. Worried, she glanced at the house. The truth is I came here because I feared he might learn my identity. Right, I must confirm that. By any means it should be fine. She could put her foot inside the house, but couldn't push the door open. Something was blocking it from behind. What the? Why won't it open? She shoved with all her strength and flung the door wide. At the same time, something spilled onto the floor. She had knocked over a bucket of blood, splattering it across the floor. Huh? She asked, bewildered. She unconsciously looked down at the floor. She looked up in panic. A slaughtered boar hung upside down from a beam, blood dripping into a bucket. Oh no! Blood everywhere you look. Snap traps, the teeth of saw trap, blood all around the house. There's blood over there too. Kylie stared in absolute terror at her bloodied hands. Is this hell? Suddenly, she heard noises at the door, footsteps. She scanned the house for a hiding place and found one under the table. The door was thrown open. A figure wrapped head to toe stepped in, only the eyes visible. Backlit, the snow wind howling behind him made him even more terrifying. He entered and saw the spilled bucket of blood. He walked past the table where Kylie was hiding. She sobbed in fear, but covered her sobs and breathing with her hand so he wouldn't hear. He came close to the table and placed his hand on it. Kylie, terrified and teary-eyed, looked up. Suddenly the trap on the table fell right in front of her. He took a wooden box from the table. He chose a long knife caked with dried blood, grime crusted on the blade. Seeing that, Kylie flinched and blurted, "Oh my God." She trembled in fear, realizing she had made a sound. He had heard it and slowly crouched toward the table. Suddenly he looked down. His mask revealed only sharp eyes, a knife in his hand reflecting the backlight with a sinister gleam, amplifying the image of a mad killer. Anyone there? Kylie panicked and saw who it was. It's Ed Rothtailor. The strange man was Ed Rothtailor. He asked in puzzlement, "Kylie, what are you doing here? Why are you trembling like that?" Kylie screamed in terror and simultaneously unleashed a surge of golden mana at Ed Rothtailor. The holy skill interface projected divine power, nullifying most of the opponent's magical effects and dealing physical damage. Ed Roth-Taylor was knocked backward, bewildered, only able to cry out. He was flung into a bookshelf. Books tumbled down, dust billowed in clouds, and strands of golden manna flickered within. When the dust cleared, Ed Roth-Taylor's figure appeared at the foot of the wall, struck on the head by the fallen shelf. His head was bleeding from the impact. "Oh, I didn't mean to." Suddenly, Kylie fell to her knees before him. "I didn't mean to, I." The dust fully settled. Ed Roth-Taylor lay unconscious with the shelf crushing his head, blood splattering, his face now a mask of gore. Kylie was terrified. She had killed someone. She dropped to her knees, pleaded and confessed to the deity. Tears streamed down as guilt and curses wrapped around her. "Lord Telos, I have committed an awful crime." The god's light seemed to shine. Kylie's eyes welled with tears toward the deity. "People must live lives as pure as white cloth, yet I have soiled myself with an unwashable sin. Filthy as I am, I deserve to be burned in hell. This is the price to pay." Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly regained consciousness. He sprang up angrily and advanced toward Kylie. She, terrified, used the last of her strength and shouted, "Are you kidding me right now?" Kylie's soul slipped out. She returned to Lord Telos. "Ah." She fainted backwards and caught me off guard. Thud. He was furious but didn't know where to vent his anger, gritting his teeth to avoid strangling her. Kylie returned to the castle. "Butler, I heard. Stay calm and make a plan. Notify everyone and begin the search." Belmaya instructed the maid, or rather, the estate management staff, saying their numbers have been reduced and we must now deploy personnel as efficiently as possible. The maid obeyed. "Yes." Belmaya pondered as the long lamp light fell across her face, split into half light and half shadow. Butler Ophelis already knew Kylie's true identity. The order decided that at minimum the head must be informed. The Saintess being endangered in a blizzard would be a nation-shaking event, yet she remained unpanicked. The maid's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Belmaya. "Trust me." Belmaya donned her sheepskin cloak and prepared to go out. With the blessing of the holy magic, she believed her own safety was assured and that the best approach was to handle things quietly. She left the castle alone, walking under the cold snowfall. She decided coldly, "I will search for Miss Kylie alone. You take care of the other pupils, especially Miss Lucy." "Yes," the maid replied. The maid called after Belmaya's back. "Butler, according to witness statements, Miss Kylie disappeared toward the northern forest." Belmaya was stunned to hear where her lady had gone. The northern forest. Belmaya recalled the girls around him. This was his territory, a man strangely entangled with women. She imagined a scene. A lone wooden house in the snowstorm, warm yellow light spilling from within while the blizzard raged outside. Disaster victims. Only two people left in harsh circumstances, forced to wait for rescue relying on each other. She pictured her lady and Ed Roth-Taylor huddled together to keep warm in the cold. Her face suddenly fell, fearful at the images playing in her mind. She blushed involuntarily as the butler strode steadily through the snow. Her face showed deep worry. They must find them as fast as possible. The Saintess is in danger. Ed Roth-Taylor looked like a monster. A monster lived in the northern forest, an indifferent man hauling many bleeding wild carcasses. Snow began falling in that forest. Such rumors had spread among the pupils. Belmaya trudged through the snow, tired. Of course Belmaya knew the truth. She saw a house with its lights on. Footprints were still imprinted in the snow. She thought she had found the place. Ed Roth-Taylor was the center of attention. Beneath the aloof exterior, Ed Roth-Taylor was sociable and considerate, despite being surrounded by many admirers. But Ed Roth-Taylor was reliable and always fulfilled his duties. If relationships became more complicated, however, headaches would follow. Belmaya struggled to open the door. She thought the young master Ed Roth-Taylor probably did not yet know Miss Kylie's true identity. She pushed the door and stepped inside. A voice called out. "Oh, as expected." Ed Roth-Taylor, covered in wounds, said, "Sister Belmaya has come." Belmaya, witnessing this, couldn't help but worry. Young master, can you explain what happened?" "I will explain the situation, but right now if we don't get Kylie." Outside the blizzard was growing fiercer, Belmaya said. "If the storm gets stronger, we'll be in big trouble." Ed Roth Taylor said. Also, the head maid should not leave Tower Ophelis for too long. Belmaya sighed. Yes, that is true. But he looked at Belmaya and wondered why the Saintess had come all the way here. Ed Roth Taylor, bloodied all over, winced as he took the item. Despite his best effort, it didn't feel natural. The crux was that Kylie's true identity is only revealed in the latter half of episode 3. Already this is awkward. How are they suspecting me? Ed Roth Taylor looked at Belmaya and said, I apologize for my rude behavior. Ed Roth Taylor said, Saintess, please set that chair down. The Saintess complied and put the chair down. Ah, yes. Ah, Belmaya shouted. Saintess. The Saintess startled. Ah, so you already know? Ed Roth Taylor wearily held his wounds. I'm also a baptized believer of the Church of Telos. Seeing her dispel illusory demon magic from such close range, anyone could tell. Please put the chair down first, she said tiredly. Ah, yes. My principle has never changed. I do not involve myself with any major players in the plot. Ed Roth Taylor glanced at the other party. But if things stay like this, who knows what Saintess Kylie will do next? A clash between the two ensued. In that situation, it would be better if I revealed that I know her true identity and eliminated the latent risk. He thought so, and then said, seeing she must hide her identity and blend with the other pupils, life seems oppressively constrained. I know that stifling feeling well. Kylie hesitated, a little timid. That matter. Ed Roth Taylor stepped closer to Kylie and said, but how is life in the woods? Free and easy? Kylie glanced at him and continued. Can you guess how I lived? He thought, this man's so-called free, easy life wasn't really living. Kylie looked toward the carcass hanging from the ceiling. Ed Roth Taylor's thoughts surfaced, resembling mere survival. He remembered the smile of a blonde girl with twin ribbons. Everything has two sides, and freedom is no exception. If Adele were a poet praising the beauty of freedom. His eyes grew a little sad at the memory. Then he continued, I apologize for my rude actions toward the venerable Saintess. His train of thought again presented the dark side of freedom. He rose, battered and wounded, and said, but sadly, there was no one beside the Saintess to tell her these things, so I took the liberty. He stood up, looked at Kylie and said, now you should go back. Kylie left the house following Belmaya, continuously apologizing. Sorry, Sister Belmaya, that you had to travel so far because of me. Belmaya replied, I only did what I ought to do. Don't worry about it. Kylie turned and thought, if I return to Tower Phyllis, I can warm myself in a cozy room, enjoy a fragrant soup, and the tent in the blizzard will feel like a tale from a distant land. She still felt attached to something, but inside that tent lingered the metallic stench of blood and the weight of reality. Ed Roth Taylor, exhausted, walked in the freezing weather. Kylie thought she couldn't imagine what kind of person hid behind that cold exterior and skilled magic used to block new students. She was thinking of Ed Roth Taylor. Kylie thought she and that person might accomplish something together, but reality was different. It's sad. My illusion of freedom has been shattered. The footprints in the snow seemed to mean something. Kylie pondered, but I'm convinced that at least the choice to leave the holy city for Sylvania was the right one. Kylie couldn't help glancing back with regret. Her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the fire. Because I met a respected senior. Belmaya turned back, not understanding what the other was thinking, and watched silently for a while. Of course, Belmaya seemed to sense something. She wondered, could it be? She turned and continued on, thinking to herself, surely not. It's probably nothing, right? Too vague. Kylie could not be at ease. I cannot grasp the implication of that remark. I only feel my heart burning like fire. Spring comes when we no longer expect it, which makes it all the more special. Early flowers burst into bloom, and a voice rang out, well then, if you don't reserve a head, it's hard to get a table here. At Laplace Bakery, a voice called out, we're just dropping by for business, so it's fine. Lortel sat opposite Ed Roth Taylor. Lortel cheerfully said, may I offer you a seat? It may take a little while until the inventory check is done. Ed Roth Taylor reluctantly nodded. A chef stepped out, bowed, and said, if you need anything at all, feel free to ask. Lortel smiled and said, yes, thank you, sir. The two began to chat. Lortel opened. In times like this, exclusive power is fun. right? It grants privileges others don't have. The chef turned away, a slight frown on his face. By his look, it seemed only you were enjoying this. Lortel didn't care. She lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Oh my, such a sharp comment. True as he said, but I never bother others for no reason. As you know, the recent blizzard has disrupted supplies to Aeon Island. The owner standing inside heard everything and couldn't help feeling a bit angry. Outside, Lortel remained nonchalant. Laplace Bakery had placed orders for many unnecessary items, but when the delivery date approached, he canceled them. The chef grinned smugly, and Lortel's voice rang out. Or maybe that order was fake. She calmly sipped her tea and said, I understand ingredients are growing scarce, but it's unacceptable for him to hoard things meant for others. Where is his business ethics? Hearing this, the chef panicked and rushed out, bowing his head. Little Miss Lortel, please speak to the trade association for us. After all, restricting order quantities like that is too much. Please reconsider this one time. If it continues like this, we'll... Lortel gave a light laugh. Indeed, she continued, there's class this afternoon. Come with me to the faculty area. At that, the chef's face fell. Edroth Taylor said, cold-hearted, really. In spring, the academy felt renewed. Edroth Taylor and Lortel walked across the courtyard. As they went, Lortel said, I don't want to do this either, but because of the blizzard, shipment from headquarters were interrupted, so the trade association's budget is tight. Even with plenty of assets, you still have to tighten your belt. Edroth Taylor hurried ahead and spoke casually. It turned out the trade association's finances were sometimes poor. Must be tough for you. Hearing that, she brightened and said, what are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Lortel quickly ran up alongside Edroth Taylor and said, finance management is my specialty, so don't worry. If we don't spend recklessly, we'll be fine. That's how the association should be run. Suddenly she stopped, looked at Edroth Taylor and said, but why didn't you bring the book to class? Edroth Taylor replied coldly, I had to stop by the library to borrow it. Consider it my way of taking a walk for exercise. Lortel froze as if struck by lightning and said, but how many are there? Why didn't you buy it? She halted, hugged the book, and reconsidered. It's not a small sum for a student. Sylvania's textbooks are all premium editions. She trembled as she opened her purse. She asked Edroth Taylor, how much in total? He answered politely, thank you. Lortel sighed in relief. Moreover, the student council president election is coming up, so I guess you don't intend to run. Edroth Taylor wasn't concerned. He walked on while Lortel clung like a tail and said, after all, the trade association's work is the top priority. Of course it's better if a friendly person becomes president. Please run, senior. I'll support you. Edroth Taylor turned to refuse. He had no intention of running and wasn't even sure he'd win. Lortel cut him off. What a shame, I guess you'd say that. What about your sister? At this, he mentioned Tanya. Sensing some reaction, Lortel added, even if beaten to death, I'd never support Princess Phenia. Edroth Taylor hesitated. I won't explain at length, but Tanya, Lortel quickly said, I understand, senior. Even if the top students support Tanya, it's hard for her to win. Tanya was described as beautiful. She is Edroth Taylor's sister. Though the second daughter of the Roth Taylor family, the gap is too large. Thinking it over, Lortel judged accurately. Given the current course of events, Princess Phenia will be elected. He thought of his sister Tanya Roth Taylor, a pitiable villainess. She would use any means, begging or whatever, to gain one more vote. Then she'd howl and cry in front of everyone. But the gap still couldn't be closed. Tanya would have to accept a crushing defeat and leave the stage. Suddenly Lortel said, could it be that senior supports the princess? Edroth Taylor said in surprise, how would I know? If I had to choose, I'd support Tanya more. After all, she's my sister. Lortel blushed shyly. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Most students support Princess Phenia, so I was afraid you'd be the same. She then buried her head in his chest. Senior, you know I like you, right? She struck a pitiful pose. I was almost jealous, you know. Lortel showed affection right in the middle of the courtyard. Then she rested her head against his chest. Is it okay if I check your heartbeat? Edroth Taylor only gave her a cold look, then pushed her head away. Lortel said, yeah, you keep avoiding me. Did I do something wrong? Ed Roththaler dodged and looked elsewhere. You haven't done anything wrong, but I don't want to get involved in a relationship until I graduate safe. He added, until graduation. Lortel froze. What if after graduation? He fell silent and said nothing. Seeing that, Lortel said, Oh my, feels like I've caught on to something important. I don't really know what graduation means, but anyway, that's next year. She continued, Actually, I'm not sure you'll be able to hold out until then. Ed Roththaler remained silent. He looked into the distance and thought, graduating safely is not an easy goal. The final boss I must face at the end of this story. Only when the protagonist defeats the final boss will the world be at peace. He faces a ferocious dragon. He watched people happily holding hands and chatting. He thought, only then can I graduate safely. He thought of Clarice and Phenia. Only with Clarice's support representing the church and Phenia representing the Taylor royal family could the final holy dragon boss be defeated. In short, Taylor must follow the storyline and gather a full team. Over here, Taylor and Isla were chatting happily. The new student placement exam ended successfully. Tanya Roththaler hurriedly grabbed Kylie's hand. Fortunately, Kylie kept her secret and continued studying at the academy. It's a pity for Tanya, but the student council president election will start soon and Phenia will win. Thus, the plotline has almost returned to its original trajectory. He enjoyed the wonderful spring air and reassured himself that he could relax now. Over here, a voice rang out, Princess Phenia. In her bedroom, Phenia sat on the bed, thinking contrary to Ed Roththaler's expectations. In the girl's bedroom, her body was trembling. She clutched the blanket tightly and said, As I thought. Phenia bit her lips sadly and said, I will not run for office. Then the whole plot will collapse. Clebius sat in the dark corner, clutching his head in agitation. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, there are plenty of people who could do it besides me. So why was it me from the start? Light slipped through the curtain gap and fell on his head, illuminating the paper in front of Clebius. He kept holding his head and muttering, Wretched life, why? Why me, damn it? A challenge application, Clebius wondered. Want to duel me, one-on-one? Sounds like someone's keen on trouble. In a classroom, Zix calmly flipped a page and asked, Why did you answer like that earlier? Because, as a junior, I want to learn from my seniors. Zix snapped the book shut and said, That reason sounds a bit cliched. Zix turned to the student, putting on a smug face. The student stated his purpose, Because I want to prove my worth. Zix smiled and asked, You're already the top student, aren't you? The student replied, But I'm only the top of the freshmen. He continued prompting, Senior Janica, top of all departments in year 3. Senior Clebius, top of the combat department. I'm thinking of competing with Senior Ed Roththaler, who's famous among the first-year magic department students. The figures of Janica and Ed Roththaler flashed before me. He said nonchalantly, Of course, everything has an order. He said he'd sent a challenge letter to Senior Clebius, the year 2 combat department top, but it seems Clebius is avoiding him. The junior smirked confidently and looked down. Anyway, if I defeat Senior Clebius, top of combat, I'll challenge Senior Elvira, top of metallurgy. Then I'll send a challenge to Senior Zix. I came by today just to give notice. Zix wondered, why me next? I'm not a top student. The junior replied, Isn't it obvious the senior became the year 2 top? In fact, the year 2 overall top is Zix. The image of Lucy appeared. Zix scoffed, acting casual. After beating me, you'll challenge Senior Janica and Senior Ed Roththaler anyway. Zix stood and stepped in front of the junior in Sylvania. You need to learn how you might be wrong. The junior admitted, I also thought it would be very hard to beat the seniors. Zix put a hand on his shoulder. I didn't mean it like that. Patting the junior, he walked away laughing. Don't talk about Senior Janica or Senior Ed Roththaler. You don't even stand a chance against me. Seems you know nothing. You'll end up stuck at Clebius. The junior fumed, his face darkening as he glared back at Zix. If you want to beat me, you must first learn to face the truth. A voice rang out. Hey, Zix. He startled and looked forward. Ed Roththaler was waving and standing before him. Zix said, Thanks, senior. You tidied the library. I'm grateful. Wait, are you talking about that year 1 top? Near the academy fountain, Zix began to explain. He's a new student sending challenge letters to all notable students. He's also aiming at you. Ed Roththaler sat, touched his chin lightly, and began to think. As far as I know, Wade's challenge streak runs from Chapter 3 to Chapter 5 of Volume 3. Wade appeared with a sword in hand. Wade is the son of a Northern Border Army commander, born with sword talent, and he claimed the Year 1 top spot with overwhelming strength. Unhappy with being Year 1 top, Wade requested one-on-one duels with the Academy's famous students and top scorers, then defeated them one by one. Wade held a blue sword, with the defeated lying at his feet. Even Zix, he recalled, had lost to Wade that year. Zix was at a disadvantage, exhausted, and though it was a close match, he lost. Wade's seemingly invincible winning streak ended when he lost to Taylor. You've grown by leaps in just 1 year. Taylor appeared surrounded by a powerful aura. Ed Roth Taylor and Zix sat on a stone bench and began to analyze. Zix changed the subject. I heard there's a welcome party for new students Thursday night. Want to go see him? Ed Roth Taylor declined. No, I have to go. I've got plans today. I've seen Wade's face enough to last me. Under the clear sky, he reminded Zix, thanks for the heads up. Be careful yourself. Ed Roth Taylor strode quickly through the students, thinking as he walked. I thought I didn't care about this, but seeing the Academy's bustle fills me with energy. The characteristic atmosphere made Ed Roth Taylor smile. He felt relaxed and lighthearted, his steps growing lighter. As he walked, he thought that, since they're in the same year and often meet on the way to class, he knew Princess Phinia was in a particular mood. But whenever people talked, Phinia would lower her head and sit there worried about something. When Wade said, I want to test myself against Senior Ed Roth Taylor too, and the story mentioned Senior Ed Roth Taylor, Phinia, who was sitting nearby, heard clearly. She obviously pricked up her ears. Her face showed her worry. Someone sat behind Phinia, holding a book, and said, Ed Roth Taylor. Wade said, Wake up, you useless lump. Phinia immediately turned, her face going deathly pale. Clearly he cared a great deal about the senior. But it wasn't just today. Zix scratched his head and looked at Ed Roth Taylor. He thought to himself, it's probably fine. I'll look into it a bit more and bring it up next time. The bitter cold was already a thing of the past. The sky was clear. Where did that little butterfly come from? The little butterfly dipped low, the scene of the northern woods below. Truly a spring day. The butterfly then landed on Lucy's nose. She waved her hand to shoo the insect away, wanting to bask in the rooftop sun, flapping her hand repeatedly. Nearby a voice said, Ed Roth Taylor's growth rate is extremely rapid. Below, Janica was lecturing Ed Roth Taylor. Janica said that his perception had gradually improved significantly. Since he had formed a pact with Marilda, he should certainly be able to contract with a mid-tier spirit. Janica stood by the board, hands on her hips. If you say he progressed this much in just 1 year, no ordinary person would believe it. Ed Roth Taylor looked at her and thought privately, I call this Master Janica mode. Although I find it adorable, she thinks she's very imposing. Just humor her. Ed Roth Taylor clapped. All thanks to a good master, praising her. Janica sniffed, chest out, and cleared her throat coyly. She continued, usually to contract a mid-tier spirit, you must climb mountains and ford rivers, search for a suitable spirit, strip down, and sit under a waterfall pouring over you. On the other hand, Ed Roth Taylor enjoyed the meadow's air to sense spirits. Janica said, having enough mana isn't enough to form a pact. You must find a spirit whose mana flow resonates with. Ed Roth Taylor, eyes sleepily, said, but my pact with Marilda wasn't like that. Janica explained, Ed tends strongly toward fire and wind. If you're contracting a new spirit, wouldn't it be best to avoid those two elements? He thought, she's right. Contracting a spirit with the same element you use makes it easier to control. In the universe, all elements are connected, but different situations can complicate things. He looked at her helplessly and thought, like Janica, it's best to use as many elements as possible, or at least more than one. He added, it won't be easy to find one, will it? Janica stood with hands on hips. That's why spirit masters often regard the mid-tier spirits they contract as their destiny. There was an illustration of the spirit master class in Sylvania's Blade St. Hall deep in the woods. A cloaked figure communicating with Marilda, romantically wandering nature, crossing forests and streams, and empathizing with spirits met by fate. Janica said, "Start by sensing." Ed Rothtailor closed his eyes with Janica guiding beside him. "Try focusing your mana into your eyes." He opened his eyes wide, and his pupils began to change. Before him were countless spirits with various energy sources swirling around. Janica spread her arms happily. "These are the mid-tier spirits I selected and brought for you." Ed Rothtailor glanced around and said, "Isn't carrying this many spirits normally a huge hassle?" "Really?" Mug stood with arms crossed on his shoulder. Janica smiled happily with a snake coiled on her arm. She said, "You don't have to refuse those who want to follow you because they like you, right? I've already talked with the spirits." Ed Rothtailor replied, "Impressive." "But," Janica said, "come on, you just need to appoint them." Ed Rothtailor broke into a sweat. "Appoint?" He looked at the various animals lined up before him. Number 1, mid-tier water spirit Pello. Pello said, "I'll flap my wings once." Oh, an odd little blue waterfowl flapped its wings. Another voice rang out, "I'm number 2, Mug." Pensive, Ed Rothtailor glanced at it and thought, "This kid is giving me a low-tier spirit." But being told to appoint sounded strange. Sweating, he looked at the blue creature. Janica worried. "Is this weird? Too difficult? Or shall we leave it for next time?" Ed Rothtailor closed his eyes and steadied his head. "No, it's nothing, sir. Quickly check the next spirit." He wondered, what about my fated or romantic encounter? Will it really be all right? At the welcome party, the new students stood around chatting and laughing. It was quite meaningful for the newcomers. But third-year top Janica didn't attend for personal reasons, and Lucy, the second-year Spirit Master top studying under Ed Rothtailor, was also absent for personal reasons. Vice Principal Rachel turned to the person beside her and worriedly asked, "Janica's not coming either?" Academy staff feared the ceremony would become dull, but then news of their absences became irrelevant as the students gathered around one of Sylvania's most exalted figures. Princess Phenia had appeared, playing the white pieces on a chessboard. Although Sylvanian culture leans toward equality, no one dared speak to someone of royal blood. Everyone nearby avoided Phenia in fear. No one dared even a direct glance, not commoners nor nobles. In the end, only one person dared to speak with her at the welcome. A student appeared holding a black knight and said, "Checkmate." He was the heir of the Collarmore family, one of the 3 great sword houses and a key right hand of the crown, top of the first year. Wade closed his eyes, placed the black piece, and smiled as a voice remarked, "You're good at chess." Wade picked up a white pawn and said, "You hesitated after sacrificing a pawn. If you'd kept attacking without hesitation, I would have lost." Phenia looked at the board and said, "Just play chess. That's the royal tutor's game." But in reality, it was different. Wade set down a piece, seeming to suggest she'd been through much in Sylvania. Phenia bowed her head. "I've only become more objective. I thought I was better than anyone at seeing through people, but perhaps I'm not." Wade reminded her, "Well then, some say in Sylvania you must learn to accept that you might be wrong." She thought, "Must I learn to accept that I might be wrong?" A vision of Ed Rothtailor kneeling appeared, while Phenia stood passing judgment. The mistake expelled him like a thorn at the throat, yet it had saved Janica. Ed Rothtailor's body was smeared with dust and fresh blood. He rolled up his sleeves. She thought he lived as a hermit in the wild. Over time, his presence grew stronger. A silhouette of Ed Rothtailor sat on a chair, wielding fire magic. Ed Rothtailor's determined, striving gaze emerged. Rumors said even among first years he was held in high regard. He led an exemplary life at the academy, and his prominence kept growing. Ed Rothtailor turned his back, half-turned his face. The whole visage seemed to glow. It was proof of her own mistake. Phenia looked at the fallen white piece on the board. Could mistakes occur not only here, but in Sylvania more broadly? However, nothing is solved by hiding like a child and learning nothing. Phenia closed her eyes. Regardless of rank at Sylvania Academy, learning is mandatory. Phenia opened her eyes wide. "Thanks to you, I've gained clarity." Phenia smiled confidently. She lifted the white piece and asked, "Shall we play another round? You can't keep running from your mistakes forever, can you?" Phenia confidently reset the pieces, thinking that notion rather foolish. A line of thought arose. It might take about 4 days to settle everything. Then I'd return after camping in the northern woods at the log cabin under the morning sun. She wished they could set everything aside to sit around a campfire and talk. Fenia imagined herself and Ed Roth-Taylor by the fire, gazing at each other and sipping water. Fenia felt a relief she hadn't felt in a long time. It seemed spring had come to Princess Fenia. Suddenly the pawn beside her fell to the floor, and she gasped in surprise. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fenia reached out as the pawn was falling. I received word that Roth-Taylor is dead. The pawn struck the ground and shattered. The letter read, "To my venerable father, greetings. Since you reside mainly in the royal city, it has become my habit to write and report my current situation to you. However, the unusual thing is that this time I'm sending the news not from the Roth-Taylor villa, as usual, but from Sylvania Academy. This is my first time living away from home. So many things still feel unfamiliar. But I will always remember the honor of being a member of the Roth-Taylor family. Sylvania's egalitarian environment and packed schedule have been a bit hard for me to adapt to. However, I've made friends, or rather classmates. The goal I confidently told you on the day I left home, the plan to become the youngest student council president, is also progressing well. I've heard rumors that Princess Fenia, beloved by the people, will also run, but I will still do my best. I also met Senior Lortel. Though we aren't far apart in age, she seems completely mature as a merchant. There will soon be negotiations to purchase the sage's secret tome, and I'm worried whether I can represent the family. This is also awkward to mention because he was expelled by father. I don't think much explanation is needed. This must be a stain on our family. Yet, more accurately, he seems to have become much more mature and diligent, as if he's turned into a completely different person. In truth, I was too young to remember clearly, so this might just be my imagination. Lately, I've dreamed of childhood scenes, the small hill behind our manor. In spring, it's filled with the sense of clove and daffodil. I remember climbing the flower-scented path. It seems someone took my hand to help me up, and one hand belonged to Sister Arwen. If so, then the other hand must have been father, right? When Sister Arwen was alive, Ed Roth-Taylor didn't seem so rakish. Maybe he's just returned to his true self? But complicated thoughts keep swirling in me tonight. Tanya Roth-Taylor, the daughter who always reveres her father. Tanya Roth-Taylor's father is Crapin Roth-Taylor. After reading his daughter's letter, he raised the sword in his hand. That blade contains poison magic, an extremely deadly sigil that can cause agonizing death with the slightest touch. Crapin Roth-Taylor hastily handed the sword to a nearby attendant and let the letter drop, watching it fall. He suddenly spoke. Tanya Roth-Taylor's reply letter. Besides the student council election, negotiating the purchase of the sage's secret tome from Lortel seems a bit too much for the girl. So I decided to send a trustworthy attendant to assist. Although normally sending a family attendant to Sylvania Academy is not permitted, the Academy accepted this time on the grounds of official business. Then the two men Crapin Roth-Taylor summoned turned and walked away to the rear. He removed his gauntlets, revealing sinewy hands the color of blood with 2 eyes on them. He looked down and exclaimed, "I still can't get used to this." Crapin placed his grotesque hands on a silver orb. As he laid them down, a purple energy radiated around the globe. A panel with an eye symbol appeared, a high-level causality spell that can foresee the consequence of a given action or specific outcome. Seeing it, he added, "It consumes a great deal of mana, so it can't be used often. It's a pity, but this is absolute power." Inside the silver orb, an image appeared. On a torrential rainy day, 3 men stood on a cliff, an outcome certain to result from the actions performed. On that cliff were Ed Roth-Taylor and another man. The two were engaged in some kind of conflict. The other man then thrust his sword straight into Ed Roth-Taylor's abdomen. The sudden stab left him no time to react, and he coughed up blood. Seeing Ed Roth-Taylor stabbed, Janica hurried over. She was utterly shocked by the scene before her. Seeing Ed Roth-Taylor fall into the abyss, Janica screamed, "Ah!" She reached out desperately to grab Ed Roth-Taylor, but could not hold on. She shouted his name loudly. Ed Roth-Taylor. The torrential rain mixed with such a tragic scene made the sight truly terrifying. Janica immediately turned her face back, her features twisted into a demonic expression full of hatred. Crapin Rothtailor, seeing Janica's face appear in the orb, exclaimed, "How unpleasant, but a necessary sacrifice." 3 days before Ed Rothtailor's death, Tanya Rothtailor was in the process of campaigning to become student council president. However, it seemed Tanya Rothtailor's situation wasn't looking very good. In the student council presidential poll chart, Tanya Rothtailor occupied only a very small slice. The person with the most votes was none other than Princess Phinia. Seeing the survey results, Tanya couldn't help but say, "Impossible." The poll of support for the council candidates shows Princess Phinia is widely recognized, not only in the eyes of the royal family, but the citizens of the Klol Empire also know her. If Princess Phinia truly runs for president, then no matter what happens, the chance of winning is essentially zero. Of course, I understand the clear difference between reality and imagination. Unfortunately, I must abandon hope. She sat there dazed when suddenly a man approached. It turned out to be Senior Zix, who said, "Oh, Tanya, are you out practicing elemental studies?" Startled by being spoken to, Tanya looked up. Before Tanya could answer, Senior Zix continued, "Having any trouble with your studies? When there's a chance, you and Elka should have tea with me." The nearby female students whispered to each other, "Wow, that's Senior Zix. Isn't he practically the strongest at the academy?" Tanya just greeted Senior Zix. Suddenly Lortel also stepped toward Tanya, smiling and saying, "Tanya, I'll soon have negotiations about trading tomes. Let me know when you're free, and I'll arrange for you to attend." The students cheered again. Wow, that's a Senior Lortel, right? Tanya had just greeted the de facto head of the Elk Trade Guild. That's the top prodigy of Sylvania, Senior Lucy, right? Lucy then walked over to Tanya and said, "Hello." The students who had been watching felt immensely jealous and remarked, "She actually talks to people too? That's so different from us." Tanya's acquaintances are all high caliber, amazing. Tanya had a polite, widely social demeanor without any arrogance, truly admirable. If I could emulate even half of that grace, I'd be satisfied. Hearing the two, Tanya turned back with a bright smile and said, "Hee, you two have worked hard today. You must be tired. Go back to your rooms and rest. If you train every day, Terry and Kylie will surely become excellent students. Keep it up tomorrow, too." Upon hearing Tanya, the two girls Terry and Kylie replied, "We'll do our best to become as graceful and capable as Tanya." Tanya closed the door, sat down, and sank into thought. In recent days, my status and reputation at the academy seem to have risen rapidly. I haven't done anything. If I examine it closely, the reason I'm treated with respect must be that I'm his sister, right? Then she thought of her brother Ed Rothtailor and covered her face, crying. I thought he was a villain. So why do I now look like the villain? How did things end up like this? As Tanya sat with her face in her hands, she suddenly noticed someone opening the door. Suddenly, two men entered. One called out, "Long time no see, Miss Tanya." The man beside him added, "Seeing you well is wonderful." Tanya exclaimed, "Kadek Knox." She said to the two, "Father has cared for me a great deal. It's so good to see you both after such a long time." The man named Kadek spoke up, "I heard you've been working hard with your studies. We're fortunate to assist you this time. I, Kadek, will support you by compiling price information for the tome purchase negotiations and researching the trade guild's budget situation, so you can prepare for the talks with peace of mind." Tanya responded, "Thank you, Kadek." The man named Knox then added, "As for me, Knox, while the young lady focuses on her studies, I will handle schedules related to the student council campaign. First, since rumors say Princess Phinia will run, I'll provide information on that camp's pledges." Tanya heard him and replied, "No need, Knox." She paused, thinking there was fresh news this morning after all. Later, Janica and Ed Rothtailor went out for coffee. Janica told the fellow beside her, "Princess Phinia won't be running for president." The young man beside her, startled, exclaimed, "What?" Janica continued, "I heard a royal representative announced it at the royal residence this morning. Everyone's buzzing about it." The man added, "But an announcement alone could still change someone's decision, right?" He looked up at the sky, and pondered. Final boss of Chapter 4, Crepe-In Rothtailor. With his flawless way of working, everyone sees him as the benevolent head of the Rothtailor house. But only Princess Phenia has spotted his darkness. With royal authority and academy power in her hands, Princess Phenia becomes the most reliable ally. She could lead the upcoming confrontation with Crepe-In Rothtailor. You're targeting Sylvania Academy, so now she won't even run for president? He was lost in thought when Janica suddenly stepped up to him and said, I have a premonition. This feels like we're about to do something reckless. He began to reply, if that's the case, but before he could finish, Janica interrupted. We can't let Ed Rothtailor suffer pain and bleed alone without knowing why. He's already been through enough. He doesn't need to add trouble to himself. If he wants to do something, whatever it is, I'll help. Ed Rothtailor replied casually. Honestly, I think Princess Phenia as president would be good. Janica couldn't help but retort. Isn't it true she treated Ed Rothtailor terribly? Besides, since Tanya is Ed Rothtailor's sister, I was planning to support Tanya. But the princess has declared she won't run. What can we do? I wish we knew the reason. As the two were talking, a man approached and called out loudly. There's too much staring going on here. Middays like this aren't a little too enthusiastic, are they? Hearing someone addressing them, the pair turned and saw it was Zix. Zix continued, Sorry to disturb your private moment, but I think I understand why Princess Phenia isn't running. Janica gasped, private moment and enthusiastic. Weird phrasing. Zix thought for a moment and then said, like an alpha wolf that has led its pack into a trap by a bad choice. Even with an arrow aimed at it, it shows no reaction. The look in Princess Phenia's eyes makes me think she's lost confidence and feels powerless. Anyway, I'll stop here and not bother you further. I hear spring rain starts tomorrow. Be careful when leaving the dorms. The two answered Zix, no bother at all, thanks. Sitting beside Janica after hearing Zix, he thought Zix's intuition was keener than normal senses. It's a credible inference. The worst case is Princess Phonia has completely lost her hatred for the Rothtailor family. What should we do? Suddenly Janica cut through his thoughts. Good situation. If it rains, that's an ideal environment to train with water spirits. Even better if we're near the sea. After elemental class tomorrow, try summoning a mid-level spirit at the northern cliff area. He turned and smiled at her. Thank you. Now, let's do what we can. Elsewhere, Lucy was lying back on the roof, gazing at the sky, and said, Is it going to rain soon? Suddenly sensing something, she leaped up in alarm and used her energy to light the pile of kindling. It turned out the Ed Rothtailor who had been sitting beside Janica earlier was walking over. Seeing the scene, he thought, spring has finally arrived, though the rain looks like it'll turn going outside into an obstacle course. The fine raindrops tapping against her body made Lucy feel melancholic. If the rain had come, she hoped it would pass quickly. Elsewhere, Ed Rothtailor was walking toward the northern shore. He approached and asked, Is it like this here? Mug beside him spoke up. This is my first time coming all the way to the northern shore. Truly, this vast cliff area is wild. Few people pass by. There's nothing much to see, and it's also very far. Ed Rothtailor replied to Mug's words. But there's no better place to train skills with a water spirit. Mug went on, Mug, with all due boldness, say that bonding with a mid-tier water spirit Riisha is an excellent choice. You even thought of using it with magic arrows. Hearing footsteps approaching, Ed Rothtailor ordered Mug to be quiet. Stop it, Mug, quiet now. He suddenly raised his arrow. It turned out two men were walking toward Ed Rothtailor. One of them spoke, Very pleased to see you again, Master Ed Rothtailor. It turned out the two of them were the lieutenants from the final phase of the campaign to eliminate Crepe-In Rothtailor in Stage 4, Phase 3, Kadek and Nox, the two close aides responsible for schemes in the Rothtailor family. The most loyal old gods of the Rothtailor clan were Kadek and Nox, Crepe-In's most trusted guards who had set foot on Arkan Island. Though they should have been pleased to reunite, I wasn't exactly overjoyed. Kadek cut through Ed Rothtailor's thoughts. It's been a long time. Master Ed Rothtailor, it's an honor. Ed pointed his arrow at them and replied, I've been expelled from the family, and you still call me Master. Thank you very much. Kadek continued, We have heard about you, Master. We came here under Lord Crapen's orders, the purpose being to assassinate you, Ed Rothtailor. However, we reconsidered. People like us once bore great grudges against you, Ed Rothtailor, and we plan to use this dagger engraved with a deadly seal. They seem to have become completely different from their younger selves, an attempt to assassinate Ed Rothtailor, the mansion's ruler. But the more we learned about his life at the academy, the more we realized he had reclaimed the brightness of his childhood and returned as a true heir. Knox beside him added, "We will explain everything clearly to Lord Crapen." Kadek continued, "Please become heir to once again honor the Rothtailor family." Ed Rothtailor still couldn't lower his guard. He coldly answered the two men, "Don't play games with me." Kadek and Knox smirked at Ed Rothtailor's words and said, "You've grown up, Master Ed Rothtailor." After saying that, Kadek made the first move, the Eagle Knight with wind sword technique. But Ed Rothtailor simply slipped the move aside with ease. Seeing Ed easily dodge Kadek's strike, Knox said, "Very well." Then he hurriedly swung his fire flail toward Ed Rothtailor. Unfortunately, this time Knox's attack was too strong for Ed Rothtailor to evade in time. He coughed a few times and then began firing arrows. The arrows glowed with blue power as they flew toward the two men, but they easily blocked the incoming bolts. They were the ones who held the shadows of the Rothtailor family. Suddenly Knox, his hand radiating flames, spoke up, "Do you still remember Meliana? The poor girl who lost an eye because of one of your daughter's past amusements." No sooner had he finished than Knox lunged at Ed Rothtailor with a fury like a tiger let out of its cage. He unleashed roaring sparks toward him, thinking Ed Rothtailor couldn't withstand such power. He was mistaken. Ed Rothtailor responded to Knox's rage. Looking back, yes, that did happen. Revenge like this is vanity. Knox, I know well that in the end, only emptiness remains when you follow the path of revenge. But it turned out Ed Rothtailor was not harmed by Knox's power. He had formed a protective shield around himself. Knox, hearing those words, grew even angrier. He couldn't stand it and cut him off. "That's not for you to tell me," he snapped, swinging his fire flail. But this time he was more cautious. "You could easily dodge Knox's strikes. You gently avoided them and replied." "Fair enough." Kadek, standing aside watching the tense fight between the two, smirked and said, You really have grown up, but stopping Knox's magically reinforced flail is impossible." Hearing Kadek, Knox seemed invigorated. He continuously swung his staff toward Ed Rothtailor and continued, "You dodge very well, but just one hit, and you will surely die instantly. The bow you're carrying only gets in the way. It will make your evasive moves harder and prevent you from observing your surroundings." Knox's blows pushed him closer and closer to the cliff edge. Seeing he had no way back, Knox raised the fire flail high and said, "There's nowhere left to run." Before he could bring the flail down, Ed Rothtailor said, "I know." Then from behind, Knox's sword suddenly flew at him, leaving him no time to dodge as he cried out in agony and spat blood outward. Kadek, seeing that scene, was stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He cried out, "Knox!" In astonishment, he wondered, could it be remote control magic? No, spirit magic? Using basic defensive magic only to block spells, deliberately creating an opening for the enemy to approach, and in that moment having everything prepared. Suddenly Ed Rothtailor called out, "Mug." No sooner had he finished than Knox's position exploded. Kadek was taken by surprise by the blast. He covered his face to shield himself and shouted Knox's name. Suddenly, two arrows shot out from inside the explosion, leaving him no time to react. One arrow struck his leg directly, blood spraying out from the wound. Seeing the arrow Ed Rothtailor had fired, Kadek couldn't help but be surprised. He thought to be able to counterattack from within such an explosion. It turned out Ed Rothtailor was already blessed with Ember Return, temporarily increasing his fire immunity. Kadek drew his two daggers and said, "What's happened to this insolent brat lately? However, next time aim for the weak spot instead of the lower part, though there won't be a next time." He then unleashed blades of energy at Ed Rothtailor. The power bolts sped toward Ed like a smashed hornet's nest. The collision was so fierce it created a hazy smoke. Cough! From the smoke, a bloodied figure struggled to rise. Ed Rothtailor, covered in blood, forcing himself up and beneath him was the writhing, pain Nox. Seeing the scene, Kadek said, "It seems you used Nox as a shield to avoid the killing blow, but this is the end." With that, he grabbed a dagger, leapt up, and lunged toward Ed Rothtail. But before he could strike, Kadek was frightened by a water tiger. He lost control of his footing and stumbled backward, muttering, "This can't be happening." It turned out that water tiger was Lycia, a mid-tier water spirit. Ryisha lunged at Kadek and clamped on his face so tightly he couldn't breathe, stammering, "I can't breathe." Unable to breathe, Kadek dropped the two swords from his hands, and they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Nox reached out desperately to grab them. Then he leapt from behind Ed Rothtailor and slashed at him. He, with hatred carved deep in his heart, forced himself to raise the sword high. Burns and injuries like that would be enough to make anyone faint. But as a Firebear Knight, proud of having seen and endured everything on the battlefield, he could still keep consciousness. Even Ed Rothtailor had not expected this. Yet when the sword just touched the crown of Ed Rothtailor's head, it paused for a beat. It turned out Ed's Windstorm Blessing had activated. When struck unexpectedly, the attacker would be blown away by wind. The Windstorm Blessing's energy erupted from behind Nox. The tip of that sword had only lightly grazed his forehead. The scene was chaotic. Ed Rothtailor and Nox were covered in wounds and blood, while Kadek was being clamped by the jaw, thrashing because he couldn't breathe. Suddenly Nox sank to his knees, and at the same time the water spirit Lycia released Kadek. Nox and Kadek's faces now looked utterly ruined. Ed Rothtailor, looking more battered than ever, clutched his head and looked down, crying, "Ah!" Nox fell to his knees and begged, pleading to him, "Can you end me with a single strike?" No sooner had he said that than Ed Rothtailor stepped forward to support him and replied, "That's what I should say. Looking at you coming here, perhaps my father has already resolved to kill me. If not today, then sooner or later I will die, even if I end you. But if this vicious cycle doesn't end, I will die right here. It may ultimately be meaningless, but it is not useless. At least you will no longer have to live in hatred. This is a small gift I leave to a loyal retainer of the Rothtailor house." Having said that, he took hold of the hands that gripped Nox's sword. Nox, unable to look, began to choke back sobs. Ed Rothtailor then grabbed his hand and drove the sword into his own chest. A sickening sound. Ed cried out in pain, choking and coughing, and blood spurted from his mouth. Suddenly a woman stepped forward. It was Janica. She walked up, brushed water from her hair, and called out loudly, "Sorry, Ed Rothtailor, it seems my class ran a bit late," as she looked up. But the moment her face lifted, a scene hit her that she would never forget. The sight of Ed Rothtailor being stabbed and falling into the abyss, his body thrown back, drenched in blood. Janica ran rapidly toward Ed Rothtailor, screaming. But it was too late. He had already been shoved backward. Janica reached out, trying to salvage the situation, her voice continuously calling, "Ed Rothtailor." Nox, seeing Janica, flinched and thought, "Damn, but my body." Suddenly, he saw an energy emanating from Janica, as if she were summoning something very, very powerful. Nox couldn't help but wonder what on earth it was. Though he had seen and endured everything that could happen on the battlefield, even the Firebear Knight was witnessing for the first time and supreme being surpassing even high-tier spirits. There is only a single entity for each elemental force in nature. The ritual to summon the ultimate spirit, and one girl alone could control it. Suddenly Janica, cheeks flushed, coldly turned and asked Nox, "Do you know what you just did?" The raindrops falling onto the formation gave off a hazy smoke. Everything was arranged to create a scene full of sorrow and wrath. A surge of power radiated from Janica. Smoke swirled around it, mingled with crackling electrical energy that looked terrifying. The ground was scorched by sunlight. Suddenly, from a sky thick with black clouds and lightning, a vast, hazy tail appeared, huge and very long. Its tail was larger than a royal palace and was said to have once scorched the entire Apith mountain range in mythic times. A giant dragon had been summoned by Janica, thunder and lightning entwined with the black clouds around its body. Its roar echoed across the sky. That dragon was the supreme fire wraith, Theorpus. Even calling forth a single limb of it would be enough to burn the northern forest to ash. Nox stared in shock at the supreme fire wraith and recalled Janika's array. No need to understand the gigantic formation in the sky. Faced with such a malevolent force, anyone would grasp the severity of the coming situation. A tremendous killing intent radiated from Janika. When she turned her head, blood was streaming from her eyes as if it had always been there. She looked back at Nox and said, "This is unavoidable death. Do you know what you've done?" Then suddenly some murderous force made Nox writhe in pain. He cried out in agony. His body was covered in wounds as red. Blood-like smoke began to rise from him. Suddenly a streak of blue energy shot toward Nox. A blue fox burst out, howling, then shouted at Nox, "Run quickly! Run!" Nox, bleeding all over, staggered up and stammered his reply. The creature then said, "Survive first, then report everything you've seen and experienced." Having said that, it turned and stood between Nox and the others. Behind Nox, he was trying to pull himself up, his mouth coughing sounds, "Ha-ha." The creature bared its sharp teeth and growled. "And what are you doing now, Marilda?" Janika looked at it coldly, raised her hand, and said, "Stand aside." Suddenly, she felt something blocking her. She was very surprised. The creature, seeing her surprise, said, "Can't resummon." "Strange, huh? Calm down and think. You're summoning me, not her." The creature, seeing her surprise, said, "Can't resummon." "Strange, huh? Calm down and think. You're summoning me, not her." The sky was still pouring rain. At the shoreline below the cliff earlier, a hand suddenly pushed up out of the water. A vision then appeared of Edroth Taylor and Lortel on their way to class. Lortel cheerfully asked how arcane studies were going. "Didn't you bring your tools and materials the other day?" Edroth Taylor walked on coldly and replied, "Well, probably when the break ends I'll spend the whole day just practicing arcane studies." He recalled the days when he practiced diligently, and the days he sat reading dozens of thick books. Then a voice rang in Ed Roth Taylor's head. "Overall, this can be considered a great success. You died creating a legendary arcane study item." He slowly crawled up from the water, trying to reach the hourglass that had shattered. It was the legendary magic item, the Delheim Hourglass. It can rewind the body's state a few seconds and heal all injuries. Using it once decides to destroy the black hourglass. Its effect had been used and expired. His arcane study skill was enhanced by using this legendary study item. From beneath the sea, Ed Roth Taylor did his utmost to climb up. Having been underwater too long, when he reached shore, he coughed up water. The wounds from falling off the cliff and the venom curse had been dispelled, but the rewind only lasted a few seconds. He tried to stem the bleeding from the painful wound in his arm, and his thoughts began to surface. Battle wounds, salt water seeping in, and his body temperature dropping fast. The cliff situation looked bad, so I chose to recall Mug. He suddenly stood and walked inward, though he couldn't really assess the situation given his condition. The legendary arcane tool, the Delheim Hourglass, isn't meant to exist at rank 3. I never expected I'd have to use it so early. Thinking of all the effort spent for a single use is truly sad. But anyway, I'm still alive. He remembered the image of his father with blood-red hands and those two eyes. Krapin Roth Taylor's determination of cause and effect magic is extremely complex. If I defeat Kadek and Nox and survive, Krapin Roth Taylor will pour all his mana into continuing the determination of cause and effect ritual until he finds the future in which I die. So I need to die once. I don't know why he wants me killed, but if my family head confirms my death, he might stop paying attention to me for a while. Nobody sends retainers to Arkan Island without reason. The reason could be to assist Tanya with her busy schedule because of the recent student council election or to negotiate treaties with the sages. Once those affairs finish, the retainers will leave. Then he collapsed face first to the ground. In short, until the student council election and the negotiations conclude, as long as I can exist as someone presumed dead, I can survive. Suddenly, a mug wreathed in flames flew toward him. Seeing it, he slowly sat up and said, "The problem is my body won't move properly. I'm aching all over. I was nearly dead." A voice rang out that startled him. "Lucky, finally found you." "Thank you." It turned out to be Janika. She rushed over and hugged him. Her embrace was so strong they both tipped backward. He could tell she was surprised too. He suddenly spoke. Seems I always make you worry. Sorry, Janica. After saying that, he hugged her tightly. The two of them went to a nearby cave to take shelter from the rain. Seeing he was alive, she rejoiced and said to him, Meanwhile, I'll fetch your daily supplies and other things. Don't worry too much. Ed Roth Taylor replied, Yeah, thanks forever. Janica, though, her wounds were starting to hurt. It turned out Janica had been clinging to Ed Roth Taylor's neck the whole time. She reluctantly let go because hugging Ed made her feel safer. Her face flushed. She hugged her knees and shyly said, No. Can you forget what you just said? Ed Roth Taylor turned to her and said, It's still raining, and there's still lots to do. Elsewhere, in an old wooden house, a girl sat watching the rain. Ask anyone about this lazy scene, and they'd say it was just the same as always, doing nothing. But Lucy was performing an act called waiting, different in nature. This wasn't boredom, but a comfortable feeling. You could easily picture the cottage owner's life, stepping out from the bushes with languid steps, checking that the fire was out, then lightly kicking the support beams to see if they're sturdy, then going to the drying rack, gathering up the soaking clothes, and pushing the tools that might rust under the tarp. After that, he'd pat his coat to shake off the water, head toward the hut, and greet Lucy. Lucy would reply, Oh, you're back. Finally, after lighting the lamp and sitting at the table to begin reading arcane study books, he'd lazily slump and doze off, listening to the rain, the crackling fire, and the occasional page turned from Ed Roth Taylor. Suddenly, Lucy sniffed a strange scent. She sensed a surge of mana, the smell of blood. Annoying. Then she saw Ed Roth Taylor rubbing his head and whispering, The house is well kept. Thank you. Suddenly, she put on her witch hat and flew up. As she flew, she yawned. Then suddenly she saw a stranger approaching and asked, Ahem, who are you? The man immediately replied, I am Knox, a retainer of House Roth Taylor. Help me. I'm badly injured. I tripped in a forest. My comrade encountered a wild beast, and it bit his throat off. Lucy answered Knox's plea. I'll help you. If you're telling the truth, I'll save you. What brought you here? At the cliff where Ed Roth Taylor fell, a middle-aged man approached, bearing an extremely toxic mark. He lifted his sword. The mark was so high-level that ordinary people almost never see it. Feels like these incidents only happen when I'm on duty. He drew near the cliff and shone his lamp down. The toxic mark no longer held mana, only traces, meaning it had been used and someone had surely died. Coupled with the fall from the cliff and the timing, the chance of finding a body, even if we search at dawn, is very low. In short, you said you came to help trainee Ed Roth Taylor practice summoning water spirits when you arrived at the scene and found Ed Roth Taylor stabbed with a knife. Janica replied, Yes, that's right. She spoke with tears streaming down her cheeks. Another woman stepped up to Janica and said, Although the shock is great, remember carefully. Did you see the perpetrator? Janica continued, Yes, they clearly said they are retainers of House Roth Taylor, Kadek, and Knox. The man from before, hearing this, said, Retainers of House Roth Taylor? Then I'll inform the headmaster tomorrow morning. Suddenly someone came up to them. A person turned and exclaimed, That trainee is Lucy. Janica saw Lucy and called out, Lucy, calm down. Do you want to return to camp first and hear me out? Lucy cut her off. I caught the murderer, the one who killed him, the retainers of House Roth Taylor, Kadek, and Knox. Then she stepped forward and took up Ed Roth Taylor's bow. A surge of power radiated from her, causing everyone to hastily shield their faces. The man from earlier, seeing Lucy's state, exclaimed, What? We must pursue Lucy immediately. Then turned to ask Janica, Trainee Janica, what's going on here? Janica replied, We don't have time. Right now, before things get worse. Suddenly Kadek and Knox appeared. Lucy spoke up. The retainers of House Roth Taylor have been moving together lately under the pretense of assisting work. Then she turned to the two and asked, You claim to serve House Roth Taylor? House Roth Taylor. Knox, his face streaked with dried blood, answered, We are not suspicious people. We are here to support Miss Tanya Roth Taylor. We completed the proper procedures to enter the academy. Hearing this, Lucy grew angrier. Tanya Roth Taylor, then boom, an explosion sent stones flying everywhere. Lucy demanded, "Where is she? Miss Lucy?" Lucy turned her head to look. Below where she stood, the one who spoke was one of the maids. "What's going on?" Someone below produced a sealing orb for Lucy. It was pouring rain, yet she hovered in the downpour inside a sealing matrix. The girl called out, "Miss Lucy, why are you doing this?" Lucy fixed her sharp eyes on the magic box. Suddenly the box began to crack. The girl was surprised. She hadn't expected Lucy to be capable of that. The matrix shattered from Lucy's overwhelming mana. She glared at the maid below and growled, "Bring her here." Her deep eyes, full of pent-up rage, boomed out, "Bring Tanya here." Elsewhere, within the academy, there was a sudden commotion. Through the smoke and rubble, two figures emerged. An entertaining duel. Elvira crumpled to the ground, clutching herself, her face showing irritation at the blade. "Huh, entertaining duel my foot. She just beat a second-year senior and already all puffed up?" Wade, grinning, sheathed his sword. "Haha, good job, Senior Elvira. Though it's still a bit early to claim I've beaten the second-year seniors, right?" He turned to look at Zix, since Senior Zix was still around. Zix sighed silently. Around them, students circled, watching the fight between Elvira and Wade from earlier. Zix thought to himself that although one-on-one combat wasn't Elvira's specialty, hadn't he actually defeated the metallurgy top student? From the start, first-year magic had Genius Yosef, and now that guy beat him to claim this year's top spot. He stepped closer, facing Zix as if a fight might break out. Wade Collarmore, heir to the famed Collarmore sword family, might even be able to beat Zix. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Zix was taken aback. The academy around them seemed to be collapsing, like the place itself was about to fall in. Oh, what was that sound? An attack? Should we run? Outside, amid the heavy rain, a massive explosion from one room erupted in a purple flare. They ran. Zix and Wade fled to seek help. First, they had to find the head made to handle the situation. Zix spoke up. He glanced toward the glass doors belatedly. Outside in the rain, Maid stood sealed into stone by a streak of purple magic. The time-prison magic. One could see the maid's Lucy had sealed with her spell. She had formed a vast matrix to prepare for her battle. Some people devote lifetimes to studying celestial magic, yet there are geniuses who can copy such spells after a single glance. Her expression was blank, but inside a storm raged as she spoke. "Tanya Roth-Taylor, bring her here." Zix, standing by the glass, asked in puzzlement. "Lucy," a maid shouted. "First, come over here quickly." Zix and Wade ran after the maid and asked, "What's happening?" "The head maid was killed, and our situation is chaotic. If what Miss Lucy says is true, third-year magic student Ed Roth-Taylor was murdered." Hearing this, Zix paused for a beat. He slowed his pace. Gradually, he fell behind. The person alleged to be a retainer of House Roth-Taylor. If he's their retainer, that would mean Tanya Roth-Taylor. The maid and Wade turned back in surprise. Zix called out, "You all go ahead." "Huh, young Master Zix." But with the situation as it is, Wade was stunned. The maid tore her hair in confusion over what to do. Why is he like this? Is this some kind of revenge? Then just evacuate from here. Zix turned and ran, leaving the two behind. "I'll handle myself. So you all go ahead. I'm sorry." The door from a dark room was locked. He kicked the door down in an instant. He had guessed correctly. Sure enough, there was a large hole in the wall, and the room lay in ruin. 5 minutes after the loud sound, no one had seen Tanya Roth-Taylor that night. So the only place she could be hiding, he opened the wardrobe. Inside, the person hiding was Tanya Roth-Taylor. She trembled, her face terrified as she stammered. Why? Why did this happen? What's going on? Why?" All the evidence pointed at Tanya. Zix was awkward and confused, yet he didn't understand. Thanks to Senior Ed Roth-Taylor, Tanya's reputation at the academy has been rising. Tanya used to be quiet, but has become more outgoing. Although she seemed to have some grudge against Senior Ed Roth-Taylor, it's odd that she be the mastermind behind the assassination. Zix murmured, "Tanya Roth-Taylor, listen carefully. You need to honestly answer the questions I'm about to ask." His expression turned serious. "Did you order the assassination of Senior Ed Roth-Taylor?" Tanya Roth-Taylor screamed in panic. "No, I really did not do that." The scene was chaotic. I can't trust her words, but if this continues, Tanya will surely be killed. In his heart, Ed Roth Taylor had always been dignified and strong at all times. Thinking of his senior's death made him sad. But there are many things he doesn't understand now. Perhaps it's right not to intervene at this moment. Yet Zix put a hand on her shoulder. He took off his cloak and handed it to Tanya. All right, I'll hear the full explanation later. For now, just stay here. He warned her carefully that if she went out to the square now, she might be killed. Whether Tanya is murdered or Lucy's hands are stained with blood, he unclasped his arm. A green magical aura flickered around him. He looked at Tanya. I'll try to stop Lucy first. None of this is what Senior Ed Roth Taylor would have wanted. Zix's stern gaze revealed how pained he was. Do you not grasp the current situation? Senior Zix, the outside was utter chaos. Academy buildings began to crumble as magical energy arrows launched by Lucy struck them. Dorothy had been turned to stone by Lucy's magic. The stone statue of Dorothy toppled backward on Aklebius, and he fell over. Yep, seeing the statue, he realized it was Dorothy, the third-year top student of the Illusions Department. He shouted. This person was also a top student, and she was defeated too? Aklebius looked up and saw Lucy approaching him. At the same time, she looked down at him. He ran screaming in panic. He ran with his eyes shut, crying as he ran. Why is this happening? This screwed-up nonsense is unbearable. This isn't why I came to Sylvania. Why can't my life be peaceful? It's miserable, truly awful. He tripped over a stone and slid along the ground. He lay helpless on the ground. Aklebius lay there as if he'd accepted the truth. If something like this appeared suddenly, wouldn't it be terrifying? Horrible, truly horrible. A voice suddenly said before him, What are you doing? Stupid Aklebius. Are you lying around in a place like this? It turned out to be Alvira standing before him, holding a satchel, asking, Didn't you just go to challenge someone? He said, Yes, I was training when the reagents unexpectedly ran out, so I had to go to the lab to get more. In the current situation, the only ones who can stop that monster are the top students. Time-wise, we must hold out at least 30 minutes. In everyone's eyes, Lucy now looked like a awakened monster. Alvira pondered, Until Academy staff arrive, right? Your legs look exhausted. She turned her back and looked at his pitiful state. If you still have strength, go to the faculty building. Having said that, Alvira waved and headed toward Lucy's location. He was dazed but couldn't do anything. He lay down in the rain and blamed himself. Poor thing, you pathetic wretch. His tears mixed with the raindrops. Truly a pitiful sight. Rain poured down in sheets. By Janika's area the rain was heavy, but they found a hiding place. Janika frantically spread the news. The academy staff had already gone ahead, and Marilda had also left. Ed Roth Taylor clutched a bandage to his wound. Urgent. Before I could explain the situation, Lucy already knew everything. Lucy knew in advance. I don't know what will happen. He asked, What about Lucy? His body was covered in wounds, and his hands were badly scratched. I think she went to the awfulest building looking for Tanya. Hearing that, he squeezed the bandage in his hand. Ed Roth Taylor mustered strength to stand. With fresh wounds still unhealed, moving made him groan. Ugh, all right, he decided firmly. I'll have to go there myself and see. Outside the house the rain fell in sheets, each drop like a little splash onto the world. Lucy lay in bed while an old silver-haired man pressed a warm cloth to her forehead to bring down her fever. He said, Originally, if there's a heavy rain, you'll still feel the pain. He smiled kindly and gently told Lucy, But remember that feeling. Lucy's face flushed from the chill. She didn't understand his words and only looked at him. The old man's words lingered. Bodily aches and wounds will become rarer with time. Recalling the image of people on the battlefield drawing bows and unsheathing swords to fight, the scene felt vivid. The old man continued. The weak spend their lives doing trivial, easy things like kicking their own souls, and you'll meet many such people. There, beams of multicolored light shot like rockets towards central axis. The stare of the purple-haired girl went rigid as the words echoed in the void. So you didn't plan to bring her here, then? A black-cloaked figure with a wizard's hat slowly materialized in the dark space amid smoky black haze. The girl spoke, and she certainly wouldn't be going far. Lucy was bathed in purple light that made her seem more somber and terrifying than ever. She said calmly that she would go find him herself. Then the old man's voice appeared again as purple rays illuminated the sky. You will become such a powerful witch that the lights seemed to grow stronger, invading and enveloping the space. No one could compare. Everyone there raised their bows or weapons as if to receive that terrifying purple power. A small foot in a black shoe glided slowly across the surface as she approached. The girl walked slowly toward the people from before, and the white-haired man's voice rang out once more. Because of your innate ability, your life may grow dull, as if nothing matters. Lucy's silhouette became even clearer now, but she bowed her head while the old man kept speaking. Surely there will come a time when even the sense of pain is a distant memory. Raindrops poured down her face. At the same time, her tears mixed with the rain, and she softly muttered, "You old fraud." Suddenly her foot stepped onto a tile, and the surrounding tiles burst into fierce flames. An explosion erupted as alternating black and red flames engulfed the space. Plumes of black smoke shot up as if trying to bury everything. Lucy in her black cloak and hat appeared. She scanned the area, and an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "I thought that was a clever move." Elvira, panting, ran up carrying a heavy-looking black satchel. She said, "Strange, it's the first time I've seen this spell cast so fast." A tiny humorous aside. Maybe it had a turbo button. Contrasting Elvira's curiosity, Lucy resembled a demon from the abyss as she said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way," while pointing to one side. Where Lucy had pointed stood a young man who, struck by the attack, was flung away with a miserable cry. "Ugh." Elvira spat a little blood and said, bewildered, "Too fast. I don't understand its mechanics. It's not magic in the usual sense, just a raw release of mana." Seeing Lucy surrounded by purple energy, she seemed to radiate an uncontrollable, boundless power. Elvira couldn't help but say, as expected, "It all comes down to mana." Elvira smiled maliciously, a little blood still at the corner of her mouth, and continued, "You mages with keen mana sense use mana to cast spells, but do you know about us artificers?" At that, Lucy's gaze suddenly went rigid. She was speechless. Elvira had slumped against the wall watching Lucy approach, yet she refused to yield and brazenly continued as if nothing had happened. She understood magical power and could convert it into something beyond magic called a magecraft device. She poured something from a red vial, sneering wickedly. Make it a reagent." It turned out the red vial was the ruby reagent, which absorbs large amounts of mana and converts it into liquid form. Red circles linked together seem to envelop the area. "From now on, I'll use your magical energy as fuel to power all these devices." Suddenly, a line of text like a skill unlock appeared on the screen. The mana circuit connection complete. Elvira's voice rang out like a bell urging everything. The Crex mana separator, the sound generator, the elemental regression stimulator, the grappling arm, the shock orb, the illusionary ground strike, the Catlon mana filter. Lucy felt as if she were being sucked into a pile of machinery with no escape. Elvira's voice rose. "If all are activated at once at multiplied power, all surrounding mana will vanish." Elvira, now barely more than a husk, still forced out. "Though the children I spent my life crafting will be destroyed." Images of the maidens mustering their strength to coordinate the evacuation flashed by. Thoughts drifted in from nowhere, yet many students remained unevacuated. The maids would need more time. Saying that, Elvira thrust out a powerful red ring toward Lucy and called, "Come on then, try to get through this." Lucy just stood there doing nothing. She remained calm as everything around her trembled, as if this were merely a Tuesday. Suddenly, a device word and a message popped up on the screen. "Mana overload has exceeded the device limit." Elvira's expression froze as she witnessed it. She was left speechless. At that moment, the machines surrounding Lucy burst into flames and exploded, crashing to the ground. Yet Lucy stood there unshaken, as if she already knew everything. Elvira's astonishment produced a stream of thoughts. In theory, you could calculate the force needed to overload every device, but who would do that? Elvira sat stunned on the ground, blood trickling from her lip, lost in thought. Such a quantity of mana shouldn't be possible, not of academic value. The image of Lucy standing among the wreckage, proud and stately, appeared alongside Alvira's thought. If such an amount of mana exists, then of course stopping it would be impossible. Scenes of young women flashed before her. Belmaya, head maid of the awfulest tower. Traciana Bloomliver, fourth-year magical top student. Dorothy, third-year top metallurgy student. 14 senior maids, and the time it would take to subdue the second-year metallurgy top student. Alvira collapsed to the ground, face bleeding profusely. At the same time her thoughts surfaced, it would take only 3 minutes to take them down. Lucy looked at her, lying there pitifully. Lucy passed by without a word, as if nothing had happened. Before Lucy could step past, Alvira grabbed her ankle and said, "If you keep going, won't you regret it?" Though utterly spent, Alvira forced herself to speak. With such a volume of mana, you could have blown up the entire awfulest tower from the start. So why do this? Don't you really think so? Standing in the rain without looking up at her, Lucy remained silent, but Alvira kept talking. "Senior Ed Roth Taylor, I don't think you wanted this to happen either." The rain pattered on. Both were soaked through, yet Alvira stubbornly refused to let go. Without turning back, Lucy calmly extended her hand and formed a pale purple orb that twinkled like starlight, saying, "About that." Lucy now looked cruel and fierce. She paused, then said thoughtfully, "I'll decide after I meet Tanya." Suddenly, a blinding flash shot out, and red missiles streaked overhead above both of them. A male voice rang out, "I'm really crazy, just crazily so." It turned out Clebius saw it, and Alvira shouted. Clebius saw it, but only said, "You can't get through here, you bastard." The scene with the three of them was chaotic. Clebius wielding a sword, Alvira crawling on the ground, and Lucy still standing motionless. Without a word, Lucy flicked her hand and launched a purple orb toward the two of them. Clebius raised his hand to block it, but it was probably too late. The orb raced forward at light speed. At that moment, a line of text appeared alongside an image of Lucy standing there with her hand pointed at the second-year combat top student, Clebius. He was already covered in blood, utterly defeated by Lucy, and another line of text appeared. Time needed to take him down. Lucy looked at her smoking hand. He lay miserable on the ground. "1 second, I must use force to achieve my goal." Meanwhile, to Zix's right, a white-masked man with a ferocious look said, "Bring Tanya here," and in his hand a sharp sword split apart. Zix stood calmly and said, "What the?" The masked man lunged forward with his sword like a storm. Zix barely lifted his toes, as if preparing to receive the attack. The white-masked man charged with his sword aimed straight at him, but fortunately Zix managed to evade the tip. Zix leaped high, dodged, and countered with his own sword. His strength was many times the other man's, and the masked man began to pant. The other's eyes narrowed in thought. Isn't this the swordsmanship of the island family? Zix charged like a tiger. His power far exceeded the man's imagination. He kept thinking it was too different and complex. Noble swordsmanship taught at the island manor. Zix, face flushed, eyes sharp, lunged without hesitation while the masked man's doubts swirled around him. Combined with the wildness of beasts from the northern plains, it was a freestyle, yet not entirely divorced from theory. The man raised his sword to block Zix's strike and pondered practical swordsmanship. However, his hand quickly lifted the blade to parry. Then he sank into delusions amidst his own thoughts. It wasn't complete. Zix swung a downward strike that was slightly off but still forced the man to stay alert. He hurriedly thought the center of gravity was too off, creating an opening. Watching Zix's keen gaze, the man remained lost in his reverie. "I've won," he thought. Thinking that, he sneered and swung his sword viciously at Zix. Zix was no slouch. His sharp eyes met the masked man's as the sword's point thrust fiercely toward him. Zix formed a blue magic circle, and the screen displayed a line of text. Windblade. The wind blade shot out to intercept the masked man's strike. He suddenly coughed. Then, Zix quickly darted up and sliced the masked man, who screamed in pain. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, but Zix's words still echoed in his ear. "Do you want to continue?" He quickly sat up, bowed his head without looking at Zix, and said, "Cough, of course, Senior Zix." He rubbed his head and laughed maniacally. I enjoy fighting strong opponents. This is a chance to face someone strong like Zix. How could I give it up so easily? He seemed insane as he laughed loudly, raised his sword, and said, "Give me a little more fun." Zix coldly closed his eyes and said, "How pathetic." Wade. The two blades met with a screeching clash that spat sparks. Zix's words still echoed. He doesn't like fighting for its own sake. He likes winning. He's only interested in fights he can win. As the swords drew ever closer, Zix's voice dropped. "Isn't that right?" Wade understood what Zix meant and asked, "What did you say?" Ignoring Wade's anger, Zix continued, "If you truly want to fight a real powerhouse, there's no reason to pick someone mediocre like me from the second-year Magic Division. The top of this year's Magic class isn't me. It's Lucy." Wade could only stammer those words. Zix, having had enough, said, "If you're still looking for excuses, then your ability is the excuse, you coward." With that, he slammed his sword down hard. The other could only cry out. He gaped in stunned surprise. Zix moved like a whirlwind, driving his blade toward Wade. The man panted heavily. He raised his hand as if surrendering to the spear point, his face clearly fearful, and said, "So what am I supposed to do with an opponent I cannot beat?" Even with a blade aimed at him, Wade spoke calmly, looking like a clown. Zix nodded with contempt and said, "Indeed." Zix's sharp gaze fixed on Wade as he warned cautiously, "That's your limit." Suddenly a hollow sound rang in Ree's ear. It was rain. Raindrops fell like specks, and the tiny image of Lucy appeared. Words appeared on the screen again. "Pride has slain more warriors than anything else in the world." Lucy squinted around, puzzled. The warning continued, "Beware those confident in their own strength." Zix stood in the smoke with bravery and righteousness ringing in his ears, seeing bold, gallant attacks as a virtue. Don't glorify those who throw away their lives simply to prove they exist. A bloody arm appeared, still gripping its sword, gasping. Another voice cut in, "Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is your weapon." Clebius, battered and holding on, cried out, "Ugh!" At the same time, a voice whispered in his ear, "If you live like this." His blood dripped with the rain, and the words echoed, "Someday your feet will no longer stumble." Alvira looked up, blood endlessly trickling from her mouth. The voice kept speaking. "Though you can run as you always do, there comes a time when both feet are rooted to the ground and you cannot move. Your whole body trembles like mad." Clebius's hand clenched the bloody sword, bleeding more by the moment, while the voice kept urging. Strangely, the sword hand felt steady and strong despite certain defeat. "Remember the inertia that pushes the body forward, my son." Clebius's whole body radiated the red of blood, a surge of power giving him renewed drive. His face, flushed with blood and unending hatred, wore a dark, terrifying look. The voice still echoed in his subconscious. "That is belief." Seeing him like that, Alvira, wounded and lying on the ground, struggled to lift her head in surprise and uncertainly said, "It's Clebius." On the other side, Lucy wore a witch-like hat. She raised her hand to cast a fire spell, and an arrow shaped like a bird quickly formed on her bow. Lucy had cast the pyromancy pillar spell. The rocket-like arrow drew the bowstring itself, sparks fiercely igniting the surrounding air. Lucy calmly controlled the technique with 100-fold power. The flames slammed into the ground where Clebius stood. The explosion was like a nuclear test. Meanwhile, Lucy quietly reminded herself not to forget her promise not to kill anyone. The blaze roared higher and higher, seeming to want to set the sky alight. Clebius and Alvira lay wounded beside it, staring. Lucy kept thinking about why she could do this. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, but showed no surprise. She'd reached this level. A shadow burst out of the flames, still burning under the fire. In a blink, his sword was suddenly behind Lucy, leaving her no time to react. The thought continued, because he believes in himself, believes he could defeat that monster. She turned her head in astonishment at his speed. Is he faster? A strike from a man, she called the monster, came down, carrying considerable power, but she did not stand idly by. His blade clashed with the blue wind shield she cast. The blessing of the wave. If you hit an unexpected moment, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Clebius, in an abnormal state, gritted his teeth to withstand the force of the technique. Yet ultimately the wind, like a dragon, blasted the technique out and still hurled him dozens of meters toward the fire. Nearly reaching the blaze, he stomped hard into the ground and, without holding his sword, grabbed the earth to reduce the backward knockback. Once steady, he lifted one leg as red auras enveloped him. His wounds began to mend. Blood crusts compressed to let fresh blood flow. Clebius lost his mind and continued casting magic as he charged at Lucy. He seemed not to feel pain. Judging by the blood, he could collapse at any moment. But the wounds were being stitched shut, the blood crusts hardening, and the mana around his body and his sword grew larger. The rain kept falling. Lucy had already erected a purple protective circle to guard against Clebius's attacks. He used his speed power, moving like flight around her barrier, creating the illusion of clones. Hundreds of sword strikes rained down, but sadly they did no harm to her shield. A sudden sound made Lucy panic and break into a sweat as she turned to look. After a furious clash, at last the sword's force cracked the purple barrier. She muttered, "This is the cursed sword." The crack widened, and the technique Clebius had been using was revealed. The Nortondale clan's taboo, blood sword art. Waves of red-black mana continuously emanated from him and the blade, trying to corrode the shield bit by bit, striking toward where Lucy stood. Seeing it nearly succeed, Clebius shouted, "Hey!" and gathered even more of his body's strength to swing with all his might. Just when it seemed he would win, Lucy raised her hand and a stream of purple light appeared, and immediately dozens of magic circles formed closely around Clebius, leaving him no escape. Next, the hand casting the spell clenched tighter. Each purple magic circle instantly released power, firing at the attacker, striking the shield. Standing within the spell rings, Lucy's eyes widened as she was surprised to discover. A loud, guttural roar kept erupting. Though Clebius was being powerfully struck, he seemed unfazed and grew ever more frenzied. He looked nothing like a man now, more like a demon in human skin. Lucy reached out decisively to increase her power. Blinding purple light radiated outward. Two streams of light, two sources of power, collided without one clearly superior. The two faced each other, refusing to yield. But after Lucy amplified her power, a purple force struck Clebius at the closest distance. Sparks of electricity shot everywhere. That power forcefully sent him flying and slammed him into the ground, shattering the earth. The space filled with purple light, showing how powerful the blow was. When the energy dissipated, the rain washed away the dust, revealing Clebius slumped on the ground, unsure whether he was conscious or knocked out. His body had returned to normal shape, every inch wounded, blood streaming and mixing with the rain. With his head bowed and long hair covering it, his face could not be seen. Unexpectedly, the one who seemed unable to rise began absorbing the blood that had just flowed from his wounds. Blood sword art uses the blood spilled from one's own body as a new source of mana. This is the taboo of taboos. The scene shifted back to when Clebius was a child. Faceless people murmured and cursed him as the demon's sword. That bastard killed again. That monster. How could the clan produce something like that? Meanwhile, Clebius stood with his head bowed, fists clenched, silently enduring. Even his own Nortondale clan forbade succession of that forbidden art. Suddenly, a large hand rested on young Clebius's shoulder as if to comfort him. "No, you're not a monster." Zix's gentle, smiling face appeared. He asked, "Right, Clebius?" His injured arm quickly gathered strength, the power flowing upward. Though his eyes were shut, his hair gradually turned red again. Then his eyes opened, the irises still the same red as before. He rose again as immense magic radiated everywhere. He was the one called the monster, Clebius Nortondale, the demon sword. That monster had taught himself the blood sword art, the so-called taboo. She grit her teeth at Lucy and thought, yes, there's no other way but to admit it. Clebius looked at the hand raised to the sky, his two fingers pinched together as he cast her magic, continuing to think that it was Even the sky above had been tinged purple by Lucy's power. She hovered in midair, the light so blinding he could only see his own shadow. Clebius on the ground also unleashed magic. He gripped his sword tightly, streams of blood swirling around it. A true monster. Lucy's fierce, cutting expression appeared. She coldly cast a spell, an advanced lightning strike from the heavens. Elsewhere, Zix and Tanya ran one after the other. He glanced back to encourage her. Come on, almost there. No sooner had he said, this way, than he was taken by surprise. Before the door they needed to pass, a girl in pajamas appeared. She casually crossed her arms and leaned against the door, saying, You can escape through the door at the end of this corridor. A skeptical voice added, Lortel. Her face, shrouded in shadow, slowly revealed itself. Seeing this, Zix stepped in front of Tanya, sword ready, and pointed at Lortel. Tanya behind him frowned in fear. Lortel continued, Many passages are blocked. You've been lucky. Tanya, you should thank Zix for coming with. She turned to leave, and he quickly called out, Lortel. His interruption made her stop. He asked, Have you heard any news about Senior Ed Rothtailor? At the question, she smiled secretively and replied, Who knows? Standing before Tanya, Zix worriedly pressed on. What would you do to Tanya if I weren't here? She was silent for a moment, then turned her head. Her face was frighteningly cold, green eyes glinting in the darkness like a beast's. Her pretty mouth uttered fierce words. I'll tear him apart. Hearing that, Zix said, That's reckless, Lortel. She answered, You're right. Zix continued, Rather than kill him, I'll start with his fingernails first. I don't know how else to make you understand. Instantly, Tanya behind him hid her hands behind her back, face going pale. She shook her head and stammered, No, I don't. Zix stood forward to reassure her. Don't worry, Tanya. Lortel lazily leaned against the open door, propping a hand on her chin. Go on. After all, I can't beat you, can I? Zix thought to himself. Can't beat her. So let them go? He stood frozen, his body stiff as if worn by instinct. He continued to shield Tanya. Everyone in Sylvania knew how foolish it would be to make Lortel an enemy. Watching Lortel play with a dangerous look and twirl her hair, Zix thought from the start this girl had shown hostility. He couldn't imagine what awaited beyond that door. Outside, the rain poured and lightning struck. Zix struggled to decide what he should do. Zix froze as worry mounted, yet he couldn't help but wonder why he's still safe. Why, when he paused to think, he was still alive. Elsewhere, Elvira sat in the rain, hands covering her mouth as she trembled and cried. Stop, stop. Before her stood Clebius's smoking body. He plunged his sword into the ground, forcing himself not to collapse. How many high-level spells have you been hit by so far? His eyes were still red, but growing dim and weak. Elvira shouted his name. Clebius. Clebius's mind drifted back to childhood. He remembered his brother and his encouraging words. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's the fault of those who drag you out to test your strength, not yours. Each word gave him more confidence. He looked up at his brother. This is not a curse. They both looked at the painting. It depicted the ancestors of a Nortondale clan, proudly using a now-banned magic on the battlefield. Clebius's brother said, You are a hero with steadfast faith, fighting against armies like mountains. After all, our ancestor Velkus Nortondale was a guardian who protected our clan. Magic power flared again as Clebius planted his hand on the ground, swearing, Damn it. He lunged at the opponent once more. He's wrong. Time seemed to freeze. The falling raindrops stopped moving. There was a demon living in the clan. Clebius charged at breakneck speed. Even the rain couldn't catch up to him. Magic and blood mingled. Thinking of the slaughter from his youth, Clebius swung his sword, unleashing power that decapitated one after another. He told himself that even if he tried to act human, once he lost control, this world would become a sea of blood. Hot streams spouted. The young Clebius had become frantic. Old morals meant nothing. Shift to Clebius. Though wounded now, he remained fierce and as brutal as the beast he once was. To the monster with bright red eyes, massacring those around him. Lucy struck out powerfully at him as he charged. But this time, Clebius dodged to the side and swung his sword. The distance between Lucy and him closed rapidly. It all happened in the blink of an eye. A red monster closed in and launched an attack right above Lucy's head. But she was simply too strong. Clebius's sword hadn't even brushed a hair when her divine lightning spell slammed it into the ground. After the attack, Lucy's face under the cold rain remained icy. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in shock. Unbeknownst to her, Clebius's cursed sword had been pressed close against her neck. The sword's gust sliced through, even blowing off her hat. After the spell, the dust hadn't fully settled before a figure emerged. None other than Clebius. With a single stroke, as if guided by gods or devils, his blade was instantly at Lucy's throat. His body, still vibrating from the strike with arcs of electricity dancing around. He sneered, thinking, how could you become a hero with only this power? Switched to Clebius as a child, his face now smeared with blood. Facing him was his brother, always encouraging, now wounded. His gaze faded. He grabbed the sword that had pierced him from his brother and, still gentle, spoke, Lucky, really. He leaned close to Clebius's ear. Lucky this time it was me you killed. At least I can forgive you. He clenched his hand and gave Clebius a light punch. At least I can forgive you. Until his final moment, his face kept smiling gently, consoling Clebius not to feel guilty. And Clebius now believed the true hero died that day. Though the young Clebius raged without awareness of his surroundings, he still cried when he heard his brother's words. 2 streams of tears ran down the monster's cheeks. Now that sword at Lucy's throat was drawing blood. She cursed, damn it. At the other end, Clebius, battered and bruised, struggled to stand with the sword's tip buried in the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't do this anymore. Blood ran down with the rain. His hand clenched on the sword. I'm not trying to be a hero or anything. I also don't want to become a monster. After enduring so many devastating blows, Clebius's endurance finally reached its limit. He collapsed, and the sword he still gripped slowly shattered into pieces. Lucy stood motionless, watching Clebius fall exhausted at her feet. He glanced back. Even so, the scene of trainees being led out of danger appeared. Someone said it was all over, and he relaxed. This was enough. Lucy clenched her hands and stood silently watching Clebius. Rain kept pounding down on them both. The scene recalled the earlier battle. Black sword arts grow stronger the more wounds there are. The blood armor increases the sword's and wielder's mana. Ironically, this immense power comes when one is close to death. However, that power still could not touch Lucy. Lucy's eyes glinted purple beneath her hair, but that moment would never repeat. Whether from a strong person's carelessness or a weak one's will, it remained unclear. From the cut at her neck, blood slowly flowed. She thought for sure she was dead, yet she bowed her head and put a hand to her neck. This was not a sensation Lucy, who had lived boldly, could accept. Her eyes widened, full of fury. The fear of death for the first time made Lucy decide. She summoned all her strength. A gigantic purple sphere formed in her hands, emitting a terrifying power. Clebius remained motionless on the ground. Must one kill the weak who no longer can or wish to fight? Suddenly, a stream of blue water erupted beneath her feet. She turned, eyes murderous, and shouted, "What the damn it?" Even Clebius glanced over. Wounded, he squinted and spoke. Sure enough, in the distance stood a mysterious cloaked figure, holding a bow. The face emerged from beneath the hood. It was Ed Rothtailor. A white bandage covered his face, his gaze cold. Clebius continued, "You're still alive? You damned." Night, rain, and thunder raged. Inside the large building, Zix held a sword in one hand and firmly shielded Tanya with the other. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what now? A bead of sweat ran down his cheek, the tension rising. There was no time left. A decision had to be made immediately. The delicate girl opposite leaned back against the wall. He slowly spoke, his tone deepening somewhat. "In that case, Lortel." A glass shattering rang out as light suddenly burst in from outside. The speed of events left both of them unable to react. He stared in astonishment. Of course, so did she. The beautiful girl with pale golden hair, who unexpectedly burst in through the glass door. She threw her hands forward to shield from falling shards of glass, then lunged straight into the other girl, knocking them both down. Janica sprang forward and called out loudly, Lortel. Lortel lay below, clutching her face in pain, eyes peeking up at the one above, Senior Janica. The other shook herself like a cat to dry off, her bright golden hair fluttering in the air. Then she pointed at Tanya with excitement. Ah, found you, Tanya. This made him and the person behind him jump at the same time. Both sides fell silent. No one spoke. The quiet was terrifying. Lortel lay on the ground, squinting at the two. Her pale pink, jade-like eyes quietly lit up. A thought ran through her as she looked at the attitude of the person above her. Senior Janica, hearing about Senior Ed Roththaler like that. You're still so calm? She opened her eyes wide, growing more excited the more she thought. She's really crazy, isn't she? Janica turned with a little unease. What's with this atmosphere? Marilda slowly entered from outside, a giant white wolf's head blotting out the sky. It answered her softly, no, rather. Outside the rain continued. The space was quiet save for the sound of raindrops colliding with each other. Ed Roththaler stood outside, cloaked, bow in hand, his expression so serious it was frightening. Seems you arrived just in time, the other voice replied at once. You damned. You're still alive? The other was covered in wounds, voice trembling with groans and occasional coughs. Ha! He uttered. Seeing that sight made him uneasy too. Is that you? Clebius tried to stand and answer. Red streaks of blood ran across his pale face. Deep, terrifying cuts covered his body. He glared, his dark pupils full of resentment. Yes, I know. I look like a dog right now. No matter how hard I try, I just make a mess. Surely I knew even throwing myself at him wouldn't touch his toe. In the end, Clebius's body lost all strength, and he fell, fragile and pitiful, like a beautiful kite with its string cut. I should have run away. He gritted his teeth bitterly. But, after all, I'm just an idiot, right? Looking at the scene, Clebius mocked himself. Clearly so weak he couldn't stop him, yet still rushing and hoping for a miracle. Clebius had clearly tried his best, but his limits stopped him here. He buried his face in his arm, pierced with deep gouges, and trembled. Who told me to do this? This is just ruining everything I've worked for my whole life. He remembered the nameless hope that once filled his heart. If I'd given up like the others, none of this would have happened. Even on the edge of life and death, hope gave him strength but also crushed him. It was like a pain that slowly seeped in until it became a great blade stabbing the heart. Before he knew it, he still believed he could become something like a hero. Elvira helped him sit up and immediately heard him sobbing. In the end, why didn't I run away? Clear winds traced down Clebius's cheek, yet in the end he couldn't win. Another mistake, another meaningless failure. And so, he placed a hand on his blood-soaked shoulder. A gentle voice said, Thank you, Elvira, Clebius. He widened his eyes at the speaker, the darkness seeming to break in an instant. He hadn't expected to be recognized like this one day. Your efforts were not in vain. They truly were worthwhile. Having said that, he turned and left. Behind him, Elvira blurted out, confused, You, but the person on her shoulder murmured softly. He closed his eyes, and his tears finally stopped. I'm just trash, just discardable. I know. This made Elvira freeze, choking on her words. Clebius. She suddenly caught the falling body. Clebius had completed his task and could finally feel relief. Hang in there. But he didn't realize all those words were sincere. He only saw Ed Roththaler turn and, in his gaze, praise from the bottom of his heart. I'm not saying this casually. I'm truly surprised. He glanced ahead. I know the combat abilities of every trainee in this academy, but I thought none of them, none, not even I, could do that. The rain still poured, the sun snuffed out, and everyone's mood soured. To pull this off, it would take at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and wait for my return. He'd endured for a very long time. Sword Saint Sylvania, the final encore of Act 3. He looked at the person opposite, the small girl wearing a large cloak and a wide-brimmed hat that hid her expression. A chill crept over his bones, yet she did not tremble. The Awakener stood against Lucy. She remained silent, staring at him without a word. Ed Roth-Taylor bowed his head and spoke softly. I'm sorry, Lucy, I couldn't tell you beforehand, but I had to fake my death. The reason was unavoidable and can't be explained. He hung his head, frowning in helplessness. He was in an emergency and couldn't handle it differently. He looked up at her, carefully gauging Lucy's current state. Her life was in danger, so there was nothing else he could do. I don't have time to share details with you. He suddenly noticed something. What did Lucy's hat fall to the ground? And her cloak, too. She hurried into Ed Roth-Taylor's arms, clutching at the sides of his coat. Rain fell gently, like a soothing pat on the back, comforting the little girl. Tears streaked down her cheeks. I thought you were dead. He put a hand on her shoulder and said softly, I'm still alive. He draped an arm over Lucy's shoulders, looking down at the person in his arms. There was a touch of indescribable emotion in his eyes. It's okay now. The rain continued, and the surrounding statues silently witnessed this warm reunion. Back at the building, since stepping out of civilization, the young man gripped his sword tightly. He'd be proud to say he rarely felt fear, but seeing the scene ahead made his hand on the sword tremble a little. Marilda's aura shone ever brighter, and Janika's did the same. She and Marilda turned to him with terrifying eyes and exclaimed, There you are, Tanya. We found you, darling. Things kept getting harder, and Zix couldn't help cursing inwardly. Tough crowd. These two nearly lost their minds upon hearing about the senior's death. He gritted his teeth, if that's the case. Janika, however, was the first to speak up. Her face darkened, twisted into a strange smile. Her ruby-red irises glowed in the air like a predatory beast. Wait, I've got a few words about Ed Roth-Taylor to say. He raised his hand and began to cast his power. Within seconds, a green flame shot forward, forming a barrier between the two groups. Someone behind cleared their throat a few times. Cough, cough. He immediately growled at her, focusing on Tanya Roth-Taylor. He pointed toward the nearby footpath. Run along this path to the trail behind. At the fork, turn west. Run like crazy and you'll find a residential area. If you get lost, find someone to help. He spoke softly to reassure the little girl. Because you're the heir of the Roth-Taylor family, you're likely to find someone powerful in the empire or a noble family. She panicked and asked, What about Senior Zix? He used his body to shield her, taking a stance to unleash his power, and replied softly, I'll do everything I can to hold them off. Maybe I won't succeed, but the girl leaning against the wall asked unexpectedly, What? What? Zix stood with one hand opposing the other's force. Though outnumbered a bit, it didn't trouble him much. He clearly felt relatively calm. I wouldn't do this if you weren't Senior Ed Roth-Taylor's sister. Consider yourself lucky and run fast. She finally agreed and bolted away. He sighed once, bracing himself for a bloody battle. The hollow of his hand curled to reveal a continuously glowing orb. He's determined. Zix's gaze filled with seriousness as he looked ahead and declared loudly, I won't listen to either of you anymore. Senior Janika, I understand your feelings. The next news made the opposing group all jump at once. Because I also love someone, this made Janika, who had been nodding, startled. Heard that? Lortel? Wait, what? What's going on? He continued. Just imagine losing the one you love. That pain is terrible. Your whole body feels burned by an orange flame. I'm sure you feel the same, right? He yelled, eyes wide and flickering with resolve. That's what loving someone is like. And Senior Janika loves Senior Ed Roth-Taylor more than anything in this world. The other kept shouting loudly, making Janika flush with surprise like a bomb about to explode. The more she heard, the itchier she felt. I wonder how sincere and immense Senior Janika's feelings for Senior Ed Roth-Taylor really are. A jade green orb slowly gathered in his palm. Meanwhile, Zix continued unabashedly to expose things. But the heart of the senior she admired. The final word was instantly blasted away by a powerful golden surge. Even before that, he had been shouting as if somehow it would remain forever in her heart and gradually become part of it. The flame was so fierce it tore through the wall, causing a massive, terrifying aftershock. And when it ended, smoke still clung to the walls. His body was burned, but his mind and spirit stubbornly remained strong. Janika gripped her flail, and drove it forcefully into the other's chest. Still not dead. Janica blushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, she couldn't tell. Ed Roththaler will not die, never die. So, please just stop. She said this as she repeatedly pounded the person beneath her. Night, a crescent moon, and rain falling. Ed Roththaler was still holding Lucy tight. Spring rain had fallen. Spring passed with floral scents and petals scattered across the road. After the spring shower swept through, the last rains of spring washed away. Pale rose petals sank into deep crimson, the fragrance of the roadside blooms, or of the flowers still clinging to the branches. Emotions were the same. Once we calm down and regain reason, a stabilized relationship will move into a new phase. Meanwhile, Lucy realized that her thoughts about Glock and her thoughts about Ed Roththaler were not the same. Lucy stood silently, feeling the warmth of the other's arms. Though the emotions overlapped and seemed similar, they were oddly different. The surrounding space was oppressively quiet. What was that difference? Suddenly, she pushed him away hard, prompting Ed Roththaler to ask in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? She panted, her face flushed and dotted with a few pale pink love bubbles. Huff, huff. He was taken aback by her strange behavior and called softly, Lucy. Unexpectedly, even that ordinary calling of her name made her heart beat oddly fast. Lucy clutched his shoulder, trying to stop the irregular pounding. At last, Lucy blushed, bowed her head, and tried not to let him see her feelings, having finally understood what this emotion was. On the breeze, Lucy detected the scent of fresh green grass slipping into each breath. Occasionally, from a pile of dry grass in the corner of the hut, that aroma would waft through the air. Lucy relaxed, swung her legs in the air, hummed quietly, and told herself she didn't hate that scent, so let it slowly spread around her. She remembered those days when maids attended her, dressing her neatly and serving every step, yet they disliked that scent. Those girls often complained that a smoker's body reeked of strong tobacco, which they couldn't bear. Meanwhile, girls who had spent childhoods playing in peach gardens always bore hair scented with sweet peach that enchanted people. Lucy's gaze, by contrast, was hollow like a ghost, no trace of feeling left. In short, once you've recognized someone's distinctive scent, it's hard to ignore or erase it from your mind. When he appeared before her, the smell of fresh grass grew even more intense, like an indelible imprint. Ed Roththaler said, There is much to do, and the academy will arrive soon, so I don't have much time left. He has to explain the situation to everyone, but can't reveal too much. First he'll inform Clebius, Alvira, Zix, and Lortel. Janica is looking for Tanya. Right. The rain has stopped too. I should meet the others. With hands full of wounds, he bent to pick up Lucy's fallen hat and gently handed it to her. Lucy blushed and stammered. What was she saying? Maybe she didn't catch his words and was just staring at his attentive face. Ed Roththaler looked at Lucy with exasperation, his tone turning sharp. Didn't you hear me? Listen carefully or you'll be disciplined. Besides, Clebius and Alvira were hurt. You must apologize to them immediately. A wave of embarrassment rose in Lucy. She hurriedly put the hat on to hide her flushed face. She stammered, voice a little trembling, apologize? Yet her eyes couldn't leave Ed Roththaler. The man with the alluring face, even wounded and smeared with blood, still radiated a strong, irresistible charm that kept her attention. Ed Roththaler continued in his stern voice. Yes, they were injured trying to stop you. Alvira lost almost all the magical devices she'd spent ages making, and Us was gravely wounded. Even if you overused magic and harmed yourself, you still attacked first. In any case, you must apologize. He repeated firmly, yes, they were hurt trying to stop you. Elvira lost nearly all the magical tools she'd crafted over a long time, and Clebius was severely injured. Even if he went overboard with magic and wounded himself, he initiated the attack. Regardless, you still have to apologize. Ed Roththaler began to recount the brutal events. His voice sharpened as he mentioned how Lucy lost control and caused casualties among many people. Lucy welled up with tears. The pain made her cheeks flush like a wounded heart. She choked out words, voice hoarse. She tried her best to hold back, to prevent those people from dying, but she couldn't. Lucy couldn't speak after remembering it. A wave of guilt overwhelmed her, choking the words in her throat. Ed Roth-Taylor sighed, his voice low and a little helpless. If you won't apologize, I'll explain for you, since I'm partly responsible for this matter. Lucy heard that and opened her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her ears. An uncomfortable feeling spread through her, as if everything had suddenly been upended. What? Do you look down on me that much? The sense of abandonment and loathing rose in her. Would Ed Roth-Taylor hate her, or be disappointed in her? After a moment of silence, she blurted out, still embarrassed, "All right, I'll apologize." Ed Roth-Taylor said softly, "Oh, good. Wise decision, little one." Lucy looked up at Ed Roth-Taylor. Her gaze lingered on his face, wounded and streaked with blood, yet his radiant beauty couldn't be hidden. His large, captivating eyes, high, graceful nose, and full lips still exuded an irresistible charm. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at her for a moment, then murmured, "You don't look injured at all, but anyway, we don't have much time. Let's go." Hearing him, Lucy felt her heart pound. Her hands unconsciously gripped the hat, trying to hide her flushed face. Her eyes filled with tears as chaotic thoughts swirled. She smelled grass, the familiar scent that, if she wasn't careful, could nearly take her breath away. Every time he was near, her heart felt like it would leap from her chest and her legs would tremble. Images of him caring for her, feeding her, coaxing her, reading stories each night, kept replaying like a dream that never ends. She had thought of him only as the camp manager. So why were these feelings so hard to avoid? Day after day, night after night, with him it all felt so close, so warm. And now those feelings were beginning to burst forth inside her. She could no longer be tangled in her thoughts. Lucy snapped out of the jumble when Ed Roth-Taylor stepped forward. He murmured in a low voice, "Janica must be having a hard time finding Tanya. I've caused her more trouble. I need to sort this out quickly and help Janica." As he spoke, Lucy suddenly grabbed his cloak. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at her in puzzlement, unfamiliar expression on his face. Lucy lifted her head, face flushed from embarrassment, eyes shining with tears. She stammered, "Now? Do we have to go now?" Ed Roth-Taylor frowned, his eyes still not quite grasping the situation, looking at Lucy with puzzlement. He could sense her awkwardness, but couldn't discern the real reason. When they arrived at the Awfulest Tower and stepped into the main hall, the scene before Ed Roth-Taylor was chaotic. Zix was bowing and apologizing to Janica. She looked furious. Clebius and Alvira were badly injured, nearly exhausted, eyes closed and leaning on each other, trying to rest. Ed Roth-Taylor stepped in, scanned the room, and said coldly, "So everyone is finally gathered." He suddenly stopped when he saw Lortel, turned with her back to him, hands covering her face in shame. Ed Roth-Taylor's puzzled voice asked, "What are you doing?" Lortel stayed frozen, her face hidden behind reddened hands from embarrassment. She sniffed and turned around, her face brightening with relief. "So you're really safe, Senior Ed Roth-Taylor." She said it with a small smile, smoothing her hair. Ed Roth-Taylor nodded, a look of slight remorse. "Yes, sorry for causing everyone worry." Lortel hastily protested, voice gentle but firm. "No, it's fine. Anyone could deduce that Senior Ed Roth-Taylor isn't someone easily defeated." She added confidently that he even asked her to prepare materials for the magical device, including the Delheim hourglass. Merchants must always keep calm and reason. She turned to Zix. "We calmly verified the facts, right?" Zix, hearing his name, Zix looked up and replied with little enthusiasm, Well, Miss Tanya was a bit suspicious, so we argued a bit, but no actual conflict occurred." She looked back with a hint of worry. That's true. Do you really think Senior Ed Roth-Taylor would die?" Lortel gently approached, smoothing his collar and saying, "Seeing you puts me somewhat at ease. In hindsight, I did make you worry, Senior." Ed Roth-Taylor shook his head slightly and replied softly, "No, it's fine." Lortel smiled, still holding his collar gently, refusing to let go. "Well then, nothing is free. You're going to have to pay a worry fee, right?" Suddenly Lortel, tugged him toward her decisively, with a face as if about to claim his lips. But just as it seemed about to succeed, Lucy suddenly lunged forward and shoved the two apart. The shove was so strong Lucy's hat flew off her head, revealing her face to everyone. Idrotilor exclaimed in shock. Lucy. Immediately, Lucy twisted her ankle, nearly falling flat on her face in front of everyone. All eyes turned to her. Lortel broke into a sweat, looking at her in fear, thinking to herself, "What's happening?" Ed Roth Taylor gently placed his warm hand on her hair, voice warm but worried. "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lortel had already said she was concerned for you. There's no need to overdo it. I understand you just went through a shock, but before he could finish, the moment his hand touched her, Lucy's heart pounded. Her face flushed as if about to burst into flames. Normally, Lucy had difficulty showing emotions, but her instincts told her this was an emergency. Seeing Lucy about to combust from embarrassment, Janica couldn't help stepping forward to hug her, stammering, You're too close." Lucy snapped awake, shouted, and shoved Janica away, her eyes flashing with determination. Now the three, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel, regarded each other warily. The tension was so thick it felt like a battle might break out between them. Ed Roth Taylor looked at them in puzzlement, while Zix seemed thrilled, as if ready for a fight to break out at any moment. The tense atmosphere around them was beginning to rise. Amid that tension, Alvira spoke up. "We don't have much time." Ed Roth Taylor seemed to regain his wits. "Right, the Academy staff will be here soon. I told them I'd keep quiet about being alive and would explain why." Lucy and I bowed and apologized to Clebius and Alvira, and we also decided to search for Tanya. Zix wore a hint of regret, but before anyone could react, we had already agreed among ourselves on everything, which included leaving those two behind. One of the two regained consciousness, but we had already left the academy. There was no one around. I had to go before anyone discovered I was still alive. The light of the full moon spread like a silver carpet over the silent night. Stars glittered like tiny candles swirling in the cosmos as gentle breezes blew, carrying cotton-like clouds drifting toward the distant horizon, painting a mysterious nocturnal scene. Clebius opened his eyes, jolting awake in shock. What happened?" He looked at his body, feeling strange as he realized his wounds had healed. The arm that had been severed showed no injury, not even a scratch. He lifted his head, eyes full of confusion. Alvira frowned, her tone annoyed. "Why are you making such a racket, you fool?" Clebius sat up, clutching his head, his voice full of bewilderment. What happened? Am I dead? I've caused enough chaos already. What an idiot I am." Alvira's curt voice rang out as she grabbed Clebius's hair and yanked it back hard. "The Academy staff will be here soon. You have to tell them you stopped Lucy." Clebius hesitated. "What? How could I have stopped that monster?" Alvira sighed, her gaze passing over difficult memories. She recounted to him. As an alchemist, exploring new things is always a joy. Lucy bowed, apologized, and healed your wounds. Lortel promised a generous reward to keep the secret, and there was also Ed Roth Taylor's assurance. Today was truly unexpected. Suddenly, Clebius cried out when Alvira yanked his hair harder. That's not what I mean." They fell silent for a long moment. Clebius covered his eyes and spoke helplessly. "I knew it would be like this. The one who stopped Lucy was Ed Roth Taylor. So even if it's hard to accept," Alvira called Clebius's name, but he kept muttering in a weary tone. "Life is miserable. Of course you'll nag me again." "But, no." Alvira cut in, her voice low and steady. "You're right." Clebius looked at her in surprise, tears still welling in his eyes, but a look of astonishment shining through. Alvira smiled, her gaze distant toward the star-filled sky. "Life really is miserable." Both of them looked up and silently watched the night sky. The stars shone quietly like memories that never faded. In the dead of night, the forest was pitch black and silent, darkness thickly enveloping every nook. The air was stiflingly still, broken only by winds that carried a chilling sense. Deep in the woods, Tanya collapsed, her face striking the ground hard. Exhausted, she forced herself to get up. "Legs move," she whispered, each step heavy. "No time to rest." Surely they're chasing me. Being caught would be really bad. She bit her lip to keep the tears from falling and kept running to stay alert. Tanya continued walking step by step. I must clear my brother's name, find the truth, she told herself, determined not to be caught. Tears streamed down her face, each drop falling onto the path she ran along. Every step, every effort was a battle with herself. Little did she know that no one was actually chasing her. Now nobody believes Tanya killed Ed Roth-Taylor anymore. Beneath the bright moonlight lighting the night sky, Tanya kept running, silently cheering herself on. Stay strong, Tanya. You've got this. The investigation into Ed Roth-Taylor's death is gradually coming to a close. They even used magic to recreate the scene. Although they couldn't reproduce exactly what happened, witness Janika's testimony somewhat matched the investigative findings. That Roth-Taylor family member's subordinates stabbed Ed Roth-Taylor and that Ed Roth-Taylor fell off a cliff. All of that has been confirmed. The suspects, the Roth-Taylor family's subordinates, have been detained in an underground academy facility. Punishment will be decided by the Crown, but first the facts must be confirmed and reported. After hearing Flurbin's report, Abel frowned and said in a low voice, "It seems the death is almost certain. Prepare a detailed report and send it to the Crown." Abel continued, "The Academy also needs to deal with the remaining matters. The death of one student caused more impact than expected. Lucy, a student who was deeply shocked by Ed Roth-Taylor's death, lost control, and the students had to be evacuated during the night." Abel tapped the file and said in a low voice, "It seems he affected a lot of people." Taylor. Flurbin continued reporting. Ultimately, Lucy was restrained by Clebius, the top student in the second-year combat division, and things were resolved when they caught Lucy sitting silently in the rose garden. Abel frowned upon hearing this and asked suspiciously, "Does he have that much influence?" "Very well, we'll prepare an award for Clebius, and Lucy will of course be dealt with by the disciplinary committee. The person to handle her case is the vice principal of Sylvania Academy, Rachel." Petitions for leniency from Clebius and Alvira, the two injured students, and property damage, including the dormitory wall on the third floor where Tanya was, the opposite hallway wall and a lounge, along with the marble floor in the rose garden at the entrance to Ophilus Tower. Though not insignificant, compared to the occupation of Ophilus Tower, it's negligible. If only there were one more reason, everything could be settled with a light sentence. And that reason would be genuine remorse. Other educational institutions and the Crown consider Sylvania the best academy at present. The reason is that it produced a prodigious mage. The Academy has actively promoted that fact, so expelling Lucy isn't possible. They also didn't want to leave a heavy disciplinary mark. Though they wanted a light punishment, Lucy showed no remorse. A top student with no virtue at all. In the end, Rachel could only impose some light penalties. Revoke this semester's scholarship, 10-day suspension, ban use of academy facilities for 70 days, drop her practical evaluation by 2 grades, and revoke privileges at Ophilus Tower. At first glance, it seems harsh, but the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Fund has paid all her tuition. Even if her grade is lowered, she's still far above Zix, so the punishment is meaningless. But before she signed, a voice rang out, "Please wait a moment." Lucy's face instantly turned ugly. It was Belle Maya who arrived with her maid. She declared loudly, "I am Belle Maya, manager of Ophilus Tower. Here is a witness, and I request to speak." She took a deep breath, then said, "I ask everyone to reconsider the disciplinary measures for Miss Lucy. I don't think this punishment will make Miss Lucy truly repent." Hearing this, Lucy hurried over, panicked, saying, "Wait, no, I'll sign this disciplinary form." But Belle Maya quickly intervened. Expelling Miss Lucy from Ophilus Tower is not a punishment, but a reward. So she proposed restricting Lucy's leaving the dormitory as much as possible. Put her under house arrest. All staff of Ophilus Tower will take turns on duty and supervise Lucy 24/7. Despite Lucy's vigorous protests, Rachel agreed. So by the head housemaid's suggestion, 30 days house arrest. She was very pleased with this. Even Belle Maya was delighted. Only Lucy was unhappy. She kept crying and begging for mercy. But Belle Maya spoke coldly. "Lucy, miss, I guarantee you will be unable to go outside, thoroughly and for good. So Lucy will be confined for a period of time. Upon learning this punishment, Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't help but sigh appreciatively. Indeed, it's a light sentence. Janica, who was cooking nearby, nodded in agreement, probably thanks to Clebius and Alvira speaking up for Ed Roth-Taylor. Having said that, the food in her hands was finished. She handed it to Ed Roth-Taylor. This stew was what she used to make back in her village. It's her specialty. Ed Roth-Taylor saw the steaming stew and his eyes lit up. Laundry, teaching spirit magic, studying, and she can cook too. She insisted on making it. Truly a kind person. During the student council election campaign, there are 3 major variables to note. First, Princess Phinia, who seems to have lost the will to become student council president. Second, Tanya Roth-Taylor, the antagonist and Princess Phinia's rival, has gone missing. Finally, 2 of the Roth-Taylor subordinates, Kadek and Knox, are being held in the academy. Crapen Roth-Taylor staged that play to announce Ed Roth-Taylor's death and to push him out of his orbit. He went along with the ruse. But now things have gotten complicated. Kadek and Knox are detained at the academy on charges of killing Ed Roth-Taylor. You must quickly find a way to free them, so Crapen will believe you are dead. Only then can you end this stifling life of hiding. The more Ed Roth-Taylor thought about it, the more reluctant he felt. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there is much to do. At that moment, Janica spoke up. Because Ed Roth-Taylor is the son of a noble family, he is still involved in many matters. I'm just the daughter of a country farmer, so I don't know Ed Roth-Taylor's life. Therefore, I can't comfort him properly. I can't say empty things like cheer up or it's okay. Without understanding, those words mean nothing and aren't sincere. Ed Roth-Taylor was a bit touched by this and said softly, "You don't have to think so deeply. Janica, you've helped me a lot already." Janica sighed again and said, "But I want to solve Ed Roth-Taylor's troubles. Even if it's only my selfish wish, I just don't want Ed Roth-Taylor to struggle anymore." Ed Roth-Taylor looked at her a little shyly, unsure how to respond. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Lately, whenever he was near Janica, he felt a bit suffocated. Not unpleasant, just inexplicable. There's something odd about their feelings. After a long pause, Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Thank you, Janica. You're the only one who worries about me like that." Ed Roth-Taylor was certainly very concerned for the girl, but he said he thought he could guess where Tanya was. At first, he was very surprised to see Tanya different from what he remembered. Tanya is a strong, fearless, proud girl, but he had witnessed Tanya's bravery. He believed she was still standing firm and planning for the future, confident and composed as always. But now Tanya was clutching him and crying loudly in Princess Phinia's castle. She hugged a pillow and sobbed. "I truly did not order my brother's assassination." Before Tanya arrived, Phinia had already heard the news of Ed Roth-Taylor's death. At that time, she was trying to mend the complicated relationship with Ed Roth-Taylor. She had also canceled most of her appointments and rearranged her schedule. She wanted time to speak seriously with Ed Roth-Taylor, and one more day would have been enough. But she received the news that Ed Roth-Taylor was dead. She was filled with remorse. If only she had been 1 day sooner, this would not have happened. Because of her foolish pride, she was left powerless. From the moment she enrolled, she gathered materials and prepared thoroughly for her goal, to become the student council president of Sylvania. Although it wouldn't grant as much power as the crown, at least here in Sylvania, she would gain a certain authority. She didn't want to be a princess dependent on the royal family. She wanted to become the student council president of Sylvania Academy and secure an independent position, to stand against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family and the crown. But now she understood clearly. She was not worthy of that power. While she was drowning in grief, a soldier entered to report, "Princess Phinia, may I come in?" She quickly composed herself and allowed them entry. Claire entered swiftly, bringing another person with her, Tanya. Although the full situation was not yet clear, the Academy's preliminary investigation suggested that Ed Roth-Taylor was assassinated by subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family. Aside from Ed Roth-Taylor, who had been exiled, the only remaining Roth-Taylor on Arkan Island was Tanya. She looked somewhat battered, but her first words were a plea of innocence. Even if the princess didn't believe her, she truly had not ordered her brother's murder. Saying that, her eyes were wet with tears, full of grievance. Phinia pondered for a long moment, then went to embrace Janica and whispered, "You've been through so much, Tanya. You've learned to accept your mistakes." She spoke cautiously. "Go inside first, then tell me everything that happened." After hearing Tanya's account, Phinia thought for a moment before calmly saying, "Tanya, I will believe you. So until matters are clarified, I will keep you in the royal dormitory." Hearing this, Tanya was moved. "Thank you so much, Princess Phinia. I am deeply grateful." Phinia waved her head lightly and said casually, "It's nothing. It's what I should do. You will be safe here." Phinia watched Tanya quietly, inwardly reflecting that such a fragile girl had once seemed a rival worth contending with. At that moment, a subordinate reported guests at the reception room, and Phinia had to leave. Phinia still had a real adversary. She pushed open the reception room door. As she entered, she heard a taunting voice. "Still holding up all right, are you?" The visitor was Lortel. She curled her lip and said, "While we regret the elder's death, the Academy's business must go on, right?" Princess Phinia. Phinia frowned at Lortel and asked suspiciously, "So why have you come to see me?" "The Academy is in chaos, and the only person who could understand the whole picture is of course the one hiding Tanya. So Lortel came here to ask why Phinia was doing this. After what happened today, the one who lost out the most is definitely Lucy. She's been confined for a day now, forced to lie in bed and lament her fate." 3 hours before Lortel met Princess Phinia beneath the cliff, where Edroth Taylor was temporarily hiding. Reisha was training with Edroth Taylor at that moment. Ed lunged with a knife at it, but it managed to block him. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, then pressed the attack again. But this was a water environment, which favored Reisha greatly. Edroth Taylor was immediately surrounded by many of Reisha's clones. He dealt with them calmly, and before long, had taken them all down. Mug, watching from outside, cheered happily, remarking on how fast his reactions and abilities were. Mug always felt proud of that day. "That's enough training for today, right, Master?" Reisha chimed in. "Indeed, that's an amazing ability. Along with your melee skills, your mana has also increased significantly. Besides, it seems you've been training for quite a while, haven't you?" Edroth Taylor turned to look at her, grateful. "It's all thanks to you. I'm this strong because of the effective combat drills you taught me. Right now, Mug is still too small to help much, and training with Marilda would be a bit much." Reisha looked at him calmly and said nonchalantly, "But compared to me, training with Marilda would be more beneficial for you." Edroth Taylor shook his head vehemently. "Fight that giant wolf? I'd probably head straight to the underworld." But Reisha continued, saying that high-level spirits can freely change their forms. Because of that, they can stroll around Arkan at their leisure. Edroth Taylor sighed upon hearing this, feeling strangely satisfied. Once a stat exceeds 15, it hardly increases anymore. To improve those numbers, you must complete hidden quests or meet special conditions. Considering the stats Edroth Taylor could reach, he had nearly hit the cap. After mastering intermediate magic, should he consider developing some special ability? There's no reason to stop here. Don't be content with what you have. Keep growing. While he was thinking, a figure appeared. Seeing his current state, Lortel couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. "It's rare to get sight like this," she advised him. "If you can rest, take a short break." Edroth Taylor nodded slightly. In truth, issues like food and sleep were already taken care of. Hearing that, Lortel frowned and asked, "Did Senior Janica help you?" He didn't hide it and admitted it. As expected, she continued, "Have you been training with the spirits here?" As she spoke, a mischievous glint suddenly appeared in Lortel's eyes. Then she looped her arm through Edroth Taylor's and cheerfully said, "Then the spirits must have seen everything, right?" Seeing this, Mug immediately complained urgently. Lortel, satisfied, smiled softly. Edroth Taylor glanced at her and asked skeptically, "What are you planning?" Lortel said calmly, "I'm about to meet Princess Phinia and want to earn some gold from the election, but I want to finish the deal with Senior first. First, releasing those two, Kadek and Nox, that you once asked about is simple, but nothing's free." She wanted a deposit up front. A deposit? Edroth Taylor looked at her with some suspicion, not understanding what she wanted. Lortel winked at him and said happily, "Hug me." Those words startled him at once. He hadn't expected her to make that request. He stood there stunned, hesitating for a long moment. Finally, he reached out and hugged her, nestling into Ed Roth-Taylor's solid chest, causing Lortel's cheeks to flush. Her heart pounded as if it wanted to leap out. She hurriedly pushed him away. "No, wait a moment, Senior." Ed Roth-Taylor looked at her with some suspicion, frowning as he asked, "What is it?" Lortel bowed her head awkwardly and said, "Originally, matters like this, attacking and defending, are two completely different things." So she was a little flustered. It felt very different from what she'd expected the few times she came here before. Besides, you had taken off your trousers, which made her even more frantic. She scolded him back, saying doing that was really improper. Ed Roth-Taylor, a bit helpless, sighed and said, "I was only doing what you wanted." "That's true, but slowly now," Lortel said calmly, then nestled into Ed Roth-Taylor's embrace. After a moment, she heard her ask in a low voice, "Actually, I came here to get your answer. Do you remember? The promise he made in the wooden hut to stand by her, even if only once." Ed Roth-Taylor pushed her away with his hand and asked suspiciously, "Have you made some kind of plan?" Lortel didn't answer directly. She said calmly, "I expect many people will oppose me." Even if she made the entire academy her enemy, she hoped at least Ed Roth-Taylor would remain her ally. Back in the present, at the mansion where Phinia lived, Phinia asked why Lortel had come. Lortel smiled calmly and said, "I came to ask why you hid Tanya away." She guessed this because before Tanya ran off, Zix had told Tanya to find someone to help. The most likely place Tanya would seek help was the royal mansion, a safe haven that even the Academy's forces couldn't easily access. Hearing Lortel's words, Phinia's face showed panic. She asked suspiciously, "Lortel, why did you go to Tanya?" Although the princess was skilled at hiding her true emotions, she still fell within Lortel's judgment. Lortel replied calmly, "If we're talking, I have some personal matters to settle. I'm also very annoyed that I can't influence someone who is my target. Those stronger than her, she always knew how to avoid. But with those weaker, she'd teach them proper manners if they crossed her." Phinia tried to calm herself and insisted that saying Tanya's heir was weaker than her was inappropriate. "Don't you think that's worth considering?" Lortel answered calmly, "If I control the district's economy, I can push Tanya into a weak position. If the princess has decided to side with Tanya, it will certainly be difficult for me to act against her now. Of course, I anticipated this outcome. Therefore, I have prepared for every contingency." Lortel said she would run for student council president. If she won the title and led the trade guild in meetings, would Tanya agree to see her then? She would use all the power at her disposal to pressure people to obey. Having said that, Lortel turned and left, teasing, "You can't hide here forever, Tanya." Phinia watched her go, her expression growing more solemn. The Roth-Taylor household steward had been captured. All routes off Arkan Island were under Lortel's control. Based on the evidence and related circumstances, it seemed clear that Tanya was the culprit. After much thought, Phinia returned to her room and told Tanya everything. This was by no means a favorable situation for any party. Tanya sighed upon hearing it. "Thanks for letting me know, the princess." Phinia said cautiously, "I have no choice but to ask you now. Tanya, if you weren't behind the assassination of Ed Roth-Taylor, can you tell me who was the mastermind behind it?" At that, Tanya suddenly sighed and said, "That matter might actually be my fault. Kadek and Knox went to Sylvania under the pretext of assisting her with her work. And the one who gave that order was the head of the Roth-Taylor family, Crapin Roth-Taylor. Her father could be said to have almost never cared about Ed Roth-Taylor. He made such an extreme decision, perhaps prompted by the reports Tanya had been sending about Academy affairs. The more Tanya spoke, the more heartbroken she became. She could say that she was the one who drove him to the brink and to such a tragic end. Phinia hurriedly comforted her. "That's not your fault at all." Biting her lip fiercely, Tanya continued, "But I can't just sit idly by like this anymore." Phinia asked doubtfully, "So what do you plan to do?" Tanya said in a low voice, "The magical lands of Sylvania showed me a lot. How does someone who survives without giving up change when circumstances push their fate onto the hardest path? The only way she can survive and investigate who killed him is to try to gather information." At that, Tanya's eyes were full of resolve. To do that, I have to run in the election for student council president. Phinia frowned upon hearing this and said hesitantly, "This won't be simple. You're also facing expulsion for being involved in the murder," Tanya gritted out. "True. That's not easy for anyone." As soon as she finished, Phinia replied, "Then we'll all support you, Tanya." Tanya flinched slightly and glanced at Phinia, asking suspiciously, "Why would the princess say that? Then how should I put it?" "Me too," Phinia said as she took Tanya's hand. She also had a debt she couldn't repay to Ed Rothtailor while he was alive. The next morning, at a castle where Lord Tell was staying, the secretary arrived carrying a stack of documents, muttering under his breath, "I've gathered all the necessary documents here. Are you really going to run for student council president?" President Lord Tell. She said she had received notice that Tanya would also enter the race, and there were rumors Phinia had declared her support. But it's likely the Academy won't accept Tanya's candidacy. Moreover, Lord Tell has been overworking, which made Rihanna quite worried. She's barely been sleeping lately. If she runs as well, how can she handle so many things at once? Lord Tell, processing documents, grew a bit impatient at the chatter in her ear. "Can you mention only necessary and important matters?" Rihanna hurriedly replied, "I'll submit these papers to the Academy right away." In the last room, only Lord Tell remained. She continued handling affairs. Ed Rothtailor was dead. After that, the student council president election at the Academy began. This tangled plot was in Lord Tell's hands. As seconds passed, everyone remained quite tense. Life was so boring she had to play with her pillow to pass the time. She sighed helplessly and asked the maid behind her, "How many more days until I'm released?" 27 days left. The maid replied with a smile, but then she remembered something. The maid continued, "It seems the school's disciplinary confinement plan was only announced yesterday, so there's likely a slight delay to your confinement date. Administrative procedures are always slow. Maybe we should start counting from today, so recount it as 29 days left." The more Lucy heard, the more helpless she became, lying on the bed, crying without tears. Time, it seems, doesn't pass quickly for everyone. Inside the Academy's prison, members of the Rothtailor clan were all held here. So we're talking to Kadek. It seemed that Duke Crapin's judgment had been correct. Biting his lip aggressively, Kadek said in a low voice, "Although his power isn't fully developed, his quick adaptability and trained combat skills, if he's still alive, he'll surely be a major threat to the Rothtailor clan." No mistake. Knox, lying to one side, nodded in agreement, and he suspected the boy's abilities were more than merely excellent. A spirit mage daring to strip away his entire mana-sensing ability to summon a spirit. Those two actions, an unhesitating mage striking back and the possibility of forming deep bonds with others of such capability, made his power all the more unpredictable. He knew well how debauched and awful the Rothtailor heir could be. However, he still wondered why the head of the family would order the assassination of his own son like that. But now he could cautiously hypothesize. Suppose Ed Rothtailor did possess such special abilities, and if he also held views opposed to the Patriarch, could it be that when chosen as heir he faked madness and fled to Sylvania? Or was he quietly building his own force here? At the thought, Knox grew more uneasy and spoke up. Debating those hypotheses now served little purpose. Hearing this, the man in the next cell nodded and replied, "Right now, the important thing is to get out and report back to the head of the family, isn't it?" But at that moment, someone silently approached the cell and signaled them to be quiet. "Someone will profit if you escape. That's all there is to it." Kadek asked who he was. Smirking, he introduced himself calmly. "My name is Dune. I'm a broker for the Elf Guild." A few days passed, and Lucy's life became extremely boring. She lay in bed all day and every day asked her maid about the duration of her confinement. She asked so often that the moment she opened her mouth, Belmaya already knew what she was about to ask and calmly told her the remaining time, 24 days. Lucy fell into deep thought and even told Belmaya to kill her. Belmaya didn't hesitate and answered, "I can't do that, forgive me." At that moment, a figure appeared on the street who made heads turn. The girl walked casually along the road, but her presence was extraordinary, with alluring silver hair. Just as Kylie was walking, she noticed the girl, but then the girl vanished without a trace. She looked like a student, yet her clothes weren't a uniform. Who exactly was she? There were clearly still many things Kylie didn't know, so she decided to live each day to the fullest. Who knew when life would be this carefree again? With that thought, she immediately opened the document in her hands. At first glance, she fell into thought. She didn't know where the girl was now. She was surprised to see Tanya running for student council president on the Academy News, but she was glad Tanya was safe. What shocked her was the news that third-year student Ed Roth-Taylor's death was very likely the work of Roth-Taylor clan henchmen. Those who had pushed him out of the family were the ones behind his death. The scene in the cabin during that winter blizzard, together with the image of the senior, made her ponder the meaning of freedom. That feeling lingered in Kylie's mind as if it had just happened. But Tanya, the first friend she met at the academy, was suspected of killing that senior. She trusted Tanya, but things got worse when news broke that those underlings had escaped from prison. Everyone's feelings toward the academy grew colder. Since Ed Roth-Taylor disappeared, the academy's atmosphere has grown gloomier and truly dreary. In a headmaster's office, Abel spoke with Flurbin with some difficulty. The current issues all stemmed from matters related to the death of student Ed Roth-Taylor. I hope some teacher will step forward to take responsibility for handling this. He asked if any professors in the magic department knew that Ed Roth-Taylor had contact with Clebius or had some relationship with student Lucy. Flurbin thought for a moment, then replied, "There is an assistant professor, Assistant Claire, I believe, but Claire is currently very despondent over Ed Roth-Taylor's death. Work is piling up, and without Ed's help, it really saddens her. Besides her, there's another person who has changed, someone she's been paying a lot of attention to. Anise has become more quiet than before. Even knowing it was a brief, fruitless relationship, Anise's chest still ached terribly, but she acted normal. The image of Ed Roth-Taylor still haunted her, though she tried to restrain her emotions. However, the one who would lift the veil on Ed Roth-Taylor's killer was Janica. Anise thought she'd endured too much. Janica must be suffering pain many times greater than hers. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Janica was as usual. Today she wanted to try cooking a curry. She even chatted cheerfully with Anise. "You cook very well, don't you? What do you think? I'm a bit worried about temperature control, so I'm thinking of simmering something for quite a while." Janica babbled on in front of Anise, but in Anise's eyes she was merely trying to endure. Finally, Anise couldn't bear it and stood up to hug her tightly, which surprised Janica a little. Anise whispered comfortingly, "Calm down, Janica. He's dead. Face the truth." "Oh no, that?" Only then did Janica understand what Anise was doing and felt a bit awkward. A spirit beside them hurriedly reminded her, "Miss Janica, your reaction seems a little off, isn't it?" At the abyss where Ed Roth-Taylor was hiding, he worked while watching the news, frowning in thought. Janica, meanwhile, was cooking and said, "I heard Tanya has returned to the academy. She'd been hiding in the royal mansion during that time. It seems she decided to cooperate with the investigation bureau to prove her innocence. Princess Phinia has announced she will support Tanya, which helped improve her approval rating. But at the academy, the faction supporting Lortel still holds the advantage. Even before candidate registration ended, support for Lortel had already become the majority." She asked Ed Roth-Taylor what happened the last time Lortel went to the cavern. Ed Roth-Taylor, who was reading documents, looked up at her in surprise. Thinking she'd been tactless, Janica hurriedly corrected herself. "Sorry, I had no right to intrude. But at this rate Lortel will become student council president, right?" Before Ed Roth-Taylor could answer, he saw someone approaching them. Zix walked over saying, "I came because I had an appointment with senior Ed Roth-Taylor. Didn't expect senior Janica to be here too." Zix voiced his thoughts on the presidential race. Even if Lortel becomes student council president, that's fine. But after Kadek and Knox escaped, suspicion that Tanya killed her brother grew clearer. He also went personally to the royal mansion at Princess Phinia's request. But Ed Roth-Taylor was risking his life, so he couldn't stand up to testify for Tanya. What he meant was that Tanya really isn't well right now. Someone who was close to top students like Tanya, even if not running for freshman student council president, would still draw a lot of attention. But now she's accused of killing her brother. Once candidate registration is complete, she'll have to face everyone. Tanya probably can't bear it. After speaking, Zix looked toward Ed Roth-Taylor. He nodded slightly and said, "I understand, You don't need to say more. Now, we're into Chapter 3, the Student Council Presidential Election. As far as I recall, this chapter contains almost no combat scenes. This is a segment designed to clearly show the relationships the protagonist has built during their time at the academy. As usual in the plot, the protagonist Taylor will actively support Princess Fenia's camp because she helped Taylor and drove out Ed Rothtailor at the start of the term. Of course, this contest requires persuasion from all sides. Among them, the heads of departments are particularly important. For example, Lucy won't care much and won't vote. Janica is neutral. Wade supports Fenia. Dorothy supports Tanya. They're not easy to persuade. In the end, those who can be persuaded are the 8 top students from the magic and combat faculties. In the student council presidential race, if someone secures at least 5 of these 8, they could win. If victorious and Princess Fenia becomes president, Taylor would gain royal authority. That would be the largest support block through the end of the election, especially when facing Crapin in Chapter 4. Fenia will need that royal force to stand up to him. The final fight with the worm will be similar. Maintaining the storyline's continuity is what's needed to survive. Of course, this is only what can be done. This action also serves a small personal benefit for you, but it's how you can prevent the looming catastrophe and the best way for you to survive. Earlier chapters had minor changes in details, but overall the plot line remained intact. Princess Fenia must become student council president for Ed Rothtailor to carry out his plans as intended. If things stay like this, public opinion toward Tanya will only get worse. To prevent Lortel from becoming student council president, Princess Fenia will have to choose to run again. Things would be better if you informed Fenia that you're still alive. You would persuade her to run again. Given your connections now, you should also try persuading the top students to support you to change the situation. In any case, until candidate registration ends, there's still time to do whatever it takes to get Fenia back into the race for student council president. But that raises the question, what about Tanya? Tanya has vanished like a villain after becoming the prime suspect in Ed Rothtailor's murder. She went through trials far beyond what the script intended because of you. These events weren't in the original plot. Tanya and the script were supposed to be Ed Rothtailor's salvation. Now you probably have to choose one or the other. While you were thinking, Zix cut in a low voice. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Do you need to cancel today's appointment? You shook your head and said, "It's fine." Zix smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and said, "Shall we begin?" Ed Rothtailor stood up without hesitation and said nonchalantly, "When your mind is tangled, a bit of exercise can help relax and ease the tension." Zix drew his blade, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Thank you. I haven't had the chance to spar with a strong opponent recently, so I want to warm up a bit." They'll only do a light spar with each other. Suddenly, memories from the past flooded Tanya's mind, and like all memories, they would fade with time. But she still remembered every shard clearly. The 3 siblings walked hand in hand across a hill carpeted with blooming flowers, Arwen along with Tanya. Perhaps that was the last memory left in her mind, because from then on Tanya's life overflowed with pressure and responsibilities. It turned out she once had such a happily ordinary time. However, now things had gone sour. She had been driven out by everyone at the academy. Ed Rothtailor stepping forward to help Tanya, someone cornered, was an act that arbitrarily changed the story's flow, leaving Ed Rothtailor hesitant. And even some plot points changed for reasons unknown. A prime example is the person before you now, Zix, the one beside Taylor until the last moment. Excluding Lucy, he was the strongest of year 2. But in the original script, he was clearly defeated by Wade due to exhaustion and being countered. Yet things changed. Zix beat Wade, and now he was on Ed Rothtailor's side. Although this is a minor detail, he couldn't overlook it. You have to check it once. You want to see how Zix's abilities have shifted. Moreover, as the one who deviated most from the script, Ed Rothtailor had become much stronger. At that moment, he used the most basic defensive magic to guard against Zix's attack. But something astonishing happened. Zix's speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ed Rothtailor. He hadn't expected Zix could move so quickly, but charging in so deep and so fast. Could this be easily dodged? Thinking so, Ed Rothtailor immediately launched a move, making Zix's eyes widen in alarm. A dagger wreathed in fiery flames was lodged before Zix. Ed Rothtaler shouted loudly, calling Mug. Following his shout, the flames grew larger and larger. But a second later, they suddenly exploded. It seemed Zix would be consumed by the fire, but a surprising anomaly occurred. Zix made unbelievably unusual steps, and Ed Rothtaler hurriedly drew the dagger that had been stuck in the ground. Fortunately, at that instant Zix lunged, and Ed Rothtaler managed to parry in time. He dared not be careless and responded calmly, because Zix was using remote control magic to move as he wished during their duel. Zix had anticipated Ed Rothtaler's physical and magical capabilities, but this was certainly not movement others could easily imitate. It required real perception beyond normal theory. Zix now used ice magic to attack Ed Rothtaler. A barrage of ice spears charged aggressively toward Ed Rothtaler, forcing him to dodge with difficulty. Zix showed no mercy. Did he really think you could escape things like this? But you still managed to evade them. Of course, it was just a decoy, a lure to buy time to cast a stronger spell. Ed Rothtaler stepped back a few paces, looking at the ice spears stuck in the ground, and couldn't help clicking his tongue in admiration. He thought it would be just a light spar. At first, it really was like that, Zix said casually with a smile, and I only intended to use a single sword. But at the last moment, Zix changed his mind and used magic instead. In his hand now was a high-level spell. Zix raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't training the same as real combat? No sooner had he finished than a thunderous explosion rang out, smoke and flames flaring up quickly. Janica, watching from outside, felt a bit worried, but in the end she kept focusing on cooking, muttering to herself, "Is this okay? I put carrots in the mon sadi. Hope he likes it." Inside the fight, Ed Rothtaler and Zix were still grappling fiercely. The high-level magic in Zix's hands gave Ed Rothtaler no small trouble, but he gritted his teeth and held firm. After escaping Zix's restraint, he quickly fired his magical arrows. The ice arrows sliced through the air and streaked forward. Zix didn't dare be careless and stepped back, using a mana weapon to defend. A mana weapon essentially converts the user's magical power into a combat weapon. Normally, mages don't get many chances to use such complex weapons, so they rarely need to employ this kind of difficult high-level magic. Thus, the only mage who could use most weapon types without restrictions in experience or proficiency was unique. This was the special magic Zix had created. Once more, Zix used his remote control technique to move in front of Ed Rothtaler. His attack moves were not only unpredictable, but also extremely powerful. With Zix's aggressive momentum, Ed Rothtaler was forced onto the defensive. The Storm's Blessing magic was quickly used to defend against his attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two powerful magics collided. But Zix was the one struck, sent flying, and now bearing wounds as fresh blood began to flow. The surprise didn't stop there. The moment one foot hit the ground, Zix stepped on a stream of water. He couldn't help but be astonished. Since when had that appeared? Around him, small water sources now swirled. While he stood dazed, the streams suddenly connected with each other. In an instant, they formed the phantom shape of a fierce beast and, without a sound, attacked Zix. Not daring to slacken, Zix hurriedly dodged, but before he could recover his composure, Ed Rothtaler lunged violently forward. With magic in his hand, there was a boom, and the area before them exploded. Indeed, Zix was quite strong. If he had learned to reinforce weapons with mana, he would be fully mature enough to follow the script as you originally expected. At this rate of development, Taylor and the others would have no major problems facing powerful enemies in the future. But now Zix rose from the wreckage and spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, that's truly amazing. Senior, you're strong." Immediately after he straightened up, his whole body was enveloped by magic. He smiled faintly and said, "As predicted, I can't enter this battle while being complacent. Senior Ed Rothtaler, now I'll fight seriously." Zix warned Ed Rothtaler to be careful. No sooner had he finished than a high-grade mana weapon materialized in his hand. Seeing this, Ed Rothtaler immediately panicked and hurriedly commanded Riisha to attack quickly. Riisha opened her mouth wide and blocked that weapon. It's only the beginning of Chapter 3, and Zix's combat power in this battle is already very formidable. This may have been beyond Ed Rothtailor's expectations. He had thought Zix wouldn't reach such great power until near the end of the story. Unexpectedly, after only a period of training, he could already witness Zix's growth. This was Zix's ultimate perfect combat state, the very power he gained during the assault on Gregel Church, the Deep Forest Magic Spear. At that moment, Zix said in a low voice, "Rather than fight cautiously and give ground, I'll fight hard and directly with the most strongly enhanced weapon I have. Then this duel will be all the more entertaining." No sooner had he finished than the spears lunged toward Ed Rothtailor. Not daring to slack off, he hurriedly used fire magic to defend. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out in the abyss. But he couldn't hold the defense long because his mana was nearly exhausted. Sustained bombardment with many powerful mana attacks was not his specialty. Meanwhile, Zix pressed the attack. He had identified some weaknesses. But on the second consecutive strike, things became a bit difficult. Thinking quickly, Ed Rothtailor sat down and slammed his fist into the ground. Instantly, those spears exploded. When the dust cleared, Ed Rothtailor held an item, a shockwave orb of great impact. However, Zix continued to attack, assuming Senior had run out of mana, right? Then watch my final move. Zix then charged forward with a huge spear. But before it could touch Ed Rothtailor, Zix's eyes widened in astonishment, because Ed Rothtailor was now using wind magic to block his spear. Clearly, Ed Rothtailor's mana was nearly depleted. How could he wield such powerful wind magic? Squinting at him, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you fought with the full power you have, then I here cannot take you lightly either. You used Glass Phoenix Ring to attack. You must expend all remaining mana in this assault, enough to deliver a killing blow to defeat Zix." Biting his lip fiercely, Ed Rothtailor again took a stance to prepare his attack. But before he could do anything, a clear voice rang out, startling Ed Rothtailor. A strange girl appeared and calmly said, "You summoned me here without Lucy's shrine or Janika's mana support? That's a tremendous step forward, Ed Rothtailor." This girl was none other than Marilda's incarnation. A few days later, the student council president election finally took place. At that moment, Lortel was giving a speech. When her speech ended, a host of students below kept shouting in support. Among the crowd, Ed Rothtailor and Janica were disguised and blended in. Seeing this, Ed Rothtailor sighed and said, "What's the point of 4 candidates all declaring themselves? This election for president is already obvious. The next student council president will probably be Lortel." Lortel stood on the high platform receiving everyone's cheers, a smile always on her face. Janica glanced at Ed Rothtailor and asked worriedly, "If she really becomes president like this, what will we do?" Ed Rothtailor replied calmly, "Then it's St. Sylvania Academy. In truth, no one can stop Lortel now." At that moment, Lortel stepped down from the platform, but her expression quickly darkened because the one approaching was Tanya. She let out a light laugh and mocked, "You keep your nails so tidy." Tanya simply nodded and let it pass. She then brushed past her, but Lortel didn't let it go, raising an eyebrow and asking, "What's the matter? You seem a bit tense." Tanya paused in her steps, hesitating for a long moment, and finally she spoke. "I didn't kill Ed Rothtailor, and then I stepped up onto the platform." Watching her retreating figure, Lortel curled her lips in a faint smile. Tanya quickly climbed onto the podium, and the atmosphere fell silent in an instant. She took a deep breath and straightened her outfit. Then she began her speech. "Hello, I'm running for student council president this time. I am Tanya Rothtailor." But below there was only silence. Tanya's voice continued to ring out. "The reason I'm standing on this stage is because..." As she spoke, shouts of abuse began to rise, harsh and furious. Lortel saw this and sneered with contempt. Does she want to prove her innocence, or is she really showcasing political talent? But the speech dragged on for 10 minutes, with not a single person responding. After a while, Tanya finally finished her speech. No sooner had she finished than someone below shouted that she was a murderer. Not only that, they began throwing things at her. The whole school erupted in an instant. They wanted her to explain Ed Rothtailor's death. Tanya didn't give up. She kept thanking people, but she couldn't stop the objects being hurled at her. In the blink of an eye, there was a pile of trash at her feet, papers, plastic bottles, even pebbles, causing her to stumble and fall on the ground. Tanya looked rather pathetic at that moment, drowned in jeers. In truth, it was a reckless act. Standing on the podium from the start was foolish. She should have fled, and even now she had to find a way to escape. But under the onslaught and abuse of the crowd, she couldn't even lift her feet. At that moment, a surge of magical energy suddenly appeared. To everyone's terrified eyes, a spirit beast appeared, and there was a silhouette of a person on its back. Tanya glanced at the person riding the spirit, and memories blurred and faded away. Those memories became so vague, she couldn't tell whether she was dreaming or awake. Just as she was about to give up because she couldn't recall, the moments and memories suddenly cleared up as if by magic. The stranger took her hand and pulled her out of the mire. Anyone who experienced that moment would never forget. The one who reached out to help was none other than Ed Roth-Taylor. He then spoke. There are many things to explain. First, let's deal with this situation. A few days before Ed Roth-Taylor appeared on the podium, when Marilda appeared in human form, she chatted merrily with Ed Roth-Taylor. Her mana efficiency was much better, right? Of course, there were still many limitations to what could be done, but at this level they were negligible. And the moment she appeared, Zix was blasted away. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Marilda's current form with some bewilderment. He felt something was odd. Suppose that by this point in the storyline, Zix's development has reached the maximum level as in the original script. The amount of mana he used now wasn't enormous, but in any case, he was completely drained. He had used every magical method he could muster. If he'd fully exploited the sly, nearly cheating tactical tricks called Marilda, by his calculations he should have won. But while he was talking to Marilda, an anomaly occurred. Zix lunged at Marilda to attack. Marilda was somewhat panicked. In this bodily form, she found it very difficult to move, so she simply got sliced by Zix's blade. Each of Zix's strikes naturally continued on toward Ed Roth-Taylor. The situation changed in an instant. Ed Roth-Taylor hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. I lose. At that moment, Zix spoke up. I've learned a valuable lesson. In just 1 year, Ed Roth-Taylor has trained to this level. This astonishes Zix. Actually, Ed Roth-Taylor is the same. Zix became stronger than the original script by 1 step. My calculations were wrong. Then he calmly added, because you've grown a lot too. Zix sighed softly. Even without you, Senior Ed Roth-Taylor, I would have continued training, but seeing you grow stronger day by day gives me more motivation. Saying that, he smiled at Ed Roth-Taylor. Seeing this, he sat down and chatted with Zix. All this time, he had been trying to keep everything according to the script. Of course, maintaining the advantage of future knowledge was part of the reason. To reach the future where Taylor wins the final battle, there was a prerequisite, because he believed the script was the optimal answer. But in reality, the script had been distorted and shuffled many times and had become a threat. He had to constantly try to fix it. As a result, he gradually grew fearful of variables he couldn't control. Therefore, even after hearing that Kadek and Nox had escaped, he hesitated over whether to step in and save Tanya. Once he intervened, it would mean the script he'd worked to preserve would become distorted and out of control. But look at what's happening right now. Zix, Taylor's companion through to the final battle, had become much stronger than before. If necessary, Ed Roth-Taylor could also step in directly, and he had grown stronger. Most importantly, the number of reliable comrades at his side had increased significantly. Maybe this is naive thinking, but sometimes such thinking isn't bad. It doesn't hurt anything. Departing from the script, he had also gained many advantages for himself. That meant not everything would necessarily go in a negative direction, which is why he showed up at the podium. Back in reality, the podium had become chaotic because of the appearance of that giant spirit. But a calming voice rang out, telling everyone to remain calm. In that moment, Yosef said nonchalantly, I've seen that high-level spirit before. Immediately, people stopped fleeing. Indeed, they'd seen it before. You can't fully control that thing, though. And finally, someone recognized Ed Roth-Taylor. At that moment, Ed Roth-Taylor leaned into the microphone and spoke. Hello, I'm Ed Roth-Taylor. You said you weren't killed by Tanya, and even claimed you were one of her supporters. The school's top graduates, Janica in year 3, or Lucy and Phenia, were the ones who declared their support for Tanya. Also Clebius and Alvira. There's no doubt they'd back Tanya, as Ed Roth-Taylor wanted. Zix, Yosef, and even weighed. Ed Roth-Taylor judged that persuading them for votes wouldn't be too difficult. But before talking about cost-benefit calculations, he had something he needed to do. With that thought, he continued, "Please let Tanya's message be conveyed as fully as possible." As a family member, Ed Roth-Taylor always supported Tanya. With Ed there, the podium returned to normal and the campaign speech went more smoothly. After the commotion at the podium, Ed Roth-Taylor was summoned to the principal's office to give a statement. The interrogator kept repeating questions about what he'd experienced over that time, and he could only stand beside them nodding like a machine. He stopped counting the interrogations when they passed double digits. It was so tedious. Even if they said last time, he couldn't trust it. While he was dazed, a voice startled him. He looked toward the sound and saw a dignified figure seated there. It was none other than Principal Abel. He ordered him to come in at once. Lucy stepped out, her eyes sorrowful. Lucy tossed and turned sleeplessly, murmuring on and on. Sigh. Everyone's busy pitching tents. Maybe it's because they've been busy all day. She ground her teeth in irritation, trembling with anger as she glared at the person sitting on the pile of firewood. But the real reason was, while everything and everyone was frantic with work, Janica sat there swinging her legs, perfectly at ease. Seeing Lucy, Janica waved cheerfully. "Ah, Lucy," the smiling girl called out. Janica herself. Her eyes suddenly narrowed with ill intent as she recalled the three of them facing off, Lucy thought. But they'd once had a verbal spar. Janica wasn't the type to pick fights or speak cruelly. Seeing her smile so brightly, Lucy steeled herself, though she didn't want to be outdone. She jumped down a posture grandly with Lucy, hands on hips, declaring, I'll be living here." Lucy, furious, yanked at her hat and ground her teeth. TCH. From afar, a handsome face approached, making a soft sound. At the Eastern Lecture Hall, Ed Roth-Taylor was walking while cradling a heavy stack of books, deep in thought. "I borrowed a pile of books on elemental magic because I've decided to learn a new kind of spell. With mid-level burst convergence magic, a punch can create small or large explosions. Burst convergence is a solid combat spell, but its destructive power is only on par with low-level magic." Recalling that wild Lathan air about the other guy, he thought when facing someone like Senior Ed Roth-Taylor, the safest way is to crush them with superior firepower. Suddenly, he glanced ahead. Firepower, huh? On the main road, he spotted Adele gently sitting on the fountain edge, playing a guitar, guardian of the sacred flame, the dreamy one, and even the prophet. Seeing her beautiful, gentle figure sitting there, ideas popped into his head. Adele, one of Taylor's teammates who'd appeared repeatedly since Chapter 1, but didn't get much screen time in the game. "I don't really have anything special to do with him." Just as he was about to pass her by, she called out to stop him. "Busy day, huh?" Ed Roth-Taylor was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she struck up a conversation, but then pretended not to ask. Ed Roth-Taylor turned in surprise to look at her, thinking she actually started talking to me, but then acted like she didn't mean to. "You mean me?" She looked up at him and said, "I've heard a lot about you from Taylor and Isla. Those two seem to have very complicated feelings about you." He replied indifferently, "And not really my concern." Then he thought for a moment. "But I'm a little curious about Taylor." Remembering Taylor's relentless training, he thought, from what Zix said, he's progressing very well. If it continues like this, the upcoming mixed combat exercise shouldn't be a problem. Seeing him stare off for a while, she suggested, "Do you want to hear a piece of music? I'm a wandering musician across the continent, though I've settled in Sylvania now." He used that as an excuse to decline. "No thanks, that's heavy." She was a bit disappointed. "Oh, what a pity." As he was about to turn away, a voice called out, stopping him, Senior Ed Roth-Taylor. A vision of bloodied scenes in a stately white castle flashed into Adele's warning. "One day when you take your family's throne." She smiled at him, but her words were extremely clear and sharp. "You will have to kill the person you revere most with your own hands. If you hesitate then, the one who dies will be you. Remember that." He stared at her in surprise, wondering, a prophecy? She calmly continued, plucking the strings. In any case, it was thanks to her precognitive ability that she could see the future. Watching the girl sling her guitar and quietly walk away, He thought the prophecies aren't always right. It's better not to dwell on them. He silently watched her lonely back go under the evening light, thinking just that, but this uneasy feeling grew stronger because he knew exactly how the future would play out in Chapter 3. Adele would, carrying a heavy stack of books, waved cheerfully as she left. He muttered under his breath, "Dead." His eyes glazed as he looked ahead with a hollow gaze and said, "I hate that." Looking at the 2 white pieces of wood before him, he sadly thought, "I'll make 2 staves from the struck branch of that 1,000-year-old tree. One for Janica, one for myself." He recalled his plan, asked her to call down a lightning bolt for him, but she only agreed to do it once. Lucy puffed her cheeks in annoyance at his words. After all, magic only needs to be used once, right? In the end, he sighed in resignation and compromised. 2. Then make just 1. Give it to Janica. Hearing that, Lucy ground her teeth in even greater fury, trembling. TCH. He didn't notice her expression and continued. Anyway, it's a conduit staff, best given to someone who can use it well. She gritted her teeth, tugged her hat down over her ears, snorting and choking. Finally, unable to stand it, she relented to him. "Fine, I'll make both for you." Surprised, he turned back. "Oh." She then stepped forward and grabbed his arm, but with one condition, not anything big. He asked, puzzled, "What's the condition?" She coldly pulled the flustered him along and ordered, "Come with me. Go somewhere with me." A vision appeared of the extraordinary combination recorded in the ancient books of the mage Glocht, a man recognized by academies for fields like elemental studies, monster ecology, and herbalism. Applications of mana, principal resonance, spirit studies. The scope of his research achievements spanned every domain. He was said to have slain both a water dragon and a fire dragon. Notably, he once defeated the supreme fire spirit Theorpus, the supreme water spirit Theorpus. After these 2 supreme spirits retired, he devoted himself to training the next generation. Also appearing were the generous golden donations Glocht advised. He invested his entire fortune in education and academic research. He spent almost not a single coin on himself. Looking at the grand, imposing students before him, he thought if Sylvania founded this academy, the one who made it a world-class educational institution would be Grand Mage Glocht. She pulled him past the students on the campus as he pondered. After donating all his wealth to the academy, he retired to seclusion in the vast mountains of Ramian in the continent's northwest. Some students saw Lucy affectionately dragging him and whispered in confusion, "Wait, isn't he dating Janica?" As for him, he remained standing there, indifferent. And then, in that monastery, he took in an abandoned child. People all around kept pointing, saying it was Lucy. While he guessed at her identity, it indeed was Lucy. Recalling her as a little girl with beautiful violet eyes, he drifted in thought. Unexpectedly, Lucy's latent magic was even more terrifying than Glocht had imagined. He kept patting little Lucy's head. He continued to remember a rare human talent. Those final years of the Grand Mage were spent honing this precious gem. In a small, discreet stone house hidden behind a forest. If written as a book, it would be an epic ode to an adventure. Yet the ending was still a wounded one. Before he left, he even stuck a small letter behind. The wife he met in his youth died in battle against Theorpus. His close comrades also passed away before him. His old, trembling hands could barely write, he guessed. Around him remained only blind worshippers and those wanting to exploit his fame. Perhaps that's why he chose seclusion in a tent among the mountains. Suddenly a small pair of hands pressed over his. But at least, poor little Lucy looked at her teacher with tearful eyes. Someone had inherited his last wish. Finally, on a rainy day, he drew his last breath. On that rainy day, in a shabby tent, Glocht told himself it was the full stop of his life. Lucy hugged his arm and left, coldly ending her recollection. Thus ended Grand Mage Glocht's journey, and mine began from there, although now it's over. Hearing that, he asked puzzledly, "It's over?" She took his hand and pulled him deeper into a forest, asking, "Do you know where that old man's homeland is?" He didn't hesitate to answer the question. From what we learned in history class, Glocht came from the lawless land of Coalton, I think. Lucy promptly contradicted him. "No, The history books are wrong. That's only where he lived as a child. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise. What? They stopped at a patch of gravel. Lucy grinned and said, his true homeland. The two stood on a small islet with a lovely sunset and declared it was the island of Ark. Lucy silently watched the sunset over the sea and continued her tale. He always talked endlessly about the days he lived on Ark, and even in his final moments, he only worried about the academy. What a foolish old man. Lucy hugged his arm tight, hiding her sorrow, and said coldly, the homeland at his heart is this island of Arkin. So there was nothing to be done. Then Lucy began to tell of her unwilling journey. She sadly sat by the tightly sealed coffin, clutching it. Back then, all the little Lucy had left was a tattered tent and the cold body of an old man. The body was wrapped in a blanket, bound with rope, and magically stiffened. Then she left, dragging one end of the coffin's rope behind her. For most mages, sustaining magic for just an hour would drain them utterly. But at that time, Lucy could do it easily. A lone figure pulling a coffin quietly across the bowed forest. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. Glock's tent lay in the Ramlin Range in the continent's northwest. So the journey began there, heading south. She then dragged Glock's coffin across a large lake shore, through the Urkel Great Forest, past the large Lake Ica, and set foot in the metallurgical lands of Kret. She continued the journey through a lavish metropolis, across the Cloudlawn Plains, past the holy city Malon, through the Dinkin marshes to finally reach the border of the Klol Empire. Then came the territory of Count Teldanil downstream along the river, crossing the trading city Oldek. A large animated map appeared showing the route she dragged the coffin along, passing through the great kingdom Arn, Viscount Island, Count Sale, the Duchy Rothtaler, the Marquisate Petter, the Grand Duchy Tiz, crossing the Geneth Mountains, over the Dress River, skirting the borderlands of Zachel, continuing southwest through the Cranful Great Forest. If you laid a world map flat and drew a straight line. In the end, it took quite some time before she could drag the coffin to a large bridge. It seemed you had to draw forever to finally reach the Mexes Bridge that connects to Arkin Island. Throughout that journey, Lucy had to maintain magic to preserve her master's body. By then, exhaustion was etched on little Lucy's face. Dark circles under her eyes, a dull gaze, yet she forced herself to keep moving. Lucy clutched his arm and pointed in one direction, recounting, it took 3 months because we got lost in places, then another week to find this spot. Hearing that, he was almost stunned. He looked at the cave before them, meaning to ask, this is, she cut into answer. According to that old man's notes, this is where the great sage used to train and teach together with others. The destination holds Glock's tomes of knowledge and his staves, and his story ends here. This is where my journey ended. Information displayed from a compendium on sanctified magic authored by Glock Elderbane. He looked at the book and asked, what is this? Looking at the book before him, additional details popped up. Glock's Continental Grimoire had once sold for around 7,000 gold coins. He stared at the book in astonishment. If it's one of the most valuable books in history, his posthumous work, moreover containing analyses of sanctified magic, its worth cannot be decided by me on a whim. Lucy didn't care. She simply sat, gazing at the dusk, and said, take it, I don't need it anymore. I already know everything inside. I still remember all of that old man's words very clearly. She sat there without turning back, sadly saying, I haven't lived even half of the life I was given, and perhaps one day I'll begin a new journey. You stay quiet in the cave and listen as I continue, where you can live quietly like this until you depart from this world. But whatever happens, she looked coldly toward the sunset and said, I will definitely keep my promise to that old man. If Sylvania is ever in danger, even once, I will step forward to protect her. Her eyes showed sorrow, but her tone remained firm. The story wasn't pleasant, nor entertaining. It only brought more trouble. It's just that. He still stood there silently, listening intently as she said, I want you to see this, taking my master all the way to Arkin Island for burial. After that, she felt, at least in her heart, she had somewhat closed the first chapter of her life. He stood to one side, watching her shadow reflected on the wall, thinking that Lucy still couldn't escape her teacher's shadow. So in waiting and in fear, he stepped closer to her, but kept musing. She kept waiting for the day Sylvania would be imperiled, mired in her own languor. Then he sat down beside her to watch the sunset together. But once the foretold trial passes, she'll be able to continue her own journey and know that the day isn't far off. Two long shadows stretched on the ground. So at least for today, I'll be lazy with Lucy for a day. The sound of waves lapping was so soothing. The surf occasionally drifted in, and the late spring breeze blew gently. His hands quietly stroked her head, so that sitting there for a long time felt neither cold nor hot. Then the shadow on the wall almost replayed the image of Glock patting Lucy's head long ago. It was a small blessing. Looking at the newly finished, lovely house, Janica couldn't help but be excited. Oh wow, her eyes shone with brightness and joy. She marveled that it could be built so quickly. Turning back, all the beast workers lay exhausted on the ground, complaining. Little Mug, useless. Seeing their state, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Hey everyone, I told you to take it easy." At that, the beasts began to disperse into the air. The little one left a farewell before departing. "No, actually from the start, Lord Tarkhan. No, it's fine. Now we can move on. May you have a pleasant camping life." All the beasts happily departed, saying, "We're fine like this. This is enough." She waved for below to thank them and bid them farewell. "Thank you all, really thank you." Even though this was just a reverse summoning, the feeling was still strange. "Anyway, thanks." Holding a small staff, she drew on the ground. She wrote the phrase, "Live together," on the earth. Then, blushing with embarrassment, she nervously twisted 2 locks of hair, thinking, live together, live together. Suddenly a door opened. She blinked in surprise and recognized it immediately. She thought the person stepping out would be Ed Rothtailor and called for Ed Rothtailor. But no, it was Lucy sleepily coming out of the house. Lucy looked down at her. She looked at Lucy with an unexpected expression. "Oh." Then Lucy glanced down at the words, "Live together." Seeing that, Lucy broke into a radiant smile. She put a hand on her hip and stepped out cheerfully, thinking that live together sounds less serious than sleep together. A notification popped up immediately. Basic Sanctified Magic. A new category unlocked. Sanctified Magic. Holy Realm Mana Unlock LV1. Attribute Transmutation LV0. Death Immunity BADV. Time Cultivation Prison LV0. Spatial Teleportation LV0. Force Convergence LV0. Illusion Phenomenon LV0. Enchantment LV0. Seeing this notification with a magic circle in hand, an audible "oh" echoed. Marilda studied his hand intently and asked, "Failed again?" Just looking at it makes it seem hard to control. "Can you manage the flow of mana?" Hearing her suggestion, he agreed. We have to try to know." Lucy, asleep on his lap, finally reacted, opened her eyes, held out her hand as a model, and said, "The important thing about sanctified magic is grasping the core principle. Magic is a science combining theory and feeling. Practice it many times, and understanding will follow. The magic I use can easily manipulate everything before and around you." Watching her wield the magic smoothly, Ed Rothtailor couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, looks like you've practiced quite a bit, haven't you?" He pressed her head down onto his thigh while she answered, About twice." Then her face flushed uncontrollably. He added, "A genius like you, that figures." Then he sank into his thoughts. Who would have expected a treatise on Glock's sanctified magic to exist? From the start in the game, I knew this magic couldn't be learned. He opened the book and read for a while. Sanctified magic is a craft that can manipulate time, space, and mind at will. In terms of power, it's supreme, but a beautiful purple orb appeared as he pondered. Because this magic can bend and break natural laws, it's the most inscrutable type of sorcery and has hardly ever been studied, not to mention its danger. Understanding it is already extremely difficult. Watching her object manipulating magic, he recalled a mysterious man, glassed, and drifted into thought. Lucy only grasped it through feeling, so teaching it to someone else was nearly impossible. If only Professor Glass were here, how wonderful that would be. Indeed, remembering Glass' tragic state at his death, he regretted that if Professor Glass were still alive. He felt annoyed and sad, lowered his face and sighed. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Oh, another girl?" Stealing your attention away again. A man appeared, dropping the box in his hand, and exclaimed, "No matter how great your manly ambitions are." Zix looked at him grimly and shouted in a panic, "Careful, or a truly hellish scenario might befall you." For he snapped his fingers and whisked Marilda away, causing her to clutch the book in alarm. Oh, what's happening? I was reading a good part." Seeing that, Zix awkwardly scratched his head. "Sorry." "Oh, sorry. It turns out you're the spirit I met before." I jumped to conclusions. Seeing him appear here, he asked coldly, "What's going on?" He pointed to the ground at his feet and said, "These are the old magic books the senior asked me to deal with." Hearing that, you cheerfully replied, "Tell Elka I thank her. I want to review the basics a bit. Constantly borrowing books is a bit of a hassle." You looked at him meaningfully. "They must be heavy." "Thanks. I should do something in return." He blushed and declined. "It's fine, but if you insist." Suddenly he cheerfully looked up at you with pleading green eyes. "Why don't you work with me in the student council?" Recalling old times and your rescue, he said, "This really puts me in a bind. But after what happened last time, Tanya, no, the student council president trusts you quite a bit. He advised you, seeming to suggest she wants trustworthy people nearby. In other words, she's asking if you'd like to join the student council." You stroked the girl's head on your lap and asked, "Can you just set up an organization like that on a whim?" He wasn't sure and answered, "Probably not on a whim." He crossed his arms, glanced away, and spoke in a long tone. "A freshman becoming student council president is a first in Sylvania's history. So she intends to turn this body into one of the strongest cabinets ever." The Baroness's daughter Gurel, a third-year student, Senior Dyke, valedictorian of the fourth year, have joined the council with me. He mentioned 3 more teammates, 1 male, 2 female, and coming up are Yosef, top of the first-year magic department, Senior Anise, an excellent third-year teaching assistant, plus Senior Dorothy, top of the fourth-year alchemy department, and even Senior Ed Taylor. It seems she's trying to gather people both talented and reliable. Then he sat down directly on a log near you and pinned a question. "So will you refuse in the end?" You didn't hesitate and nodded refusal. He sat beside you, helplessly agreeing. You study magic techniques, practice spirit arts, train your body, live in the forest, are an honor student, and now are training a new kind of magic. It's hard to take on anything else. Your clear eyes listened to his complaint. The camp's finished now, as you guessed. But the student council president will probably be very disappointed. You watch him intently. Yet predictions, since rescuing Tanya, have become meaningless as the plot stepped into unknown territory. Recalling Lucy's watery, shining eyes and your own resolute gaze, you pondered. At first, Zix joining the student council was already surprising, and the member list was completely unexpected. In time, there's going to be a joint combat practice. Recalling the scene in the arena, you thought of Sylvania's third arc failure in the second joint combat practice. This is the biggest event right before the final battle in Arc 3, the campaign against Lucy. On the arena floor, Zix drank an entire vial and vomited a puddle of bright red blood. You thought, this event is the trial the main generation, now in their second year, must face again. In the original plot, Claude, first-year alchemy valedictorian, lost the final battle and ultimately drank the forbidden drug called Blood Demon Elixir. Because this event ends poorly, I remember it clearly. Remembering that image made you a bit sad. Dirty arms, blood flowing everywhere. Sitting with Zix, quietly admiring the beautifully blue sky was peaceful, you reflected. But now the plot has completely slipped out of your control. Either it will happen as I know, or it will branch in a totally different direction. From now on, this is uncharted territory. The golden wheel rolled silently, turning round and round. The carriage began to move under the escort of knights. You stood dazed, recalling. The wagon was so huge that unless mages stayed up all night casting spells to lighten the load, that giant carriage wouldn't be able to move. It was a 3-tiered colossal palanquin pulled by dozens of war horses, its escort like an army, causing the holy city's residents to exclaim. A mobile palace with enormous operating costs, so even the Pope rarely let it leave the sanctuary. On top of the carriage, 2 silhouettes sat enjoying the view, the two watching from the summit. Bertio sat atop the carriage, smiling and holding a stack of documents. The distance is much farther than I thought. Luckily, I could come all the way here to check on the Holy Maiden's condition, Archbishop Bertio said. Pope Eldane, seated opposite, nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, thanks to you arranging visits to the surrounding nobles' domains, this schedule has become very perfect." Pope Bertio, he smiled meaningfully. Next stop, Sylvania. They approached a magnificent castle, and the two men's voices echoed as they asked, "I heard the Pope will be visiting. Have all preparations gone smoothly?" A small cloak hung neatly, and a voice answered, "Everything's piled up already." Janica ground her teeth through tears, writing as she asked a question. Pope Eldane, ruler of the Carpi sanctuary, and Archbishop Bertio, the Pope's aide, arriving together. What's the purpose of this visit? Over here, everyone was busy with tasks. She picked up a letter and read, "A proclamation of the Lord Telas's grace and the celebration of a new baptism." Those words are just formalities. The really important thing is this, right? It's a request for an audience. She looked at the two forms before her and said helplessly that they must be worried about Holy Maiden Clarice. After all, she's the heart of the church. She turned to the next document and was astonished. Another audience request? Seeing Clarice and Adele's names on the paper, she wondered in surprise. Who would the Pope want to meet? Who is second-year student Adele? In the end, she filed the order away. Anyway, schedule the audience with the Holy Maiden. The other side replied, yes. Looking at the pretty golden ring on the table, someone said, "Today the Pope will visit from the Holy Capital." So it's not Kylie. It's been a long time since a true Holy Maiden appeared before the students. Clarice was sitting at her dressing table, arranging her hair, when her gentle voice rang out. "Bel Maya, today is the day of the joint combat practice, right?" Bel Maya bowed slightly and answered softly, "Yes, coincidentally it falls on the Pope's visit." She looked regretful and said, "I was really looking forward to the chance to mingle between years. What a shame." She lowered her face slightly, eyes mournful, thinking she didn't want to return to the Holy Capital. Academy life felt like a dream, and she still hadn't met the person she needed to meet. In her mind appeared the beautiful, gentle image of Adele, the girl who tended the sacred flame and always looked out toward the wide world. The poetess Adele, or energetic girls like Janica. She had tried walking the routes where she might chance upon second-year seniors. But that person tended to appear and vanish like a ghost. Amid crowded places, she regretted it. Even here, it was hard to encounter them. She truly wanted to meet that person soon. Recalling the intimate moments of Janica and her friend, she reflected on the story of the friend who helped her pass the exam together. She also remembered joyful moments with Adele, even as someone who usually only listened. Now she had stories to tell. Her gaze turned sadly pensive. Of course, she didn't want to tell all these stories to the Pope. Recalling memories and past events about Ed Roth Taylor, Janica, and Lucy, thinking of the valedictorians storming into the dorm and wrecking everything. A noble from Sa was even dragged into a murder case. She also remembered Bertio's solemn look. If Bertio, who always stresses a life of purity, heard these stories, he would surely tell her to leave the academy immediately. She regarded him like Dia Satchela. Bertio's words were always hard to refuse, not because he was a master of mind reading, nor because she remembered his friendly manner when he sat and chatted with her, but because he felt like a teacher she couldn't easily say no to. Behind her, Bel Maya cut off her reverie. "Holy Maiden Clarice, you could relax a little, you know?" Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "Oh, do I look that tense?" "Well, you're fine for now." She looked down sadly, eyes unfocused, thinking she only needed to keep the condition that if someone discovered her identity, she would have to give up academy life. Suddenly an idea popped into her head. Wait a moment. Recalling his looks, a name came to her mind. Ed Roth Taylor. She mulled it over 100 ways. Of course, he seemed like someone who would keep his mouth shut. A problem occurred to her. But what if Bertio and Ed Roth Taylor met? Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance. What if Bertio used his mind reading and discovered that Ed Roth Taylor knows her identity? Bel Maya saw she was overly tense and asked, "Would you like me to brew a cup of tea? You're trembling. Are you afraid?" "No, it's fine. She hugged her still shaking arm and turned to Belle Maya, saying, "It's just that I have a small favor, and please prepare me to go out." Belle Maya asked anxiously, "Yes, time is rather tight, excuse me. But where are you going?" She blurted out his name, Ed Roth-Taylor. She turned back with a pitiable, pleading look. "Please, Ed Roth-Taylor." Meeting him might calm me down. Her face flushed as she ordered, "I want to see him right now, as soon as possible." Belle Maya exclaimed in puzzlement. Huh. Recalling the stream of memories like a film, she thought Belle Maya didn't understand the reason. But Belle Maya, hearing this, panicked and asked, "Really?" Inwardly extremely uneasy, thinking she didn't want Ed Roth-Taylor and the Holy Maiden to meet. The dual practice contract and matchup list lay on the bulletin board under countless prying eyes. Everyone glued their faces to the paper to find their own information printed above, so the bulletin area was extremely lively. They chatted animatedly. Nearby in a corner, she said, bored, "I don't have any opponents in this joint combat practice." Sipping tea with elegance, Ed Roth-Taylor conveniently asked, "Don't you have anyone you want to challenge privately?" She hesitated briefly, choosing her words. Wouldn't that be a bit arrogant?" He slowly took a sip of tea, thinking deeply. The coordinated combat practice has begun, and like last year, this is an exam where students fight each other and the results count toward their records. Underclassmen facing upperclassmen is nothing new. First years versus second years, third years versus fourth years. The difference from last year is that their inboxes will be extremely busy with messages of the same content. "Senior, I'll wait for you at the arena." The main reason is this year's rule allows students to send challenge letters themselves and proactively challenge opponents. Currently, in the script, no members of Class A first years are participating. Because of that, everyone is filled with determination to defeat the second years, especially since this generation of protagonists gathers many outstanding talents. Matches between first and second years promise to be very watchable. However, matches between third and fourth years hardly attract anyone's interest. Thus, unlike the crowd, the two of them have time to sit here and eat leisurely like this. She excitedly asked what they'd have for dinner tonight. He replied calmly, very gentlemanly despite the unsuitable surroundings. "At the L'Oreal mess, there's little spare meat. Maybe just sprinkle salt and roast it simply." In short, that's it. Their short conversation drifted away, blending into the noisy chatter around them. And when there was nothing left to do, he sank back into his thoughts. Perhaps heavy mental activity is his hobby? Overall, the third-year group that Janica and I belong to really has no remarkable talents. Last year, except for Janica defeating Lortel, hardly anyone in third year beat their juniors. So against fourth years, they could toss challenge letters at anyone and still easily win. Conversely, those who were too strong received no challenges at all. Back in reality, she sprawled and gossiped, looking for something to talk about. "Is Ed Roth-Taylor still intently reading the book Lucy gave him?" He patiently answered. "It's a rather important book. I'll probably focus on reading it for a while. Of course, all this is because I'm so free right now that if I don't read, I just wander around to soothe my soul. Because like Janica, I also didn't receive any challenge letters. It seems I'm now considered a master." He vainly gave himself the title of master, though of course it's based on some solid grounds, not just in boasting. Hearing that, she pursed her lips and asked, "Is that so important? Meanwhile, you're busy with the choices presented and the book in your hands." Although there's a way to actively challenge first, with Janica's personality, I'm afraid that's not at all easy. I just want to keep quiet and not attract attention. That was my plan, but life never goes as dreamed before I could even decide. Bad luck struck nonstop. Then Ed Roth-Taylor suspiciously lifted his head from a page, looking toward the source of the earth-shattering noise, so different from the usual student clamor. He saw a troop of knights, charged with protecting the Holy Maiden, appear and clear the streets, making way for her quickly. Everyone stood frozen in shock at the sight, and that explained the knights' arrogance. For them, the Holy Maiden's safety and convenience come above all else. Then, with shouts, the palanquin arrived. The Holy Maiden's procession advanced solemnly and grim. Ed Roth-Taylor sprang up in astonishment, trying to gauge how much the script had been distorted. First of all, Clarice appearing here at this moment was strange. Wow, it's really the Holy Maiden. She should have. Since the Pope's visit coincided with this time, she normally shouldn't be able to take part in the joint combat practice. Could the Pope's visit have been postponed? If so, what could be the reason? What new fuss has erupted now? While he was lost in thought, she had already stepped down from the palanquin and moved this way, making his companion beside him go rigid, afraid to move, and careful not to lose face before the Holy Maiden. She blurted out in surprise, "Ha ha." Hearing her stammer, he snapped out of his painful thoughts and turned his attention to the person beside him. Nobody knew when she had arrived. She gently said, "I meant to send a letter first, but I wanted to see you sooner, so I came straight here." "Hello, Senior Ed Roth-Taylor." She smiled like morning sunlight, making everyone adore her at a glance, except for one particular someone. Then she sat down without any shyness. Knights formed a human barrier around her to prevent the excited crowd from harming the Holy Maiden. Clarice continued, "I can't stay long, but if we can talk even a little, that would be wonderful." He was politely unconcerned, replying, "It's an honor, Holy Maiden." Facing the Holy Maiden at such proximity made a mere mortal like her unable to resist. Blushing and heart-pounding, she awkwardly introduced herself. "Yes, I'm Janica Failover. Your Holiness, being able to see you up close like this is an honor." The honor was so overwhelming, she stumbled over her words at the end. She then turned with sparkling eyes to him for help, even shyly grabbing his sleeve and tugging it gently. He reflected that even living in the countryside, he knew 1/3 of the Empire's population were followers of the Telos faith. It's understandable they'd react this way when meeting the church's Holy Maiden. Then he looked at her in amazement. "What should I do?" Seeing her in person, it's hard to believe she's the same person as Kylie. Seeing her in person, it's hard to believe she's the same as Kylie. Important things must be said twice, using both as prime examples. If she hadn't sought help, he would have casually started a conversation to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ed Roth-Taylor folded his bag and asked, "I heard the Pope and the Archbishop are visiting. Are you all right being here like this?" She answered immediately, "The Pope will personally visit Trix Hall." Fortunately, the schedule aligns perfectly, because this is the moment the dual matchup list for the contract combat practice is being announced. I guess Senior Ed Roth-Taylor would be here. He was briefly astonished, finding it hard to believe. So she came specifically to see him, but why? Meanwhile, she went on to explain. The Pope truly is sharp and wise. But accompanying him, Archbishop Bertio is no less impressive. Sometimes I even wonder whether he has the ability to read other people's thoughts. Archbishop Bertio's ability to see through others' thoughts is indeed strange. Could that be a kind of holy magic? In any case, people say the Archbishop can read hearts. Yet he smiles so warmly, he looks like he wants to hug and protect. He replied nonchalantly, "I see." Then he focused on unpacking the core of her words. Bertio reading minds, the ability to see into minds. Connecting the dots, you finally understand. "Ah, I get it. So Clarice went to all the trouble to come here just to say those awkward lines?" Archbishop Bertio can read thoughts, and she's afraid she might be discovered to have known her true identity. Having grasped everything, he calmly replied without a trace of hesitation, putting the skeptics at ease. "Is it really to that extent?" Indeed, Archbishop Bertio is truly formidable. Of course, someone fallen and of low birth like me will probably never have the chance to see him in person, she stammered. "Is that so?" He stated decisively. "Yes. Anyway, I'm busy with the contract combat practice, so I'll probably never get the opportunity to meet Archbishop Bertio face to face." "Absolutely never," she answered softly, a flush briefly appearing on the young woman's cheek. "Wait, Your Holiness, so that means you came all the way here just to meet Ed Roth-Taylor?" At first you seemed a bit dazed, but that's nothing to be ashamed of, so she admitted frankly. "Oh, that matter. Yes, that's right." Janica grew more and more flustered, pressing. "Before meeting the Pope, in such a tense moment, you personally had your carriage brought here just to meet Ed Roth-Taylor?" Clarice, unconcerned, smiled and said, "Ah, no." Then, for some reason blushing, she awkwardly waved her hand and said, "I'm only human. Of course I get worried and nervous." So, in moments like that, sometimes there are people you want to see, people who suddenly pop into your mind, making you want to look at them. Just once, surrounded by the crowd's gazes, she grew increasingly weary and afraid of saying the wrong thing. So she diplomatically said, "No, I mean it's just because I'm tense." Then her face flushed and she mused dreamily. "I suddenly wanted to see someone, just one person I unconsciously wanted to look at. Oh dear, time flies. The Pope must be arriving soon." Then she ran off awkwardly as a knight called after the Holy Maiden. With a slam, the carriage door shut. The carriage sped away and vanished from everyone's sight. All eyes turned to him, a murderous gleam sparked by Clarice's lovelorn remark. He clutched his head and exhaled heavily. Ha, he thought, whether Kylie or Clarice, they're the sort of people I can't spend much time beside. In the stands, the crowd roared wildly. Seeing that his opponent was Kordek, they couldn't help but exclaim and ask, "You didn't send a challenge letter like I did?" "Yeah, you're Ed Roth-Taylor, right? I looked into it. I've heard among the freshmen you're rumored to be pretty strong, though only strong among those naive third years." He kept babbling in his ear, and even now standing solidly on the arena, he still didn't understand what on earth had happened, wondering, but what the heck just occurred? His opponent, after rambling for a while, finally drew his weapon and kindly warned before striking relentlessly, "Brace yourself." In the first and second year practice matches, mid-level magic and sharp weapons are prohibited, but for upperclassmen, it's a different story. Then he laughed loudly. "So before we duel, I'll make everything clear." Of course, even without his clarification, he would be well informed about this fellow. This person is the fourth-year deputy combat captain, someone who never underestimates juniors. Kordek, of course he couldn't know this. Even if he wanted to, there's no way. Reaching out like that shows good sportsmanship, and he said, "You probably already know, but I'll repeat it for clarity. My name is Kordek." On the stands, everyone panicked when they saw him draw a weapon. The girls warned each other, even if it's a bladed weapon, anything too dangerous with high damage is banned. But Senior Kordek, that's clearly just a club. The boys felt like they'd escaped death aghast. "Huh. How worried I was thinking I might have to fight that senior." Interaction time ended and the hall's announcement sounded. "Now, Ed Roth-Taylor, Year 3, Kordek, Year 4. Both sides are ready to begin." Kordaki immediately lunged forward. Lowing ludly. My body is on fire. Haha, I never hold back just because this is a practice match. If fear has already begun to creep through your body, there's still time to retreat. He grinned lecherously. Though he'd offered a choice, the answer he really wanted was obvious. He wanted you to be his punching bag for fun. You sighed in boredom, clearly a sign you'd completely lost your patience, and launched a counterattack, using a mid-level spell, single-point impact. Thus the first knockout point quickly went to you. Thud! He groaned in pain, hacking and coughing as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The haze slowly cleared, and he slumped to the ground, nursing wounds from the collision. He wondered how a mage's reflexes could be so fast. Last year's third years weren't anything to worry about. So, where did this monster come from? Not stopping there, you seized the moment and struck again. The arena swallowed a gasp, worried for Kordek's future. He couldn't avoid becoming unable to resist, and you modestly thought, about 5 seconds, I held back to avoid injuring him. But if he wanted to keep fighting longer, all I could do was apologize. Thinking that, from above you looked down and said to him, "Thanks for the match." After the arena's momentary shock, everyone shouted excitedly, You were lost in thought the whole time, so I didn't pay much attention." You thought to yourself, that other thing even happened only a little while ago. Leaving behind the Holy Maiden's unexpected actions, I escorted Janica, who's excellent at getting lost, to her captain. Then on the way to my own arena, to face Kordek, I unexpectedly ran into someone I hadn't anticipated. It was Adele, calmly leaning by the window with her lute, cheerfully greeting, "Oh, we meet again, don't we? Senior Ed Roth-Taylor." You asked in puzzlement. You asked, "What are you doing here?" This is Glocked Hall's main hall. Second years are supposed to be in Nail Hall's hall. She kept that innocent smile that hid so much. Irrelevant to ask? Fate is strange. People say destiny drifts like the wind. It seems we've accidentally crossed paths quite a few times. You had nothing more to say and fell silent. It felt annoying. After the contract combat practice ended, as you were thinking that, she, seeing you didn't respond, hopped down to say goodbye and left. So I'll be going then, she added, and you fell silent unconsciously. I know Adele will die. If it were before, you'd have hesitated to steer the script back on track. But the moment you made Tanya's student council president, things twisted completely. Though you once called it arrogance and told yourself it was beyond your intervention, those you let go still left marks in the depths of your mind. Ignoring and passing by isn't easy. Annoyed with yourself for a moment, you clenched your fist and resolutely called out. She stopped, startled, turned around. Huh? Senior Ed Rothtaylor. A brief silence. Then you hesitantly declared, "You're going to die soon." After saying it, you fell silent and stared at her, your head a tangle of disbelief. Right? You only realized when you had to explain. But her answer was, "I know." You froze in utter disbelief. That smile still lingered in your mind. What? She knows she'll die? How does she know that? Could she also be someone who slipped into this novel like I did? Impossible. First, I must quickly find Taylor to determine how much the script has been distorted, then worry about Adele afterwards. You ran frantically, but as if mocked. An earthquake. Everyone panicked while you stood stunned. An earthquake? What are they talking about? I threw the window open in a hurry and looked out at the chaotic scene. Though the script had gone seriously off course, I still kept myself ready, constantly predicting and preparing for every possibility. But what was happening right now was not only outside the script, it far exceeded all my guesses and imagination. His eyes went vacant when he saw the terrifying wave outside and thought bluntly, why is that thing appearing here? Yes, and it was a creature believed to be extinct even in myth. A catastrophic disaster that human power could not possibly stop. The final boss of the fallen swordsman Sylvania, the Holy Spear Dragon, had awakened. The story said that the protagonist Taylor had defeated all the strongest first years. However, when leaving the exam after defeating Claude, the one who drank demon blood and belonged to the Loot Club, you heard the news that Adele had died. At that time, no one knew exactly how Adele had died. Clarice, who had once been a carefree child, completely lost faith in the church and changed as if she had become a different person. The Faithless Saint, a name even gamers judged as a ruined character because of her abrupt change. To suppress the Faithless Saint, the church sent troops to Arkan to deal with the traitorous saint. In the end, Clarice fought the church's army alone and slaughtered them in a fury. That also meant the Act 3 final boss Lucy had awakened, and this was the original Act 3 scenario. But back in reality, thunder crashed, and a storm of violence erupted with the appearance of a super creature. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock, massive and majestic, towered the sky, its presence shaking the world. Yes, the basic profile of this species can be summed up as the Act 5 final boss, the keeper of all secrets of the fallen swordsman Sylvania scenarios. Opening the door and seeing this hair-raising sight before his eyes, Ed Rothtaylor was stunned. The final boss had awakened. What on earth is happening? He wondered in shock, but he couldn't form any complete answer. Below, the earthquake grew fiercer, shaking the whole building, and outside was the rampage of the Holy Spear Dragon. The chaotic air around was being destroyed at breakneck speed. The flow of time itself was shifting with a single step of the dragon. It wasn't magic, but simply the motion of the beast. He felt moved as he tried to shield himself from debris born of the super creature's wrath. Around him, students fled in panic, faces full of fear. Death hung over the space. The Reaper's scythe followed the catastrophe, claiming the unlucky. Just one step could plunge everything into disaster. The quake intensified, and even he could hardly stand, quickly pushing himself forward, crawling on the ground. In the process, he couldn't avoid injury, and he let out a soft groan. The disaster scene laid bare before him was the clearest proof of the world's survival crisis. He thought on and on. If we stayed put there, half of this dormitory block would be gone. I survived because I was in the professor's quarters. With many others, he tore off running. But contrary to everyone else, he returned to the starting point. Wails and moans of pain were everywhere while he continued his train of thought. It was simply luck that kept me alive. If so, using this mana now might cost me several years without magic, or might even mean never using magic again. There might even be a risk of death. Supreme mana, a dazzling stream of golden light, pulsed wildly around him with his determination. "Don't stop," he prayed, half hoping a divine beast would appear, imagining Ed Taylor heroically riding a war beast. Either way, he couldn't just stand by. With that thought, he resolutely ordered, "Run, Marilda. If you stay here, many people will die." At Trix Hall, a squire called anxiously. "Holy maiden, you must flee immediately." She replied, "I know. Hurry and aid the others. You must move quickly." Worry and burden showed on her face. After all, her duty as holy maiden didn't permit her to abandon everyone and flee alone. A nearby knight said, "Holy maiden, take my hand. I will escort you to the prepared carriage," offering a strangely reassuring presence. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish the sentence. He was struck before he could complete his duty of protecting the holy maiden. Not only him, but other squires were hit at once. Blood sprayed through thick iron armor, a testament to the weapon's terrifying damage. Cough! He hacked, with no time to moan. Another shockwave hit. Now only cries and frantic screams remained around. "Ah!" She shrank back, narrowly escaping death. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and finally the chaos subsided. She was smeared with mud and blood. Frowning, she peered into the distance. What on earth is happening? Then, realizing what had caused that immense destructive force, she muttered, "Is that dragon's scale?" Just a single scale falling to the ground caused an earthquake. Taking advantage of the rare calm, a knight hurried to her. "Holy maiden, you must leave at once. Forgive our rudeness." Still dazed, she wondered, can this catastrophe end? As a knight supported her towards safety, he urgently called, "Stable hand, bring the carriage out now." The stable hand, nursing a wound from a shard of dragon scale, came with a horse and explained, "Holy maiden, the carriage has been destroyed. Please take this horse instead. It's been well trained. It will carry you across the Max's bridge off Arkin," he added, laying the reins in her hand. She stammered in astonishment. "And me to ride a horse?" Her face streaked with tears and grime. After all she'd endured, holding back tears was an achievement in itself. Receiving no answer, she looked up puzzled. She noticed the knight's unusually pale face. He wearily instructed her to grip the reins tightly and hug the horse's neck. "Oh!" She gasped in alarm without a sound. There was no time for explanation. The knight gave a final reminder to the horse before pushing her up. "Go. By any means get the holy maiden off this island." As soon as she was astride, the horse understood and bolted at full speed, her cry carried away by the wind. "Hold on tight to the horse." She panted heavily, gasping, drifting into thought. She had assumed it was mythic exaggeration, yet it matched what the Grand Prelate had read before. The images described in the book surfaced in her mind. The holy spear dragon Velbrock. The mana in its breath is as vast as the power of the sun, bringing ruin to everything below. "Aya!" Her voice screamed as a silhouette sped by like the wind, leaving only a faint afterimage. Suddenly, an advanced spell, a wide-area anti-magic barrier, was cast, weaving a net-like ward that enveloped a broad radius around her. She stared in shock, with no mood left to sob, looking up at where that figure stood. She wondered who could be there while the horse still raced on. He snapped angrily, "Damn it! Even an advanced spell can only deflect that breath a little." It was none other than Headmaster Abel, the man who must be here to fight. "You have awakened too early, the holy spear dragon Velbrock," he shouted at the super creature, but it ignored him and continued its devastation. Before long, the battle had clearly tilted in the holy spear dragon's favor. This was not an even fight, and Abel was at a complete disadvantage. Trying to hold the line, he blurted out that there wasn't even time to chant. Even the superior flame motion magic, the chains of fate, had been used. Someone had once prophesied that if this academy ever faced an overwhelming threat it couldn't withstand, it would happen only once. "Master, please, may I borrow your power?" Lucy asked inwardly, taking it as a plea. She realized she could no longer stand idly by and hope luck would save everyone. She sighed. This was something she had never expected. Meanwhile, the holy spear dragon continued its brazen rampage. It opened its massive maw as if to swallow everything. With a roar, its binding chains snapped. The restraints that had held it were utterly destroyed. Now the field belonged to it once more. She widened her eyes in astonishment. A fierce purple beam of light rebounded and struck back at the ground below. It shattered rock into dust and carved an endlessly deep chasm. She struggled to hold the reins as her whole body was swept by the wind, flying toward the distance. Aya, out of the chaos, a phantom figure appeared. She, together with her magic orb. Thanks to her aid, the tide turned. He thanked her for buying time, Lucy. After that, of course, it would be a duel between Abel and the Holy Spear Dragon. The next card played was a superior defensive magic, the Shield of the Creator. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and struck the foe. Another terrifying showdown. Ugh, coughing and groaning, she winced in pain. She and her horse had been separated. Around her lay countless corpses. She staggered into a sea of blood, almost losing her mind, murmuring last instructions. Huff, must reach Max's bridge quickly and leave the island. I have to get out of here. Seeing herself in such a wretched state, she sobbed and asked herself aloud, oh, what on earth am I supposed to do? Suddenly a clear, flowing voice woke her from the daze. Are you still safe, Holy Maiden? As if finding a saving light, she softly cried out, Senior. Ed Roththaler descended beside her. Though smeared and grimy, he still exuded his usual reliable elegance. Huff, thank goodness you're here. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked with concern. She responded confusedly and dizzily. Oh no, why am I here? He grabbed her hand, acting as if nothing serious had happened, and said, You have appointments with important guests. They might be in the Trix Hall. She added softly, I'm riding toward the main Max's bridge. He began to guide her through calming techniques, but the crowd was too large for it to matter. Even if she left the island, now, she couldn't escape the dragon's range. She would be repeatedly attacked. Hold on tight. She immediately did as instructed. He continued to think of a plan. One must remember human strength can't stand against. Even bringing Lucy or Abel to the fight would at best only buy time. In the original script, only Taylor could do it after maxing out his power and mastering the final Holy Sword ritual. So what can I do? He brooded and nearly fell into despair, when suddenly he issued an order. Move, Marilda. Meanwhile, he reconsidered. No, wake up. The original script has already skewed. First, quickly find the cause of this massive deviation. Perhaps there's a way there to restrain its escalation. At first, I thought this was my fault. If the plot doesn't follow its course, then the root cause must be me. But even if a butterfly's wing beat can spark a storm, it can't bring the world crashing down. Why did an ending that should occur in Chapter 5 happen already in Chapter 3? First, identify who awakened this accelerated progression. First, gather information on the key characters in Chapter 3 by order of priority. Lucy is fighting a fully grown dragon. Clarice, on the other hand, seems clueless. She's still dazedly clinging to you from behind, panting with exhaustion. Huh, your thoughts grew clearer and clearer. Everything was nearly connected, just missing one final turning point. Exclude the protagonist Taylor for now. He's probably rolling around trying to save everyone. So besides myself, who else could be skewing the script? Could it be that you suddenly figured something out? In the nail hall lobby, people shouted to one another, run. Ah, she strolled calmly through the chaos. On the paper, she held the meeting details were clear. Venue listed as the hall. Sparring room at 1 p.m. Adele Saris, Clarice, please wait for the next match schedule. The live bout in Sparring Room 3 at 1 p.m. was canceled due to the Holy Maiden's sudden change of plans. She clicked her tongue in regret. What a pity. The two of you almost could have met. But winds always rise again. That's how things go. She smiled innocently. It turned out the person you thought had lost their mind was actually perfectly fine here. According to the game's original plot, Velbrock's final clone would appear in the final act, but somehow it showed up in the middle of Act 3. We definitely can't confront it head-on. If Ed Roth-Taylor can figure out what woke it, he might find a way to seal it again. Ed Roth-Taylor had considered the key figures of Act 3. It's not Lucy, it's not Taylor. The Saintess is in such a panic, so she probably isn't the cause. If so, then there's only one person left, Adele. Even though she knew about her death in advance, she remained remarkably calm. Clearly something's off. First, Ed Roth-Taylor must find her. We'll sort everything out afterward. You have to get Clarice to safety. Then go look for Adele. Ed Roth-Taylor dashed off because he knew he didn't have much time to think. The man of the ring is borrowing from the future is reaching its limit, and his body can't endure much longer. We're here, Saintess. Fortunately, the defensive magic in the Awfulest Hall has been activated, so we should be safe. Clarice's face was full of worry. Master, Senior, it's okay. If you wait a moment inside, it'll be better, she said. Ed Roth-Taylor looked back at the Awfulest Hall. Its defensive magic had been activated, but a huge breach had been torn open by the recent attack. The dragon scales from Velbrock's first strike had flown straight in and destroyed everything. Most shields were severely damaged, if not shattered, then badly impaired. The Saintess's face crumpled in panic. Tears streamed down as her voice choked. Everyone in the Awfulest Hall wasted no time. Ed Roth-Taylor quickly grabbed the Saintess's hand and said, "This isn't over yet. We can't give up here." He and the Saintess hurried further inside. The activation of the hall's defensive magic meant someone had triggered it. A person in the control room on the top floor of the hall. If so, there's a good chance someone up there survived. They ran up and flung open the door, expecting whatever lay inside to be the key to solving everything. But no. What met them instead left both of them stunned. Lying before them was head-made Belmaya. She was sprawled in a large pool of blood, her body riddled with razor-sharp dragon scales that had caused mortal wounds. They both rushed to her side. The Saintess tried everything to save Belmaya. "I'll use sacred healing to save her at all costs," she said. Ed Roth-Taylor took in the scene and grit his teeth at his helplessness. There was no hope left. She had taken the first hit. Despite having mortal wounds all over, the head maid had dragged herself here, near death. All she could manage was to activate the defensive shield layer. She did everything for the survivors she didn't even know might remain. With the little strength she had left, Belmaya tried to hand the Saintess's room key to Ed Roth-Taylor. The moment he accepted the key was the moment Belmaya's mission was complete. She drew her last breath in the arms of Ed Roth-Taylor and the Saintess. "Miss Belmaya, please wake up," the Saintess cried in a voice full of despair. A rush of chaotic thoughts flooded Ed Roth-Taylor's mind. She would surely say something like this: "I only did what I had to do." The image reminded him of a soldier at war. They sacrificed themselves for something noble, for the people in the rear they wished to protect. The small glimmer in the Saintess's eyes quickly dimmed. This simply can't be happening. No way. Ed Roth-Taylor gently closed Belmaya's eyes with his hand, her face peaceful, as if asleep. Yet she would never wake again. Holding Belmaya's body as it grew cold, the Saintess couldn't accept this painful truth. No, Miss Belmaya will be fine. She'll be okay." Ed Roth-Taylor gritted his teeth in anger. He knew he had no time to waste. He hurriedly dragged the Saintess back to her chamber. He knew Belmaya had only been doing her duty to protect the Saintess, and he wouldn't let it be in vain. So he used the key Belmaya had given to open the Saintess's door. Surely a high-level magic had been activated here. If it isn't directly attacked, it should be safe. The Saintess collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Ed Roth-Taylor stood by the window watching and spoke. "Please, steady your heart. Saintess, I'll go out to assess the situation." She weakly protested with a trembling voice and a desperate face. "Not outside. Outside is too dangerous." Ed Roth-Taylor replied with resolve. "Look out the window. If we just sit here and wait, things will only get worse." Before he finished, Ed Roth-Taylor's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. A strange but exquisitely crafted formation had appeared before him, illuminating a wide space with its power. Could it be a holy position formation? But it's not a normal holy position formation. That structure, could it be? He immediately ransacked the Saintess's bookshelves. This isn't it. This isn't related. This one is also wrong. Senior Ed Roth-Taylor, Why are you acting like this? It must be somewhere around here. Fortunately, this is the Saintess's room. Concepts of sacred magic, applications of sacred magic, and finally Glock's treatise on holy positions. Holding the precious book, Ed Rothtailor began to rearrange the facts in his head. Think. That adult dragon suddenly came back to life. Adele had suddenly vanished, and Saintess Clarice didn't know anything either. Most importantly, the holy position formation blazing in the sky wasn't Abel's nor Lucy's, but a form of magic application never seen before. While he was still puzzling over what was happening, outside the holy dragon's fierce assaults still showed no sign of stopping. Headmaster Abel shouted in anger. Can't you block all its attacks? Damn it, wasn't that direction one of the dispersed strikes heading straight for the Saintess's chamber? Inside the room, Ed Rothtailor and the Saintess were still clueless about the horror about to unfold. Ah, this is it, I understand. From the start, everything had been distorted, hadn't it? If this were the main plot line, then it would surely happen. If so, the cause must lie there. The Saintess looked dazed. Senior Ed Rothtailor, have you realized something? Before he could finish, the light from the strike filled the room, signaling doom. It was the inevitable thing. They both looked out the window to see nothing but a brilliant light blotting out the sky. Mana streams erupted across the space. The Saintess hastily covered her eyes. Was this light? In an instant, Ed Rothtailor lunged and grabbed the Saintess in his arms. A cataclysmic explosion occurred, blowing the entire building apart and burying it in a chaotic collapse. The dust slowly cleared, leaving behind an actual hellscape. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes. What she was seeing at that moment was truly a massive shock. Ed Rothtailor had erected a defensive barrier with every ounce of his strength. He tried to save the Saintess with everything he had. Still, the price was steep. Ed Rothtailor had been pierced through by a killing blade. His whole body shook with pain. Fresh blood poured out relentlessly. Ed Rothtailor's gaze grew dim, his voice weakening. No matter what happens, if you feel unwell, you must tell me, okay? Tears streamed down the Saintess's face again. No, barra diagonal segment. Ed Rothtailor, you can't. This can't be happening. She looked helplessly at the one who'd saved her, yet now had to sacrifice himself. Ed Rothtailor tried to speak his final words, but his wounds were too grave for him to finish. The Saintess tried to use holy power to save Ed Rothtailor, but it seemed futile. Don't say that. I'll find a way. I'll find a way to get you out of here. As soon as she finished, Ed Rothtailor could no longer hold on. He collapsed onto the Saintess's shoulder and passed away, leaving her in extreme shock as she held him tight. She couldn't help but blame herself. Senior, Ed Rothtailor, please don't die. Outside, rubble and twisted iron began to fly up. The conditions for the holy position magic had been met, so it would activate immediately. No, why did you do that? Why must everyone sacrifice themselves for me? What use is it if only I remain alive? Even you, Ed Rothtailor. I don't want this. I can't let you die in my place. She sobbed like a child with too much hurt. No, please don't leave me. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. Unexpectedly, when the Saintess opened her eyes again, the entire ruined scene had vanished. She had been transported back to an earlier moment, sitting and drinking tea with Ed Rothtailor and Janica. Oh, the familiar scene repeated once more. The Saintess personally came here? Could be she came to see that Ed Rothtailor fellow? Do they know each other? What on earth is going on? As usual, Ed Rothtailor asked the Saintess. You said you had something to tell me? What is it? Without a word, the Saintess immediately lunged and grabbed Ed Rothtailor. Everyone was surprised by her action. Without hesitation, the Saintess laughed and tore open the shirt Ed Rothtailor was wearing. She wanted to confirm with her own eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? The Saintess has no wounds. Why can't it just be like that? Seeing this, Janica became flustered. She protested vehemently. Saintess, you can't just do that. In broad daylight, in public like this, it's a bit. After verifying, the Saintess withdrew and sat back down in the chair. She sat there, trying to sort the chaotic thoughts in her head. At this moment, everything up to now, could it have been a dream? Or were these prophetic glimpses granted by the gods to help her avert disaster? Or was it all just an illusion after all? She looked down at her wrist, where something was still left behind. Impossible. It was the bloodstain from when Ed Roth Taylor grabbed her hand and took her away. That confirmed one thing. Everything Clarice had just experienced was real. The Saintess clenched her palm, her face blossoming with happiness. Have I really returned to the past? She tried to recall what she'd done that morning. To prevent Senior Ed Roth Taylor and Bertie O, who can read minds, from meeting, she'd had a little chat with them. After that, the Saintess hurried to the main hall to prepare for her audience. But while waiting for the Holy Emperor, something terrible appeared at the academy. It was the Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock. It roared in fury, then launched its razor-sharp scales in every direction. The Saintess's face turned to horror. No, this is bad. Everyone's going to die again. Everyone will sacrifice themselves for me again. And if this keeps up, I'll die too. The Saintess looked at her blood-stained hand, her body trembling with panic and fear. Opposite her, Ed Roth Taylor calmly buttoned his shirt. He asked, "Saintess, what's going on?" Before he could finish, the Saintess grabbed Ed Roth Taylor's hand and pulled him along. "Quick, hurry, we must flee immediately. There's no time to explain. If we don't hurry, we'll all die." She shoved Ed Roth Taylor into the carriage, though he still didn't understand. "No, Saintess, I can't be rude to you. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to go to the main hall to welcome the Holy Emperor?" Ignoring Ed Roth Taylor's protests, the Saintess ordered the coachman in a panicked voice. "I'll take full responsibility, so drive straight to the Great Max's bridge as fast as you can." And so the carriage sped off at full tilt, leaving puzzled faces behind. What has happened? The Saintess has kidnapped Ed Roth Taylor. Janika's expression turned bewildered. Take responsibility? Fleeing? What on earth happened between them? On the rushing carriage, someone could no longer keep quiet. "Saintess, are you going to keep crying like this? It's rather problematic, you know." Clarice held her tear-soaked face and spoke in a trembling voice. "A giant dragon is about to descend on Arkan's sky, and it will slaughter us all." "Huh? You mean?" The Saintess looked up and stared straight at Ed Roth Taylor. "I nearly died once, and now I've returned to the past. Senior saved me once and seemed to have discovered something. But before he could tell me, he was crushed under the rubble. Senior died in my stead." She took Ed Roth Taylor's hand. "Of course Senior won't understand what I'm saying now. But before he died, he told me that no matter what happens, I should seek out Senior for help and be sure to pass on these words. Although it sounds unbelievable, I'm not making this up. Suddenly you say this, and I don't know how I'm supposed to react." Outside, the road across the Great Max's bridge was blocked. "Saintess, there's a checkpoint inspecting traffic, so we'll have to stop and wait for now." "Saintess, anyway, we can't use that route. So let's detour so you can reach the Holy Emperor first, not to keep Ed Roth Taylor waiting." The Saintess unconsciously spoke the numbers Ed Roth Taylor had left her in his previous life. 155 gong, 16 gong. Hearing that, Ed Roth Taylor's eyes widened in astonishment. What? What is that? At this rate, both routes are completely blocked. Because of the Holy Emperor's earlier journey, goods from the L Trade Guild are delayed and can't enter the city, so everything's jammed up now. In any case, the timing is unexpected. Ed Roth Taylor's voice rang out urgently. "Forget everything else. Please break through. Charge straight ahead. The situation is critical now. Just get the carriage out by any route, though that will cause a huge fuss with the Academy." "It's fine. The Saintess is in danger." "No, it's all of us, really. This is unavoidable, so don't worry about anything else." After a moment's thought, the coachman decided to follow their orders. "Hold on tight, both of you. I've been a coachman for 22 years. If I'm exaggerating, I could probably cross an ocean." The carriage charged forward, shunting other coaches aside. The Holy Dragon is about to be reborn, and we're all going to die. Ed Roth Taylor decided to fully believe Clarice's wild words. The code that slipped from the Saintess's mouth was something that, apart from Ed Roth Taylor, no one in the world could possibly know. It was the code Ed Roth Taylor still remembered clearly from before he came to this world. The military identification number he received in his previous life while serving in the army. There's no way anyone else could know it, so that's how it is. If the Theophilus Hall has collapsed too, there's nowhere safe left on Arkan Island. That's why you chose to flee from there. And if time really has reversed, it must be related to holy magic. In all current magic theory, only holy magic can intervene in time. I'm sweating a bit. Are you listening now? Ah, yes. Only temporarily. I think this was caused by holy magic. Indeed, but reversing time on such a large scale would exceed what human mana can bear. Still, if the Saintess is right, time is now unfolding as predicted. The holy spear dragon Velbrock has truly awakened. It roared mightily and shot out its deadly scales. The attack's range covered the entire Arkan Island, so the carriage being hit was unavoidable. The Saintess screamed in terror. Ah, it's coming again. But even so, this time the Saintess managed to escape. Having left Arkan Island, things should be okay. She slowly opened her eyes. But why does everything look exactly like before? That nightmarish memory has returned again. The carriage was smashed to pieces, and the coachman had sacrificed himself to that power. From behind, Ed Rothtailor's weak voice sounded. Are you all right, Saintess? She turned back happily, thinking Ed Rothtailor was fine. Yes, Senior, but the reality before her snuffed out all of Clarice's hopes. No, it can't be. It was Ed Rothtailor. He'd been pierced through by the dragon's scales. A mortal wound, just like before. Gathering his last strength, Ed Rothtailor tried to encourage her. Saintess, don't give up. You must keep moving. No, you can't. It's okay. I'll save you. The Saintess's face fell in helplessness. I'm truly sorry I couldn't do anything to help you. I'm too weak to do anything, only able to accept help from others, and thus causing others to die in my place. I can do nothing but rely on everything. Sorry, Senior. She sobbed, each word choked and indescribable. Seeing this, he tried to lift his hand to stroke her small cheek. No need to apologize. Don't cry like this uselessly. I'll have a chance to help you later. I probably will do so you can't fall here. Keep moving forward until everything is finished. Never give up, okay? With that, her hands dropped, bringing the second death to an end. Senior, Ed Rothtailor, please don't die. The Saintess clutched her body, hating herself for being so useless. This damned so-called blessing should have gone to someone like you, not to me. If it had been in your hands, Senior, perhaps everyone could have been saved. Just once. Why is everything so hard? Why am I still alive while everyone around me dies? If I could turn back time one more time, I'd definitely do better. And, as she wished, time once again reversed to the moment the conversation began. Saintess, did you rush here to see me? What on earth is going on? Tears streamed from the Saintess's eyes again. She had returned. Without hesitation, Clarice immediately leapt forward and hugged Ed Rothtailor tightly, to the astonishment of all the surrounding students. Saintess, no matter what, I will save Senior Ed Rothtailor at all costs. Everything resumed like a loop. She pushed Ed Rothtailor into the carriage despite his confusion. Right, this time head the other way. The Saintess peered ahead and ordered the coachman to drive east, the opposite direction from the previous bridge. On the speeding carriage, the Saintess tried to convince Ed Rothtailor about what had happened and to choose a place to hide. But fate seemed unavoidable. The holy dragon Velbrock's attack once again blew the carriage away. No matter how far it tried to flee, cradling Ed Rothtailor's body, Clarice was filled with regret. He was gone. Even if they fled to the opposite side of the island, they couldn't avoid the attack. There wasn't enough time to escape. What am I to do now? That ended the third loop. Then the fourth loop followed, and everything played out the same. Even after following Senior's directions to the western coastal cave, everything still collapsed before her eyes, and they died once more. And so the cycle repeated up to the 12th time. Even when the two reached Professor Glass's secret laboratory, they were struck head-on by Velbrock's wide-area magical attack. As usual, Ed Rothtailor died again for the 12th time, continuing into the 15th loop. The Saintess still pushed Ed Rothtailor into the carriage, but in the end, he still died. By the 20th loop, nothing changed. And then, countless loops arrived to torment Clarice's mind. All she accomplished was causing him to die again and again. No matter how she struggled, he would die in some way, pierced through, falling into chasms, burned to death. Nothing changed. All that remained in the Saintess's mind were Ed Rothtailor's endless deaths. She had watched him die dozens of times in a single day, and the Saintess's mind was close to breaking. She didn't know why time could reverse, and despite searching the academy everywhere, Clarice could not find the Pope or the Grand Prelate anywhere. Where on earth had they gone when she needed them? Most importantly, no matter how many times she fled, The outcome couldn't be changed. Why? Why must I endure all this? Why can't I save Senior even once? Across countless repeats of time, Senior always saved me. Ed Rothtailor died in place of the Saintess throughout the entire timeline. Sitting in the carriage, chaotic thoughts were gradually overwhelming her. Clarice tried to mumble Ed Rothtailor's sequence of numbers. She herself didn't even know what the right thing to do was anymore. Saintess, there's someone inspecting over by the Bigme Bridge. I'll temporarily stop the carriage to wait. The Saintess glanced outside, her eyes filled with despair. All right, we've reached the Great Max's Bridge. Now you'll probably shout from the window, ordering the coachman to force a breakthrough at all costs so the carriage can get out of here. But contrary to her expectation, Ed Rothtailor slowly stepped down from the carriage. First, please stop the carriage here. Huh? Why is that? Ed Rothtailor stepped down from the carriage at a measured pace. Please disembark, Saintess. Yes. He slowly took off the coat he was wearing and said, I don't know how many times time is rewound now. No sooner had he spoken than he draped the coat over the Saintess. I just want to say one thing. Please rest a little. She couldn't understand why he would stop the carriage in such a critical situation. But this was the first time Clarice had experienced this. Ed Rothtailor rolled up his sleeves, as if he had a plan. I know a few people we can ask for help. This is a change that only occurs in this loop. At this, the Saintess urged Ed Rothtailor to hurry. We don't have much time left. I don't want to see Senior die another time. So even now we must set off quickly. I've tried everything, even dragging Senior away by force, fleeing like this, hiding in other ways. I've tried every method, even a faint sliver of hope, a tiny possibility. I've tried it all, but nothing changes. Everything continues in this pointless cycle. Ed Rothtailor calmly opened a medicine box and said, I told you it's okay, and it's not meaningless. The fact that the Saintess's body still bore unhealed wounds is a huge risk. But if time has reversed, why do those wounds remain? The reason is that the Saintess is covered by the blessing of holy rites. It can protect against any malicious threats or attacks aimed at the Saintess. It's a protective power for the Saintess's body. Moreover, the holy blessing can fully resist other sacred techniques. For that reason, even Grand Prelate Bertio's mind reading couldn't affect the Saintess. So then why? Only the Saintess's memories and wounds don't rewind. Actually, that had an answer from the start. The phenomenon of time reversing like this was probably performed using someone's true holy spell, and you were protected from its effects, so the memories and wounds remained unchanged. Causing time to rewind certainly involved using a holy magical rank. Hearing this, the Saintess's expression seemed to recall something. So that's it. It turned out to be what Senior had realized at that moment. The mana to perform such a large-scale spell is the sacred magic forged from the power of the divine. Ed Rothtailor smiled gently after speaking. So, have you found a new direction now? How many times have you repeated this from the start? Before he could finish, the Saintess rushed forward and hugged Ed Rothtailor, her face wailing with tears. I don't know either. Initially, I was trying to save everyone. I can't remember how many times I've returned here. Once the number passed 10, I couldn't remember anymore. Ed Rothtailor stroked her head, his voice gentle. The Saintess has done very well so far. First, calm down and steady yourself. You're exhausted. You've been smashing your head against that blocking wall over and over. What they all yearn for is the same thing, a new way to solve their problem. Leave the rest to me. Now that we know the cause, running away won't solve it. From now on, I'll find the root of the problem and eliminate it. From the very start, while playing the game, Ed Rothtailor found everything strange. Clarice changed so abruptly, and with Adele's death, she became the unbelieving Saintess after her friend's death. The image of her confronting the Order so thoroughly. Although this was criticized as breaking the character's image, when you think about it carefully, that image is no different from someone who has endured too much pain and loss. It's understandable that her behavior changed as well. In the game, Ed Rothtailor couldn't possibly know how everything unfolded. But if Clarice had to endure countless hellish time loops like this, and if she discovered that the Order she trusted was the one behind it all, then the unbelieving Saintess becomes an entirely reasonable character. Such psychological transformation is indisputable and, In the end, the plot's conclusions haven't really changed. Ed Roth-Taylor and Clarice quickly ran to the nail hall to seek reinforcements. Thinking that way, you can understand what Clarice needs to do from now on. If she keeps fleeing from the Holy Dragon Velbrock, she'll just end up back at the start, and thus she can't defeat the Holy Dragon. Listen carefully. Saintess, I will prevent the resurrection of the Holy Dragon Velbrock. First we must find the Holy Pope and the Grand Prelate, those capable of wielding holy magic on that scale. But in previous loops, I asked everywhere many times, and no one knew where they were. Isn't this very strange? The comings and goings of such lofty figures should have drawn everyone's eyes and ears, right? Yes, they should have. Surely all eyes and ears would be focused there. The two ran straight to the arena under the watchful gaze of many students. Is that the Saintess and Ed Roth-Taylor? On the arena floor, Taylor and Yosef froze for a beat when Ed Roth-Taylor appeared. Scene 3, Round 5, where Taylor easily won using his sacred sword ritual. But contrary to Ed Roth-Taylor's expectation, Taylor got a bonk on the head from Yosef. Are you spacing out? Look over there. What are those two doing here? Taylor, is this part of the storyline or what? I don't have time to ponder these pointless things anymore. The Holy Dragon Velbrock is about to resurrect. The most important thing now is to locate the Pope and the Grand Prelate who disappeared when the Max's bridge was sealed. The two hurried to the place where they could gather more of the information they needed. And the only person who could know that information was Lortel. Lortel smiled softly and waved her attendants away. Well, this face looks familiar. Are you up to something big again? Senior. She hurried over and took his arm. Let's hear what information you have. All information on Arkan Island funnels through Lortel. So she's the best choice right now. And if it's Lortel, she can keep her composure in any situation. Right? The Saintess slowly peered around the side, which surprised her. Always studying new magics. Have you learned hypnosis too? Senior. Even so, enchanting the Saintess is a bit audacious. Ignoring Lortel's reproach, Ed went straight to the point. There's someone I need to find urgently, at least before the combat practicum ends. I'll pay you whatever you want. Hearing that, Lortel's expression turned serious. Well then, let's hear it. The three of them went to the carriage depot near the Max's chapel. Chairman, we've gathered all the information about the people seen around the Mayor Chapel, as you requested. Now let's talk price. My value is already high, but today it might be much higher, because you said it was urgent. I even skipped the final match to come with you. And senior is senior, so I understand. But why did the Saintess turn into such a clingy type? Honestly, I still can't accept this. Hearing that, Ed Roth-Taylor replied, You said you were waiting for the final match, right? If so, getting here must have taken quite some time. The joint combat practicum is probably about to end. I guess so. No matter the circumstances, Lortel never panics. Her ability to analyze situations and act rationally is always superior. Huh? Why are you suddenly being so polite? It's just that in times like these, that side of you shines even more. So whatever happens, don't ever panic. If you can take my words seriously, Senior, didn't you just say there's not much time left? That's right. Ed Roth-Taylor turned to look anxiously, his eyes full of worry. We're about to face a real catastrophe. Before he could finish, Lortel's eyes widened in astonishment. Aftershocks swept in, panic flooding everywhere. Because the Holy Dragon Velbrock was about to awaken. Attack struck in the blink of an eye, and it could easily take everyone's lives around it instantly. Thankfully, Ed Roth-Taylor managed to pull Lortel into his arms in time and saved her life. Now the scene around them was nothing but wreckage and the scattered blood and guts of the innocent. Lortel's eyes were horror-stricken as she stared at the monster before her. Is that the Holy Wirem? Beneath the ruin the Holy Dragon had just caused. Lortel tried to push herself up. Ouch, my hands. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. In front of her was Ed Roth-Taylor. He had used all his strength to form a protective barrier, so his body was badly wounded. Though not as close to death as before, it was still serious. Senior Ed Roth-Taylor. Lortel's eyes filled. Tears of joy fell. So how much do you want me to pay for this information? It was indeed a romantic scene, straight out of a fairy tale. The two remained silent for a moment, as if she was trying to sort out her thoughts. Immediately after, Lortel gave a gentle smile and spoke. Compared to the price of my life, you still have quite a lot of loose change left. Saying that, she handed a slip of paper to Ed Roth Taylor. He quickly took it and replied, "No need for change." "Oh, looks like this deal will make you a nice profit." The two helped each other to safety while exchanging information. According to reports from 13 witnesses, the Pope and the Grand Prelate used a concealment formation and secretly led a squad along a secluded route to move. Their destination was the Academy Cathedral deep within the lecture district. It's a secret place not everyone even knows exists. As the two were walking, suddenly the Saintess's voice rang from the carriage. She kicked the door open and dashed out. "Senior, Senior." In a flash, the Saintess leapt forward and hugged Ed Roth Taylor tight. "Senior, you mustn't die. Please don't. Are you okay? What do we do? You're bleeding so much." Seeing that, Lortel was anxious too, but she quickly recovered her usual composure. "Don't panic, act quickly. At any rate, we still have a horse that can move. Though badly wounded, it can still carry us to the lecture district." "How fortunate!" Ed Roth Taylor quickly climbed up and said, "We must hurry. Give me the reins." Ed Roth Taylor reached his hand toward her. However, Lortel's face fell. Even with a saddle, the horse couldn't wait for more than 2 riders. "So one of the 3 of us has to stay behind." Without hesitation, she replied decisively, "Sorry, but the Saintess and I have to go. Explaining everything would take too long. So there's no time to say more." Lortel only let out a soft sigh. "Saintess, please hurry." Lortel promptly pushed the Saintess onto the horse's back. "Surely Senior has already thought everything through, so I won't question it. The rest is up to you, Senior. This is all I can do to help." Saying that, she handed the reins to Ed Roth Taylor with a cheerful face, likely to put him at ease. "Thank you, Lortel." Holding the reins, he whispered, "I'll repay this debt someday." Surprisingly, Lortel tugged Ed Roth Taylor's hand and answered, "No need." She stamped hard on the stirrup and hoisted herself up. Amid the pouring rain and the wreckage, Lortel pressed a passionate kiss on the Saintess right in front of her, as if marking her territory. "You owe me right now." The Saintess's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. What?" But that embarrassment quickly dissolved into fear. While giving her kiss, Lortel fixed the Saintess with a cold, threatening glare. "Ed Roth Taylor is mine now, so don't you dare touch him, understand? This is the 2nd time, right? Just leave Senior to me. We also need to prepare a contingency plan, so I wish you both safety." Ed Roth Taylor looked back, his expression full of worry, but then Lortel slapped the horse to make it run. "Saintess, everything has a price in this world, and if you mess with merchandise someone already marked, things will get messy." Lortel stood alone in the rain, waving farewell to them. Why did that posture look so lonely? She slowly walked over the corpses of those nearby. That's right, if I remember correctly, the era of catastrophe caused by the holy WRM Velbrock ended 3 million years ago. You must smile, Lortel, because only those who can smile in the face of adversity are the ones who will claim the final victory. After parting with Lortel, Ed Roth Taylor and the Saintess rode their horse down to the cathedral beneath the academy. Ed Roth Taylor quickly gave her many instructions. His face was urgent but serious. "Saintess, remember what I told you. It's a very important key." "Yes." Her face was full of worry. "I can't help being scared. Everyone wants to run away. That's only natural. Facing such a terrible catastrophe, what else can you do but flee? How on earth could Senior accept sacrificing himself for me like that?" They hadn't gotten far when chunks of earth and rock flew out of nowhere, struck the horse's head. It let out a pained cry and collapsed. Seeing that, he quickly grabbed the Saintess and slid along the ground. If she were injured here, the next cycles of regression would be a real mess. They stopped at a fairly large distance. Ed Roth Taylor's whole body was terribly wounded, blood pouring everywhere. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes and looked toward Ed Roth Taylor. Her voice trembled and stammered. "Senior, you're bleeding so much." Ignoring the Saintess's words, Ed Roth Taylor remained lost in thought. "This really is a tough fight." "It's fine. I've been more badly wounded than this many times before." He said that as he stood up, ready for the next battle. How can he be so strong? Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he'd seen something. "It seems we've finally reached the right place." Before them now stood the Academy's cathedral. On its rooftop, someone stood, watched carefully over the holy imperial city, a place of long history and vast scale. There are those honored as the mightiest holy mages, if they all gathered in one place. Even Lucy would find it hard to hold them off. They are ever ready to sacrifice themselves for the god Telos at any time. Those lofty titles are bestowed on only 8 people. He was one of Telos's disciples. Immediately, he leaped straight down and blocked the 2 of them from entering the cathedral. The saintess stepped forward and spoke. Please stay away from the entrance. The only weakness of the disciples is their faith. They are the sort who would die for the saintess's word without hesitation. Truly, I apologize, saintess. This is the order of Holy Emperor Eldane. From this point on, no one is allowed to pass, not even you. Please understand that all of this is for your own good. Before he finished speaking, Ed Rothtailor lunged forward with a dagger in hand without another word. However, the disciple was not so weak as to be felled by a single blow. He swung his spear to block the attack. Without hesitation, Ed Rothtailor threw something to aid her and shouted, Saintess, please charge straight through. No, Saintess, I told you cannot pass. The disciple tried to stand his ground, but something flew in. The magical tool, Ed Rothtailor's enhanced shock orb. Magic radiated from it. In the next instant it erupted, sending waves of power outward and pushing everyone back. Only the saintess, who was protected, remained unaffected. The disciple was flung backward, furious and grinding his teeth. Damn it, not giving the opponent a moment to rest. Ed Rothtailor continued his relentless assault, his eyes wide open, and glanced to the side, seeing a basic wind element spell, a wind blade, flying straight toward his head. But it was only a basic spell, which couldn't harm him. A simple slash was enough to cut the wind blade cleanly in 2 instantly. The disciple tried to watch the saintess as she fled far away, but he couldn't help feeling troubled and annoyed. He turned back to look at Ed Rothtailor with murderous intent. What kind of freak are you? In front of him, Ed Rothtailor still stood firm, despite his body being badly wounded. You've been straining yourself to move. With so much blood flowing, it's already over. You should just give up. Before he finished, Ed Rothtailor shot back a curt reply to his face. A massive surge of mana erupted across Ed Rothtailor's body. He had used Professor Glass' ring as a bed in this fight. Even if he failed, he had to hold the man off for as long as possible. Ed Rothtailor's face turned serious, his voice resolute. Not done yet. He cast a mid-level magic, mana arrows, firing condensed mana in arrow form. Depending on the user's skill, the number and trajectories vary. Seeing that, the disciple decided not to hold back. He activated high holy magic, invoked his holy form, converting all his mana into physical power. I originally didn't intend to kill if it could be avoided, but it seems that's impossible. The battle began at once. Ed Rothtailor launched arrows at the disciple with all the mana he had. Opposite him, agile and nimble, the disciple easily dodged all the arrows. He charged with a loud shout, Glorious disciple of Telos, I am the people's tribunal. The fastest of all. I'll take your life here. You foolish stranger. Each spear is laden with holy power that pierces everything. Unstoppable. A spear pierced through Ed Rothtailor's left shoulder. Fortunately not fatal, but extremely dangerous. He recalled the words he'd told the Saintess earlier. Please listen carefully. Saintess, I can't save you this time anyway, but I'm not telling you to give up. On the contrary, you must throw yourself fully into this battle. Even if this moment repeats dozens or hundreds of times, your body and spirit won't recover as before. I don't know how long you can hold out. So the important thing is to fully grasp what's happening. As long as the Saintess keeps her spirit steady, things will be okay. Just charge forward with everything you've got. What you must sacrifice no longer matters. And if time reverses once more, you'll have more chances. With that said, finishing, Ed Rothtailor drove the dagger through his own hand and into the disciple, so he couldn't escape. I hope this time, hope you can finish it perfectly. Ed Rothtailor's eyes shone, and so did the ring on his hand. It seemed time to deliver the killing blow. You bastard. The disciple clenched his teeth in bitterness. Of course, that didn't mean Ed Rothtailor would go down without a fight. He used all remaining mana to summon Marilda in full form as a blade to finish this hard-fought battle. Marilda opened her mouth wide, ready for a blood-soaked strike to end the enemy. The disciple was so surprised that he couldn't react in time. All that remained of him were his arms and legs. Blood sprayed everywhere with painful screams. The disciple became Marilda's meal. The battle ended with a razor-thin victory for Ed Rothtailor. Yet the wounds he sustained were also extremely severe. Ed Rothtailor collapsed to his knees. The spear had pierced him, causing massive bleeding. Marilda shifted back into human form and ran over. "Are you insane? Why didn't you summon me from the start to fight? You wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Her voice grew weaker and weaker. "You're trying to say your last words. I've lost. My opponent was too fast and strong." "No, don't say that. You really won't get to. Pull yourself together." Ed Rothtailor's eyes began to dim. He tried to hold on a few more minutes to wait for something. Inside the cathedral, the radiant light of holy magic poured everywhere. It seemed the Saintess had succeeded. "Don't die. I said don't die." Ed Rothtailor. He gently closed his eyes. This was all Ed Rothtailor could do in this life. The rest had to be left to the Saintess. A few minutes earlier inside the cathedral, the Saintess had run to a door with a very familiar pattern and shouted, "Open it! Open it now!" The door was firmly locked, but this was a place the Saintess had come countless times before. Beyond it lay a wide corridor, and then a sacred sanctuary. Wasting no more time, the Saintess quickly unleashed an attack to break the door before her. A massive explosion occurred, and the sanctuary door was blown away in an instant, leaving only rubble and choking dust. Sitting on the ground, the Saintess panted, having used a great deal of power in that strike. But then a sight before her made the Saintess freeze in horror. There, a girl was approaching the Saintess with a body covered in wounds and blood. None other than, it was Adele. For some reason, Adele was so gravely injured. Even though she was in the sanctuary, the situation was now critical. The Saintess hurried over and caught her friend. She was hurt badly. "What happened here? Adele, why? How did it come to this?" Adele's voice was weak. She was barely holding on. "Saintess, you arrived sooner than I thought." She struggled to stay upright and pushed the Saintess away. "What are you saying? Still, there's no need to come back." Adele slowly dragged herself into the sanctuary. On her arm was something identical to the Saintess's. Is Adele the bearer of the holy sigil? To inscribe, that mark requires an archbishop, 6 bishops, and 8 disciples. Most important is the entirety of the Holy Emperor's sacred magic. Only one person can bear this holy sigil. There should have been only one, and that one is the Saintess. Adele is a second Saintess besides Clarice. Her whole body slowly rose into the air to cast the time-reversing sacred magic once more. Clarice, touching the ground, still couldn't understand why she did it. What on earth is happening? Adele turned back with a gentle, serene smile. "There isn't much time left. It's almost over. You only need to endure a little longer." "Clarice, what are you talking about?" Adele said. The Saintess tried to stop her close friend, but at that moment the sacred magic had been activated. So no matter how she tried, the Saintess couldn't touch Adele. A light spread throughout the room and reached where Ed Rothtailor stood before starting a new cycle of regression. The future would be better. In the blink of an eye, the Saintess returned to the table, talking with Ed Rothtailor. "Saintess, did you have something to tell me?" "But what is it?" The Saintess slammed the table and stood up, looking extremely serious. She clenched her teeth in fury over what had happened. Yes. She faced forward with determination. No longer weak tears or fatigue, but a much stronger resolve. "Now, please listen to my whole story." Memories of Adele's childhood. It was a harbor sky where seagulls fluttered their wings. There were children playing together happily. A truly innocent and bright childhood. Suddenly, someone's voice interjected, "Don't run. You'll fall now. There might be sharp stones. Always watch your step." No one else. That was young Adele. She turned with a bright, innocent smile. Her innate gift was seeing the future. Adele's parents left their homeland to avoid the war. They fled to the trading city of Oldek, but their situation didn't improve much. They were exploited, cheated, and lost everything. Day after day, even a scrap of bread was hard to come by. Life felt shoved into a dark dead end. Then, one day, something strange happened. Adele's father bought her expensive things: gourmet sandwiches, a bottle of milk, and some delicious biscuits. These are things they previously couldn't afford. Adele sat on a chair and savored them gently. "Adele, father has to go for a bit. Wait here, okay?" His voice was tired but trying to hide something. Still, Edu obeyed without a hint of doubt. He walked away, each step a weight pressing down on the man's shoulders. Standing amid the crowd, Adele's father turned back to look at her with a sorrowful face, eyes full of regret. But he still decided to run off in tears. Perhaps hardship had crushed the heart of this father. Holding the sandwich in her hands, Adele whispered, "Father has suffered so much. This gourmet sandwich we could never usually eat. Strangely, now I can't taste any of it." Having thought through everything, Adele stood and prepared to leave. Maybe it's time. She turned away from the quay, where seagulls of freedom and boats skimmed the waves, where she let her sad thoughts drift on the wind and return to harsh reality. Behind her, the child who had earlier stumbled for ignoring Adele's warning had fallen. From now on, they were officially an orphan. She lived at an orphanage called Deldro's Orphanage. In this trading city of Oldek, the only virtue truly valued was diligence, and that applied even to children. Fortunately, the orphanage received support from the Telos clergy, so it was better off than some places. Being called servants of the divine meant that at least during prayer hours in the cathedral, the children could rest a little by coincidence. After she found an abandoned lute at the quay and could play hymns, Adele's time in the church increased and the hard labor eased somewhat. And then one day, High Priest Bertio came to preach there, though in truth he came to be greased with gold. "High Priest Bertio, welcome to the holy city. Esteemed High Priest, our merchant guild will pay handsomely this time. Please allow us into the holy city to trade." Cries rose everywhere. Everyone wanted some gain. The high priest's face brightened. He already knew what he was here for. "Ha ha ha. Don't flatter me so much, but thank you very much." Suddenly, a candle was knocked over and the flames spread onto the high priest. His face and those around him panicked. "High priest, are you all right?" But then a bucket of water came flying from somewhere, splashed straight onto the high priest, and put out the fire. Bertio's expression turned bewildered, as if he couldn't understand what had happened. Adele slowly stepped forward and spoke up. "If the flames had reached the display cabinet, it could have been a disaster, right? How did I?" She then recounted everything she had seen of the future, so she prepared these things in advance. "You could foresee this?" "Yes, because I saw it in a dream. Only a few times a month do I dream like that. Yet I can't see my own future at all." Hearing this, High Priest Bertio ran forward and grabbed Adele's hand to her astonishment. "This is truly a great honor. I am the first to recognize the one bearing the mission atop the order. You are the saintess of Telos." That event upended everything around her. In a single night, Adele's life tilted in a different direction. From an orphan with no kin, she became the saintess of a church. Over 10 attendants at her side, lavish meals, the reverence of high clerics. Each day, she had to study rites and prayers. Sleep was shortened, yet that life was still far better than the days of poverty before. Adele received baptism 3 times, from the Holy Emperor, the Archbishop, and the Chief Apostle. She accepted the will of the Holy City and engraved the blessings of the sacred law upon her body. The more rites and benedictions she underwent, the stronger Adele's divine power became. Finally, with all rituals complete except the sacred seal rite, an event occurred. For the first time in her life, Adele foresaw a terrible catastrophe about to befall this land: the awakening of the holy war dragon Velbrock, which would bring annihilation to humankind. After long thought, Adele finally decided to renounce her position. High Priest Bertio was furious at what she had said. "You mean she would give up being the saintess? What is the meaning of this?" Adele knelt to the ground, her voice gentle but firm. "Thank you all for caring for me all this time. I will serve Lord Telos, not as a saintess, but in another way." The high priest sighed. "Ah, so it seems she can no longer be persuaded. Her precognitive power is a sacred magical office, something that can bend the rules of time bestowed by Lord Telos. Because she manifested that ability instinctively, we exalted her as saintess. And yet look at what she is doing, possessing such an overwhelming talent. And now she can even see her own future. Years passed, and Adele renounced becoming the saintess of the Telos Church. Still, she remained in this city as the keeper of the sacred flame. Adele often played her lute on lonely evenings. Whenever she nodded off, those images returned. The dark future she always sought to escape resurfaced once more with stark clarity. Images of the high priest's plan turning to dust. Our plan has failed. To subdue the holy dragon Velbrock, devourer even of gods, we must sacrifice the saintess as a required offering. Because of that, Adele fled her office. But the future seemed fated by destiny. The world finally found some peace. Thanks to the authority and wisdom of Emperor Klol, long wars receded into the past. People sheathed sword and spear. For the first time in centuries, they lived without looking to the sky to pray. Yet a world that no longer needs miracles also no longer needs gods. And as a natural consequence, the radiance of the holy city, once mankind's most sacred center, began to fade. Bertio, clad in clerical robes but with a merchant's cunning, understood more than anyone what had to be done. People no longer feared, they stopped praying. Faith was replaced by comfort and peace. But Virdio knew that without fear there is no faith, and without crisis there are no miracles. So he devised a bold, sacred, and cunning plan. On the island of Arkan, where ancient legends still echo in the ground, and where the holy war dragon Velbrock is imprisoned, Bertio would awaken it. He did not need the dragon to destroy the whole world, only to sow enough terror that all mankind would tremble in panic. And when the time came, the church, under the guise of purging evil, would send a holy knight order to slay it. And when the dragon fell, the world will witness a miracle proving the gods intervened. The people will return, they will kneel, they will believe. High Priest Bertio had been seeking a saintess to sacrifice and seal the dragon, and that person was Adele. She thought she could stop it by running away, but now nothing has changed. A few years later, the high priest found a replacement saintess for Adele's position. Although Clarice did not possess Adele's graceful precognitive office, she was a girl with outstanding talent in sacred magic. Through her manners, charm, intellect, and heart, Clarice seemed born to be a saintess. She sighed, a note of melancholy in her voice. Adele leads a pure life. What am I supposed to do? Hearing that, Adele's face immediately tightened. No, that's not right. She told herself she had to speak up. Because she had fled, Clarice became the saintess. The result of her struggling to live was Clarice's death. So I must help Clarice get out of here. Adele smiled brightly. Her voice was warm as spring. Better to beg for life in a dirty puddle than live as a spotless sheet of paper. The greenish bones of the black swamp, the golden fields of the imperial city Cloiron, the deep red roof tiles of the trading city Oldek. Anywhere but here would do. Lamnock's knowledge from the Sylvania Academy. Please, run away from here. Every night, Clarice. Adele would sing of freedom and romance. She only hoped Clarice would leave this place now. But each time she saw her smile, a guilty pin pricked straight into Adele's heart, because she knew one thing clearly. It was all hypocrisy, a deception. Then one early morning, Adele truly fled. She wandered everywhere, searching for the meaning of her life. The final destination of that journey was the Sylvania Academy. Adele had fled her fate for too long, and now it was time for her to atone. After countless loops of time, her body stained red with blood, wounds scarring her all over. Adele had once been a saintess, so she was protected by sacred magic. Therefore, her wounds could not be reversed by time and instead grew worse. At first, the exact moment of Velbrock's resurrection was unclear, but now, even with eyes closed, she could guess each instant. Arriving before the cathedral, the third apostle of Lord Telos would say at the gate that outsiders were not allowed in. At that moment, just roll up your sleeve and show them the distinctive mark on your arm, and everything will be fine. What? That's the grace of the holy law? And while they were still panicking, Adele slipped into the sanctuary. Inside, Telos's apostles were already standing ready to fight. To awaken the holy war dragon Velbrock from slumber requires an important object. Velbrock's Fong necklace, kept inside a box. Adele had tried many times to persuade Bertio and the apostles, but they would never listen. All she said was meaningless in the face of blind ambition. The fact that they didn't even bring Saintess Clarice from the anteroom says enough. Perhaps they still believed the Holy War Dragon was an exaggerated tale in books and did not exist. It was arrogance to the extreme. After realizing his folly, the old high priest hurriedly sent men to the main temple to find the Saintess. In the end, what they needed was still the Saintess. You will save them. For Velbrock to be sated and sleep peacefully, the sacrifice of a Saintess possessing immense divine power is required. If the Saintess sacrifices her life on the sacrificial circle carved into the cathedral floor, Velbrock could be returned to the eternal sleep of old. Now Adele would take upon herself that noble responsibility to end it all. She knelt in the center of the sacrificial circle, an enormous and powerful surge radiating outward. It will be fine. Though this life is short, it's not without something worth leaving behind here. Everything is a lie, but at least Clarice made those eyes light up. Adele intended to slip away quietly, but one thing caught her off guard. It was the protection of the sacred art. It had been pushed to its maximum to shield Adele from the sacrificial circle that was gradually lifting her body by driving the sacred magic inside her to its absolute limit. Sacred magic uses divine power as its energy source, and it caused the world's time to rewind, repeating over and over again, to the point that the body had become this badly damaged. In the previous regression, Adele was very surprised when Clarice suddenly barged in. But now there was almost no holy power left inside Adele. Just one, two more times, or maybe three, and it would be over. When the sacred magic inside her dissipates, the loop will stop. Adele tried to walk into the cathedral with her body stained in blood, her eyes endlessly weary. It's okay. Everything has reached its end. Suddenly, someone's hand unexpectedly grabbed her before she could go any further. Adele looked up, her face a map of pain. What? Do you like orange juice? Or does she only need cold water? Why on earth? Why is he here? Her vision blurred as she looked at the figure who had just appeared, someone she never expected. That remark left Adele at a loss for words. A memory from deep within her mind surfaced once more. I remember now. It's Ed Roth-Taylor. He was the person who had appeared before her only once in all the previous loops. Even though the world kept repeating as before, and everyone else remained unchanged, he was an exception. Except for the first time she met him in the corridor. In every other loop, Ed Roth-Taylor did not appear there anymore. Could he be outside the laws of the sacred right? She recalled a reply to Ed Roth-Taylor then. I know already. Adele forced a smile as always. She didn't want anyone to see her ugly, sad face. The conversation now sounded like a vague tale from long ago. It felt as if everything had returned to its starting point. But nothing had changed. I should end this conversation and go to the sanctuary. It's time to finish everything. However, Ed Roth-Taylor wouldn't let her leave so easily as before. That's it. Yes, I still can't clearly understand what's happening right now. She knew she was about to die. Were her final words to be that brief? Yes, I've already said it. Why are you like this? I'm in a hurry. Seriously, do you really have nothing more to say? Adele's face grew sad, but she still forced that insincere smile. No, I still have a few things to say. Across the countless repeating timelines, Adele had always wanted to confirm the truth that she would eventually die. In fact, she had known that for a long time. At that moment, she didn't even know what she wanted to say. Deep inside that small heart, something seemed to want to speak but couldn't. All she did was sing, watching Clarice smile. Wasn't that enough? Adele's mind had screamed in despair many times. Please, please, stop. Just leave me alone. Let me be, she begged. If only for a little while. That day, she should have lived as herself. Watching her father's retreating back, she merely tried to hide her sorrow with a smile on that small frame. Father has worked hard enough. Did she really have nothing more to say? That sentence seemed to jolt Adele awake. She was just a child. She wanted to be loved by her parents too. She was only a human with a small heart, not a saint, nor a lofty god. Why not be a little selfish for yourself? Those are the things a child deserves. Behind the miserable figure of her father, who hesitated for a long time. Just a few words from Adele would have made him turn back to his poor child. Why couldn't she utter such pitiful words then? They weren't empty thanks or gratitude for what he had done. They were simply cries begging her father not to abandon her alone in this world. Words so sincere and plain. Why couldn't she say them? Why bury them under those meaningless, tangled words? I am truly scared. I really don't want to die. Adele's heart truly exploded. All her choke and emotions surged like a tide at this moment. Hearing such heartfelt words, Edroth Taylor merely let out a soft sigh. He raised the water bottle and downed it in one go, then stood up abruptly and said, I understand. Such a simple sentence, yet it's so hard to say. Now tell me everything you know. It's time for us to end all of this. Cut to Saintess Clarice. She had told everything she knew to find a solution. This time the Saintess did not waste any more time. After hearing all of it, Edroth Taylor decided to act and separate from her. He ran alone to the hallway to intercept Adele and do his part. Saintess Clarice also had a place she needed to be. She rushed to the cathedral, but was quickly stopped by Tall Derek at the door. At this time, Saint Dragon still hadn't awakened, so the apostle's face showed quite a surprise. Saintess, weren't you waiting at the main hall? Why have you run here? Not to waste any more time. The Saintess ran past the apostle and spoke. Move aside quickly, this time Clarice will not let things slip from her grasp anymore. I must know the whole truth. The Saintess stormed into the cathedral with a stern voice. Stop all current actions at once. Holy Emperor Eldane and the Apostles of Telos. Why are you doing this? And there's also Archbishop Bertio. The old man's face showed no surprise at the Saintess's appearance. Is it you? Saintess Clarice. She strode toward the Archbishop in fury. Archbishop Bertio, I once thought you only cared for the Holy Emperor and the god Telos. Not me. I thought you were a conscientious, loyal believer. Indeed, I only think of serving the holy city. The exalted deity always resides above, but the ignorant people will never believe unless they see it with their own eyes. So you intended to kill the holy trade dragon and use that to preach benevolence everywhere? In response to that question, the Archbishop remained calm. It wouldn't take too long. What? You are treating the holy trade dragon with such foolish contempt. You never considered the possibility of failure. At that, the Saintess's eyes widened. Could it be that from the start he intended to use my life as a backup plan? The bishop leaned close to the Saintess's ear and whispered those terrifying words. It was merely a contingency plan. In case things didn't go according to plan, she would need to act, so rest assured. Indeed, a bunch of hypocrites using holy rites while thinking like villains. Back to S's conversation. At this moment, he was dragging Adele away after hearing everything. I see. It's certainly not a pleasant truth. To summarize, here's how it is. Long ago, the order's finances deteriorated. So Archbishop Bertio resurrected the holy trade dragon as a calamity upon humanity. He would stage the order's destruction of it, to raise the people's faith and expand the order's power. Since his days as an ordinary cleric, he has always acted this way, expanding the church's influence and filling the holy city's coffers. That is how he proves his faith. Then can we try to persuade Eldane? No, I fled the holy city, so no one trusts me. But even if it weren't me, they wouldn't listen to anyone else either. Surely they will use force to subdue anyone who dares to get in their way. For the church has a force that can guarantee victory over anyone. All the apostles of Telos have already gathered here, a force capable of standing against an army, the most powerful organization of the holy city. They are all ready to suppress the Saintess and won't let her cause any more trouble. The old archbishop stood proudly, his voice full of arrogance. My sincerest apologies, Saintess. This won't take long. Please, rest for a bit. In the face of their power, we can't do anything. Before she could finish speaking, Edroth Taylor quickly scooped Adele up, leaving her flustered and embarrassed. Wait. Adele's too weak to keep up with him, and there's not much time left. That's fine. If they use force, it's not a big deal. Huh? What do you mean? And just as predicted, from the sky, a high-level lightning magic strike slammed down onto the cathedral, piercing a hole through it instantly. That was Lucy's signature power. The strike blew away the cathedral's entire layer of defenses with ease and smashed into the ground. Behind the archbishop, the old man turned in fear toward the newcomer. "Who are you? Who dares? Aren't you afraid of the high god Telos?" "High god Telos? What the hell is that?" Before him lay two apostles, beaten flat on the ground. They were completely restrained, unable to move a muscle. Amid the wreckage stood the familiar figure of a young archmage. Sadly, though, in this realm there's only one god, and that's me. Who the hell is this Telos god? But if you've committed sins, you must be punished, right? Hearing that, Archbishop Bertio's face turned alarmed. Sins? What the hell are you talking about? Before he could finish, Lucy swung her hand and cast a high-level lightning spell straight at his throat, toppling everything in an instant. She blasted one apostle, pinning him to the wall effortlessly, unable to resist even slightly. "Weren't you the ones who corrupted this cathedral? What you're doing is arrogance. How dare a foreigner insult the archbishop?" Old Bertio shouted in fury. "Were you all standing there for? Show the authority of the great god Telos at once." Immediately, the 8th and 2nd apostles lunged at Lucy without hesitation. Renas's arrows flew straight at her with potent holy power, while Reuben gripped his sword tightly. Facing those attacks, Lucy didn't even blink. With just a little mana in her palm, she stopped all those ridiculous arrows. Behind them, Reuben raised his sword and intoned the familiar cry, "Glory to the god Telos." Unfortunately, attacking Lucy from behind is always the dumbest decision. She gently snapped her fingers. A high-level lightning spell struck the apostle, making him scream in pain. The sword in his hand had no strength left to swing. That wasn't all. Another foolish apostle continued to speak up. "You who defile the cathedral, I am Taldarek, Telos's fastest apostle, currently ranked 3rd. He announced himself before charging in, but that did no good. "In the name of the justice of the great god Telos, I will take your life now." Taldarek's holy power flared around his body, but it seemed to make no difference. His spear aimed straight at Lucy, ready for a powerful strike. However, in the blink of an eye, the Lucy who had just stood there vanished. No, this wasn't high-speed movement. This was movement between different spatial dimensions. Spatial teleportation? Taldarek was astonished, but before he could react, Lucy stood behind him with a high-level lightning spell aimed at his head. "This is far enough, you weaklings." She snapped her fingers. A sphere of mana enveloped Taldarek's entire body, scorching him like a microwave. He trembled in pain, his eyes helpless before the overwhelming force. Below, the apostles they considered invincible were easily defeated, and Archbishop Bertio's face turned panicked. Each of them was supposed to be a core asset of the nation. These were the apostles of Telos. There are as many as 6 apostles here, and they still lost to that mage? Why on earth is that? Who on earth is she? Sir, that's not important. What's most important is how they learned of this place to launch an attack. Could the information have been leaked somewhere? Their original plan was to summon the holy trade dragon Velbrock and slay it to demonstrate the authority of the god Telos. But the problem here is the location of the operation. Arkan Island is where the largest gathering of students and the most powerful mages assemble. If even a single detail leaks out, everything collapses. In any case, the plan has already failed. The Archbishop quickly grabbed the box containing the holy trade dragon's fong and fled. "All of you, open the retreat route quickly. Prioritize the safety of Holy Emperor Eldane." I thought the Holy Emperor was strong, but he turns out to be just a puppet. Want to just run away? Lucy cast another spell to stop them. A mid-prison time, spell froze their bodies in place, unable to move. Coward that he is, the old archbishop called for Taldarek to save him. He sprang up and rushed forward to intercept Lucy's attack. All of this is for the great supreme Telos. No concern for the apostles anymore. Old Bertio only knew to flee for his life to save himself. He turned to another apostle and ordered, "You must take the Saintess with you." The apostle obeyed blindly, hoisting Saintess Clarice onto his shoulder as she struggled in protest. "Sorry, Saintess, what's happening? Put me down." The old man's vile face brightened with glee. He had obtained the necklace as damning evidence, and now had the Saintess as a witness. Now, by exerting the Holy Emperor's authority over the Academy, Even that little mage's words would be drowned out. Above, Lucy channeled a high-level lightning spell, firing straight at the panicked, fleeing crowd. Divine punishment. As expected, one apostle with a shield stayed behind to block Lucy's spell, creating opportunity for the others to keep running. What a moving scene. Looking at them, these apostles aren't so different from each other. With spear, sword, or shield, it's the same. One blow and they fall. All of them, split off in every direction, hurry away from this place and regroup at the designated location. No matter how dire the situation becomes, victory will ultimately belong to the Telos Church. Regret flickered across Lucy's face. What a bunch of nuisances, really. Archbishop Bertio and the apostle beside him kicked the door open and bolted out. He warned, Archbishop Bertio, if we keep running like this, we'll surely be captured. No matter, just by time, destroy the evidence and capture the Saintus, and everything will be resolved. As for the Academy, if they go public with this, there are ways to deal with it. No sooner had he finished than the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire forecourt of the cathedral had been engulfed in a sea of flames created by a low-level fire spell. Even the apostle beside him was shocked. What is this? How can a low-level fire spell be this strong? Suddenly, a dagger hidden somewhere within the flames flew straight at the apostle. Fortunately, he quickly used his spear and easily knocked it away. However, that attack was only a lure to trigger the hidden spell within. Spirit awakening. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blasting away the area. Its impact was so great that even the Academy students were stunned. What the hell is that? That's the Academy's chapel. Through the choking smoke, the old archbishop's feet quickly fled. He focused only on destroying the evidence, ignoring the subordinates around him. Edroth Taylor and Mug chased after him swiftly. He wasn't going to let the old man escape easily. Bertio gritted his teeth, clutching his staff with bitter fury. Had they foreseen an ambush and a trap there? If so, that witch girl must be their accomplice. He turned and fired a holy spell at Edroth Taylor. Taken completely by surprise by the counterattack, Mug was struck and had to return to the spirit world. Sorry, master. Then, Bertio veered into the forest to try to flee, but he had made a grave mistake running into this place. This was Edroth Taylor's home turf. In Bertio's mind, he still smugly believed he was safe. I've escaped them. Now I just need to bring the necklace evidence to the rendezvous point, and it's over. Who in this forest could possibly find me? No sooner had he been pleased with himself. The harsh truth leapt out from a bush. Edroth Taylor sprang onto the old archbishop's back like a true assassin. Here the old man was nothing but prey. Edroth Taylor's gaze turned cold, his voice icy. Hand over that necklace now, old man. He grabbed the back of the man's hair, then pulled them both down into a rock crevice beside them. They struggled violently as they fell, and finally the old man drew the staff at his hip and pointed it at Edroth Taylor. You were aiming for that necklace, so you must know everything, right? You and that little mage came here to sabotage my plan, didn't you? But it's over now. As he spoke, he cast a spell to finish Edroth Taylor. Ed quickly kicked at his knee, sending the archbishop stumbling and falling. The old man's attack only grazed Edroth Taylor's shoulder and flew straight up. Facing him, Edroth Taylor clenched the dagger to end the fight. He thrust hard into the archbishop's chest, making him cry out in pain. Blood spurted everywhere. Even near death, the old man clung stubbornly to the box, refusing to let go. Edroth Taylor shouted angrily, You don't have much time left. Give it to me now. That damned old man. Ed remembered the conversation with Adele when he arrived at the cathedral. She told him the archbishop was very powerful. Even alone, he would be hard to handle. But Edroth Taylor shrugged lightly and replied, There's not much time left to stop the Holy Trade Dragon. Besides, the other side has been planning this for a long time. Even with Lucy's help, chances were high they'd still fail. He wished he could turn back time once more to gather more information, but with Adele's condition, this was impossible. But contrary to Edroth Taylor's expectations, Adele only smiled and said, It's fine. Even if we fail, it's okay. I can still go back in time. Edroth Taylor's face darkened. He blamed his own uselessness. Her holy magic was nearly exhausted. No one knew when she might die. There was no time to hesitate. Ed Rothtailor put all his strength into prying the box open to get the necklace inside. He opened it to check the awakening key, the thing that would destroy this world. There was still mana seeping from the necklace. What the heck is this? Why is there still mana here? Lying in his own blood. The old archbishop's face warped with disgust. Ha ha, the holy trade dragon will soon be resurrected. The apostles have been defeated, and now only the saintess can stop it. So finally, my plan has come to fruition. All ignorant humanity will learn of the greatness of the supreme Telos. Having said that, he drew his last breath. Inside the box, the necklace rose up and radiated fierce mana. It's too late to stop this now. A pillar of light pierced the clouds, signaling the holy trade dragon's imminent awakening. Now, everything finally made sense. To keep the holy trade dragon from breaking the seal, they had to control the archbishop and take the necklace away from here. The problem is there's no one here to remember this. Clarice and Adele are both far away. How can we relay this to them now? Adele will have to sacrifice herself again. But even if she successfully reverses time once more without passing on this memory, everything will still fail. Ed Rothtailor tried to drag his heavy, battered body away from here. Even after facing that truth, is it all going to end in failure? Could I already be too late? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What's a little late gonna hurt? It was Lucy. She'd come because she detected the holy trade dragon's mana burst. Ed Rothtailor tried to speak in a tired voice. Lucy, I need to relay these words. To Clarice or Adele, either one. I need to. Before he could finish, Lucy supported Ed Rothtailor by a tree. Huh. Quickly pass my words on to them. He thought she'd do as he asked, but Lucy's answer was completely different. I don't like doing that. Hearing that, his face turned suspicious. He didn't understand why Lucy would refuse. No need to go to such trouble. He just wanted to relay it to the Saintess and Adele, right? As she spoke, Lucy used magic to write a note on a scrap of paper. We must seize Velbrock's Dragonfang necklace as quickly as possible and leave the cathedral. Bertio will stage the incident using the church's power. After writing it, Lucy used magic to send the note flying straight to where Adele stood. Ed Rothtailor, sitting nearby, was amazed, not just by the mana, but by Lucy's extraordinary spell casting. No big deal. If you keep practicing, you'll be able to do it too. Ed Rothtailor lowered his head, relief softening his gaze. Ah, maybe. Thanks, Lucy. No sooner had he finished than a sudden tremor roared violently. The holy trade dragon Velbrock had been resurrected. This time Loop had come to an end. But to be fair, it was right to say it had finally been revived. Everything was clear now. Bertio had resurrected the holy trade dragon for the church. The location, method, and escape route. Every detail had been passed on. The crucial question was whether an exhausted Adele could reverse time again. Even if she managed, the real problem was the very short window. Could someone like me, who'd lost their memory, plan and act faster upon returning to the loop? Outsmart all those apostles, steal the necklace, and get it off Arkan Island without remembering a thing. Could that really be done? Meanwhile, Ed Rothtailor kept trying to smooth out his plan. Lucy beside him spoke. I once promised my grandfather that there would be a time when I would save this school from a catastrophe it couldn't withstand. Ah, yes, I know. You already told me that. That's right. So if time keeps looping like this, I'll be sure not to miss a single chance to rush out and fight that dragon. For some reason, I had a feeling something like this would happen, right? I came to this school to keep my grandfather's final promise. Maybe I've always been waiting for this very moment. Now that hard wait has come to an end. But if time loops again, even if we stop that dragon, it all becomes meaningless. Is that so? Lucy set her hat down and pulled Ed Rothtailor into her arms. All I want now is to die in your arms. The moment before death is always the most beautiful. Besides, memories will be wiped clean anyway, right? Memories that never come back, right? Maybe so. Then while we're at it, I'll say it now. Things I normally find hard to say aloud. Lucy's sturdy magical wall slowly dissolved into nothing. Though a bit embarrassed, the truth wasn't dressed up in romance, but delivered wholeheartedly. If this life had no you, everything would be bleak. I don't want to be left alone anymore. So please don't disappear. Ed Rothtailor gently placed his hand on Lucy's head and spoke softly. It's okay. That's not too big a plea to make. The two of them sat leaning against the tree root, awaiting their fate. A roar from the holy trade dragon resounded like a death knell. They did not resist at all, for this was the end. No screams of pain, no groans escaped them. They simply felt each other's warmth in that life and death moment. Their hearts had found a companion who shared their ideals. They shared sorrow and hardships like true confidants. After a while, the onslaught finally ceased. All that remained were two people still holding each other with peaceful expressions. They had done all they could. Lucy's hat was torn and stained with her blood. But that was where everything began again, a final chance with no turning back. At the same time, in the Academy Hall, Adele's lute fell to the ground after a final time reversal. All the divine power in her arms and body was completely drained. Now she could no longer go back in time, nor foresee the future. She had become a mortal body that could die. Adele sat slumped on the ground, thinking over all she had been through. In the end, she still could not stop the resurrection of the Holy Trade Dragon. Earlier, she had met Clarice in an unhappy state, but that meeting was still a small comfort in her life full of pain. It's a pity she can no longer see that happy smile, even once more. Even if it's a lie, how I wish I could have sung to her. By contrast, the encounter with Ed Roththaler had been truly terrible. Just the thought of wanting to live made all her resolve crumble. Yet this intense pain made Adele feel it wouldn't be strange if she could die at any moment. That reminded her of what she had to do. Adele took heavy steps toward the cathedral. She urged herself to act, to stop the resurrection of the Holy Trade Dragon and erase everything. Adele would have to die, as fate had arranged. Although she had confirmed the full truth of the matter and Ed Roththaler's plan, she still had to die. As destiny demanded, Adele read Ed Roththaler's detailed plan sent before the loop ended. But it was an impossible plan. First, there needed to be time for Clarice to convince him. You've lost all your memories, and if you start planning from scratch, a whole morning will pass. Convincing the forces to fight the apostles and getting them to the place, all of this takes a great deal of time. No matter how fast one moves, they can only reach the cathedral at dusk. But by then it would already be too late. Archbishop Bertio's plan had long been set in motion. Mana had been infused into the necklace, and, over time, the Holy Trade Dragon would be resurrected once more. The sun had fallen and shadows stretched out. Just walk down this corridor and you'll reach the nave. All I need to do is step into the cathedral and offer myself to the sacrificial formation, and everything will. Before she could finish, something outside the window caught Adele's attention. She opened her eyes wide in shock. How is this possible? A gigantic creature was beating its wings in the sky, heading straight for the cathedral. A few minutes earlier, at the familiar table where Ed Roththaler was drinking tea, he suddenly collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in excruciating pain. Janica beside him was terribly worried. What's wrong? Are you okay? Glock's work on sanctity theory argues that sanctity magic isn't fully effective on those with a certain resistance to that kind of magic. Adele's time reversal magic is a combination of sanctity magic and church magic. That means no one else in the world, besides her, can reverse time on such a large scale. The blessing of the holy rites resisted the sanctity magic, and as a result, Clarice retained full memory of the time loops. Whether this happened because Adele's holy power was exhausted or because Ed Roththaler was studying sanctity magic remains unclear. Immediately after the time reversal, the sanctity mana within Ed Roththaler's body resisted Adele's sanctity magic, and the price was that all the memories of previous regressions crashed into his mind in an instant. It felt like his brain was about to explode and lose consciousness, crushed under the rubble of the building, pierced by spear tips, ripped through by dragon scales, slowly dying in agony from massive blood loss, burning to death in the flames. The memories and sensations of those times weren't erased. They remained intact. Both Janica and Clarice grew extremely anxious. Senior Ed Roththaler suddenly reached out and grabbed Saintess Clarice tightly. He spoke through the relentless pain. Now is not the time for hesitation. From now on, it's a life or death gamble for everyone. Back in the sanctuary, Archbishop Bertio was laughing delightedly at his plan. The Holy Trade Dragon will soon be resurrected by the grace of the Supreme God Telos. The order will be revived and become great once more. Before he could finish, from the ceiling, a colossal spirit smashes through the glass and hurtles in at breakneck speed. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged straight for the box holding the necklace. Ed Rothtailor kicked hard behind the Archbishop. While he still hadn't understood what was happening, as quick as lightning, he snatched the fawn that was kept inside the box. The plan to steal the necklace from Bertio's hands had been completed flawlessly. He turned around with an angry face. "Who are you? What on earth?" he shouted, ordering the apostles, "Seize him for me." Renos. Immediately, the apostle Renos fired a volley of arrows at Ed Rothtailor. They flew with terrifying speed, but with memories of the regressions, Ed Rothtailor easily dodged them all. In that endlessly repeating timeline, the beginning was always the same. Saintess Clarice always hoisted Ed Rothtailor onto the carriage like that. She recounted the repeated time and her status. The two rode together in the carriage. Ed Rothtailor used that time to reorganize his thoughts and gradually accept the situation. Bertio's face brimmed with arrogance. "I don't know who the hell you are, but do you really think you could defeat Telos's holy apostle?" All the previous times, Ed Rothtailor forgot one thing. Clarice was always by his side, someone willing to place her trust in his wild words. This spirit is many times faster than a carriage, and her strength far surpasses Ed Rothtailor's. A staunch ally, ready to help with everything she has, without demanding any proper explanation in return. Janica turned to Ed Rothtailor and said, "Let's go." Ed Rothtailor quickly leapt onto the spirit's back after successfully snatching the necklace from Archbishop Bertio. From this moment on, it was a race against time. He and Janica had taken less than an hour to get here, yet the necklace's mana had already begun to flow. Ed Rothtailor used the necklace to unlock the seal for the spirit to hold. It was the thing that would awaken the Holy Trade Dragon Velbrock. When the necklace resonated with the Holy Trade Dragon seal beneath Arkan Island, everything would end. No one in this world could stop the Holy Trade Dragon from destroying everything anymore. If Ed Rothtailor failed this time, Saintess Clarice would surely have to sacrifice herself to reseal it. This was the last chance, so there was only one option now. Before the Holy Trade Dragon resurrected, I must take this necklace and flee to the farthest place possible, somewhere mana cannot reach. Seeing his plan collapse so quickly, the old Archbishop's face turned furious. "What are you lot doing? Aren't you going to seize him?" Before he could finish, Bertio's eyes widened in astonishment. On the ground, Ed Rothtailor's familiar dagger had been planted long ago. It activated a mid-level explosive rune. A thunderous explosion occurred, and the cathedral was blown apart in an instant, billowing smoke and dust. Ed Rothtailor and Janica dashed out of the cathedral before the gift he left behind took effect. Ed Rothtailor knew that trap well. He couldn't stall for long, so he ran as fast as he could. Ed Rothtailor and Janica continued to soar across the vast sky. Ed Rothtailor scolded her. "Why didn't you follow my orders? I told you to run as soon as we landed." Janica's face flushed with embarrassment. "I couldn't just leave that place behind." Hearing that, Ed Rothtailor's expression showed confusion. "Though it had been over a year, if you cause trouble again, you'll be expelled. If things go wrong, I'll become a fugitive hunted by the order." Before he finished, Janica mentioned her homeland in Fueland. "It's so remote there that if we hid there, no one would find us. Or the lonely desert or a lawless region would be safer." Janica's words left him speechless. She gently placed her hand on his and said, "You're like this again? You're going to endure everything alone again, aren't you?" What? Chaotic thoughts raced through Ed Rothtailor's mind. How could she have known those things? Looking back on all they'd been through together. Now, just by looking at your face, Janica could tell what Ed Rothtailor was thinking. If we're expelled, we'll be expelled together. Maybe if both of us get kicked out, it'll feel less unfair. Even if we become hunted, I'll follow you. Janica's voice grew more urgent, her emotions edging beyond calm. "I absolutely won't let you suffer alone." Despite the dire situation, Ed Rothtailor stood stunned for a few seconds at Janica's words. He hadn't expected her to say such things. However, that moment didn't last long. The apostles had closed in right behind them. Now was no time to think of consequences. All 6 apostles had caught up to Ed Rothtailor and Janica, aiming their weapons straight at the 2 of them, ready to deliver a killing blow. Ed Rothtailor urged Janica, "Hurry up, we don't have much time." "All right, I'm holding on tight," she said. Inside the cathedral, chunks of earth and stone lay scattered, everything in ruins. Still, old Bertio wasn't too badly hurt, just a few scratches and dust covering him. Suddenly, from the wreckage, a familiar voice rang out. "Get out of the way, it's Clarice." She arrived exactly according to the plan. "Saint Clarice, why are you here?" Clarice's expression darkened as she recalled the conversation with Ed Rothtailor. "Only someone like me could do this." Me? The Saintess was the only one who remembered all the past memories and knew the whole truth. "While I try to prevent the resurrection of the Holy Trade Dragon, I need you to do one thing." Back to the present. Old Bertio stammered an explanation. "No, the situation is a bit complicated. Do not bother." Clarice shoved him aside and ran forward. "Please stop, Archbishop Bertio." She ran to the table of offerings and knocked everything down. The memory she had endured made Clarice realize the harsh truth. Archbishop Bertio was a deceitful man, a fanatic willing to do anything he believes is beneficial. He would use the entire order to cover up his filthy deeds. Therefore, please stop him at all costs. Clarice turned to Pope Eldane and shouted angrily, "Are you going to stand aside forever like this? What exactly are you doing with the great responsibility entrusted to you? Pope, you must immediately expel Archbishop Bertio. He brings only impurity and filth to this church." Meanwhile, Clebius and Alvira below had no idea what was happening and chatted on obliviously. "Tali is fighting Wade. That Wade is strong. Taylor will probably lose." The apostles' attacks came like an endless barrage. Ed Rothtailor and Janica struggled hard to dodge them all. Just 10 minutes ago, we were sitting dazed in front of Glock's building entrance. How did it become like this now? Suddenly, a basic wind magic spell flew over, the distance too close for Ed Rothtailor to dodge. Oh no, both were knocked off the wind spirit and fell straight down with increasing speed. Ed Rothtailor pulled himself in tight to increase his falling speed. To catch up with the panicking Janica, he shot down like an arrow from heaven to save the girl before him. The distance gradually closed, and finally Ed Rothtailor grabbed Janica, his other hand seizing the sealing necklace. Ed Rothtailor held Janica in his arms and continued to fall freely. He had no plan at the moment. The apostles still in pursuit. "Shout, seize them. Priority is the necklace," they screamed. As Ed Rothtailor regrouped his response, Janica suddenly spoke up. "You'll handle the consequences afterward, right?" She gave a mysterious smile. "What?" Immediately, Janica pushed Ed Rothtailor away. She fell slowly with a joyful face, radiating absolute trust. "This time let me help you." Somehow, Janica had taken the ring that borrowed Ed Rothtailor's man. She slowly slipped it on her hand. Streams of mana light spread throughout the space, lighting up a vast area. Its power left the students below awestruck by its scale and grandeur. The streams of air converged at a point. The sky above the academy gradually filled with spirits, bearing different wings. They flew around, surrounding the apostles who stood in stunned disbelief. Among this flock of spirits, one emitted a clearly superior presence. Even on a clear day, anyone beneath it was denied sunlight. Clebius shouted in panic, "What now?" That entity, depending on its summoner, could be called the primordial spirit body, the first of the countless crystal spirits to be given life. The sole supreme crystal spirit existing in nature. Janica turned back to the apostles. They were struggling to destroy the other spirits, most of which were weak lower spirits, but there were just too many, hundreds of them. The attacks aimed at Ed Rothtailor and Janica were easily nullified by the supreme crystal spirit. Holding the necklace in his hand, Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, the mana really does feel like it's running low. If this continues, it might be possible to prevent the Holy Trade Dragon's resurrection. But that's not the issue right now." Ed Rothtailor glanced at Janica, exhausted and worried. "Janica, how much mana did you pour into this?" "I don't know either. I'll probably be out of commission for a while." Ed Rothtailor stepped up to Janica and placed his hand on her forehead. "Are you all right? Why is your body so hot?" Janika's face flushed red, embarrassed and bashful. Don't do that. If you do, your body temperature will rise even more. Finding attacks on the lower spirits pointless, the apostles began to make another plan. Taldarek will open a path. You go now. Immediately, a bolt of lightning traced across the battlefield. The apostle of Telos, Taldarek, the fastest among them, arrived like an unstoppable arrow. Taldarek, the fastest of them, came like an unstoppable arrow. Spear gripped tightly in hand. In the blink of an eye, Taldarek stood beside the exhausted Janika and spoke up. So you're the one controlling that massive flock of spirits? You're dangerous indeed. Though I'm not one who enjoys killing, I apologize. He thrust his spear toward Janika without hesitation. But Ed Rothtailor wouldn't let that happen easily. When did he appear with the high-level fire spirit Tarkhan behind him? Taldarek sans danger. Taldarek quickly swept the spear toward Ed Rothtailor, as if by instinct. Ed Rothtailor's face darkened, his voice cold. Catch it, Tarkhan. The high-level fire spirit obeyed and bit down on the spear. Seizing the moment, Ed Rothtailor sprang up, leaping behind Taldarek with a deft maneuver. He clamped the back of his head like a professional soldier. The move surprised Taldarek, but he quickly composed himself and funneled mana into his body to break free. He dragged both Ed Rothtailor and Tarkhan upwards into the sky in a fury. Janika was now too exhausted from maintaining mana for the supreme crystal spirit and the lower spirits to buy time. Softly, Tarkhan asked him to protect her. Taldarek flew erratically and finally slammed into the ground, causing a massive secondary shockwave. The ground was plowed to pieces, dust and smoke blanketing the air. From the wreckage, Taldarek emerged, utterly composed, summoning a supreme spirit, and yet able to command a high-level spirit at the same time. Truly an extraordinary talent. He pointed his spear at Ed Rothtailor and declared loudly, "But the apostles of Telos, the divine executors of the god's will, were far stronger than that." Ed Rothtailor simply rose calmly. "Early crow singers usually get beaten. Hand over that necklace to me now, or both you and that little spirit mage will die. Have you finished spouting nonsense? Instead of acting, you just stand there saying meaningless things?" This was Ed Rothtailor's last chance. The hourglass was gone. Even though he still remembered what it felt like to be killed dozens of times before, there was no longer any chance to gamble with his life. Adele could not turn back time anymore, which meant if they failed, it would be permanent death. This battle left no room for mistakes. Ed Rothtailor would win at all costs. Because Ed Rothtailor had left Arkan Island, the mana reaction had somewhat lessened. But if he didn't get farther away, the Holy Trade Dragon would soon resurrect. If so, there was only one option left. I have to win and move on. His opponent was the third apostle of Telos, Taldarek, the fastest among the apostles. His title was the Speed Sovereign, able to use holy magic to enhance his entire body. All his strength came from internal energy. Ed Rothtailor knew these things thanks to memories from previous loops. Yet knowing was one thing, stopping him was another. In the blink of an eye, Taldarek vanished, leaving streaks of light cutting across the sky. His instantaneous speed even exceeded the speed of sound, making visual dodging impossible. No sooner had the thought formed, Taldarek's figure appeared right behind Ed Rothtailor. The sharp spear was ready to finish him off. Ed Rothtailor closed his eyes and bet everything on his skill. Without hesitation, Taldarek seized the moment and thrust the spear straight into the back of Ed Rothtailor's neck. The instant the spear tip neared his body, something strange happened. If you couldn't see it, dodging would be meaningless. The blessing of the gale was activated. When struck by a surprise attack, the blessing blasts enemies away with wind. Taldarek was stopped, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the?" This is the counterattack Ed Rothtailor gambled on, usable only once. He quickly turned, casting a mid-level spell with his hands. I'm not missing this brief opening. A burst detonated, an explosion blowing everything around away, enveloping the bloodthirsty Taldarek as he charged. The attack shoved him backward. His body wasn't seriously injured thanks to being enhanced by mana. Taldarek's face twisted in rage, teeth bared and growling. You still intend to resist? Across from him, someone sighed calmly. The inherent problem of the magic just used was its too weak firepower. It couldn't finish off the opponent. Suddenly, the voice of the high-level spirit Tarkhan rang out. If you're lacking firepower, leave it to me. Fierce flames erupted, lighting up the surrounding space. Tarkhan, immune to magic and possessing overwhelming firepower, blasting a colossal fire straight at Tal'Dorek. It swept everything in its path, the attack stretching into a trail of flame across the dense forest. But Tal'Dorek quickly soared into the sky, dodging the entire assault, his body radiating holy power as the sharp spear pointed straight down at Ed Rothtailor. In an instant, a beam of light sliced through the air, cutting through everything in its way. It blasted Tarkhan's body away at unimaginable speed. The opponent was a melee speed warrior, so a spirit like Tarkhan stood little chance. After all, Tal'Dorek was the fastest. Tarkhan gradually faded into nothingness, leaving weak words. Sorry, Janica. It's already extraordinary that she controls a supreme spirit and a high-level spirit at the same time. The mana I can supply has probably reached its limit. Now it's the worst-case scenario. Tarkhan is down. Tal'Dorek glanced over with a predatory look. Bring out whatever toys you have. The kid Ed Rothtailor drew his familiar bow and fired 3 water magic arrows toward Tal'Dorek. They didn't aim for him, but skimmed past, slightly surprising Tal'Dorek. When the arrows hit the ground, Ed Rothtailor activated ignition. Puddles of water vaporizing to form a mist that concealed the battlefield. Tal'Dorek still stood there confidently. Water magic and fire magic using steam to blind me. Really? He closed his eyes and spoke. Trying to fool me with cheap tricks like these won't work. He sliced his spear through the mist, striking dead center in the chest. The attack cut across him. Blood spurted, though fortunately the wound wasn't too deep. Ed Rothtailor still stood firm. Indeed, Tal'Dorek was very strong. With his current power, defeating him was no easy task. So in the end, I have to use that method. The only way to win. The image of Merilda flashed in his mind. In the previous loop, Ed Rothtailor risked his life, but still needed Merilda to finish it. But now the Phoenix Ring was in Janica's use. He had never truly summoned Merilda purely by his own power. Ed Rothtailor tried to form a magic shield to withstand the continuous strikes from Tal'Dorek. He kept thinking of ways to turn the tide. Is there really no other option? The successive slashes and thrusts into the shield gave Ed Rothtailor no time to rest. Seeing it was wasting time, Tal'Dorek slammed his spear to the ground, used the momentum to spin, and delivered a powerful kick that blew the shield away and drove straight into Ed Rothtailor's belly. The strike was so strong it made Ed Rothtailor cough up blood. The power gap was enormous. He was flung about 10 meters, crashing hard against a nearby boulder. Smoke and dust filled the air. Ed Rothtailor's eyes looked weak as he stared at his opponent. His body was seriously wounded. Seizing the moment, Tal'Dorek lunged with his spear full of holy power to finish him. At that moment, a familiar sensation washed over Ed Rothtailor's mind that crept through every cell, into every corner of his brain. It was death. He had been crushed in the wreckage, pierced by a spear, riddled by dragon scales, dying slowly from blood loss, burning to death in the flames. Those memories repeated, death and rebirth over and over. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor's stats spiked. Spirit sensing leveled up. Spirit knowledge leveled up. Tactical quantification leveled up. Spirit bond empathy leveled up. The lower tier fire spirit leveled up. The teleportation ability leveled up. The superior wind spirit Merilda leveled up. The mid-tier fire spirit Raisha leveled up. At last, Ed Rothtailor awakened. So that's how it was. The moment the spear tip was about to pierce his brow, it suddenly stopped. Tal'Dorek was startled. What has happened? Whether it's divine magic or spirit sensing, the methods of learning magic aren't that different. After dozens of failures, memories were built from pain and lessons. Those struggles that refused to give up, the history of seemingly pointless efforts, brought sweet results. The superior wind spirit Merilda was summoned complete. As soon as she appeared, Merilda bit Tal'Dorek's wings and pulled him back. And in that brief daze, Ed Rothtailor seized the opportunity, counterattacking with a sharp strike. He headbutted straight into Tal'Dorek's face, setting up the finishing blow. Taldarek's face crumpled, nose and mouth bleeding profusely, teeth clenched in anger. He replied with a close-range punch to Ed Rothtailor's face that sent blood flying. No one is great from the start. Whether a plan succeeds is never certain. But so what? If you don't risk it in every fight, you'll always be weak. Things are always like that. No road is ever smooth. Only trials and thorns make people stronger. Each person has their own reason to struggle to survive, to keep their precious body. That's the truth for thousands of years. Humanity always finds ways to survive, even if it means staining their hands with others' blood. An arrow pierced Taldarek's heart, rendering his body unconscious. The battle was decided. No matter the hardship, all share one pursuit. Gritting teeth, tearing flesh to seize life. Only by putting your heart and life into the fight can you smile in the end. Fists still fell to ensure Taldarek was truly down. Ed Rothtailor rose wearily, his body bloodstained, wounds everywhere. His eyes dropped to confirm the enemy had been defeated. Then Ed Rothtailor left together with Marilda. The farther from Arkan Island the better. Holding the necklace that emitted weak mana, Ed Rothtailor thought to himself time was running out. I still have things to do with this. Back at the cathedral, Priestess Clarice shouted at Pope Eldane. How long do you plan to stand there and ignore it? Your Holiness, please expel Archbishop Bertio from the church immediately. Before he could think, old Bertio's voice rang out. Your Holiness, do you really believe the nonsensical words of a green priestess? We're here for the future of the church. After all, Clarice answered without hesitation. Don't you know? Using Velbrock's necklace to resurrect the holy trade dragon and then letting the apostles destroy it. Isn't that your dirty plan? Archbishop, his face went blank. How did the priestess learn of that? How would I know? Even after countless confrontations with the holy trade dragon, the church has never defeated it. Your plan would only end in miserable failure. Bertio, what are you even on about? It's precisely because you've failed countlessly in those hidden time loops that I'm standing here, talking to you now. Archbishop Bertio. Inside the sanctuary room, Saintess Clarice was still trying to persuade Pope Eldane to heed her. When Archbishop Bertio's plans crumbled, the final option left was to offer the saintess's life to the sacrificial ritual before them. Saintess Clarice spoke in a hoarse voice. If that truly is Telos's will, I vow to offer myself. However, countless innocent people living in peace would lose their lives pointlessly. If the clergy causes a mass of people to die, who could possibly trust the church ever again? The truth is, no one can guarantee what Clarice just said. How can we believe such unreasonable words? Your Holiness, doesn't the fact that I stand here now and know the Archbishop's entire plan speak volumes? If I die, nothing will change. It was you who led us to this place. Those we tried to redeem here, the sincere blessings they raised along with their relentless efforts, will resound across this continent. Now, not only I, but the whole world will lose faith in the clergy. Hearing that, Archbishop Bertio shouted, What do those heretics know? Anyway, we're on Arkan Island. If the saintess no longer trusts the clergy, it's an insult. Then I ask you to immediately use the Pope's authority to detain her. Bertio bellowed. The one who couldn't choose between reality and doctrine has sat on the papal throne for decades. As soon as someone stepped up with resolve and a decisive heart, this incompetent old man hurriedly followed their words. As years have passed, I wish to entrust the future of the clergy to the one with the greatest faith, the most resolute gaze among our order. I will follow the saintess's words. Hearing that, Clarice looked at Bertio with a resentful glare. Your plan has never succeeded even once, and this time will fail as well. In the name of Pope Eldane, the most faithful servant of Telos, and I, Saintess Clarice of the Church, I hereby declare the immediate expulsion of Archbishop Bertio from the clergy. Upon hearing that, the old man not only did not get angry, but laughed heartily. He looked at Clarice with a face full of murderous intent, his voice threatening. Do you think doing that will change anything? After speaking, he grabbed Clarice's hand and ran off. What are you doing? Clarice yelled. As long as the saintess doesn't enter the sacrificial ritual, no one can stop the resurrection of Saint Thuong-Long. Even if that kid managed to steal Saint Thuong-Long's necklace and flee earlier, the apostles pursued him. Even if he miraculously escaped, given his condition, how far can he possibly run? Nothing is over yet. At this rate, Saint Thuong Long will soon be resurrected, and by then, no one will be able to stop this plan. Before she could finish, Clarice declared firmly, "No, I absolutely will not let things go your way." She yanked her hand free from Bertio. He turned, astonished, looking at the saintess he had once raised. "You took my hand and ran away then. He is much stronger than you." Without hesitation, Clarice fired a powerful holy magic at Bertio. He took the damage, agony overwhelming him. She collapsed from exhaustion, while Bertio lay sprawled on the ground, blood everywhere, struggling in despair. The Lord taught that the life of a saintess is to pursue pure white light. So why has your soul become so tarnished? Clarice breathed out tiredly and replied, "Because I am the saintess, but also a pupil. I learned a great deal from him." Within a beam of light that seemed only white, countless beautiful colors were hidden. The red of intensity and the yearning to rise. The golden yellow of kindness and benevolence. The jade green of protection and shelter. The deep blue of tolerance and forgiveness. The purple of strength and judgment. Finally, Ed Roth-Taylor quickly handed the pendant to Lucy because he couldn't move fast. Like a lightning bolt, Lucy shot through the air at an unimaginable speed, leaving a purple streak tearing the sky. When all those colors gathered, they produced the purest, most beautiful white. A white of experience and learning, not a meaningless blank sheet. Now, as a senior, protagonist Taylor must face the first-year students. But the junior's resistance isn't easily subdued. Everyone wants to beat the senior to score high, so the opponents are no pushovers. In the opening of the script, for some reason, none of the freshmen were placed in Class A. But the script goes on. It doesn't stop just because a few gears slip from the plot. Taylor defeated the final opponent, Claude, leader of the first-year alchemy department. But Claude wouldn't accept defeat and drank a forbidden blood elixir of the dark god. He was the recurring antagonist in Chapter 3, Claude, the disaster alchemist. Drawing demonic power from the dark god Mebular, he used all manner of dark magic to win. Taylor was continuously pushed back by the sudden, overwhelming power. Challenges came relentlessly, and he had to overcome them on his own. Because this is the final part of the chapter, Taylor confronted countless enemies, so getting back up isn't easy. Ed Roth-Taylor was the same. He had exhausted himself running here to try to stop someone. Whether he'd make it in time was unknown. No matter the difficulty, the script continued. The villains would eventually be defeated by the protagonist. Taylor came with a radiant sword, unleashing an elemental slash, cutting through everything in his path. Taylor's slash shattered the darkness, now capable of slashing through every element. An explosion blew off the arena's roof, while Ed Roth-Taylor still limped forward in agonizing steps. The second coordinated live combat session in the original script ended as follows. Taylor, once mocked by students, a failed swordsman, now acknowledged as a master in the academy. He was congratulated by friends, the students who watched the match, and even the instructors. Taylor engraved that beautiful image in everyone's eyes. But the joy lasted only a moment. As he stepped out of the exam hall, shocking news reached his ears. News of the death of a comrade, a gifted diviner. Inside the sanctuary, Adele took her final steps toward the sacrificial circle. News of Adele's death would soon spread throughout the academy, but the cause wasn't clearly described. Originally in the storyline, Adele was arranged to leave the stage quietly, but now everything was different. A hand grabbed Adele before she fell into the sacrificial circle. It was Ed Roth-Taylor. He arrived just in time to stop her before it was too late. Tears streamed down Adele's cheeks. Ed Roth-Taylor came with his last remaining strength, but luckily not too late. The original plot had changed. Taylor's group hadn't heard that anyone had died. They had only heard rumors about upheaval within the clergy. Old Bertio had gone mad and lunged at the saintess, demanding to settle things, but was met with a straight punch to the face that left him flat on the ground. The soldiers had now sided with Clarice. The uproar was an internal matter of the clergy, so the news wasn't made public. Everything was handled quietly. As a result, the saintess of doubt no longer existed, and Saint Thuong Long did not resurrect earlier than expected. The awakening pendant lay deep at the bottom of the sea. With the saintess of doubt gone, the clergy's army did not land on Arkan Island. Therefore, the final boss of Chapter 3 and Lucy's awakening did not appear. Compared to the original script, many things were inverted, but this outcome wasn't too bad. Looking at the sky dyed golden by the sunset, Lucy's face flushed shyly. She still remembered the loop clearly and suddenly craved beef jerky. Luckily, the Academy didn't suffer serious damage, and everything still pointed toward a bright future. After sorting out all the troubles, Ed Rothtailor returned to his camp as usual. He went to Janika's door and knocked lightly. "Janika, are you feeling any better?" Her voice answered awkwardly. "Is that you?" "Ed Rothtailor, don't come in. I'm bathing." She added that her eyes still couldn't see clearly. Hearing that, he froze at the door. He recalled the price of using future magic. At present, she couldn't use magic and could hardly see. The Supreme Spirit Freed had stopped 5 apostles at once, but ultimately fell into the forest outside Arkan Island. Janika was unconscious at that time and was carried back to a wooden hut in the woods by someone. Though it wasn't clear what had happened, that person was Lucy. She had brought Janika back after Janika collapsed from overusing magic. Fortunately, both were safe. While Ed Rothtailor was still pretending to think, a familiar voice rang out. "If something like that happened, you should have told me first." Ed Rothtailor turned and realized it was Belle Maya, the headmaid. He had asked her to come care for Janika. "Yes, thank you for coming," Ed Rothtailor said. Belle Maya's face beamed with happiness. As headmaid, she no longer had to do household chores, but from the look on her face, he guessed she still longed to do the tasks of old. Belle Maya approached and said, "Young master, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm worried about Janika because she can't see clearly yet, but I'm fine." "Ah, no, that's not what I meant. You aren't hiding anything troubling you, are you?" Ed Rothtailor pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm fine. I understand. Right now, the most important thing is to take care of Janika." Belle Maya hurried inside and said, "I'll say this up front to avoid misunderstandings. I need to help her change clothes and wipe her sweat." Ed Rothtailor nodded. That's obvious, right? Young master, how could you possibly make such a rookie mistake? Am I right?" The door closed but didn't latch fully. Sure enough, a few seconds later Belle Maya poked her head out teasingly. "But hey, aren't you at that impulsive age? If not now, when will you try making a mistake?" Sometimes listening to the little voice inside isn't a bad idea. Not letting Belle Maya prattle on, Ed Rothtailor stepped forward and slammed the door. "Don't say weird things. Hurry in and help Janika." Belle Maya's voice still tried to linger. "If that's the case, what a pity. But hey, young master, you just gave me a blank answer a moment ago." Belle Maya's face brimmed with mischief at the joke. "The strongest captain in history is right here, isn't he?" Ed Rothtailor looked at her with a puzzled expression, fell silent, then turned away. It still didn't feel like enough. Belle Maya pressed on with her plan, speaking loudly so the maid could hear. "Why are you alone in such a dusty place? This is almost a crime. Better to take her straight to the Academy infirmary. I'll throw the door wide open to let some air in. I'll do it." "Miss!" Janika cried out in embarrassment. "Belle Maya, don't. You're supposed to be helping me change, not go off doing other things." Hearing that, even more awkward. Even without being close, imagining the scene wasn't hard. You know Belle Maya is quick on matters like this, and she probably realized she was flustered. What was she thinking, throwing open both the window and the front door to bathe Janika? She must be crazy. Thanks to that, the afternoon passed quickly, with no room for silly thoughts. Although they only camped for 2 days, he felt like he'd been gone for a month. Seems I'm a bit short on firewood. While Ed Rothtailor pondered what to eat tonight, a figure approached. "Hello, senior." He turned to see a girl carrying a lute, Clarice. "The Saintess is you?" "Clarice. Shouldn't I call you Saintess?" After settling matters with the clergy, Clarice came to relay some news. "Archbishop Bertio has officially been expelled from the church." "Is that so?" Ed Rothtailor asked. "He is being escorted to the Holy Capital by order of the Pope and the Apostles. Further handling is entirely up to the Pope," she said. Ed Rothtailor wondered if she still believed in the church. Clarice replied, "Pope Eldane admitted he was once too lax in supervising subordinates. I think an archbishop with distorted ideas exploited the church's weakness to manipulate power. This might be an opportunity for the church to move in a new direction. I want to try placing my trust in the church again. Hearing that, Ed Roth-Taylor fell silent. Clarice went on to mention her friend Adele. She's gone missing. I used the title of saintess to search for her, but found no trace. Ed Roth-Taylor, calm, asked, "Is there anything you'd like to tell me?" Clarice looked up at the sky, her voice hinting at happiness. "I just wanted to say thank you. I left something here. For someone who wanders as much as Adele, maybe this camp will be her next stop." She stood and left. "During the summer break, will the seniors stay at this camp?" "Probably. I don't really have anywhere else to go." "Senior, may I make a small request? Treat me like a friend." Ed Roth-Taylor handed her the torch. "Smile. I've always been like this. Talk to me naturally, no need to ask." Clarice smiled softly. "Ah, I understand, but I mean like a close friend. If you ever need help, feel free to tell me. I can't promise to solve everything, but I'll do my best." Watching Clarice's figure fade, chaotic thoughts crowded Ed Roth-Taylor's mind. From behind, Adele's voice rang out, shattering the silence. "I think it's time for me to leave. If I stay, I'm afraid I'll run into someone." "Are you really all right?" Ed Roth-Taylor asked. Adele appeared with her body heavily bandaged, one eye covered. "Though her divine power and mana hadn't recovered, my body was mobile enough." "No, I mean you leaving without seeing Clarice first. Is that okay?" "Yes, because I have no songs left to sing, or rather, I no longer have the courage to lie. The praises of the greatness of the god Telos, the tales of wandering the world, the songs about freedom, everything I played on this lute was deception." "Is that so?" Adele clenched the lute, and without hesitation flung it into the fire. Ed Roth-Taylor was astonished at the action. "I want to go back to every place I sang those insincere lines and face Clarice. This will be a long journey, so I want to shed every burden. Before, my travels were just running from fate, but this time I'm not running. I plan to roam everywhere." Ed Roth-Taylor wondered if there really was a difference. "Of course. It means I have a place to return to, but I must come back in 3 years. Otherwise, Clarice will have graduated. When the trip ends, I want to return here and sing the new song I wrote." "All right, if you come back, I'll pick a good piece of wood to make a new instrument." "Haha, so I must be back in 2 years then?" Suddenly, Ed Roth-Taylor's voice turned serious. "Is that all? Is that truly all you wish for? You've lost both divine power and mana, and can no longer foresee the future. The future you knew has ended. From now on, you will start over in a completely unfamiliar place, beginning a new journey without knowing anything of the future. You've escaped the predetermined script, no longer relying on anything. Who knows? Out there a dreadful future might be waiting. Doesn't this current blindness frighten you?" They fell silent. It wasn't a simple question. Adele answered, "Of course I'm scared, but not knowing the future is also very exciting, isn't it? Who knows? In those places a kind person might appear and good things may await. Honestly, I'm very excited." With that, she turned away under the blazing sunset, which only painted her smile brighter. Ed Roth-Taylor sat by the fire, pondering. Many things had changed. He had just spoken with a girl who, according to the original script, should have died. It wasn't about the plot, but the moment Ed Roth-Taylor was forced to choose in the brief time away from Arkan Island to stop St. Thuong Long's resurrection, or to return and save Adele from death. Ed Roth-Taylor chose to stop St. Thuong Long. If Janica hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have given up. More precisely, Ed Roth-Taylor chose to sacrifice to save the script. If Adele's divine power hadn't weakened and Janica hadn't retained her memory, he would have certainly chosen to save himself. Yes, I'm that kind of person, always using survival as an excuse to shirk responsibility and push aside compassion. Comradeship, friendship, those values mean nothing in the face of imminent death. I'm someone who easily turns a blind eye to such things. The fire dwindled along with the heavy thoughts, and a tide of guilt surged up, ripping at the shattered mind of Ed Roth-Taylor. Janica's steps slowly drew nearer. Summer had arrived. Everything had changed completely. Ed Roth-Taylor, who wasn't supposed to exist at the academy, was now an outstanding student. Janica, the final boss of Chapter 1, was by Ed Roth-Taylor's side. Lucy, the final boss of Chapter 3, had vanished from the script. But some things did not change. No matter what happened, whether history was warped or sacrifices were ignored, Ed Roth-Taylor would survive at any cost. Night was gradually falling over the campfire-lit camp. The wandering singer Adele had now left to seek her freedom. Thus, the developments he once knew had shifted beyond recognition. The biggest and most important variable about to unfold was the campaign against Lucy. The mastery of techniques, the experience gained, and the unique abilities obtained from it would be decisive for staging act for later on. Taylor's stalled rate of advancement was the key source of instability. Though they couldn't cling forever to a derailed script, Taylor's growth remained a minimal insurance card that had to exist. Moreover, the battle with Lucy was a crucial milestone for her to shed the Glocked obsession in her heart. Ed Roth Taylor wondered whether he should ask her directly to grasp her feelings. But oddly, the person who used to cling to this place like a shadow and sleep hadn't returned and had been silent for days. Could things really continue like this and be all right? As he kept playing that tune, a sudden pain struck him awake from sleep. He sat bolt upright on the bed and exhaled with weary breaths. How long had it been? Even if memories were somewhat blurred, it certainly wasn't a pleasant dream. After the upcoming final exams were over, summer break would officially begin. Is it because of this rare bit of ease that it's come back? From behind him, sinister black wisps of smoke were slowly drifting closer. Clinging to him, Ed Roth Taylor's eyes showed utter fatigue. I suddenly remembered. Before coming here, every day you were haunted by that bizarre dream. Memories of comrades fallen in war. Their screams for help echoed like a curse from hell. Cut to the next morning. Familiar voices rang from the guildmaster's room. Lately, doesn't the young master seem burdened, right? Although he keeps saying he's fine, I still feel something is off. On the surface, he seems normal, still busy with the daily grind, as usual, managing the camp's affairs while serving as a teaching assistant and keeping up with his studies. It's just a personal hunch, but I think he's carrying some kind of burden. Tanya sighed wearily, overly worried. Zix continued, I'm uneasy too. Honestly, I'm worried about something else. What is it? As you can see, the relationships around the senior are pretty complicated. Terrifying images kept appearing in Tanya's head. Yeah, I know, but it's very rare for the senior to show any sign of weakness. What I'm afraid of is that the fierce competition will only get more intense. Back at Ed Roth Taylor's camp, he's sitting next to Janica, chatting. I think I can control low-level sprites now. Really? But your observational ability still isn't very sharp. I'm also worried the mana flow will get disrupted, but with Ed Roth Taylor here, I want to try again. Anyway, it's almost time for class. Ed Roth Taylor thought for a moment and agreed. All right then. Janica stood up, gripping her staff tightly, and began to chant. Okay, I'll start. In truth, there was no need to chant when summoning these low-level sprites. Perhaps because she hadn't done it in a long time, she wanted to be cautious. The incantation caused a spark of flame to slowly blossom along with a familiar voice. Oh, you finally decided to call me out? Miss Janica. But immediately after the chant ended, her whole body grew so dizzy she could hardly stand. Janica clutched her head. Exhaustion showed on her face as her mana drained. But before she could fall, Ed Roth Taylor quickly ran over and caught her. You okay? Her face flushed with embarrassment. Did you hear what I said? You turned to the fire sprite and said, Go inside and rest for now. Mug. Yes, ma'am. The useless mug is finally being seen. Janica stammered. The mana pressure was stronger than I thought, so I panicked a bit. Really? The recovery rate seems a little slow. And it seems you're running a fever too. Your whole body is burning up. No, that's not because of mana. Suddenly a voice cut between them. Although expected, seeing it in person still felt strange. From afar, Lortel slowly approached with an unpleasant smile. It's been a while since I stopped by to see Senior. Her eyes narrowed. Even prepared as I was, this scene still makes me feel. I never expected Senior to set up camp here to play house. What's going on here? I don't even want to hear your excuses. Janica squinted, trying to look at the person opposite. What? That voice is Lortel's. Long time no see. Senior Janica. She gave a triumphant smile. She had decided to leave the academy hall and move here to live. Ed Roth Taylor and she had decided to live together. Those words made Lortel grit her teeth in frustration. Rather than saying live together, wouldn't live beside be more accurate? She turned to Ed Roth Taylor and said sternly, Actually, I'm here today to check on Senior and to pass along some important news. Important news? What is it? Senior, I'm not sure of your current financial situation, but I advise you to buy all the books and magical supplies for the next term right away. Ed Roth Taylor, buying so early? Prices might be lower now, but summer break hasn't even started. Lortel smiled dangerously, eyes narrowed like a true master. The issue isn't about expensive or cheap. It's that by the end of the break, you won't be able to buy them at all. She tilted her head toward Janica and continued. Honestly, Senior Janica is lucky to hear this valuable information all at once. But Janica refused to back down. She retorted sharply. Besides, since she lives with Ed Roth Taylor and is always by his side, what's lucky about that? Still, thanks. The atmosphere immediately tensed. Ed Roth Taylor glanced at her and thought to himself that Janica seemed more mature now. She never missed a chance to win a verbal spar with Lortel. Of course, because the opponent was Lortel, there would be no loss of control or dramatic outburst. But Lortel's reaction was completely contrary to his expectations. How irritating. She turned and left, giving a curt farewell. That's it for today. I'll take my leave. Suddenly Lortel stopped and spoke up. But this place is really wonderful. Fresh air, the babbling of water. I now understand why Lucy likes to nap here. Those insinuating words put Janica on guard. What did you say? Although her vision hadn't fully recovered, she saw it very clearly. Lortel's suggestive smile indicated this place. Cut to the dormitory hall. She said Lortel left a letter here? Well, she said she'd find someone to replace your position and asked if you wanted to transfer. She even proposed a regular salary. Velmeyer reached out and took the letter. Even if it was Miss Lortel, this was far too sudden. 3 Flynn gold coins is certainly not a small sum. Yet how many years have I devoted to the awfulest dormitory? No weekly wage, however high, can make up for that. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to peek, my lord. I can't believe my eyes either. That's 3 Flynn gold coins for just one day of work. Not a monthly salary, nor a weekly salary. Is it really, truly a daily wage? The maid beside her stammered at the steward's stunned look. Are you really planning to resign? Cut back to Ed Roth Taylor's camp. He was busy patching the roof after the recent storms. Suddenly a voice from below caught Ed Roth Taylor's attention. Could it be Senior Ed Roth Taylor? From within the forest, 2 figures slowly emerged and introduced themselves. I am a messenger sent by Guildmaster Lortel. My official title is Dune, Merchant Officer of the Elk Trade Guild Sylvania Branch, and the one beside me is Rihanna. We've come to carry out preliminary measurements and request your assistance. Ed Roth Taylor's face froze. Preliminary measurements? Don't tell me. Don't worry too much. It will be finished quickly. Word has it the Guildmaster plans to build a villa right on this spot, as soon as possible. The 2 quickly opened their bags and took out measuring tools to begin. It's an honor to finally meet you. Ed Roth Taylor slowly climbed down and spoke. Your politeness feels a bit odd to me. You look about my age. Why not relax a little? Dune smiled. My master values you highly, so flattering you a bit isn't a crime. Besides, I don't expect to see you off. Miss Lortel usually dislikes sending subordinates all the way here. Any particular reason? Because I'm sure she's keenly aware of how oddly different she becomes here. When she's here with you, she behaves like any other girl. But before her subordinates, the young lady is the cold type, with steel running in her veins. Ed Roth Taylor stepped forward, exclaiming at the remark as if you were being disrespectful to your master. Is that so? Actually, that was a cutting compliment. Dune put his hand in his pocket and took something out. Anyway, if there's anything you need our help with but feel it's awkward to discuss directly with Miss Lortel, then call me any time you need. He carefully wiped the fancy bottle and explained, this liquor sells for about 1 gold coin, even on Old X black market. It's quite strong, so don't give it to someone who can't handle alcohol. If you hand it to them, they'll be plastered in no time. Rihanna had barely sipped and was already wrecking the place that evening. Hearing that, Rihanna shouted in anger, Hey, don't make other people's embarrassment a joke like that. Ed Roth Taylor took the bottle and murmured, You're thinking too highly of me. Dune turned away with a mysterious smile. On the contrary, I think you're underrating yourself. A while later at Clavin's shop, Ed Roth Taylor's face darkened with fatigue. He looked at the pile of magical tools before him and said, According to Lortel, I should buy supplies before the term starts. I can craft most things myself now, so I mainly need to buy consumable items. As he said that, Ed Roththaler suddenly turned around. But why are you here? Anise was caught out and could only set the book down with a long sigh. I came to buy a few things. Didn't expect to run into you here. Yes, you haven't been to the lab. Must be busy, right? I heard about Janica. She was badly injured. When she said she'd stay at the camp, I was surprised, but she seems to be stabilizing. You must be going through a lot, too. Ed Roththaler, I know your situation well, and I've explained it to the professor. Take care of yourself. Clebius and Onyx are doing fine, so you can relax a bit. You need a scholarship to make life easier, don't you? After Anise's non-stop barrage, Ed Roththaler froze for a few seconds, stunned. He stammered in reply, thanks. Anise awkwardly backed away, trying to escape. Well then, I'll take my leave. In her carelessness, she bumped into the table behind her, causing the bag of fruit in her hand to slip and fall. Luckily, Ed Roththaler stepped forward in time and caught the bag of fruit. Are you okay? Be careful, you almost fell. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the bag of fruit. Huh, sprouted potatoes and a rotten apple? These spinach leaves look like he dug them up himself. Why is the bread moldy like this? Ed Roththaler realized he'd been a bit rude. Saw thee. But Anise replied coldly, Go ahead and look. There's nothing special in there anyway. It's fine. I have no reason to try to impress you. So what? Is poverty something to be ashamed of? What if you see me like this? Do I need to impress you? Were we dating? At that, Anise couldn't hold it in and sat down, sobbing loud. I want to die. Ed Roththaler stood frozen like a statue, confused. I'm sorry. Anise was known as a commoner with a nobler bearing than most nobles, but her family went bankrupt just as she entered the academy, forcing her to work. You thought she'd have a hard life, but it turned out she's suffering even more than you. After a while, the two moved to a nearby bench. Anise even bought a pastry for Ed Roththaler. Thanks. She shares the bakery loyalty card with Claire. I feel like I could live just fine without knowing about this. Anise's face flushed as she tried to explain. A new professor will replace Professor Glast, so I came to buy the supplies we're short on. It seems you've been shopping a lot lately. Ed Roththaler. Oh, it's nothing. I just heard school supplies are about to go up in price. Anise responded immediately. Yeah, I check prices every day, and it looks like everything is about 10% more expensive than before. Ed Roththaler was stunned, sweat running down his cheek. You check that every day? Anise turned and shouted, Hey, if you think I'm overdoing it, that sounds a bit odd, but I think we're actually pretty similar. Anise, if you fall ill, you won't be able to work, you'll lose your dormitory, and can't continue at the academy. Used to this pressure-filled life, I'm sure she's had to work while sick many times. It's all about survival. It doesn't carry the same meaning for everyone as it does for me. Someone living in a hut deep in the woods prepares for the next scenario. For Anise, this academy is the forest, the jungle. Anise gave a small, quiet smile. She stood up and bade Ed Roththaler farewell with a brighter face than before. Thank you. Actually, when we first met, I thought the same about you. Anyway, I should shop for next term before prices rise further. And if someone can manipulate prices this much, it must be the Elt Trade Guild, right? At this rate, they'll surely clash with the student council soon. I don't know why they're squeezing profits now. In any case, they must have a plan. The head of the guild is probably smarter than me. I'm off then. Thanks for letting me know. Ed Roththaler stood watching Anise's figure fade away, thinking to himself that he was curious why Elt would do all this to drive up school supply prices. When you're curious about something, the best way to understand it is to ask the person causing the curiosity directly. When Ed Roththaler returned to his camp, Lortel was there waiting, as if she'd been there all along. Clintru isn't exactly a great gift. Come on, Dune, if you're going to pocket money, you should at least buy wine. A pricier bottle doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Ed Roththaler calmly set down his satchel and spoke. That bottle is yours, you know. Lortel smiled. Well, it came from you anyway. Dune sometimes skimps a bit here and there to bring home items like this. He doesn't even realize I know he does it. Hearing that, Ed Roththaler wondered, why did you let that slide? She placed the bottle on the ground, so you could use it as leverage if one day he crossed the line. That's my bad habit. Whoever it is, I need insurance before I can fully trust them. Saying you're special sounds odd, but I still haven't found anything that could bind you. Having said that, Lortel stepped forward and took Ed Rothtailor's hand. So what if we both know each other's weaknesses? I'm sure you have a lot you want to ask me. A little later, in the faculty dormitory area, Ed Rothtailor had walked here with Lortel. There weren't many people around, so it was a suitable place to talk. Ed Rothtailor spoke calmly. This classic trick doesn't seem like you. Are you planning to buy up all the school supplies? She smiled with steel in her expression. Well, I'm the only one on this island who can freely set prices for anything. I never thought you'd be curious about Elter's internal affairs. Are you worried about me? Ed Rothtailor fell silent to ponder, letting out an unreadable breath. Lortel said, disappointed, in situations like this, you should say yes, even if you don't mean it. Hearing that, Ed Rothtailor replied, maybe so. I suppose I'm a bit worried. Lortel stood still and stared. Why? What's the matter? She whispered the words softly. If so, shall we exchange secrets with each other? You were astonished. Right now? Were you plotting? I told you. I want us to share our weaknesses. If you tell me yours, I'll tell you why I'm raising prices. Ed Rothtailor closed his eyes, letting himself sink into his deepest thoughts. Weaknesses, huh? Actually, you've asked me this before. Senior, have you ever killed anyone? At the time, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he answered that he had never done so. Lortel still didn't grasp Ed Rothtailor's implication, so she laughed aloud. All right, you did ask that. It's been a year, hasn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? Ed Rothtailor's voice suddenly grew dark and cold. I lied to you then. My hands have killed people before. Not one or two. I've killed countless people. He continued, believe it or not, but I fought in several distant lands. When you're swept into a battlefield like that, you'll witness those around you fall more often than you can bear. And among them, there are always a few people you can't stop yourself from thinking you must save. Especially those close to you. The ones you chat with and check on. They're your comrades. At first you grit your teeth and try to save them. Even knowing you'll collapse from exhaustion, you carry a severely wounded man on your back across the battlefield, or you cling to a dying comrade and sob as you watch their last breath. But in the end you stop because you're too busy trying to survive. Although at first it tormented you, one day you realize you've gone mad, even at the deaths of those dearest to you, all because you're still scrambling to keep your own life. When you're immersed in survival instinct, always vigilant and sharp, surviving is the only thing that exists in your head. But once you leave the battlefield, you end up in circumstances like now, where no one wants to harm you. And if you accidentally save someone, a question you've tried to ignore rushes back. If only I hadn't looked away then, maybe I would have saved them, and they're dead because of me. His arm tightened until it trembled. So long ago, I reached a conclusion that they were key figures in the script and people I could influence. I wove up all kinds of reasons and even deceived myself. But in the end, I decided I would never be anyone's comrade again. Lately, I've forgotten that resolve. That probably means I've become a bit less sharp. Guess I'm getting soft, or at least a softened blade with a sense of humor. And that's my weakness now. She sat to one side listening, which made the space suddenly and oddly quiet. After a moment's thought, she spoke. You should give me an answer. You promised anyway. You're asking why I bought up all the materials and textbooks, right? She explained, I receive a report that a rat has sneaked into the trading organization. This is the process to flush that person out into the open. In the past few days, the inventory numbers for school supplies and books in the warehouse haven't matched. He asked, so that means someone has been skimming the goods, right? Isn't it that Dune guy? He even said he used embezzled money to buy wine. She denied it at once. Dune isn't that bold. He only indulges in 2 petty luxuries and would never go that far. I think there's someone even greedier than Dune. She sighed, stroked her chin in thought. When prices rise, he'll sell before us and run. That's when we'll catch the rat, and I might have to kill someone over this. This made him flinch a little. She continued, we talked about something like this before, didn't we? Recalling the earlier scene, she asked if he'd ever killed anyone, and he'd answer no then. She opened up. I have never killed someone with my own hands, but if feelings are tied to those I couldn't save like you, then I must have killed many people. Because I'm the kind of person who ignores the world and judges everything only by the numbers in the ledger. I'm an only daughter, but isn't everyone like that? A merchant noticed the talent of a child and bribed the child's parents to adopt them. and the child had to eat stale bread in the corner of a slum. In the end, they didn't even realize they'd be killed to prevent information leaking while selling their child. Those poor people. She began to scoot closer to him. They were all accomplices. She squeezed his hand tighter, turned, and asked him, "Do you know how much your parents sold me for?" Then she opened her small palms. It was exactly 3 Flynn gold coins. It feels like it was only yesterday. I was still a girl sold for 3 gold coins. Yet now I am something that can split 3 gold coins as daily wages just to lend to someone I like. Ridiculous, isn't it? He was a bit puzzled. 3 gold a day seems a bit much. She sighed and replied, "Well, I thought she'd refuse, but it's fine. Dealing with a rat in the guild and handling Dune's betrayal plot at the same time. Nothing really bothers me, because I expect nothing from anyone and I trust no one. You know the reason, right?" He answered that it's because she doesn't want to be disappointed. She smiled in confirmation. "Yes, that's also why I'm always alone. And that's my weakness." He began to analyze. "So it turns out the reason you set aside your busy schedule to invite me for a night walk was because," she cut in, "I have ears, you know." She moved to the chair, leaned on his shoulder, and continued. "Actually, my hearing is somewhat keen and reaches farther than normal." He thought to himself that she must have heard the recent rumors that he seemed sullen or like an energy-drained person. She offered encouragement and mentioned that among the children of noble families, there's a marriage ritual. They exchange weaknesses with each other. Because when 2 people know each other's weaknesses, they become much closer. The 2 of them could be said to. Speaking of which, she suddenly froze for a few seconds, then changed the subject. "The academy is quiet at night, isn't it? A place that is usually crowded becomes deserted. It makes me feel like I'm left alone in this world." He nodded. "Yeah, that's true." She continued. "For me, that feeling is always there even during the day. But sometimes I actually need that feeling. You know, right? Sometimes this solitude." She looked up at the sky. "It's really comforting, isn't it?" She smiled. "I told you we're alike." Then the 2 of them talked for quite a while longer. The next morning, in Lortel's office, a voice rang out. "I'm sorry, Miss Lortel." Maya bowed and explained, "Honestly, that would be great for me because of the high pay, but I'm proud to work in the city of Sylvania. Of course, I'm not always treated fairly. Sometimes I feel resentful, sometimes things get difficult, and sometimes I feel exhausted. But despite that, I still want to continue being responsible for Sylvania." Lortel now put on a saddened expression. "A salary of 3 gold coins a day was a rather bold offer I made from my side. So this really pains me. You can't convert the noble trust you have in your work into money, can you? So how about an extra arrangement?" This made Maya a bit startled. She asked hesitantly, "What?" "An extra arrangement," Lortel explained. "I've heard you've been spending time caring for Janica lately. Just drop by occasionally and manage things for me like you've been doing. Come by whenever you have time to handle the tasks. No pressure. One such job twice a week, is that okay?" As she spoke, Lortel's eyes showed a pleading look. Just as Maya was about to speak, Lortel eagerly awaited. "Yes." Seeing this, Maya helplessly answered, "If that's what it takes." This made Lortel extremely delighted. "Thank you." Maya continued speaking. "If there are direct terms," to finish the sentence. Lortel immediately produced a contract. "Here's the contract ready." This made Maya startle and exclaim, "What?" Lortel began pointing. "Sign here and sign here too." Feeling trapped, Maya helplessly said, "Ah, well, okay then." After finishing, Lortel was cheerful. "All right, from now on, take care of my manor and the adjacent camp." Maya, still stunned and stumbling, arranged to meet her at. Before she could finish, the door slammed and she left. Maya began to think. 1 extra job for 1 gold coin, and she even had the contract prepared. So I'm trapped. Returning to Ed Rothtailor's train of thought, I've only been at this camp for a few days, reminiscing about old memories. But seeing others still affected by it brought me back to reality. That life at the academy hasn't stopped, so I decided not to let myself be sad and heavy any longer. More precisely, I don't have time for that. It's also the end of a season now. I need to quickly finish the scepter. Before that, I'll prepare as thoroughly as possible to face it. Scene shifts to Tanya's room. She now looks thoughtful as she gazes at the letter in her hand. It's been a long time since I last received a letter from Father. The letter read, "I hear that during the holidays, Many students often return to their families to rest and then come back afterward. Tanya, you should go home and rest for a bit before returning to Sylvania. If possible, go with Ed Roth Taylor as well. Though conveyed only by letter, the authority of its sender was palpable in every word. Tanya's face suddenly went pale. Just then, a maid appeared to inquire. She looked rather tired, but Tanya quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. A whirl of thoughts spun in Tanya's head. She was busy dealing with the Elk caravan overstepping their bounds, and now her father as well. The castle filled with sighs, but night, full of troubles, passed quickly. Early the next morning, Tanya, half awake, tugged at her robe and groaned. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Before she could finish, she froze. The person opposite her was also taken aback when they saw Tanya, and both of them jumped up with a startled cry. Lucy. At last Tanya recovered, adjusted her tone, and said, Hello, Lucy. Do you have something to tell me? Lucy shyly pulled her hood down, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and poured out a sincere apology about the last time. But where no one could see, Lucy was clenching herself and hissing inwardly. Tanya hurriedly dismissed it. No, you already apologized before. There's no need to apologize again. She scratched her head awkwardly and steered the conversation. Lovely weather today, perfect for a nap. Are you planning to visit my brother's camp today? Lucy replied mechanically. I haven't been going there much lately. Tanya stammered out. Really? Why is that? Lucy bit her lip and shared. After not napping elsewhere, it's a weird feeling. My dress gets dirty, dust clings to me, my hair gets all tangled. After rambling, she blushed and concluded, I don't look good at all. Tanya and the maid thought the same unspoken thing. Lucy worrying about how she's perceived? How weak. But at that moment, Lucy continued, I plan to go to his camp tomorrow. I haven't been there for a long time, and I want to go. After a long pause, Tanya's maid finally hesitated and reassured her. Don't worry, Lucy. You're already very beautiful, but tomorrow. She suddenly burst into enthusiasm and vowed. I swear on my title as head maid. I'll prepare the best look I can for you. It turned out the head maid Ophilis's main duty was assisting students, and her secondary role was acting as a relationship advisor, knowing everyone's romantic affairs like the back of her hand. Lucy listened, stunned, mouth agape. At the same time, the scene shifted to a house by the forest edge, where a dove perched leisurely on the windowsill. But before it could start to coo, it fluffed up every feather on its body. It turned out that not far away, an ominous aura was spreading. The master of that aura even swept a deathly gaze around, questioning what she had truly built. But halfway through, that sound abruptly stopped, and the space warped under another blinding light. They twined together, forming a gigantic cocoon-like nest. When the power faded, the silver-haired beauty immediately appeared. She tilted her head mischievously and asked, Well then, how is it? Ed Roth Taylor remarked casually that summoning her in human form no longer required so much effort. She replied nonchalantly, It seems so. Ed Roth Taylor quietly felt the power of the millennia-old wooden staff struck by lightning and concluded bluntly, crafting this was indeed the right choice. Janica was extremely excited. I've never seen a staff made with magic engineering before. Ed Roth Taylor generously offered. Do you want to try using it? She asked, confused. Me? Janica took the wooden staff, but remained cautious, hedging her words. I'm still not fully recovered, so I'm not sure I can test it properly. But in the end, she closed her eyes seriously, and in an instant the air around them began to whirl. Janica couldn't help but exclaim, not just at the effect, but I also felt mana naturally flowing throughout my body. Ed Roth Taylor beside her quickly added that his familiar sensitivity was very high, so Janica might be the one truly sensing it. She beamed and affirmed this would surely boost her familiar's power. Amazing. No wonder people love magic engineering so much. That's good then. Ed Roth Taylor, take it back. Yet you resolutely refuse? It's yours. Janica blurted, startled. Mine. Ed Roth Taylor once more affirmed firmly. I made it for you. I owe you a lot. Sorry I haven't been able to properly thank you until now. Janica stared at the staff and wondered aloud. But wouldn't this suit you better? You sit on the trunk, trying to reassure her. Anyway, I'll make another one, so don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ed Rothtailor's expression shifted a bit, because Janika's next words were utterly shocking. Make another one? Then they'd be a pair. I get it. She clenched the new gift in her hands, then blushed and emphasized, I'll put it to good use. Janika's eyes even welled up as she said, Thank you. He stared at her, stunned. After all, Ed Rothtailor broke into a satisfied smile. I really did make the right choice. The scene shifted to the bustling area of the Academy Square. The announcement about the final exams clearly drew most people's attention. Final exam season had begun. Who would top the ranks remained to be seen. It depends on the subject, as there are both written and field exams to handle. But this only applied to intermediate and advanced students. The written test was capped at 100 points, while the field exam had no maximum limit. So the top students in each class always maintained their standings thanks to their field exam scores. This also applied to Wade, the head of the male division. As for Lucy, the top of year 2, there's no need to mention her. Therefore, if you want to achieve the highest score, the most important thing is the field exam. And Ed Rothtailor's division leader is Janica, the top student of year 3. In Ed Rothtailor's mind, questions swirled about whether he could surpass his field exam score. I heard there's a mock exam supervised directly by the professors. Originally, most students, except exceptions like Lucy or Janica, didn't have the strength to face professors directly. But the top student of the entire division is exempt from all tuition. Indeed, Ed Rothtailor is still hanging on thanks to the Academy Scholarship and dealings with Lortel, but it's still a struggle. Previously, Ed Rothtailor had no chance at the top spot, but now everything is different. He clenched his fist with determination to finish first in his class this time. In the student council room, a familiar voice rang out. This way, the president is waiting for you. Ed Rothtailor replied politely, Thank you for leading the way, causing the girl beside him to flusteredly call out yes. After the person entered, she murmured, He really is quite famous. At the same moment, the content of the letter sent to Tanya replayed. The first holiday is approaching. I hope to see you again. Tanya, you should return home to rest for a while before coming back to Sylvania. Also, I know Ed Rothtailor is still alive. If possible, take Ed Rothtailor with you. If public opinion has improved and his magical ability has advanced, I will no longer pursue the consequences of the insult to the princess. I wish to accept Ed Rothtailor back as a member of the Rothtailor family. As family and as his father, I want to give him one last chance. Deliver this message to Ed Rothtailor after your departure. I do not want to repeat that mistake again. If you wish, the Rothtailor door remains open. From Crapin, Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor skimmed it quickly and sighed. It's been a long time since I received a letter from my father. Tanya quietly counseled. He has forgiven you, so he wants you to return and talk things through clearly. He replied nonchalantly, That's good. She watched his expression sharply. I know you don't really feel that way. Tanya didn't know he was calculating in his head. An opportunity to regain power had come to a fallen noble. This is a good thing, but she herself was full of doubt. His father once attempted to assassinate him. Now he wants him back? Clearly it's a trap. Once she realized that, Tanya shouted, I'll go home alone and talk to my father. But clearly Ed Rothtailor has other plans, doesn't he? This holiday, we're going home together. He burned the letter and declared bluntly, It's fine. I have a few plans of my own. A story now becomes merely a part of history. During the Klol Empire's brutal war against the Ain tribe, the enemy advanced to the very gates of the empire. In a completely desperate scene, the hero who led the battle stood before the army of Emperor Klol until the very last moment. He was Abel, and beside him were 3 young mages supporting him. The adventurer Glast, the swordsman Jelen, and the outlaw. The man with the careless appearance was named Kali. Now that outlaw, who has been fading into historical obscurity, has returned to Sylvania Academy. Why has he come back to take a position among the faculty? Claire, just entering the room, hastily covered her mouth. She groped through the cigarette smoke and tried to call out loudly, Professor Khalid, the final exams will begin in a few days. It's time to prepare and send the evaluation criteria for the practical test. Khalid responded indifferently. Just throw something together and send it. Claire angrily shouted, but this is the final assessment, the last evaluation all your students take. You know that. Khalid remained nonchalant and made excuses. Prepare something proper in your lab and send it to everyone, better than making me, as the supervising teacher, intervene in everything, right? Claire, resigned, gloomily said yes and left. Meanwhile, Khalid was lost in tangled thoughts. Why, when they asked me to fill the void Glass left at this academy, did I agree, as if hypnotized? He sighed softly and muttered to himself. Well, at this point it hardly matters anymore. In another mansion, Ed Roth-Taylor faced a polite question. Young master, what breeze has brought you here? You cautiously asked. May I enter the Ophilis Hall for a moment? Bellmeyer replied modestly. In principle that's not allowed, but the young master is trustworthy. If you tell me your reason, I can vouch for you in my name to allow you entry. Hearing that, Ed Roth-Taylor bowed his head and clicked his tongue. He did not hide it. He explained his purpose. The reason Ed Roth-Taylor came to the Ophilis Hall today was to prepare for an impending danger. The danger awaiting him upon his return to the Roth-Taylor mansion. Even while at the academy, Ed Roth-Taylor had been the target of an assassination attempt. So deep down, he wanted to marshal everything he had to guard against this return. Ed Roth-Taylor truly wanted to eliminate these threats, but if he struck first at someone backed by the royal family, he'd become a traitor to the kingdom. Bellmeyer, hearing his reason, quickly opened the door and invited him in. There was no other way to avoid prying eyes. Please come in. He stepped inside while busy rearranging his thoughts. Actually, the one who should have pressured them from the start was Princess Phenia. With her royal standing and judgment, the princess would expose their true faces to everyone, reveal that they used humans as sacrifices, and conducted forbidden research through a pact with the fallen god, thus creating the necessary pretext to punish them appropriately. But right now, she shows no intention of doing any of that. She hasn't even become student council president, so a confrontation with the Roth-Taylor family in the near future seems unlikely. Thinking of this, Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. If so, then he himself must create that opening. And to do that safely, the best way is to infiltrate their mansion and investigate directly. But entering unprepared means not knowing when, where, or how you'll meet a grisly end. It is a domain with perfect security, a place where everything revolves around Crapin Roth-Taylor. While he was wondering that, have we been walking for a long time? Why aren't we there yet? A voice beside him snapped him back to reality. Pardon me, young master. Bellmeyer suddenly turned and asked if, with exams starting, he intended to pause his work at the encampment to study. Ed Roth-Taylor answered honestly, I'll still handle the basics there. She pondered and concluded, I see. The brief conversation left Ed Roth-Taylor's mind full of suspicion. Strange. Bellmeyer usually isn't the one to start a conversation. This corridor is clearly meant for servants. Even he could feel how unnatural his presence here was. He formed a vague, grand hypothesis. Could it be that, taking a detour and maintaining small talk with him awkwardly, she was leading him along discreet passages of the hall so that he, someone previously expelled, wouldn't draw attention from others? Finally, after some hesitation, Bellmeyer spoke again. Please step carefully along here, slowly. Ed Roth-Taylor silently marveled inwardly. This truly lives up to the meticulousness of a headman. He followed her despite his swirling thoughts, but ultimately decided to ask aloud. Isn't this awfully slow? Bellmeyer suddenly spun around and blurted out. I just remembered an important question, a question truly very important to you. Ed Roth-Taylor froze and exclaimed, What now? She cleared her throat and hedged. It's extremely hard to put into words. Can you give me a moment to think? After a while, Bellmeyer chose her words. That is, but halfway through, she stopped to glance around. It turned out Ophilis had been shadowing the two of them for some time. Though she couldn't see anyone, Bellmeyer still felt her presence. So she decided to swallow what she was about to say. Never mind, forget it. I'll tell you the details later. We're here. Ed Roth-Taylor paid little attention, simply staring at the space around him, and the contents of the letter suddenly rewound in his mind. I'm deeply grateful that you have offered a new chance to one expelled from the family. Tears well up when I think of such boundless mercy. Since being cast out, I have reflected on my sins and continually strive to become a better person. I have built many relationships at the academy and within the royal family, worthy of being a Roth-Taylor family member. I wish to prove my abilities before you and introduce the close companions I have made. Ed Roth-Taylor stood before the door, quietly letting the answers run through his mind, and as for his most trustworthy person, no need to state it outright. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. He stood there dazed for a long moment, not yet ready. Then Ed Roth-Taylor's gaze suddenly shifted. Lucy's familiar hair swept through the space. It seemed her appearance today was very different. Indeed, facing Ed Roth-Taylor now was a very gentle Lucy. She noticed his presence and bashfully opened her mouth. "Hello." Belle Maya, beside her, chimed in to break the awkwardness. Look at her, still as always, neatly dressed in her room, but tactfully suggesting she hasn't been appearing much at the encampment lately. "Are you very busy?" Lucy embarrassedly denied it. "No." Ed Roth-Taylor paced and assessed. "She's completely different from when she's at the camp. So this is how she spends her downtime." When he came beside her, Ed Roth-Taylor concluded, "Quite a surprise, Lucy." She asked suspiciously what. Ed Roth-Taylor bluntly observed that everything here suits her quite well. Belle Maya continued to act like a 1,000-watt bulb. "You said you had something to discuss with her. What is it?" Ed Roth-Taylor snapped to focus on the main point. "Lucy, when these exams end and the vacation begins, will you come to my family with me? And then we will go together to greet my father." Belle Maya was so shocked she collapsed to the floor. That reaction made Ed Roth-Taylor sputter glue, figuratively speaking. Realizing his mistake, he hurriedly corrected himself. "I phrased that poorly just now. To explain the context more clearly, it's like this. In any case, from my perspective, this is a trip I must stake my life on. Of course, we must go to the Roth-Taylor Duke's domain, and this will take considerable time and effort, so I won't ask you to help empty-handed. From now on, Lucy, this is something I can only say honestly, especially because I truly trust you." Ed Roth-Taylor solemnly declared, "I intend to overthrow Crapin Roth-Taylor's power right within that family. I know that is immoral and a betrayal, but I no longer intend to let my father sit idle as head of the family." Lucy slid down in her chair and asked indifferently, was the reason revenge? This question seemed a bit hard for Ed Roth-Taylor. He cleared his throat for a while before answering, "No. The reason is simply to survive. After overthrowing the power of the father who wanted to kill me, perhaps the next head will be Tanya. I can understand her. In any case, after that I will become the eldest son of the greatest ducal family on the continent. I will be in a position where no one can easily harm or threaten my life." Saying this, his face was full of seriousness. "And from that position, I'll do everything in my power for you. So please help me." Lucy remained in her lazy pose. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "I have no agenda or opinion about that at all. You know me. I'm not really interested in power either." Ed Roth-Taylor bowed and nodded. "I know." But a second later, Lucy unexpectedly asked curiously, "So what are you interested in then? You know? Will I really keep my promise to my master?" She gently threw open the window. Sunlight suddenly flooded the room, and Lucy comfortably poured out her heart. Has the crisis he mentioned truly passed? Have I really fulfilled that promise well enough? What must I think about to continue living a peaceful life without being haunted by the past? As I said, I'm not interested in power. If I help you, it's simply because I want to help, no other reason." At that, Lucy's tone shifted abruptly, though it couldn't be ignored. Ed Roth-Taylor hesitantly asked, "So what do you want?" She shared directly, "What I'm most afraid of after keeping every promise to my master is the hollowing out of my soul. It will hit when I've shed every burden I carry. Help me so that emptiness doesn't swallow me." Ed Roth-Taylor heard this but still felt vague. "Specifically, how am I supposed to do that?" Lucy stood against the backlight and declared, "Let's find some reason together for me to go on living without fear." A wind suddenly rose and blew all the curtains aside, and Ed Roth-Taylor's mind cleared in an instant. The weight of her words was already heavy and serious. A face still impassive as always, neither crying nor laughing. If he extended his finger, what expression would follow next? Before Ed Roth-Taylor could speak, Lucy suddenly blushed. It turned out he had hooked his finger into her little finger. The two thus reached a pact in silence. Lucy parted her lips as if to say something, but in the end she said nothing at all, and instead hugged Ed Roth-Taylor tightly. He suddenly felt he understood everything. This meant a great deal to Lucy. There was no way he could know the burdens she had carried all this time. Lucy, in this moment, fell into silence for a long while, completely focused on the embrace with Ed Rothtailor. In the written exam room, all Ed Rothtailor did was glance over at Janica. For now, you and I are enemies. Janica, she startled at that, then broke into a sweat, puzzled. Huh? Why? 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 Why are we enemies? Unlike Janica, Ed Rothtailor remained utterly calm. I'm not trying to make this dramatic. It's just that this time, I'm also aiming for top of the class. Since the moment I opened my eyes transported into this world, Ed Rothtailor has had one goal: to graduate the academy safe. To do that, he needs a huge sum for tuition. With a scholarship from the Glock Fund and money earned from the deal with Lortel, he's managed as best he can to continue studying, but he isn't sure he can hold out until graduation. But if he can secure the top spot in the class, his entire tuition will be waived. You couldn't dream of first place before, but now Janica laughs when she hears the reason. So that's it. I get it. If I slack off around you, you'll really snatch first place from me. In third year, everyone behind Janica is at the same level, and the students' voices in class rise in turn. I haven't finished yet. What answer should I bubble in? Oh gods, in spirit magic Janica is totally superior, but in rote subjects like history and demonic theory, you have a slight edge. She raised an eyebrow with pleasure and declared, I won't give up first place to you that easily. My home villagers will be so happy and proud if I top the class. Ed Rothtailor fell silent and glanced over at her upon hearing that. At last, the final assessment exams began. The written exam for elemental studies concluded. A weak voice cried out, Someone save me. Anise broke into a sweat at the sight. Professor Khalid will replace Glast. But in the end, it was the teaching assistant Claire. She'd had to prepare all the test papers and grading criteria herself for 3 straight days. And now she was in this state. Then Ed Rothtailor wondered, and that guy, what's wrong with him? Clebius muttered dejectedly, Why? Why did I get everything wrong? Even the stuff in the basic swordsmanship textbook? I'm useless. Anise explained, Clebius ended up like that after the written test on basic swordsmanship. At the same time, someone ran over shouting, Clebius, are you going to lie around looking useless all day? You just need to do well on another test. Seeing the other person, she demanded, What are you doing here? Alvira answered honestly, I wanted someone to review the theory for creating elemental anti-magic elixirs that I'm developing. I thought asking the magic faculty professors would yield more accurate results. Anise hesitated in a low voice. I think she's at her worst, Claire. She's been sleeping because she's been exhausted these past few days. Clebius's face darkened as he curled inward. That's it. I'm going to lose first place. Ed Rothtailor, you think I look pathetic, right? Alvira heard this and angrily shouted, Hey, stop whining. How dare you talk to your senior like that? Saying that, she jumped onto his shoulders, making him howl. What does that have to do with you? Can't you see I'm suffering and you scold me? Anise blushed and looked over. Seems you did well on a written test. Huh? You look cheerful. Ed Rothtailor hesitated. I'm doing okay, more or less. Since entering the academy, you've never neglected studying for written theory exams. Now that you have stable lodging and a steadier life, getting good results is natural. Based on scores so far, Janica currently has a slight advantage. If anyone still wants to contest first place in the remaining subjects, the decisive factor will be the practical elemental studies exam. According to the curriculum, this term's practical exam is a one-on-one duel with a professor. In this case, the opponent should have been Claire. But the problem is concerned whether this practical exam can proceed smoothly. It's tomorrow, and she looks near death. How could she have the strength for a duel? Anise said as she looked at the person collapsed on the desk. It'll be difficult. She's quite exhausted, so probably another professor will step in to replace her. I think so. Suddenly footsteps ran over, startling the two of them, and Khalid burst into the room, holding his head wearily. My head hurts so much. Did I drink too much? Then he grimaced and called out, Hey, teaching assistant Claire. Claire jumped up at the sound. Professor Khalid. What are you doing here, sir? Khalid stepped forward and said in a low voice, Actually, I was just chewed out by Headmaster Abel. He said this was absurd. From the focuses of the written exams, to the important supervisory duties in the practical exam, everything had been reported under the name of the youngest instructor, the teaching assistant. He asked me what the hell I'm doing. Professor's doing nothing? Since he's the headmaster, he thinks he's the top dog, or what? She shouted, "I'm sorry, Professor." He, meanwhile, brought a chair over and muttered, "No. Actually, if I'm being paid, I have to work. The practical exam is tomorrow, right?" Claire hesitated. "Yes, that's right." Khalid, though still weary, offered, "Then go to sleep and leave the practical exam to me." He then squinted and glanced over to take a look. He looked at Ed Roth Taylor and asked, "You're Ed Roth Taylor, aren't you?" Suddenly Khalid smirked with something like amusement. Then he narrowed his eyes meaningfully. "Shall we have a match?" Ed Roth Taylor broke into a sweat at that. What? Cut to the next day at Abel Hall, the combat training ground, where the students' murmurs echoed through the space. Word is the new Professor Khalid is going to fight that third-year Ed Roth Taylor. At the same time, a guy pointed forward. This match should be good. Look, even a student council president herself came to watch. The friend, startled, exclaimed, "Really?" Chief Secretary Zix and Senior Action Head Dyke were also present. Tanya, sweating nervously, thought to herself she didn't expect anyone to beat the professor except Lucy. No matter how talented a student is, no one defeats the professors, especially with Khalid's nickname being the war hero. The reason she came all the way despite her busy schedule was. Just then, Khalid stepped onto the arena complaining, "My bones, vacation's coming. I'll soon return to the family manor, and she doesn't want you hurt." He stood before Ed Roth Taylor with a hint of disdain, snoring loudly on the floor. "May my bones ache. I guess I just need to drink a little more." Another nickname of the war hero, Professor Khalid, with powerful blue energy, declared in a low voice, "You're going to lose this match." Crazy dog. With that, he swiftly launched an attack, striking straight at where Ed was standing. Ed Roth Taylor didn't dodge, but immediately put his hand up to block the blow. Between them, a blue light appeared. The wind blew and dust rose in a blinding swirl. Khalid squinted at the scene and remarked, "Your firepower is stronger than I expected." Then he gently closed his eyes, and blue sparks of lightning emanated from his body. Ed Roth Taylor frowned at the sight, on guard. He widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, a spell chant quite fast. So this isn't basic magic. Khalid was now using an intermediate lightning technique, Shadow Flash. A dazzling light burst across the arena floor, a massive power spreading through the space. The students simultaneously cried, "I can't see anything." All they saw was Ed Roth Taylor raise his hand to block that light. Khalid's voice rang out, "Not bad." Khalid lunged forward nimbly and assessed, "Your reflexes are pretty good." At the same time, he used an intermediate lightning technique, a wave of magical force. Ed Roth Taylor responded in kind, using basic defensive magic to block that attack. Then Ed Roth Taylor reached out to use his fire magic. Without hesitation, he forcefully unleashed an attack toward his opponent. Khalid, surrounded by a protective shield, gave a slight smile. "You grasped the basics well." Suddenly, he blinked down in surprise. Then Khalid thought to himself. He blocked his sight with a fireball spell, and there was a loud explosion, countless sparks flying out from them. Ed Roth Taylor looked forward with a cold expression, raising an eyebrow as sweat dripped down his face. Khalid commented, "You're a quick learner. You pick up what you see very fast." He asked in a low voice, "Are you the type to practice something the moment you see it?" Then he grinned meaningfully and urged the two of them to move to practical application, speeding the fight up. The water and fire elements collided, and smoke and dust once again filled the air. Ed Roth Taylor stood silently observing, his cold gaze scanning around. The steam from water meeting fire created a familiar battlefield environment that blurred an enemy's vision. And out of the hazy smoke, a dark silhouette loomed. Seeing that, Ed Roth Taylor immediately reached out to use magic. But as the attack flew in, he realized the figure before him was actually a block of ice shaped like Khalid. At the same time, Khalid's real form appeared behind him, leaving Ed Roth Taylor visibly astonished. Immediately, an unexpected strike was launched, forcing him to leap aside to dodge. Khalid, seeing this, admonished, "You react quickly, but you think too much during a fight. It's best not to be distracted in a match. He and his clones surrounded him. Although he used wind blades to disperse the steam, it still pooled. The master's mana completely overwhelmed him. So just find the real Professor Khalid in this steam and attack him, right? No. And then Ed Rothtailor seriously affirmed in his mind that all the clones here were fake. The master was certainly moving stealthily behind these clones to strike when he let his guard down. If so, at that moment, Ed Rothtailor widened his eyes. Khalid's reaction opposite him faltered slightly. Each of his clones began to shatter in turn, and all the afterimages were swallowed cleanly by a black hole. It turned out Ed Rothtailor was using force convergence to deal with the clones. But just as things went well, his eyes widened like symbols. All at once, the holy convergence spell in Ed Rothtailor's hand released, replaced by a wind blade that shot out as if tearing space apart. Ed Rothtailor couldn't defend in time and took the blow straight in the back, his whole body collapsing onto the floor like a ragged puppet. Khalid looked at the motionless Ed Rothtailor with suspicion. "What are you playing at? Don't tell me you deliberately only used elemental magic?" Ed Rothtailor scrambled up and bluntly retorted. "Isn't that obvious? After all, this is the Elemental Studies exam, sir." Tanya in the stands gaped speechlessly from shock. Meanwhile, below, Khalid felt a surge of interest. The kid is interesting. I've never limited evaluation to elemental magic skill alone in a match, so feel free to use your spells. Ed Rothtailor asked nervously, "Is that okay, Professor?" He replied with disdain, "Are you worried I'll get hurt facing you?" Ed Rothtailor reiterated that this was only the Elemental Studies exam, but Khalid, losing patience, cut him off. Elemental Studies are the foundation of all combat magic. It's not just about using pure elemental magic, but combining it with other branches of magic and applying them harmoniously. That's also a key pillar of Elemental Studies. Hearing that, Ed Rothtailor felt somewhat enlightened. "I understand now." Before he finished, Khalid flipped his tone. "That's what Glass would tell you, but it's different with me," he declared coldly. "Use whatever tricks you can stop." Khalid erupted with tremendous power and struck. "If you're still standing on your feet in 10 minutes, I'll give you a perfect score. No pressure." The scene returns to memories of when that old battle burned Wangdu, swallowing everything in blazing red flames. The war is over. Emperor Klo's reign still continues, like a stubborn ember that refuses to die, much to everyone's mixed feelings. Abel and the 3 war heroes headed to St. Sylvania Academy. Each of them took up chalk to nurture the next generation. Those children would shoulder the nation's fate in the future. But among them, there was one exception. Professor Khalid sat in class with a bored expression. Behind him, huge characters read self-study. What on earth could I possibly teach? Beads of sweat ran down his cheek as he thought to himself. With flowers raised in greenhouses, in such a privileged family and environment, what should I teach here? I can't teach them wilderness survival skills, nor can I make them stay up all night to train their mana sense. Of course, I also can't teach assassination techniques or murder. Lost in his own thoughts, he accidentally let out mana and froze the entire lectern. The students below looked at him with fear because of all sorts of rumors. So Khalid clashed with the school and the students and quietly left the academy. After that, he began drowning himself in endless drinking. Khalid wandered the lawless region of Kohelton and spent a long time living as a mercenary adventurer on commission. That was until he received an invitation to return to Sylvania to take the post of professor, accompanied by another shocking piece of news. Khalid's only friend had died, Professor Glass, so he accepted the offer and returned. But in the end, nothing really changed. Glass died, leaving nothing, and he couldn't do anything about it. At first, Khalid intended only to take the salary and live day to day. So the ones by Glass' side in his final moments were just students? He gave a bitter, ironic smile. Ah, Deepika. That was until the young vice professor uttered one name. Yes, among the students, there was one whom Professor Glass had paid special attention to while alive. What was his name? The train of thought snapped, and everything returned to reality. No matter the tricks or methods, stop him at all costs. If you're still standing on your feet after 10 minutes, I'll give you a perfect score. Spheres of lightning appeared around Khalid's body, lighting the arena floor in a brilliant gold. Come on then, show me what you've got. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two hydro arrows shot straight toward him. But Khalid was utterly calm, using lightning mana to snap them apart with ease. His eyes widened in surprise. This one, from the very moment the conversation began, had he already finished summoning mana? He twisted his body to dodge the incoming arrows continuously. Besides, elemental magic wasn't this guy's specialty. From the puddles left by the arrows, Ed Rothtailor quickly performed the summoning ritual. Whirlpools of water twisted together rapidly, and a mid-level water spirit lunged at Khalid with a barrage of attacks. Is he a spirit mage, then? But that still wasn't enough to trouble Khalid. He simply turned and froze the water spirit in the blink of an eye. But his instincts immediately snapped him back. Not right. From the start, calling him a mage was a bit off. Ed Rothtailor clenched the dagger in his hand and charged straight at the mage. Close combat is the proper way to fight. But most instructors these days always teach, never rush into close combat. That attitude has made modern mages weak and easy to counter. He was completely the opposite. He realized that if he fought with magic, he'd be at a disadvantage. So he immediately changed his fighting style. Khalid smirked with pleasure. With that kind of skill, relying only on elemental magic is like fighting with your hands tied and sunglasses on. Of course, this is obvious on the battlefield. Suddenly, his body was unexpectedly shaken. Ed Rothtailor continued to cast a holy attraction spell to pull everything within range into his attack, forcibly concentrating. At this distance, close combat clearly had the advantage. He continued the holy attraction spell, swung his sword forward without hesitation, aiming straight for Khalid's throat. But before the blade could reach him, a layer of magical defense blocked it right in front of him. Ed Rothtailor admired inwardly. He reacts quickly. Khalid remained his usual calm self. Well, there's holy magic too. What's next? Ed Rothtailor slowly parted his lips, a familiar name escaping. Mug. Immediately, the short sword shone brilliantly. The other runes on it were filled with a powerful stream of energy. A terrible explosion blasted the arena, instantly drowning everything in heat. The spirit eruption right. Khalid was blown backward by the attack. He skidded across the cracking arena floor. Oh, look at this kid. His skill has surpassed that of student. On his shoulder, Mug has now evolved into a mid-level spirit. The flames covering its body have grown much stronger. He staggered forward and spoke up. Looks like I'm sober now. If that's the case, why not go all the way? He raised his hand. Lightning coiled and screamed with violent sounds as if to tear everything apart. Ed Rothtailor's face went blank in confusion. What does the teacher mean? After this I might get docked a few months' pay. Oh well, it should be fine. At worst I'll write a few reports. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, covering everything in blinding light, its destructive power rivaling the incident Lucy caused at the academy earlier. Tanya above watched in alarm and worry. Even knowing his Mad Dog nickname, why would he use magic of that scale on a student? Outside, gray clouds were blanketing the academy, and massive lightning bolts were gathering, ready to strike and blow everything away. A high-level divine punishment spell. A thunderous explosion descended upon the entire hall. The shockwave terrified everyone with its horrific force. Everything was shrouded in thick smoke that obscured the space. Khalid grit his teeth in discomfort. Cough, damn it, this time I went too far. The opponent is only a student. Why did I think he'd withstand that blow? Before those thoughts finished, Khalid's eyes widened in astonishment. A wind blade flew straight at him and grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The first wound of this battle. As the smoke slowly cleared, Ed Rothtailor's figure emerged amid murmurs. Truly a surpresa. The hastily erected defensive layer quickly dissipated. In his hand was a wooden staff struck by lightning for 1,000 years. He withstood that hit. High-level magic, huh? Ed Rothtailor removed the bandaging from the staff, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Apparently, he really wanted to fight this out to the end. Khalid's eyes thought quietly. At last I understand why Glass was so interested in this kid. It's that never-give-up look. Ed Rothtailor's image now looked no different from Khalid in his youth. The eyes of someone who does whatever it takes to survive. That's not something a pampered rich kid can have. Killer intent belongs to those who've crossed the line between life and death countless times. He stared at Ed Roth Taylor as if looking at himself. At this point, that poisonous intent can only linger in the eyes of people like Ed Roth Taylor summoned a high-level wind spirit, which immediately shot dozens of wind-slashing blades toward his opponent. At the same time, he gripped his staff and lunged to attack. Khalid smiled with delight, raised his hand, and formed razor-sharp walls of ice. They rose into a sturdy mountain, blocking all the thrown blades fired by Ed Roth Taylor's spirit. But it didn't last long. The slashes quickly appeared and cut Khalid's ice mountain into pieces. From those sparkling blocks, Ed Roth Taylor launched out with resolute eyes. Yes, I met many people with that same look. Both sides fought fiercely, collisions ringing across the arena until everything felt crazier than ever. One side fire, one side ice, like two opposite poles, yet of the same origin. Eyes met, blows exchanged. Both men of similar nature wagered their lives in combat. Ed Roth Taylor threw a straight punch to the face, but Khalid gently tilted his head to dodge. He locked onto and knocked the dagger from his hand. But Ed Roth Taylor countered with a knee strike that pained Khalid. He gritted his teeth, brought his other hand before him, and cast a spell. A mid-level spell, a burst eruption, struck Ed Roth Taylor directly, engulfing him in searing flames. It seemed all was decided when Ed Roth Taylor took a critical hit, but no. From within the raging flames, his hand reached out, grabbed Khalid, and pulled him close. Thanks to the blessing of the fire spirit, he was temporarily immune to the flames. Crackling sounds issued as a spell gradually gathered for a direct counterattack, the spirit eruption ritual. Khalid's face showed a weary smile. If that hit connects, it'll be tiring. Before Ed Roth Taylor's strike could reach him, the wind blessing suddenly activated and blew him backward. Ed Roth Taylor's eruption attack was also nullified. Ed Roth Taylor's eyes widened in confusion. Why the protection of the Tempest? He turned to look back and saw a barrage of ice arrows stopped by that protection. Did he deliberately trigger the Tempest's safeguard? Khalid quickly regained his composure and spoke. On the battlefield, a single moment of carelessness is enough to cost you your life. Looks like you understand that well. Pity you're just one step short. In an instant, the entire arena was plunged into eternal frost. Ed Roth Taylor's high-level spirit was frozen into a solid block. He himself was trapped under the floor, unable to move a single step. High-level ice magic, eternal ice earth. Ed Roth Taylor tried to use fire magic to melt the ice holding his feet, but in such cold the flames couldn't even burn. Khalid slowly stepped forward and said, "Even if you can melt the ice now, it'll already be too late." Countless sharp shards of ice appeared throughout the space, amplified by bolts of electricity to increase their destructive power. And for flavor, a hint of schadenfreude. No more fuss. He fired straight at the motionless Ed Roth Taylor. Ed closed his eyes against the incoming strike. His mana was completely drained. But suddenly someone leapt down from the stands and jumped in front of him. That person punched and simply shattered all the flying blocks of ice with bare hands. Ed Roth Taylor's eyes went wide in astonishment at the newcomer. 10 minutes have passed. This seems to have crossed the line, came the voice. The newcomer was the top graduate of the combat department, Year 4, a senior action commissioner of Deacon Pell Academy. Ed Roth Taylor is no longer fit to fight. Professor Khalid. Tanya ran up to support Ed Roth Taylor. "Sir, are you okay? Are you badly hurt?" He stepped forward slowly and said, "Yes, it's been a long time since I've felt this excited, so I may have lost my composure a bit. Thank you for understanding." "Oh, please, understanding my foot. Just the thought of writing a report gets me thrilled," came the retort. He looked at Ed Roth Taylor and continued. Ed Roth Taylor's elemental practical exam. Full marks. Ed Roth Taylor blinked in confusion and asked, "But practicals have no maximum score, sir." "Fine, take the highest mark then. With theory added, you'd be top of the class." He lightly placed a hand on Ed Roth Taylor's shoulder. "Now I understand why Glass kept an eye on you. I just don't get why a Duke's heir would be living in a place like that." Ed Roth Taylor explained slowly. "After that incident, I had some personal matters, so I moved to live in a hut in the woods." "No, that's not what I meant. It's not about that hut, because you were living on a battlefield, weren't you?" "Whatever the case, You should have left earlier. No matter how peaceful a place is, the sounds of challenge will pierce walls and reach the mind. He slowly produced a flask of wine with a trembling hand. In the end, if you keep staying in places like that, you'll end up a wreck, he said. Unable to cope unless you're drunk on something. Just like me, he added with a wry chuckle.